Suddenly, there was chaos inside the house. Quick, take her to the hospital, the hospital. Hedouble's mother was holding her daughter and preparing to leave. She knew her daughter well. Her current state clearly indicated something was wrong. Years ago, her daughter had a boyfriend before Phone Long, but he was from a poor, rural family, and she had driven him away. Who would have thought? Now wasn't the time to discuss this. They needed to avoid Phone Long, delay the issue, and come up with a perfect explanation later. Hedouble's brother, Hedianing, said, "Wake her up." Third brother, Hedouble's mother, shouted immediately. Xiao Zhao had already gone over and pinched Hedouble awake. Seeing she was still inside the house, she wanted to faint again. "Listen to me, and then you can go home," Hedianing said. Hedouble's breath was stuck in her throat, but she didn't faint. "Your marriage to Phone Long. Even if you divorce, take the child and go home," Hedianing said. He knew Hedouble had previously had a poor boyfriend who was scolded away by her second sister-in-law. He hadn't expected that the child in her belly was that man's. If he had known, he would never have let her marry Phone Long. The head family couldn't afford to lose face over that. Now, he didn't want to see Hedouble at all. If she didn't share the same surname, he would have thrown her out. "All right, second sister-in-law, take her and go," Hedianing said. Hedouble's second sister-in-law saw how angry Hedianing was and didn't dare speak. She pulled Hedouble up and left. Hedouble no longer felt faint and silently followed her mother. Outside the yard, Hedouble's second sister-in-law sharply pinched her daughter. "All your fault." Hedouble didn't say a word. Her second sister-in-law pinched her again. "You did it. You can't hide anything. Someone tricks you, and you fall for it. How can you be so stupid? How can you be so stupid? You've brought shame to the head family," Hedouble suddenly said. "It's all my sister's fault." If she hadn't said anything, Phone Long wouldn't have known. Hedouble's second sister-in-law paused her pinching hand. "Did she know back then that you were pregnant?" Hedouble nodded. "The only person I told was her. Then she gave me advice and helped me deceive Phone Long. She was so scared at the time. Her boyfriend had already left, and she didn't know where he went. She was completely confused. Whatever her sister said, she just listened. Stupid girl. Not telling the family about such a big thing," her second sister-in-law scolded, not sure if she was scolding Hedouble or Headlanlin. Inside the house, Hedianing spoke again to Phone Long. "Tomorrow, you and Su Mei are getting married. Do you have any objections?" Phone Long's eyes turned red, his mouth opening and closing but unable to speak a word. The He family had actually given him such a big, green hat, making him a fool for so many years. He wondered why that child didn't look anything like him. Now the He family was shamelessly trying to control him again. Jianning smiled and said, "You can refuse, it's completely fine. I will also give you compensation, 100,000. You can leave now." Was it really so easy? Phone Long was momentarily stunned. Su Mei hurriedly took out a tape recorder from her bag and held it up. "Phone Long, if you don't marry me, just see how I deal with you." This tape could threaten the He family or Phone Long. They were all in the same boat. Phone Long's face immediately turned green. "What good is it to hand it over? That Hua Zhao is definitely your fault. If I'm bad, you think you can run away? I'm not running," Su Mei shouted. "I don't care about anything. As long as you're not good, that's enough for me." Phone Long was speechless. Jianning smiled and said, "I wish you both happiness and a happy ending." He then told Su Mei, "The divorce and marriage certificates will be delivered to you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Su Mei was instantly satisfied. "But I hope you can keep this a secret from now on, whether it's about the tapes or He Shuang, Jianning added. "Otherwise, I know," Su Mei interrupted him. "I want to stay alive. I don't want to die or be silenced." "Don't worry, nothing happened before." Jianning nodded, thinking she was very clever. "All those tapes, when will you give them to me? If they get damaged or leaked, I can definitely get He Lanlon out, but you and Phone Long will be finished." Su Mei shook her head. "Actually, there aren't many. One tape is very expensive, and I can't afford more. Right now, besides this one I have, there are only 2 more outside. I won't give them to you. I can definitely keep them safe." If you don't hand them over, I won't marry you. Feng Long suddenly said. Su Mei's eyes widened. Then we'll fight to the end. Who's afraid of whom? They argued again. Jianning finally couldn't hold it anymore. He told Xiao Zhao, tell them to leave. Xiao Zhao understood and was about to ask them to leave, but not by themselves. Feng Long dared to shout and show dissatisfaction in front of the boss. How rude! Xiao Zhao went over, kicked Feng Long to the ground, and kept kicking him out of the garden. Su Mei held her mother tightly and followed closely. Lan Lan looked at her brother-in-law's face and, feeling embarrassed, also pulled her mother and left quietly. After leaving the yard, she changed direction and didn't walk with Feng Long. Get out of Taiyuan. Feng Long finally woke up. Then he stood up, smiled, and asked Xiao Zhao, Brother Zhao, can you ask your uncle about the compensation he mentioned? Xiao Zhao looked at him and said, Okay, I will pass the message. Now you can leave. Also, don't call him uncle anymore, call him sir. Since they had divorced from He Shuang, what right did they have to call him sir or uncle? Feng Long couldn't smile anymore. Xiao Zhao closed the door and ignored the three people outside. Feng Long slowly turned around, looked at Su Mei, and clenched his fists. Su Mei patted her bag and said, My family knows I came here. They still have 2 tapes. You can kill me now if you want. I'm not afraid of death. Feng Long's fists loosened and clenched again, unsure. Tomorrow, at 8 a.m., come to my house to pick me up. Remember to wear new clothes and bring some wedding candies. The rest, because of the short notice, I won't ask for more, Su Mei said. If you don't come, or if you're even a minute late, just listen for the loudspeaker in our community repeating our message. After speaking, she turned and pulled her mother away. At that moment, both mother and daughter noticed that each other's palms were wet, cold, and trembling. They had truly survived and come out of that door, and things were mostly settled. Back at Sue's house, they said nothing and quietly went to sleep. But at 8 a.m. the next day, Feng Long really arrived, bringing wedding candies, wearing red, and even with a few friends, claiming he was there to take Su Mei home. The Su family was shocked. The entire neighborhood was shocked. They desperately asked Feng Long what was going on, but no one could get close because Feng Long's friends blocked them. Feng Long and Su Mei rode away on a bicycle. On the back seat of the bike, Su Mei cheerfully greeted everyone she met. Hua Zhao received the news immediately. She breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was basically settled. Just not sure if I helped her or harmed her, Hua Zhao said. She knew not only about what happened this morning, but also about the conversation at the He family last night and the conditions He Jianning offered. If it were her, she would choose 1 million yuan and a new identity. She wouldn't want a man like Feng Long, even if he begged. But unfortunately, the times limited women's choices. Don't worry about her. Focus on yourself, Yishu said. What about those people outside? Should we let them in? Hua Zhao immediately shook her head. Let them go. I won't see them. I'm too weak right now to put on a show. Yishu looked at the young girl lying on the bed, her face rosy and healthy, full of energy. She seemed weak, but this appearance was not suitable for others to see. She went out and politely exchanged a few words with Qi Shulan before leaving. Qi Baogua and Qi Shulan had lost face last time, and after many days, they finally calmed down. They planned to find an excuse to see Hua Zhao again, but then they heard about Hua Zhao's accident and came to the hospital the next day. It was understandable that they couldn't be allowed inside. Qi Shulan put down her things and left, planning to come again next time. Besides, she wasn't really there to see Hua Zhao. If she could meet the Yi family members every time and talk to them, maybe she could make some friends. In the following 2 days, many things happened. News kept coming in. He Jianye and He Jianwei also came out. The incident from that year was finally clarified. It was a mistake caused by someone misleading He Ning, who wrongly accused the Tang family. The Tang family was innocent and not guilty of treason or selling secrets. The authorities cleared their name. As for punishing He Ning, there was no action taken. Now, there was a rule that while the case could be overturned, the original reasons for their supposed rebellion could not be investigated. It was indeed impossible to pursue this. If they did, most people would end up in trouble, and then they would try to clear their names again, leading to endless cycles. The archaeological site of the He family also stopped digging. Apparently, He Jianye and He Jianwei looked very unhappy. He Jianwei even asked aloud where the excavated items had been hidden. They knew exactly how many items were buried in that yard, including jars, but now, nothing remained except what was buried. It was definitely stolen. But further investigation found no clues, which was strange. The two brothers immediately went to find He Ning. He Ning was currently hosting Master Kong from Miaopu, the old man who sold camellia seeds and flower pots to Hua Zhao. Master Kong was skilled at growing flowers. About 1/3 of the dead flowers he received could be saved. However, Master Kong rarely came to visit, and this time he was there to deliver money. Last time, someone bought your flower pots. I took the liberty to sell them for 8 yuan each. Master Kong thought for a moment and decided he couldn't keep the money. The flowers were sold for a yuan each, so that was fine, but the flower pots had to be returned to the original owner. He Ning didn't care much about a few dozen yuan. He casually asked, who bought them? It was a pretty young girl who said she was very good at caring for flowers. Master Kong became angry when talking about this. He had promised to give flowers the next day to show him. But where did he go? Such a pretty young girl. How beautiful is she? He asked He Jianing.
Huh?
Mister, he actually started caring about the pretty girl? That's a pity. She's pregnant, definitely married, Master Kong said. He Jianing's eyes lit up. A beautiful pregnant woman? He had only seen one. Is it Hua Zhao? He asked. Master Kong thought for a moment, unsure. She came twice. The second time she came with a woman. I vaguely heard that woman call her by name. I think her last name is Hua, but I can't remember her first name. That must be her. Did she only buy a flower pot? Or did she buy the flowers from my pot as well? He Jianing asked again. Master Kong recalled and honestly said, at that time, her companion wanted to clear out the flower pot. She didn't agree, saying the soil was good too. He Jianing nodded, a slight smile on his face. He Jianye and He Jianwei arrived, and Master Kong took the opportunity to leave. Third brother, what about those things underground? He Jianye asked. I don't know, He Jianing replied. How can you not know? He Jianwei asked, sounding a bit accusatory. He Jianing's smile disappeared. He looked up at his two brothers. You two have lived in that yard all along, almost never leaving. I moved out a long time ago. Now the things are gone and I didn't go to find you. Yet you come looking for me? Are you the ones who falsely accused first? No, He Jianwei hurriedly said. That's not what we meant. We really didn't move anything. We don't have that ability. Because I have that ability, does that mean I did it? He Jianing sneered. For the first time, the three brothers argued. The thing underground wasn't very mysterious. He Jianing knew there was something underground in his house. When he went in, he was uneasy and had someone watching all the time, waiting for the thing to be dug up. He had already thought about what to say. But in the end, nothing was found. It wasn't secretly hidden by the Yi family, but really wasn't dug out. His people kept watch 24 hours a day. Things don't fly by themselves. The most suspicious were, of course, his two brothers. After all, he didn't live in that yard, and he didn't assign anyone to watch. If something happened, he might not even know. The two brothers felt wrong, too. They knew whether they had done anything or not. They hadn't done it. But knowing there was something underground and having the ability to do it, only He Jianing could. All three looked unhappy, their hearts full of anger, but unable to express it. In the end, they parted on bad terms. Flower Zhao did not expect that her careless action would lead to an unexpected gain. She successfully caused a rift not only with the smaller issue, but also with the bigger one. She was busy packing her luggage. It was time to go home. A month had passed quickly. If she didn't return soon, her grandfather would worry, and she was also concerned about him. Although she called the village a few times to report her safety, she felt uneasy not seeing her grandfather in person. While she was away, she didn't know if the vegetables in the field were growing well, or if her grandfather's health was improving after eating. Moreover, It was inconvenient for her to pretend to be sick here. Big sister, what will you do about your matters? Flower Zhao asked Yishu. Kong Jie finished his meeting and took Kong and I back to the south. Before leaving, he was called aside by Yi Ming for a serious talk. After the talk, he left with a bow, heading to the train station. I'm not in a hurry, Yishu said with a smile. I realize that as long as I stay away from that home and those troublesome people, my mood improves a lot. The paperwork can wait until he returns home, makes a fuss with his mother, and then we handle it. Wouldn't that be better? To this end, Yishu specially went to the train station to see Kong Jie off and repeatedly told him that if he didn't want a divorce, he should send his mother and sister away and also recover the money owed to her. Oh, and her aunt's TV money. Kong Jie was no longer stubborn about being the eldest and needing to support the family. This time, he decided to give it a try. Big sister, please take care of our house, the grapevines, fruit trees, and those few pots of flowers in the yard, Flower Zhao said. When she mentioned those flowers, Yishu was surprised. They had actually survived, proving she was quite good at gardening. Don't worry, I promise to help you. Yishu quickly corrected herself, but I can't guarantee I'm good at caring for flowers. If I accidentally kill them, don't blame me. Then I'll leave it to my older brother, Flower Zhao said. Noticing that Yi Ming was the only one in the Yi family who wasn't harmful to plants, his plants didn't need frequent replacing and sometimes even bloomed. Yi Shun came in, carrying his luggage. His holiday had a few days left, just enough to take Flower Zhao back. Hurry up and get ready. Mom and second aunt are coming over, Yi Shun said. Flower Zhao quickly slipped into bed, took a homemade powder compact from under her pillow, and started patting her face. The powder had no scent and a natural color, so it wouldn't reveal her disguise. Yishu had already used up a whole box. Just as she settled in, Miao Lonji and Lu Yuegui came in with a big bag of food. Your complexion looks much better than yesterday. Young people recover quickly, Lu Yuegui praised. Mao Lonji didn't speak, but most of the things in her bag were made by her. Although they weren't delicious, they showed her kindness. Hua Zhao now found her mother-in-law more agreeable. She thought she was just an old princess and didn't bother with her. Hua Zhao weakly smiled at Miao Lonji. Her soft, pale smile made people feel sad. Miao Lonji immediately went over and sat by her bed, holding her hand. Maybe we shouldn't go back. Let someone bring your grandfather here. He can stay at home for a few days. The courtyard is being fixed up and it'll be ready soon. You're still sick, and traveling so far is tiring. Rest here. Hua Zhao felt a little guilty about hiding the truth from her, but at this moment, she couldn't tell her. If she did, Miao Lonji might rush over and splash her face with all the food in her bag.
I'm fine.
I was just lying on the train. I just want to go home, Hua Zhao said weakly. Miao Lonji thought she was upset because she had been cold to her earlier and wanted her to stay. She wanted to apologize but couldn't find the words. Yi Shun said, "It's time to go, or we'll miss the train." He called some medical staff and they pushed Hua Zhao and her bed out onto an ambulance. Even though the hospital's emergency service wasn't officially open, they had ambulances. Hua Zhao was carried onto the train by everyone. Take good care of her on the way. Don't let her touch cold water or eat cold food, Miao Lonji instructed Yi Shun carefully. As the train was about to leave, she reluctantly got off and stood outside, leaning on the window to keep giving instructions. At that moment, Yi Shun finally felt like a real mother to her. The train's whistle sounded, and it slowly started moving. "Mom, goodbye," he said. "Mom, I'll send you some delicious food when I get home." Hua Zhao smiled at Miao Lonji. "Oh, yes, that's good." Miao Lonji finally smiled back, seeing Hua Zhao's sweet smile, which didn't seem like she held any grudges. She even said she would send her tasty food. The train had been moving for a while when Hua Zhao finally sat up, feeling a bit guilty. Mom seems to be starting to like me. If she finds out I lied, will she stop liking me again? If possible, she really wanted a good relationship with her mother-in-law. It would at least save her from the kids asking whether they prefer grandma or mom, and from her mother-in-law bad-mouthing her in front of the children. "It's okay," Yi Shun said, sitting beside her and putting his arm around her shoulder. When the baby is born, she'll forget everything. This is very likely. Hua Zhao touched her belly and smiled. After one day and night, the two returned to Cautionton. As soon as they entered the village, they saw a familiar person, Aunt Ma. Aunt Ma was surprised at first when she saw Hua Zhao, then she was happy. Hua, you're back. Go home and have a look. Hua Zhao was startled, loosened the package in her hand, and it fell to the ground. She hurried toward home. Grandpa, what's wrong? She had only taken a few steps when Yishin hugged her tightly. Don't run. Slow down. It's not urgent. Only then did Aunt Ma notice Yishin beside Hua Zhao. Seeing his military uniform and handsome look, she guessed he was Hua Zhao's man. That's not your grandpa. Don't worry. Your grandpa is fine, Aunt Ma said. Hua Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't her grandpa, it was okay. But her heart quickly tightened again. Besides her grandpa, her mother and 4 younger siblings were in the village. Who is that? She asked nervously. It's your mother, Aunt Ma replied. Lu's family wants a divorce. They've been arguing about it these days. Lu Xiangqian wants a divorce? That's good news. Did my mom get hurt? Was she beaten? Hua Zhao asked. No, Aunt Ma shook her head. When she first found out, she didn't agree. Her husband did hit her, but later, when the villagers found out, Lu's family came over, and everyone stood up for your mom. Her husband didn't dare to hit her again. She didn't agree, Hua Zhao asked in surprise. Yes, Aunt Ma said, looking surprised too. Can she agree? No woman wants a divorce. Oh, right. She forgot it was 1976, still in the countryside. Women would rather take medicine or hang themselves than divorce. I'll go home and have a look, Hua Zhao said, picking up her luggage. Aunt Ma looked at her much bigger belly and took the bag from her hand. Yishin already had no place to put his hands or back, or he wouldn't have let Hua Zhao carry her bag. They had bought many special products from Beijing to bring back. Hua Zhao walked quickly back to her house, placed her luggage inside, and came out again. Her grandpa wasn't home. He was probably at Zhang Guilan's house nearby. From afar, she saw the yard of Zhang Guilan's house full of people, very lively. She also heard Aunt Ma's story. Lu Xiangqian was either determined to divorce or just wanted money. Since Hua Zhao left, he kept causing trouble every few days. Zhang Guilan didn't want a divorce, but if she didn't give him money, he wouldn't stop. Sometimes 10 or 8 yuan, sometimes 3 or 5 yuan, he didn't mind. Recently, it was said that he was getting worse, and even giving money didn't work. Divorce was inevitable. Hua Zhao pushed through the crowd and saw Grandma Zhang sitting on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Da Wei, Xiao Wei, De Qin, and Xiao Qin all stood behind her with tense faces. The lively spirit she had just regained was gone again. Hua Zhao first spotted her grandfather's figure in the crowd and walked over. Seeing that his face was still rosy, she finally smiled. Hua Chong saw her immediately and smiled happily. My little Hua has come back. Grandpa, are you okay? Hua Zhao asked. Yes, I'm fine. Hua Chong nodded repeatedly. Hearing their conversation, De Qin, Xiao Qin, De Wei, and Xiao Wei looked up excitedly. When they saw Hua Zhao, they burst into tears. Sister, you're finally back. Zhang Guilan, who was crying uncontrollably, was awakened. She looked up at Hua Zhao and suddenly stopped crying. Hua Zhao only looked at the 3 people in front of Zhang Guilan, Old Lady Lu, Lu Xiangqian, and Lu Kong. What are you doing here again? Hua Zhao asked. Old Lady Lu saw Hua Zhao, rolled her eyes, and turned away. She didn't want to see this quick-talking, annoying person. Lu Xiangqian also ignored her. Only Lu Tsong kept staring at Hua Zhao. His eyes couldn't leave her. After a month apart, she looked even better. He also noticed her belly and became angrier. Same pregnant woman. Why does his wife look uglier the more she is pregnant? It's only been a few months, and he can't stand it anymore. With the 500 yuan buyout money Hua Zhao had given him earlier, Lu Tsong finally married Sun Xiaofeng. Old Lady Lu felt relieved. At least she didn't have to do housework anymore, and since the 4 children were gone, she didn't have to serve anyone. She could enjoy a comfortable life and no longer worried about Zhang Guilan returning. Lu Xiangqian was even less concerned. He was thinking about Widow Zhu. Just a few days ago, Widow Zhu had given him a taste of sweetness. That feeling, that visual effect, was not something that Zhang Guilan, this half-old woman, could compare to. He was eager to marry her and enjoy the real sweetness. He knew Zhang Guilan wouldn't agree easily, but he thought a few more beatings would make her agree. Beating her didn't work, so he planned to beat the 4 kids. Surely that would work. But he didn't expect that the people of Laoshantin were so united and cared about Zhang Guilan's affairs. After the first time, he didn't get another chance to strike. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he was afraid. If he dared to hit Zhang Guilan, others would stop him. If he hit the children, others would hit him. It hurt so much. Now that Zhang Guilan's eldest daughter was back, it was even harder to do anything. Lu Xiangqian was very anxious. None of the 3 people spoke, and Hua Zhao didn't ask further. She went over to help Zhang Guilan up. Yixin kept close behind her, worried. When Zhang Guilan saw the tall, handsome Yixin, she guessed his identity and quickly wiped her face, standing up shyly. Really, making the young master laugh at her. "Mom, what are they trying to do?" Hua Zhao asked. Zhang Guilan wiped her face and said, "It's nothing, really nothing." She couldn't let the young master find out she was about to get divorced. She was a widow who remarried, and if she divorced again, others would judge her and her daughter. "I want to divorce your mom," Lu Xiangqian suddenly shouted. "Why?" Hua Zhao asked. "No reason." Lu Xiangqian stiffened his neck. "She's a rural woman, not good enough for me. She was also a rural woman when you married her." "Why did you pay a high bride price then?" Hua Zhao asked. Lu Xiangqian openly said, "Back then, what was she like? Now, what is she like? She looks as ugly as an old lady. I'm ashamed to go out with her. Now she's back in the countryside. She can't serve me or the family. Why do I need her?" Every word was the truth. Hua Zhao was speechless. If marriage was like a business, his reason for wanting to leave made sense. "I have money. I give you money every month," Zhang Guilan cried and shouted, ignoring her shame in front of the young master. "All the money I earn from gathering mountain goods and selling bean sprouts, I give to you. The vegetables from the land, I will give you those too. I have ewes. Don't divorce me." In the past, Lu Xiangqian might have been tempted because the money was good. But in the last month, the Zhaoshan village couldn't produce good bean sprouts. Zhang Guilan had to sell them secretly on the black market, but she couldn't go often. She had to work, and gathering mountain goods took time too. In a month, she couldn't give him more than 20 yuan, much less than Widow Zhu's 45. "I don't care." Lu Xiangqian waved his hand. "Divorce. The law says marriage is free. If I want a divorce, I will get one. If you don't, I'll sue you. It'll take a few months, and then it's done." He seemed to understand the law well, probably having asked about it. Seeing that he was determined, Zhang Guilan gritted her teeth. "I think you've been in bed with Widow Zhu, right? Why so eager? Is she about to have a baby and can't wait? Be careful. Don't become someone else's father." They all worked at the same factory. Hua Zhao knew about the rumors involving Widow Zhu and Lu Xiangqian. She simply couldn't see, and her colleagues would desperately talk in front of her. "Stop talking nonsense." Lu Xiangqian rolled his eyes, feeling guilty, but pretending to be tough. "Let's see then, see if Zhu widow gives birth or not." Zhang Guilan refused to agree to divorce. "Get lost," Hua Zhao suddenly shouted at Lu Xiangqian. Lu Xiangqian was stunned, then became angry. How dare his stepdaughter yell at him in front of so many people? Where does she get the nerve? He was about to shout back when he saw a tall man blocking the young girl. He didn't see the man's face clearly, only noticed his cold eyes, which made him shiver and lower his head. Then he saw the man's military uniform. Lu Xiangqian stepped away, without hesitation. He was so angry at old lady Lu. She should have said something to give him a way out, but now she had no way to escape. She could only lower her head and quickly follow her son. She felt sorry for her eldest grandson and wanted to help him. Lu Tsong also took advantage of his grandmother's help and ran after them. "This is Hua Zhao's man." The Lu family left, but the yard was still lively. Hua Chong only just noticed Yishan earlier. Before, he only looked at his granddaughter. Yishan went over to greet Hua Chong. Hua Chong blushed. The last time they met, he had given him wine, and together with his granddaughter, they carried him onto the Kong. "Grandpa," Yishan called warmly, without any blame on his face. Hua Chong smiled. All right. Uncle Hua, who is this? Why ask? It must be Hua Zhao's man. What's his name again? Yishan, the villagers said one after another. Everyone, don't leave today. Stay and have some drinks, Hua Chong happily said. The last wedding was incomplete without a groom, so he wanted to hold another one now, so everyone in the village could meet Hua Zhao's man and not bully her in the future. Most villagers probably wouldn't bully Hua Zhao. It's still Hua Shan's family. Since Hua Zhao left for a month, they started again, making all kinds of excuses to go to his house, blaming him, saying Hua Zhao wouldn't come back and that he wouldn't see her again. If he died, they would be there to see him off. Some things shouldn't be held so tightly. They still had bad intentions. Yishan was pulled away by Hua Chong to get to know the villagers better. Hua Zhao, Zhang Guilin, and a few good aunts in the village were busy cooking. Since Grandpa said they would host a feast, they had to prepare. Someone was already riding her bicycle to buy meat, so they needed to get the dishes ready. Aunt Ma looked at Hua Zhao's belly and thought about her long journey back. She told her to rest for a while. Hua Zhao politely declined a few words and then truly rested, also calling Zhang Guilin and the younger siblings, Daqin, Xiaoqin, and Xiaowei to leave. Mom, why don't you want to get a divorce? Hua Zhao asked. Zhang Guilin was surprised. Why ask now? Of course, it's for you. Women who divorce don't have a good reputation, and the children are looked down upon. Zhang Guilin thought she understood. After so many years in Kingshanton, she only knew widows and widowers, never divorced women. But in the city, she saw that divorced women faced discrimination everywhere. They did the dirtiest work, earned the least, and didn't get the same benefits, especially housing. You ask why? There is no why. What about the money from selling mountain goods that Daqin, Xiaoqin, Dawei, and Xiaowei shared with you before? Hua Zhao suddenly asked her younger siblings. Before, she took them to pick mushrooms and mountain goods. They agreed to give each of them a tenth of the earnings. When Dawei and Xiaowei joined, it was the same. They were all very eager, and by the time she left, each of them had saved dozens of yuan. Now she guessed. Daqin, who was closest to Hua Zhao, immediately cried when she asked. Dad took all the money. If we don't give it, he steals it. He even said I and my sister can't go to school anymore. He only goes to pick mountain goods in the mountains every day, and all the money from selling them goes to him. Hearing this, Hua Zhao was angry. She had seen many ungrateful parents in her job, but each time, it made her furious. Do you still want a dad like that? Hua Zhao asked. Daqin shook her head immediately, tears streaming down her face. Xiaoqin also shook her head. Although she didn't understand money well, she was very happy without a dad. The house was full of laughter. But when her dad came, she was either beaten or scolded. Mom cried, older brothers and sisters cried, and she could only cry along. She didn't like her dad. Hua Zhao then looked at Dawei and Xiaowei. They looked a bit silent, especially Dawei, who knew that children from single-parent families could be bullied. Hua Zhao smiled. Who dares to bully you? Just go back and tell them. Hit them a few times, and they'll be afraid. They won't bully you anymore. If they can't beat you, remember to come find me. Dawei and Xiaowei hesitated but nodded. They're older now, not easy to fool, so Hua Zhao changed her approach. Do you think your dad is determined to get a divorce? Will he succeed? Hua Zhao asked. Dawei and Xiaowei nodded again. Since childhood, his father has always wanted to do things he never managed to do, and his mother couldn't stop him. Do you think persuading him not to divorce will help? Hua Zhao asked. Dawei and Xiaowei shook their heads. They had little say at home. Their father only cared about the eldest brother. It was as if they weren't his biological children. If they didn't look so much like their mother, no one would suspect they were her children. The two kids understood what their sister was about to say. Their parents' marriage was definitely over. Are you reluctant to see Lu Xiangqian go? Hua Zhao asked again. This time, both children shook their heads quickly and firmly. Hua Zhao smiled, feeling relieved. Mom, look, we don't care whether you get divorced or not. Whether you divorce or not, you can't decide. Instead of letting him act so badly and embarrass us, it's better to just divorce and have peace. Zhang Guilin started to struggle. She didn't want to be reluctant about Lu Xiangqian at all. She simply didn't want to be labeled as a divorced woman. But her daughter was right. She really couldn't make the decision. Still, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Mom, in the future, Daqin, Xiaoqin, Dewei, and Xiaowei will go to school, work, and get married. For kids will cost a lot of money, right? Zhang Guilin didn't know why she suddenly changed the subject, but she nodded. Girls are easier to please. The dowry isn't much. But for boys, the three main items are very expensive. Will the Lu family give us this money? Hua Zhao asked. Zhang Guilin hesitated. Although the children all have the surname Lu, based on what they are doing now, she wasn't so sure. If you don't divorce, you won't save any money. Lu Xiangqian will take it all, and then Dewei and Xiaowei won't be able to find wives. One sentence completely shook Zhang Guilin. Hua Zhao added, and I have some ideas to make money. Maybe in the future, we can rely on the village of Shangshan. Every household might get rich, tens or hundreds of yuan a month. If we don't divorce, that money won't be ours. It will belong to Lu Xiangqian. And when Dewei, Xiaowei, Daqin, and Xiaoqin need money, they probably won't give it. Several hundred yuan a month. Daqin, who was very eager, interrupted her sister. His eyes shone brightly, and he whispered, Sister, what do we do? Can we really earn hundreds of yuan a month? I said several hundred, but that's just the minimum. Maybe in a few years, we could earn thousands or even tens of thousands a month, Hua Zhao said. Would you be willing to give that money to Lu Xiangqian then? No way, all five of them said in unison. Lu Xiangqian has taken away 180 of their money, which has already made the mother and 5 children cry with sadness. How much more will be taken in the future? Thousands or tens of thousands. They swear they can't let that happen. But according to the law, if you don't get divorced, no matter how much money you earn in the future, Lu Xiangqian will get a share. He can spend it freely, Hua Zhao said. Everyone looked unhappy. They wondered, does the law really say that? If you get divorced, it's different. What belongs to you stays yours. What belongs to him stays his. It's none of each other's business. If he comes to ask for money again, it's like asking someone else. We can legally and properly send him away, Hua Zhao explained. Mom. Daqin immediately tugged Zhang Guilin's leg. Divorce. Hurry up, Hua Zhao looked at her little sister, who was only 6 years old. She thought, she's teachable. She will teach her well in the future. What can we do to earn so much money? Zhang Guilin asked. That can wait. Just tell me if you want a divorce or not, Hua Zhao said. Zhang Guilin clenched her teeth. Divorce, Hua Zhao nodded happily. There are so many ways to make money. I can't even finish talking about them all, Hua Zhao said. For example, growing mushrooms and wood-ear fungi by hand. 1 acre can produce tens of thousands of jin. If 1 jin sells for 1 mao, that's hundreds of yuan a year. That's just from 1 acre. What if it's 10 acres? Isn't that several thousand yuan a year? Everyone took a deep breath in shock. There's also planting various fruit trees, dried fruits, and wild vegetables. All can make money, Hua Zhao added. Except for the last part about wild vegetables, which confused them a little. They thought the others were feasible. You just said you grow mushrooms and wood-ear fungi by hand. How do you do that? Zhang Guilin asked, counting on her fingers. Those things grow in batches, and 1 acre wouldn't produce that many jin. I know how to do it. I bought a book in Beijing that explains everything, Hua Zhao said. She had bought a few books about farming and raising poultry when she went shopping. They did have useful information. But right now, ordinary people dared not follow the book's instructions to plant or raise animals. There was no land available for them to practice on. Making money wasn't urgent right now. The divorce was settled, and Zhang Guilin and the children's minds were also at ease. The group went out to help with work again. Zhang Guilin watched Yishun with shining eyes. Such a good son-in-law. How did she end up with him? De Wei, Xiao Wei, De Qin, and Xiao Qin looked at Yi Shun in his military uniform with admiration. He was their brother-in-law. Their brother-in-law was a soldier who would dare to bully them in the future. The villagers also looked at Yi Shun with respect. The Hua family members looking towards this side with serious faces. Hua Zhao finally understood why Yi Shun insisted on changing into military clothes before entering the village. This time, the Hua family didn't come, but Hua Zhao's family still hosted 5 tables of guests. Because they prepared quickly, there wasn't much meat or food, but Hua Zhao's cooking skills made up for it. She could make 7 or 8 different dishes even from potatoes, and everyone ate happily. And there was plenty of alcohol. They didn't need tickets for the white wine. The supply and marketing cooperative had bulk wine, and Hua Chong had 2 large barrels brought back, which they drank openly. By the end of the night, everyone except the women was drunk. Hua Zhao helped Yishin back to her room, laid him on the Kong bed, then took off his shoes and clothes, tucking him into the quilt. Though drunk and unaware, he suddenly spoke. "Did you really just help me onto the bed like that back then, Hua Zhao? Was he trying to bring up old stories?"
Fine.
"Bring it on. Who's afraid?" She quickly pulled back his quilt and sat on his legs. "Yeah, I even did that for you back then." She looked up, and in the mirror on the wall, their shadows reflected the same pose as before, only her figure was 10 times smaller than it was then. Yi Shun took a deep breath, just like before. "Get down." Hua Zhao smiled and repeated her old words. "No." Yi Shun, worried because she was pregnant, didn't cause trouble like last time, just lightly tested the waters this time. Even so, he was satisfied. He finally ate meat. Same place, same person, but his mood was completely different. He had fought hard against his feelings before, but last night, he could only suppress himself, trying not to go too far. The next morning, Hua Zhao was awakened by the noise outside. De Qin was asking Yishin, "Brother-in-law, has my sister woken up yet?" Yishin looked at the small girl who was not yet as tall as his leg and whispered, "Not yet." "Do you need to see her?" De Qin shyly smiled. "I just want to ask when she started earning money." Yishin was stunned. Such a young child already thinking about making money? Hua Zhao also smiled in her quilt. Her energy was comparable to his. She dressed and went outside, finding Yishin and her grandfather picking vegetables in the yard. Thanks to the energy she had before, even if she didn't come for a month, the vegetables in the yard still grew lushly. Hua Chong almost came daily to harvest them. Eggplants, cucumbers, and green beans, if not picked, they will spoil. If left too long, they can become old and unusable. So, Zhang Guilin had to secretly go into town to sell them. Seeing the healthy crops, Zhang Guilin felt confident about their future life, if Lu Xiangqian hadn't caused trouble. "Big sister." Daqin saw Hua Zhao and happily ran over. Hua Zhao smiled, took her hand, and looked behind her. It turned out that Dawei, Xiaowei, and Xiaoqin had also come, but they had been busy working and hadn't spoken earlier. The 4 children looked at her with the same thought. Take us to earn money. Over the past month, they had enjoyed the benefits of their pocket money. Before, they never had any. After their sister shared the earnings from their work, she also talked to Zhang Guilin, telling her not to take away or keep their pocket money. They could spend it freely. Dawei and Xiaowei used their money to buy glass beads, making them popular among the village children. Daqin and Xiaoqin bought red hairbands and candies, which made other little girls very jealous. But now, their father had taken all their money, leaving none for them. They felt very sad and wanted to earn money again quickly. There weren't many mushrooms left on the mountain, and the nearby ones had already been picked by villagers. Their mother wouldn't let them go too far. They could only hope for their sister. Today, Hua Zhao was busy and couldn't go. She still had to worry about Zhang Guilin's divorce. With her around, Zhang Guilin would surely do well in the future. She didn't want Lu's family to get anything easily. Better to leave early. Zhang Guilin didn't expect Hua Zhao to act so quickly. Yesterday, she said she wanted a divorce, and today she had to go handle the paperwork. She was stunned. "What's wrong? Regret?" Hua Zhao asked. "Not exactly, just..." Zhang Guilin rubbed her hands. She knew she was a bit timid and indecisive. Luckily, her daughter didn't follow her. Since her daughter wanted her to divorce, she decided to go ahead. She was fixing up her vegetable garden at home. After washing her hands, she followed Hua Zhao and Yishen. "Wait, change your clothes first," Hua Zhao said. Zhang Guilin looked at her patched-up clothes and immediately understood Hua Zhao's meaning. She quickly went inside to change into the new clothes Hua Zhao had made for her, clothes she hadn't dared to wear before. After combing her hair and washing her face, she looked much more energetic, feeling several years younger. Hua Zhao nodded with satisfaction and said to the 4 children behind her, "Wait for me. Today, I'm going to the county town to buy you some good things. I heard that when I'm not around, you feed our pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese. What do you want?" "I'll buy everything today. Feeding pigs is hard work." Zhang Guilin knows Hua Chong is sick, so she didn't let him do it. But she also can't keep going back and forth to her ex-father-in-law's house all the time, or people will gossip. She sends Dawei and Xiaowei to feed the pigs, Daqin and Xiaoqin to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. Hua Zhao saw yesterday that the little kids are growing happily. The chickens, ducks, and geese are already big, and the pigs are almost grown. They look very attentive in taking care of them. The children are praised and smile, but they don't say what they want. Instead, they run back home quickly. Still shy, Hua Zhao laughs. She knows the children are sensible and understand not to ask for things randomly. Since she hasn't been here for a month, their newly built relationship feels a little distant now. "Maybe you should go back." "I can go alone," Zhang Guilin tells Hua Zhao. She feels shy about letting her daughter and son-in-law go through a divorce alone. "Don't worry, I will definitely go. I won't run back halfway," Zhang Guilin says. She thinks Hua Zhao is urging her to divorce because she doesn't like Lu Xiangqian, the stepfather, and feels ashamed of him. That kind of person is indeed quite shameful. Thinking about Yishen's status, Zhang Guilin walks faster. She can't let Lu Xiangqian embarrass her daughter or make her unable to lift her head in front of Yishen. "I'm worried you'll go alone, and the Lu family might disagree or set strict conditions," Hua Zhao says. "How is that possible? Doesn't he want me to divorce him?" Zhang Guilin wonders. Hua Zhao doesn't explain, just smiles and says, "You'll see when the time comes." Yishen looks at his little wife. How does she understand human nature so well? The 3 take the early train to the county town, heading straight to the food factory to find Lu Xiangqian. But when they arrive at his workshop, they can't find him. "Huh? He was just here. Maybe he's gone to the bathroom. I'll go look for him," Lu Xiangqian's coworker says to Hua Zhao and Yishen with an unusually kind attitude. He goes to find Lu Xiangqian in the bathroom, while others look at Zhang Guilin. They didn't expect her eldest daughter to be so beautiful and married to a soldier. She looks so proud now, her complexion much better. As a widow remarried, Zhang Guilin is well known in the factory. Everyone recognizes her. When she left, her face was dull, dressed plainly, and she looked weak, like a little old lady. Now, after more than a month, she looks like a vegetable soaked in water, more spirited, plump, fairer, dressed decently, and not as old-looking. But her mental state seems a bit off. "Yes, I heard that Lu Xiangqian is involved with widow Zhu and plans to divorce her. Zhang Guilin is trying to get her son-in-law to support her?" The person looking for Lu Xiangqian has returned. He shook his head and looked a bit surprised, saying, "I checked all 3 toilets, but didn't see Lu Xiangqian. I also looked for Lu Tsong, but no luck. I asked the security guard, and he hasn't seen Lu Xiangqian leave. He is inside the food factory, but he isn't in any of the usual places." The young man was still confused, not understanding what was happening, while some others had figured it out and were chuckling quietly. Hua Zhao immediately asked a woman with a mischievous smile, "Maybe he went somewhere else." The woman hesitated and said, "How would I know? But if he's not in the main areas, he might be hiding in a corner or behind a tree. Our food factory has 4 corners, each with a tower. They used to be for defense, but now they're abandoned since everything's peaceful. Usually, no one goes there." The woman looked at Hua Zhao with a meaningful expression, hesitant to speak further. Hua Zhao nodded, understanding. She quickly took her mother and Yi Shun and left. In the yard, there were a few big trees. Hua Zhao communicated with them mentally and pinpointed the location, then led her people toward the northeast tower. As they approached, Yi Shun, who had sharp ears, pulled Hua Zhao back, preventing her from getting closer. He had heard something he shouldn't have. Hua Zhao also heard it. The woman's voice was very professional, making her think she was watching a foreign film. At this time, such special professions didn't exist openly or secretly, so it must mean this woman had extraordinary talent. Hua Zhao looked at Yishan and asked, "What should we do?" She thought they would just hold hands or whisper sweet nothings. If she caught them, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, with such a shocking scene, she didn't think it was appropriate to intervene. Yishan shook his head and pulled her back. Lu Xiangqian was still Hua Zhao's stepfather, and technically her father-in-law. If this scandal got out, it would be very embarrassing. Zhang Guilin had good hearing, and with their movements, she could guess what was happening even if she couldn't hear clearly. Her face turned bright red with embarrassment. If only she had come alone today, she would have stormed in and made those two shameless people lose face. But in front of her daughter and son-in-law, she felt shy. While she was shy, others were feeling bold. Everyone waiting for Hua Zhao to give guidance was eager to see what would happen. Some went off to search the factory's corners on their own, while others followed Hua Zhao and her group. Seeing that they hesitated to go in, several men immediately rushed toward the tower. But Yishan stopped them several times. "What is going on? Can't we go in and take a look? This is our factory and we make the rules." A few men shouted and tried to rush inside. They guessed what was happening inside and really wanted to see. With Zhu Widow's figure, just looking at her would be fine. No one could stop them. They were about to charge again, but Lu Xiangqian had already run out. He saw Yi Shun and hesitated, not daring to speak. He lowered his head as if he didn't recognize him and tried to leave. Yi Shun didn't want to stop him, but others did. About 10 men and women blocked Lu Xiangqian. "Old Lu, you're not working. What are you doing here?" "I was just wandering around." "What's the problem? Is it against the rules at the factory?" Lu Xiangqian said stubbornly. "Just wandering? Which way did you go?" "Haha," someone teased. Some curious people rushed into the tower and pulled out Zhu Widow. Zhu Widow had already put on her clothes. Maybe she was in a hurry and buttoned her shirt wrong, but she still looked decent. Yishan let go of the person he was holding and pulled Hua Zhao to the side. "It's better not to let anyone see her completely naked. As long as she's dressed, she can cover it up." Yishan suddenly thought of something. He whispered in Hua Zhao's ear. "Back then, was that matchmaker planning to block me?" He mentioned the morning after that night, when there should have been a scene of catching him in bed, but it was abandoned halfway. Hua Zhao glared at him. Was he feeling sentimental lately? Why keep bringing up old things? Yeah, at first she was worried you wouldn't admit it and planned to trap you," Hua Zhao said. "But later, I felt guilty and decided to let you go." Yishan's lips curved into a slight smile. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted again. Someone pushed Lu Xiangqian and Zhu Widow together. "Oh wow, in broad daylight, what are you two doing inside? Buttons are all wrong. What's going on? Did you open up? How did it happen? And Zhu Widow's hairstyle is quite unique. Why is she still covered in grass? Did she sleep on the ground? Who did she sleep with?" Haha, there was a lot of gossip about the widow. As a widow, she was under extra scrutiny. Usually, Zhu Widow had some thoughts. She wanted to find someone, talk to this man, smile at that man. Women who didn't like her often looked down on her. Now, they finally had a chance to criticize her harshly. Too bad they didn't catch her in the act, then she could have been shamed and paraded around. Zhu Widow looked at the crowd and remained calm. She casually brushed off the grass on her head, unbuttoned her shirt again, and rebut-toned it. "What are you looking at? I was feeling upset and crying inside. Lu Xiangqian heard me and was about to ask what was wrong when you all arrived. Nothing happened. Stop meddling." Widow Zhu flicked her head and saw Yi Shun outside the crowd. Her eyes brightened at first, but then dimmed again. She guessed he was about 26 or 27, a few years younger than her, and the woman beside him was probably his wife. What a pity. She had been wanting to find a mature soldier, but she hadn't known how. Now Lu Xiangqian was sticking to her, and it was hard to get rid of him. Lu Xiangqian wasn't her real target. She just threw a few flirtatious glances, and unexpectedly, he fell for her. Everyone get back to work. Don't think about deducting wages. Widow, Zhu shouted. Her husband had died from a work injury. The factory was responsible, and when they arranged her job, they assigned a small official who only cared about discipline and didn't do any work. Since she hadn't been pushed into bed, everyone knew they couldn't do anything to her. Someone nudged Zhang Guilin and said, Guilin, you better take care of your man. Don't let that fox spirit steal him away. Widow Zhu finally saw Zhang Guilin outside the crowd. She didn't expect her to come, but she wasn't afraid. If she came, so be it. Her husband was too cheap, but she hadn't seduced him. She felt no guilt. Zhang Guilin walked step by step to the two of them. She didn't look at Widow Zhu but turned to Lu Xiangqian and said, let's get a divorce.
Huh?
Everyone's eyes widened. Zhang Guilin wanted to divorce Lu Xiangqian? She was divorcing Lu Xiangqian? Lu Xiangqian's eyes instantly turned red. He raised his hand to hit her. You're talking nonsense.
Oh.
The person shouting was himself. Before his hand fell, a stone hit him, making him cry out in pain. The crowd immediately turned around and saw Yi Shen still holding his hand. Everyone quickly made way so Lu Xiangqian could see Yi Shen. Not seeing the adulterer caught in the act, nor seeing her son-in-law hitting his father-in-law, was quite exciting. Lu Xiangqian turned to look at Yi Shen. Seeing Yi Shen's dark expression, he dared not say anything or even shout. The crowd was disappointed again. He was just a coward. Get a divorce right now. Let's go, Zhang Guilin continued. Lu Xiangqian was about to curse but remembered something and changed his words.
No.
I don't agree. Aren't you always coming to me asking for a divorce? Now I agree and you refuse? Zhang Guilin shouted in surprise. Luckily, she wasn't stupid. She looked around and understood that Lu Xiangqian was worried about losing face. Okay, I want to tell everyone, I am not the one divorcing you. You are the one divorcing me. You left me, right? Zhang Guilin said. It was originally fine, but in this situation, her words made it seem like she was the one being abandoned. If you want a divorce, fine. Return the bride price I gave you, Lu Xiangqian said. Hearing Lu Xiangqian ask for the bride price back, Zhang Guilin's face turned red with anger. She had been married to him for 10 years, had 4 children, and all her salary was handed over after marriage. She kept nothing. Yet he still demanded her to return the bride price. This was too much. You're shameless, Zhang Guilin scolded him, but her words were weak and ineffective. Widow Zhu looked at her with contempt. She thought that a woman like Zhang Guilin was a complete failure. Anyway, if you want a divorce, give me money. Otherwise, I won't divorce you, Lu Xiangqian said.
Fine.
Then, I won't divorce you. My mother doesn't want a divorce either, Hua Zhao said as she stepped forward. She immediately pulled Zhang Guilin, who was a bit stunned, to leave. Mom, let's go, Hua Zhao said, pulling Zhang Guilin along. Lu Xiangqian panicked. Wait. Next to them stood the plump and juicy Widow Zhu. Lu Xiangqian no longer cared for Zhang Guilin. She looked better than when she left home. Less thin and old, but she still looked like his older sister, not as young and beautiful as Widow Zhu. Hua Zhao turned back and looked at Lu Xiangqian. Do you want a divorce now? Fine. Then prepare 500 yuan for my mom as compensation for emotional distress. Plus, the future child support for the 4 children. 1/3 of your monthly salary, not a penny less. If not, no divorce. Why should I? Lu Xiangqian immediately objected. What emotional distress compensation? Why should I give her money? What is she worth 500 yuan? And those 4 kids, they're all on her household register, so she should raise them. What does that have to do with me? Why? Because you cheated during marriage and turned my mom into a divorced woman. Isn't a divorced woman's reputation worth 500 yuan? Hua Zhao didn't bother calculating Zhang Guilin's contributions to the family. She knew this kind of person wouldn't accept it, and even the public wouldn't approve. Women work, earn money, manage the household, and take care of children. Aren't those all their duties? Do they still need to ask for money? The only reason a divorced woman's reputation is bad and worth some money. Lu Xiangqian was speechless, unable to find a rebuttal. As for the children, do they have Lu as their surname? Are they yours? As a father, only providing 15 yuan in monthly living expenses, is that too much? Flower Zhao asked. Why 15? Do we need fancy delicacies? 1.5 yuan is enough, Lu Xiangqian said proudly. 1.5 yuan is enough? Then why did my mother give all her 25 yuan salary to you, Lu family, claiming you can't support the children? You even took 500 yuan in subsidies from me. Flower Zhao asked. Is this true? Onlookers widened their eyes, watching the scene unfold. This was so exciting. How shameless is the Lu family, asking for money, and now it's gone to Zhang Guilan's eldest daughter? Lu Xiangqian, as if he found a strong point, shouted at Flower Zhao. Exactly. You paid 500 yuan to cut ties. Those 4 children are no longer our Lu family's responsibility. They belong to Zhang Guilan now. Flower Zhao had been waiting for this moment. Good, you remember that. Those 4 children are no longer yours. Tomorrow, they will change their last name to Zhang. Whether you're rich or poor in the future, don't come looking for them. You. Lu Xiangqian's eyes reddened as he stared at Flower Zhao. He didn't like those children, but they were his own blood. They were his responsibility, his children, his surname. When they grow up, they must respect him. A lazy person who does nothing and wants the woman who no longer has anything to do with him to raise his children. Is that even possible? Flower Zhao shouted. Hearing this, Lu Xiangqian suddenly felt it made sense, but didn't know what to say. When you're ready with 500 yuan, come find my mother to get a divorce, Flower Zhao said, pulling Zhang Guilan away. After leaving the food factory, Flower Zhao took the 2 to the supply and marketing cooperative, buying fabric, shoes, cotton, and school supplies. Mostly for the children. Their new home was empty, only 2 old bedsheets and blankets, not enough, and no winter clothes at all. In the northeastern mountains, the weather was about to change. No snow in September, but definitely in October. And they needed to start school soon. She also had to study seriously. She'd take the college entrance exam next year. Even if she was just pretending, she had to act like she cared. Seeing her spend money so freely, Zhang Guilan was surprised. But then she looked at Yi Shen, who paid happily without hesitation. Her worries eased. After shopping, the 3 of them carried bags to the train station, where they unexpectedly met someone they knew. Flower Zhao squinted her eyes. She couldn't believe they had come this far. Wang Meng turned around and saw Hua Zhao. He smiled broadly and walked over, saying, My niece has come to the county. And she didn't even come to see me. He also saw the man beside Hua Zhao and guessed his identity. Bao Gua and Shulan had told him that Hua Zhao was returning with her husband, so this man must be Yi Shen. His powerful presence was obvious. It was not simple. Wang Meng liked it. Hua Zhao looked at Wang Meng and smiled. Uncle Wang, a friend from far away has come. If I go over now, I might not have time to greet you properly. Her words sounded strangely sarcastic. Wang Meng was surprised and looked at Qi Baogua and Qi Shulan beside her. Hadn't they met before in the capital? Weren't they getting along well? Hua Zhao also looked at the people next to Wang Meng, Qi Baogua, and Qi Shulan. They had come too, and behind them stood a boy and a girl, both about grown up, probably their children. Sure enough, when they saw Hua Zhao, Qi Shulan immediately pushed the boy and girl forward and said, Qi Jiahao Luowan, this is your sister and brother-in-law. Call them quickly. Qi Jiahao was Qi Baogua's son, 13 years old. Luowan was Qi Shulan's daughter, 12 years old. They had been sent to call the legendary grandfather back home. Qi Jiahao and Luowan looked at Hua Zhao and Yi Shen, then obediently went over, smiling and greeting, sister, brother-in-law. Such a beautiful sister, though from the countryside, was quite impressive. Not to mention, being the sister-in-law of the second son of the Yi family made her even more impressive. They were happy to call her that. But at such a young age, with a fake smile on her face, Hua Zhao immediately disliked her. She also returned their fake smiles and then asked Qi Shulan and Qi Baowa directly, "Are you going to Huajiago?" Qi Shulan and Qi Baowa's gentle smiles suddenly faltered. That girl. Always teasing them. What Huajiago? Wang Meng asked curiously. It's nothing, Qi Shulan quickly said. She's joking with us. Hua Zhao then said to Wang Meng, Uncle Wang, it's your fault. All these years, you never told them where my grandfather lives. I said before that I live with my grandfather in Huajiago, and they believed it, saying they would go to Huajiago to find my grandfather. Wang Meng was stunned for a moment and slowly said, Oh. He thought carefully. Over the years, he hadn't told them where Hua Chong lived. He was careless and hadn't thought of these details. But as children, after 10 years, they hadn't even asked. Didn't you see him in the capital? And arranged to come back together to pick up your grandfather to go to the capital? Have you even bought a house? Wang Meng asked Hua Zhao. The previous sentence and the next one are both correct, Hua Zhao said. But the middle one is not right. I bought a house and am waiting for it to be repaired before taking Grandpa to the capital. But this has nothing to do with the Qi family. Grandpa told me he and the Qi family have long been estranged. Wang Meng looked at Qi Shulan and Qi Baowa. They surprisingly didn't argue back. It seemed he had been played for a fool. This morning, Qi Baowa and Qi Shulan suddenly appeared with the children, claiming they were here to pick Hua Chong up to return to the capital. On their way, they thought of asking him to go with them, to lead the way and also to meet Hua Chong, since they probably wouldn't come back after this. It all seemed fake, but the leading the way part was real. The two of them didn't even know where Hua Chong lived. They were just using him as a shield. I suddenly remembered I have something to do, so I'll leave first, Wang Meng said, turning to walk away. As he passed Hua Zhao, he added, Big niece, when you grow bean sprouts again, send me about 1,000 or 800 jin. Those kids are craving it so much. Actually, he was the one most excited. His elderly family member was refusing to eat again, which worried him a lot. Sure, Hua Zhao said happily, squinting. In a few days. But I don't have 1,000 or 800 jin right now. The weather hasn't been good lately, so I can't grow good bean sprouts. I'll send you something else that's tasty. She couldn't just rely on the mountains bean sprouts again after she returned. That would make people think she was going astray. She couldn't sell secretly either. Word would get out in the village, and she'd be finished. Okay. I believe you, uncle. Wang Meng smiled warmly and left. A few steps later, his face darkened. Baowa and Shulan had indeed changed. They were playing tricks on him now. Wang Meng left, and just then, the train arrived. Hua Zhao didn't speak to the Qi family and went straight onto the train. The Qi family immediately got on another carriage. Without Wang Meng acting as a buffer and without Hua Zhao giving a smile, Qi Baowa and Qi Shulan didn't lose hope. They still had Jia Hao and Luo Wan. For the sake of the children, their father would forgive them. Even if he didn't forgive them now, he wouldn't kick them out. That was enough. The train gently arrived at the station. As soon as she got off, Hua Zhao saw her 4 siblings waiting nearby. Seeing their sister and mother returning with big bags, De Wei, Xiao Wei, De Qin and Xiao Qin hurried over to help carry the luggage. They also noticed most of the items were bought for them. The shoes looked so small, it was clear they weren't bought by their sister for themselves. The 4 little ones immediately smiled happily, thinking, Big sister is so good. They also saw the Qi family members getting off the same bus and felt a bit strange. This stop was in the countryside, leading to a few nearby villages. Most people coming and going were villagers, rarely city folks. As they walked, they felt even more puzzled. These people actually followed them into Kashantan. Big sister, who are these relatives? Daqin looked back at the Qi family members and asked Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao shook her head. I don't know. Anyway, they're not my relatives. Oh, Daqin replied, then kept watching as the Qi family members followed them to their yard. Since the things were bought for them, Hua Zhao naturally wanted to bring the items into their home. Having walked such a long mountain path for the first time, the Qi family was confused. Seeing these simple, rustic houses, Qi Hao and Luo Wan were also stunned. Is this countryside? It's so poor. Is it like a primitive tribe? People born and raised in the city had never seen such earthen houses. But Chi Bagua and Chi Shulan weren't surprised. They knew what rural life was like. That's why they initially refused to go to the countryside or work on farms, even if it meant breaking family ties. Just as they were about to call, Dad, Hua Zhao and Yi Shun left Zhang Guilan's house and returned to Hua Qiang's home. Since they came, they decided to let them meet, or else it might cause a fuss and attract villagers' attention. Maybe Grandpa actually wanted to see them too. They were already waiting at the door. Hua Qiang was also eager for Hua Zhao to return. He had been waiting at the door every day while Hua Zhao was in Beijing. After waiting for a while, he saw his granddaughter and the Qi family behind her. At first, he didn't recognize them because his eyesight wasn't as good as young people's and he hadn't seen them in many years. But as they got closer, Hua Qiang recognized them. After all, they had grown up right under his eyes. His face immediately darkened. He would never forget the day he knelt on the ground, with Chi Bagua and Chi Shulan, each holding a speech, loudly accusing him of his crimes. "Get out," he shouted loudly as they approached. With a command, Chi Bagua and Chi Shulan knelt down with a thud. Chi Hao and Luo Wan, having been pre-taught, kneeled even faster than their parents by a second or two. Their quick kneeling made Hua Qiang pause and look at them in surprise. He guessed who they were. He had known them since they were children. Chi Hao was 3, Luo Wan was 2, and they had grown up on his lap. He really liked children. Hua Qiang's face softened a little. He's grown up now. Chi Bagua and Chi Shulan felt happy inside. Their plan really worked. Chi Jiahao and Luo Wan quickly understood and immediately went over, each holding Hua Qiang's leg. "Grandpa, we miss you. Grandpa, come home with us." Hua Qiang chuckled softly, thinking about what they were saying. He's so small, he probably forgot him long ago. Going home? That old man? Why would he go to their house? Oh my, who is this? Aunt Ma, who was just coming to see Hua Zhao, had timed her visit around the train schedule and was surprised when she saw the scene. 2 kids calling Hua Qiang grandpa? And Hua Zhao has 2 siblings now. Is Zhang Guilan that powerful? "We are Hua Qiang's children, here to meet our family." Chi Shulan immediately introduced herself. Aunt Ma's eyes, like light bulbs, focused on Hua Qiang. She didn't expect that Grandpa Hua had children outside, 2 of them. Hua Qiang had never told outsiders about his remarriage. When he returned to the village, they were all ex-wives, or rather, strangers now. "Get up, don't embarrass yourself here," Hua Qiang said, then turned and went into the yard. He was only doing this for the sake of the 2 children. The 4 members of the Qi family looked at his back and immediately smiled proudly. Hua Zhao and Yi Shun exchanged glances. Hua Zhao was indifferent. The decision was up to Grandpa. Anyway, she had already told Yi Ming that the Qi family's affairs were none of her business. The Qi family members stood up and went into the yard. Hua Zhao stayed outside talking to Aunt Ma. Aunt Ma still wanted to gossip, but knew Hua Zhao had no time now. She needed to go inside to entertain guests, and she guessed Hua Zhao probably didn't know much either. She had other things to do. "Little Hua, when are you planning to grow bean sprouts?" "I'll bring beans and a basin to join you," Aunt Ma said. Hua Zhao left. Their bean sprouts, which sold for 30 yuan a month, weren't selling well anymore. They looked just like ordinary beans. Why would the supply and marketing cooperative want theirs? They're over 100 miles away with transportation costs, and the beans aren't uniform. Thick ones, thin ones, hard to sell. The only ones happy about this were Hua Shan's family. "Today, I'll start growing them. I'll soak the beans soon," Hua Zhao said. "Wait for me. I'll come too." "What time?" "I'll bring the beans." "If I don't come, don't put the beans in water," Aunt Ma said. This time, she planned to follow Hua Zhao step by step, just 1 bean, no more, no less water, and 2 basins together. She wanted to see if it would work. In the village of Laoshantan, who grows the best bean sprouts? Of course, it's Hua Zhao. People used to have several hundred baskets of crops without any problem. Following her was always the right choice. If it still doesn't work, then it's really up to fate. We'll have to wait until next spring to see. Why can't the bean sprouts grow? The people from Haishantan have their own explanation. They say that the bean sprouts there are like crops in the field, following the seasons. After a certain time, nothing will work anymore. Maybe in an hour, Hua Zhao said. Call Sister Lu and the others. Let's all gather. Okay. Sure.
Ma Datsun smiled.
She looked at the child, so honest and kind-hearted. Hurry inside and listen to what's going on, Ma Dajin winked at Hua Zhao. Suddenly, a relative from the city appeared, and no one knew what they wanted. Hua Zhao smiled at her and went inside. Inside, Qi Baogua and Qi Shulan didn't speak. They stood quietly in the corner, like students caught doing something wrong, waiting to be scolded. And Hua Qiang didn't scold them either. His arms were held by Qi Jiehui and Luo Wan, each holding one arm. Grandpa, you're just staying here? It must be tough, Qi Jiehui said, looking at the clean, simple earth house. Although Hua Qiang was better off now, he didn't care much for fancy things. He didn't ask Hua Zhao to decorate his room. There was just a bed, a wardrobe, and some clothes and quilts. The room was empty and looked quite poor. Grandpa, I heard you weren't feeling well before. Are you better now? Luo Wan asked kindly. But she found it strange. Her grandfather, who was sick, looked healthier than her grandmother, who was in good shape. Grandpa, is this big yard all yours? It must be hard to farm here. Let's go home, Qi Jiehui said. Hua Qiang chuckled. This is my home. No, Grandpa, the yard in Beijing is really your home. Don't you remember? When I was born, you personally planted an apple tree in the yard. I hope I stay safe and sound, Qi Jiehui said. Really? Is that apple tree still there? Hua Qiang asked. Yes. It's still there. Qi Jiehui nodded. I water it every day. Then I'd like to see it someday. I wonder if the words I carved into the trunk are still there, Hua Qiang said. The four of them looked uncomfortable. There's no apple tree anymore. To cut ties completely, Hua Qiang's family pulled out the tree right after he left, taking the chance to make a clean break, cut off all relations and sever all ties. But for today, they replanted an apple tree in the yard, with the same variety and age as the original. I thought he wouldn't get caught, but I didn't expect him to carve words on the tree. What words? Is it still possible to carve over them now? Are there any ways to make it look old? Hanqian's not. He wasn't in the mood to carve words. He was just teasing them. Well, actually, he didn't need to tease. He should have known the outcome, so there was no need for extra trouble. Grandpa, let's go home. Jiehui wants to spend every day with you, Qi Jiehui said, pulling Han Chang's arm. He's just a kid, not as shy as adults. His face is naturally thick, so he can continue reciting his father's lessons without embarrassment. Want to stay with Grandpa every day? That's easy, Han Chang said. He didn't completely cut ties with his grandfather and even acknowledged him. You can stay in the countryside, live here with Grandpa. Since your sister is getting married and leaving, you can stay here to take care of Grandpa, help with the vegetable garden, feed the pigs and ducks, and earn some work points. You're 13 now, real young man. Jiehui's smile froze on his face. Luo Wan's hands trembled and loosened. Luckily, she hadn't snatched that line. Does she still have to feed the pigs? While thinking, two little boys, Dawei and Xiaowei, entered the yard carrying a bucket of pig feed, swaying as they went straight to the backyard. It was time to feed the pigs. Suddenly, for piglets squealed happily, and a faint smell of pig manure seemed to drift into the air. From the wealthy and spoiled Qi Jiehui and Luo Wan, their faces turned green. They couldn't remember a single line anymore. Hua Xiuyu saw Aunt Ma from afar, carrying a basin filled with beans, happily heading toward Hua Zhao's house with a few women. She knew what they were up to. She remembered that tall figure, his pleasant voice, and that she was the first to meet him. She bit her lip, quickly ran back inside, filled a scoop with green beans, and ran out. Then she quietly followed behind them. Hua Zhao stood inside for a while, noticing that Qi Baogua and Qi Shulan didn't seem to intend to scold Grandpa, so she went outside. After all, they were Grandpa's grandsons, just kids. It was natural for them to get close. She left the yard and found Yishun in the backyard chopping firewood. When are you leaving? Hua Zhao asked, feeling reluctant. Yishun paused, looking at his young wife. He was also reluctant, but there were 2 days left of the holiday. They planned to leave tonight, and if they hurried, they could return on time. Once I finish my task, I'll come to pick you up, Yishin said. By then, she will be accompanying the army, and he will be able to see her and the children every day. Stop chopping firewood. I will do that from now on. It's not tiring at all, just like cutting tofu, Huazhao said as she pulled him toward the storage room. Bring some things back with you. The storage room was now full of various dried vegetables, raisins, dried fruits. Not to mention Huaqiang, even Dawei, Xiaowei, Daqin, and Xinqin could skillfully operate the clay kiln in the yard. When there was so much fruit that they couldn't finish eating it all, they didn't want to sell it. Instead, they dried it to keep for winter eating. Don't take too much. I'll be on a mission, and won't be here. If you take too much, those little guys will get all the benefits, Yishin said. But he still personally chose some raisins and salted vegetables to bring back for his brothers to try, so they could see his sister-in-law's cooking skills. While they were busy, Aunt Ma brought people in. Huazhao greeted them and directly went into the storage room. It was only then that she saw Hua Xiuyu hiding at the end of the crowd, pretending not to exist. Why did you come? Who told you to come? Huazhao asked. Everyone followed her gaze and finally saw her. Oh my, you scared me, Lu's wife exclaimed. Who's that following behind? Yeah, I didn't call her, Aunt Ma quickly said. She knew Huazhao didn't get along well with Huashan, especially with Hua Xiuyu. After all, wasn't Huazhao's reputation not very good before? But then everyone thought about it. Most of the rumors came from Hua Xiuyu's mouth. Plus, her sneaky lies about stealing 3 big items from Huazhao. Now, people looked at Hua Xiuyu with sideways glances. Originally, the families planning to talk about their daughters-in-law excluded her entirely. Hua Xiuyu quickly looked up, glanced at Yishen, then lowered her head, looking aggrieved. Little sister Hua, I didn't mean anything bad. I just want to learn how to grow bean sprouts from you. I brought my own beans and a basin, no need for you to. Why come here if you're just going to go home and grow them yourself? We came here to learn from Huazhao's precious skills. You think just because you brought beans, you can take advantage? Such ungratefulness. Just leave quickly, Lu's wife said dismissively. Hua Xiuyu's face turned red, and tears started to fall, looking as miserable as she felt. Huazhao glanced at Yishen, who had already turned away to continue selecting salted vegetables. Before going to the capital, Huazhao had pickled over 20 kinds of salted vegetables, mailing them one by one. Yishen still hadn't tried many of them. Now he wanted to taste them all. Huazhao smiled happily. Hua Xiuyu kept watching Yishen. When she saw him turn his back and stand far away, she couldn't see her at all and suddenly couldn't cry anymore. Hua Xiuyu, Huazhao spoke. I don't know how many bad things you've said about me behind my back, but I know what tricks you're planning in your mind. I already told you before, my family won't allow you to step even a little closer. If you do, I will hit you every time I see you. After saying this, she casually picked up a tool from beside the shelf, without looking at it. Hua Xiaoyu saw clearly it was a sickle. She dared not stay any longer and turned around to run away. She ran out of the yard, far away, and immediately threw the basin in her hand in anger. Why was she so arrogant? A few months ago, she was just a fat pig. It was hard for her to even get off the bed. Now, she had not only become thinner and more beautiful, but also had a good husband. She even went to the capital, where 2 relatives came to visit. I heard they might all move to the capital someday. Hua Xiuyu felt like she was falling into a jar of vinegar, her whole body filled with sourness. Why had she changed like this? When did she start to change? Since she met that older brother. Since she slept with him. Thinking about the recent secret discussions at home, her eyes darkened. Huazhao was already busy inside the house with the ants. Washing basins, picking beans, weighing beans, soaking beans. Everyone followed the same steps, even using water from the same tub, and everything was placed on a row of shelves, waiting to see if it would turn out well. While busy, Huazhao asked about any recent news in the village, mainly to find out if Huashan's family had come to bully her grandfather. They didn't dare to bully your grandpa, but your mom has been bullied a lot. Did she tell you? Aunt Ma asked. Hua Zhao shook her head. Her mom was almost bullied to death by Lu's family, and now she was going to be bullied by Hua Shan's family too? It's still about that old house, Aunt Ma said. Hua Sanyo, that foolish guy, kept bothering your mom, either throwing dirt or splashing water. Once, he even pushed her into the ditch. If your mom couldn't swim, she would have been in real trouble. Hua Zhao paused for a moment. So that's how it was. And his wife, Jiang Qin, always gave your mom 5 points for her work, saying she didn't do this well, or that well. Hua Shan's family kept causing trouble nearby, but your mom's work wasn't bad at all, and Ma didn't want to say these things, but she couldn't help herself. Now, while Hua Zhao's husband was still around, she thought she should give them a lesson. After her husband left, Hua Shan's family would see how easy it was to bully the weak and sick, and that would be even worse.
What should they do then?
Hua Zhao was strong, but her belly was getting bigger, so she couldn't fight anymore. Her fighting ability was almost zero now. Yi Shen heard this too, and his expression darkened. Hua Zhao didn't say anything, and kept asking about what else Hua Shan's family had done. Besides bullying your mom, there's nothing else, Aunt Ma replied. Suddenly, Sister Lu said, that's because you're not well informed. Haven't you heard the latest news about their family? What? Several women asked. But the expressions of others clearly showed they knew something. Recently, there have been matchmakers visiting Hua Shan's house. Haven't you seen them? Sister Lu asked excitedly. Yes, I saw them, but Hua Shan's grandson and granddaughter are many, and some aren't married yet. It's not strange for matchmakers to come, someone said. Although Hua Shan's family had a bad reputation, they also had one good reputation. They were rich. Could the village bully's family go hungry? No, they couldn't let anyone in their family go hungry, or else they wouldn't be called the village bully. They'd be called useless. Plus, if they got along well with the village bully, wouldn't their own family be fearless? Some people were specifically interested in Hua Shan's family. But unfortunately, Hua Shan's family had high standards and was very picky about daughters-in-law and sons-in-law. Besides Waxiao's sister, who had already married, no one else had settled down. Hua Zhao asked, who is this matchmaker trying to find a match for in their family? I don't know, Sister Lu said. But I heard she wants to marry a girl from Hua Shan's family. The bride price is very high, 500 yuan. That much? Everyone was surprised. Normal bride prices in the countryside were around 50 yuan at most. Anything over 50 was for special cases. Does the groom have any problems? Someone immediately asked. If there were no issues, would they pay 500 yuan to marry a rural girl? Even city girls aren't worth 500. The person who asked was quickly rebuked by someone nearby. Yi Shen was still here. Even behind the scenes, he shouldn't be ignored. He once spent 2,000 yuan to marry a rural girl, and with all those things it probably added up to over 3,000. Does he have any problems? Haha, that's different. A woman quickly chuckled. It's an arranged marriage and they have money. It's not the same. Besides, would spending 3,000 be a loss for him? Look at our little flower. You can't find a more lively one within 100 miles. Just stepping inside is such good luck. Actually, there are 2. Flower Zhao took the opportunity to say. Really? Everyone immediately started to gossip. Flower Zhao told them she was pregnant with 2 babies, or else people in the village would talk. Everyone congratulated her, and the gossip was corrected. Sister Lu said, I heard the man is a simpleton. Oh, everyone looked surprised but didn't find it strange. That's just right. The only odd thing was that this simpleton's family was quite wealthy. I heard he's not naturally simple, but became slow after a fever when he was young. The simpleton has a capable older brother who found a job in the city and married a city girl. They're willing to spend money just to find a hard-working and normal person to take care of him. In the future, they hope he won't cause trouble for them. That makes sense, everyone nodded. Does the Flower Mountain family have many eligible girls? Who did they choose? Flower Zhao asked. If you look at the Flower Mountain family, they are definitely more masculine than feminine. They now have 5 sons and 1 daughter, 9 grandchildren for granddaughters, 1 married, 2 still young. The only suitable girl is Hua Xiuyu. There's also someone even more suitable, Hua Xiuyu's aunt, Hua Yi. She's 20 and still unmarried. She's diligent and capable, not spoiled like the others in the family. She's kind and gentle. The only good reputation the Flower Mountain family has outside is Hua Yi. It's not Hua Yi, it's Hua Xiuyu, Sister Lu confidently said. You say Hua Yi, her personality is just like her mother, quiet, reserved, not talkative, just works. Such a person isn't very likable. Look at Hua Xiuyu, she lives a much better life, Aunt Ma said. But that's because Hua Xiuyu has her parents supporting her. What does Hua Yi have? Her father doesn't care, her mother isn't reliable. She has no say. You'll see, it's definitely Hua Yi this time. Everyone discussed as they finished a simple step of soaking water, then waited a few days to change the basket. It was almost mealtime, so they went home. Flower Zhao also started cooking. It wouldn't look good to chase people away just like that. It was fine to invite Qi Baogua and Qi Shulan for a meal, especially for the sake of the two children. This meal instantly made the two children reconsider. Could rural food really be this delicious? For such tasty food, they decided they couldn't stay here. They wanted to go back to the city. There were tall buildings, classmates, teachers, pretty clothes. They didn't want to stay here feeding pigs. I want to keep eating such delicious food, so there's no need to stay here. Just take this sister along. Sister, I heard you bought a house in the capital? That's so big. But it's a bit far from our home, Qi Jihui said. Hua Chong was surprised. He didn't know about this yet. Hua Zhao said to Grandpa, I'll tell you more about it later. Hua Chong nodded. Sister, I heard you'll be living in the capital from now on. Can I come visit you often? Luo Wan asked while tugging Hua Zhao's arm. No,
Hua Zhao replied bluntly.
I like quietness and don't want to play with such a young kid like you. Luo Wan. At the Hua Chong family dinner table, it was very lively, but the Hua Shan family was different. For the first time, at dinner time, the Hua Shan family didn't eat. Usually, no matter the time, morning or midnight, when it was time to eat, the table was always steaming. The food might not be fancy, but it was always tasty. Lu Jinhua, Hua Shan's wife, always knew how to make a satisfying meal for her family. But today there was nothing. Not only was there no food, but Lu Jinhua also smashed the pot. Holding a kitchen knife, she stood in the living room, pointing at Hua Shan. My leaves don't marry fools. If you want to marry yourself. Hua Shan's face darkened. He'd never been so humiliated. No, he'd never been made to feel this way by Lu Jinhua. You're out of line, he shouted, slamming the table. I'm out of line? If you dare kill me now, Lu Jinhua yelled, brandishing the knife. This is new China now. It's not like the old days. Killing someone is illegal now. If you kill me, you'll have to pay for it. It'd be good if you could drag you all to hell with me. This made Hua Shan angrier, but she was right. Hua Shan sneered and said to his son, Take her knife away. His 3 sons hesitated but stood up. Lu Jinhua spun the knife, saying, If you dare come closer, I might not be able to control the knife. If I cut myself, I can't explain it. Hua Chong is watching nearby. Maybe he'll make you pay for me, huh? Everyone sat down again. Mom's words weren't foolish at all. If she died, the authorities wouldn't investigate. They could say she committed suicide. How many men force their wives to hang themselves, jump into rivers, or take poison, yet they don't have to take responsibility? Too many. But with Hua Chong watching their family, their words didn't matter. Fine. Lu Jinhua, you actually know I use Hua Chong to control me. Were you thinking about him all along? Hua Shan shouted. Pfft. Lu Jinhua spat fiercely at him, but didn't bother arguing over these useless things. I've found someone for Yezi, a young man from 20 miles away. Today, she's going out. Anyone who dares to stop her, I will cut them down. Then I will apologize to him. Huh? Even her son-in-law is getting along well with her. It seems that over the years, they've really neglected their mother. If she dares to step out of this house today, I will break her leg. Then I will send her to that fool. Hua Shan was furious. Lu Jinhua suddenly smiled but said nothing. Hua Xiuyu's face had been unhappy since earlier. Seeing her smile, she felt something was wrong. She looked around the house but couldn't find Hua Yi. Then she thought, Maybe Huayi didn't eat breakfast this morning either. Has Huayi run away already? Hua Xiuyu shouted loudly. Everyone in Huashan's family was shocked. They searched inside and outside, but couldn't find Huayi. Good job, Lu Jinhua. Huashan rushed at Lu Jinhua. Unexpectedly, Lu Jinhua swung a kitchen knife and really cut at him. Huashan dodged quickly, but his arm was cut, and blood immediately flowed out. Everyone was stunned, looking at Lu Jinhua in disbelief. They never thought that this usually honest, obedient mother, who never fought back or argued, like a humble servant, could be so fierce. All of this is because of you animals. Lu Jinhua waved the kitchen knife, pointing at everyone inside the house. She was kidnapped by Huashan when she was in her teens. She had several children. When she was young and beautiful, Huashan was always afraid she would run away, so he often beat her. Her sons were also raised by Huashan to follow his ways, never respecting her as a mother. Sometimes they even beat her up. The only comfort Lu Jinhua had was Huayi. Huayi understood her suffering and knew her hardships. Huayi cared for her and looked after her. Mother and daughter depended on each other. Today, she was willing to risk her life to stop these ungrateful wolves from harming her daughter. Huashan held his arm, thinking the injury wasn't serious and didn't need stitches, but he was too embarrassed. He had been cut by this old woman. If it got out, he wouldn't be able to show his face anymore. Where is Huayi? Huashan shouted. His authority was also shaken by Hua Ye's disappearance. If he didn't resolve this, the children in the family wouldn't listen to him anymore. She ran away and disappeared, Lu Jinhua proudly shouted. Huayi not only ran away, but also took all the money from the house. The Huashan family's money was of course all in Huashan's hands. Lu Jinhua hardly saw a single cent, but after sleeping on the same bed for so many years, she knew where he hid the money. She never touched it, not because she couldn't, but because the time wasn't right. Now, the time had finally come. Any suitors from 20 miles away were just confusing Huashan. She knew she couldn't find a match for Huaya, and even if she tried, it wouldn't help. Not just 20 miles, even 200 miles away, Huashan could catch him and cause trouble. She told Huaya to run away with the money and fly far away. As for the recommendation letter, she spent 10 yuan to bribe the nearby team leader to get it ready. From then on, her Huaya was free to go anywhere he wanted. Maybe he would face some danger, but even if he did, it would just be someone kidnapping him or forcing him to marry a fool. She believed her clever Huaya wouldn't be that foolish. Lu Jinhua grew more and more proud as she laughed. Huashan suddenly felt something was wrong. He quickly went to check his hidden box, but it was gone. Inside was his lifelong savings, more than 800 yuan, and a bunch of gold and silver jewelry he had won during card games long ago. It was worth a lot. All gone. Lu Jinhua, I will kill you. Huashan was truly angry this time. He grabbed a bench and rushed over. Lu Jinhua was no match for him. His 2 knives shattered her defenses. She turned and ran, shouting as she went, "Help! Someone's trying to kill me. Huashan wants to kill me." Her voice was sharp and high-pitched, startling the entire village. Huashan was also surprised. Lu Jinhua had been beaten all her life and rarely shouted. After being hit, she usually felt embarrassed to go outside, worried about her reputation and afraid others would see. But today, she shouted without caring, her first time doing so. Huashan's house was quite far from Huashan's, but she still heard everything. Yishan also heard it. After finishing their meal, the two of them went out. Hua Chong followed slowly behind. Not long after leaving the yard, he saw a figure running down the mountain path, shouting. It was Lu Jinhua, whom he hadn't seen in many years. Huashan was very proud and believed Lu Jinhua didn't need to work. She stayed at home cooking, cleaning, raising pigs and chickens, taking good care of him. So, few villagers saw Lu Jinhua. Some hadn't seen her in years. Lu Jinhua wasn't being chased by Huashan anymore. He thought it was embarrassing. But Lu Jinhua kept shouting that Huashan wanted to kill her. The villagers who came to watch were all drawn to her and followed her to Hua Chong's house. When Lu Jinhua saw Hua Chong, She suddenly knelt down with a thud. "Big brother, you have to help me," she cried. Hua Chong was a bit surprised. His sister-in-law had been beaten many times over the years, but she had never dared to take charge. "What's going on?" Hua Chong asked. "Hua Shan wants to sell his daughter, selling her to a fool." "Brother, isn't that illegal?" Lu Jinhua shouted. Hua Chong didn't know the gossip about Hua Shan's family. He was stunned when he heard this, but he nodded. According to national law, marriage is free. Arranged marriages or buying and selling spouses are forbidden. If Hua Shan is doing this, he's definitely breaking the law. Then have someone arrest him. Lu Jinhua looked at Hua Zhao and cried. She was looking at Hua Zhao. Last time, Hua Zhao had led people to recover the bride price, which had a huge impact on her. The world really had changed. It was no longer true that no one could control Hua Shan. From that moment, she started to think about resisting. This time, she also hoped Hua Zhao would find Wang Meng's people again and deal with Hua Shan. Arrest him. That would be best. Don't listen to her nonsense. Nothing like that happened. Jiang Qin suddenly shouted. Hua Shan didn't come. His children had been chased away by him, and they were told to bring Lu Jinhua back to avoid her embarrassing herself outside. What's the fool or not fool? None of that is true, Jiang Qin said. It's this old lady who encouraged her daughter to steal all the money from the family and run away. She slapped her thigh and cried, "Master, you better call someone to bring her back. That's all our family's money." Lu Jinhua was anxious. She shouted, "The money was stolen by me. It has nothing to do with Hua Yi. Where's the money? Hand it over now." Jiang Qin, or Hua Shan's sons, cared most about where the money was. Hua Shan's third and fourth sons had moved out, but they only rented the place. Every year, they had to give their wages to Hua Shan, nothing less. As for needing money to buy cigarettes or alcohol, they handled it themselves, selling eggs or mountain goods, whatever. That money. Lu Jinhua's eyes darted. I burned all that money. I haven't spent a penny on it all these years. Seeing it made me angry, so I burned it. I don't believe it, Jiang Qin shouted. Even if the money was burned, what about the gold and silver jewelry? Every daughter-in-law who entered the house would see Hua Shan show off his pile of gold and silver jewelry, flaunting his wealth and teasing his daughters-in-law, making them obedient and respectful. Otherwise, when he died, these things wouldn't belong to them. What gold and silver jewelry? Where did that come from? Lu Jinhua looked confused. Hua Shan's family has been poor for 8 generations. Where would they get money to buy jewelry? Did they steal it or loot it? Jiang Qin was suddenly speechless. She of course knew that the Hua Mountain family had been poor farmers for 8 generations. Those things definitely came from questionable sources, but this old lady was trying to make people so angry they would explode. Even if you have nothing, just those few hundred yuan are enough for you to go to jail, Jiang Qin shouted. Lu Jinhua laughed loudly. It's better to go in. Free food and drink and no beating. Come on, catch me if you can. This attitude made Hua Mountain's sons very angry, but the person most worried was Hua Xiuyu. She looked pale and trembling all over. Hua Yi ran away. She ran away. Without her leading. Only she was left now. Hua Yi also took all the money from their home. Now, they needed that 500 yuan even more. No, she couldn't just wait and see. In an instant, she turned her gaze to Yishen. Lu Jinhua knelt on the ground, begging Hua Chong to make the decision. Her sons and daughters-in-law were behind her, complaining and trying to drag her home. They had to find out when Hua Yi ran away and where she went to recover the money. Lu Jinhua grabbed a stone from the ground. Come any closer and I'll smash you. If force didn't work, she would try soft words. Jiang Qin quickly changed her approach, politely persuading Lu Jinhua to go home, saying they didn't want the money anymore and wouldn't pursue her. Haha, do you think I'm stupid? Lu Jinhua sneered. If I go home with you, won't you tear all my teeth out? Before, Hua Mountain had taken her 2 front teeth to prevent her from leaving. A young woman in her 20s, without front teeth, Lu Jinhua had become very shy and reluctant to go out or talk to others since then. This time, she thought she might lose all her teeth. Big brother, Save me. Lu Jinhua begged Hua Chong, kowtowing. I can't go back to his house anymore. Going back means death. Hua Chong looked at Zhao Liangkai. Zhao Liangkai stepped forward. With such a thing happening in the village, he had to take responsibility. Find her a place to stay, Hua Chong said. Zhao Liangkai hesitated. Where can we put her? The Hua Mountain family will beat us all if we do. Even if we find an empty house, it's useless. Hua Mountain will catch her like catching a chicken. If it were up to him, he would arrange for her to stay at Hua Chong's house, safest. But only if Yi Shun didn't leave. Once Yi Shun left, only an old person and a pregnant woman would be left in the house. Hua Mountain wouldn't be afraid then. They'd have a reason to cause trouble. In the village of Kaoshan, no one could control Hua Mountain's family. Hua Chong understood this well. He couldn't let Lu Jinhua stay at his house, as it would burden his granddaughter. I stole money from home. I want to go to jail. Just take me in quickly. Lu Jinhua suddenly hugged Zhao Liangkai's leg and shouted. Ma'am, you need to think carefully. Once you're in, you'll be convicted and might not come out, Zhao Liangkai said. Lu Jinhua clenched her teeth. In my life, I've only worked hard for a family of ungrateful people. If I go in, I'll be enjoying peace. I heard that place doesn't hit people, doesn't make you hungry, just does some work. Isn't that right? Thinking about her life, Zhao Liangkai nodded. People your age usually do light work. Haha, Lu Jinhua laughed. Zhao Liangkai called 2 villagers to help carry Lu Jinhua. He then spoke to a few of Hua's sons. Did your mother really steal money from the family? All the sons nodded at once. That was their hard-earned money, all given to Hua Yi by this elderly woman. Why should she? Then I'll take her to the police station, Zhao Liangkai said. Once she's in, she probably won't come out for years. Just a few years. Does that amount to so much money? The sons nodded again. Zhao Liangkai sighed and left with his men. Onlookers sighed with pity. Lu Jinhua had a tough life. She had to deal with a difficult man, several children, and in the end, her children sent her to jail. It was truly a tragic story. But they couldn't help much. They didn't dare take Lu Jinhua home, because that would mean Hua Shan's family would take over the house. Hua Zhao also felt sad but couldn't think of a solution. The months were passing quickly. She couldn't keep fighting with Hua Shan's family every day just to help Lu Jinhua. Yi Shun suddenly squeezed Hua Zhao's hand and whispered something to her. Hua Zhao's eyes lit up, and she nodded fiercely. Yi Shun smiled slightly, then caught up with Zhao Liangkai in the dark. He talked to him for a while and handed him a note and some money. Zhao Liangkai held them tightly, then patted Yi Shun on the shoulder and nodded. He didn't need 2 villagers. He took his own carriage and secretly sent Lu Jinhua to the police station. Actually, it was the train station in the county. At this time, any official liked to carry paper and pen. As a squad leader, Zhao Liangkai also carried them, along with the squad's official stamp. He wrote Lu Jinhua a letter of introduction on the spot. Lu Jinhua, female, 62 years old, from where, going where? It read. As long as she had the official stamp, this paper could serve as her ID. She could stay in hotels, eat, and travel without trouble. Ma'am, you've met a kind person, Zhao Liangkai said. What do you mean? Lu Jinhua asked hopefully. Who likes to go to jail? Limiting freedom is a small matter, but the deep shame ingrained in the bones is a big issue. Hold these 2 notes well. Let me read what's on them, Zhao Liangkai said. One note is his recent introduction letter, and the other is from Yi Shun, telling her to find Qin Xiangdong and ask him to arrange a job for her. At 62, she is already past the usual retirement age. No organization wants her, but it's fine to arrange for her to work in the cafeteria washing vegetables or cleaning. At least she has a place to stay. When Lu Jinhua heard this, she immediately cried and knelt down to kowtow to Zhao Liangkai. Get up, get up. Don't thank me. I don't have that much power. It's Hua Zhao, her husband arranged this for you. You have a chance. But it's better not to reveal it. Keep it in your heart, Zhao Liangkai said, whether it's you or Hua Yi. If you really took money from the family and Shan pursues it, it's a serious matter. If you insist on bearing it, you're a criminal. Now that Yishan is taking care of you, just stay quiet and don't cause trouble for her, understand? Yes, yes, I understand. I won't say anything, Lu Jinhua cried. Zhao Liangkai found the station staff and asked him to help send the elderly lady onto the train, then brief the people on the train, and arrange for her to get off at the right stop. He explained she was a military family member and asked for help to deliver her safely. Yishan's note had Qin Xiangdong's address and position. The train attendant saw it and didn't dare to delay, promising to ensure her safe arrival. As they spoke, the train arrived. Zhao Liangkai helped her onto the train and also handed Lu Jinhua the 100 yuan from Yishan. This is from her. I don't have that much money. Lu Jinhua gratefully accepted the money and then said, Captain Zhao, you're a good person. I have one more thing to ask. Go ahead, he replied as the train was stopped for a while, giving them time to talk. My daughter Hua Yi doesn't know whether she really left or pretended to leave. If she didn't leave and comes back to see me, please watch out. Don't let Shan's family catch her and sell her to the fool. Thank you so much. Lu Jinhua knelt again and kowtowed. Don't worry, illegal marriage arrangements are forbidden. I will definitely handle this, Zhao Liangkai assured her. The law does say so, but not many actually enforce it now. Still, it's not impossible to do something about it if needed. Thank you. Thank you. With Lu Jinhua's endless gratitude, Zhao Liangkai left the train. Yishan was also preparing to leave. His train was in the evening, but there was a stop about 10 miles away, so he didn't need to go to the county train station. Don't see me off. It's dark now, and it's not safe, Yishan said, refusing to leave the station gate. All right, take care on your way. Or maybe you should ride your bike together. Carrying so many things, walking 10 miles is tiring. Yishan pretended to be casual, carrying 2 big bags of food, planning to show his brothers his sister-in-law's cooking skills. This much isn't heavy for me during training, no problem. Yishan glanced at her. Under the cover of night, he quickly pecked her face and said, Wait for me to come back. Then he disappeared into the darkness. Hua Zhao watched his back until he was out of sight. Yishan left the village, walking for a long time, then suddenly stopped and looked back, asking, Why are you following me? Hua Xiuyu stood in the dark, surprised that Yishan turned around and noticed her. But whether he noticed or not didn't matter. She planned to come out on her own soon anyway. Brother-in-law, how did you find me? Hua Xiuyu asked as she walked toward Yishan. Yishan didn't answer and asked again, Why are you following me? She looked like she was preparing for a long trip, carrying a small bag with a few clothes inside. She had nothing else to bring. Hearing his question, Hua Xiuyu suddenly started crying. Hua Yi ran away and took all the family's money. The next person to be sold will be me. I don't want to marry a fool. Brother-in-law, please help me. You should go talk to your squad leader about this. I think he's a good person and will help you, Yishan said. No way. What can he do? He only took Grandma away and locked her up. The money wasn't Grandma's fault. It was Hua Ye's. Everyone knows that, but in the end, Grandma took the blame.
What can he do about me?
Will he also arrest me? Hua Xiuyu shouted. Yishan didn't say anything. Hua Xiuyu stepped a few more steps closer and stood beside Yishan, whispering, Brother-in-law, only you can save me now. How do you want me to save you? Yishan asked. Hua Xiuyu's eyes lit up. She reached out to grab Yishan's sleeve, but he dodged her. She wasn't embarrassed, just happily said, Brother-in-law, take me away. In the darkness, Yishan's eyes turned cold as he looked at her.
This isn't appropriate, he said.
Hua Xiuyu looked up, trying to see Yishan's expression clearly, but everything was still dark, only his sharp features visible. He looked so handsome. Brother-in-law, I mean no harm. I just want to leave here. I don't want to marry a fool. You don't have to always take me with you. I know you're in the army, so it's not realistic. But where is your home? Can I stay with you for a few days? Then I will go find a job and support myself, Hua Xiuyu said bravely. Yishan wasn't sure if she didn't understand the outside world or what, but she was so confident when she said that. Nowadays, it's very hard for city people to find jobs. Many parents have to retire early and let their children take over their work. But their generation didn't plan for families. They had only one job, but 7 or 8 children. Who would support whom? It's like a family war. She couldn't find a job herself. She has a rural household registration, no diploma, and as a rural person, she can't even get a temporary job. Hua Xiuyu wasn't that naive. Her fifth uncle, Hua Taiju, waited many years and asked many people to find a job. He spent a lot of money. She knew how hard it was to find work. But isn't there her brother-in-law? The child of a high official in the capital, who would give 2,000 yuan as bride price, and he can't help her get a job? Maybe he's even an official. I have a mission now. I can't go home, Yishin said. Hua Xiuyu immediately said, It's okay. Just tell me the address, I can find it. This is my first time going far, but I'll be fine. Don't worry, Yishin frowned and said again, I advise you to go home now. Arranged marriages rarely work, and someone will find out. Hua Xiuyu cried and knelt down, holding Yishin's leg, but he moved away. Brother-in-law.
You don't know my grandpa.
He's very greedy and cruel. No one can control him. He will definitely sell me to a fool. And he probably already knows I ran away. If I go back now, he will beat me so badly my leg will be broken, then sell me to a fool again. Hua Xiuyu cried very sadly. When I get to the fool's house, they will tie me up like a dog, not give me clothes or food, maybe even break another leg. I've seen women sold in other villages like that. Brother-in-law, please save me. Her words might be true. If so,
Yishan nodded.
Get up, come with me. Hua Xiuyu was overjoyed, grabbed her bag, and jumped up. Brother-in-law is really a good person. Her ears are soft. They walked in the dark for half an hour, then waited a while, and took a train. Hua Xiuyu relaxed completely. Her future now had hope. As for Hua Zhao, she can stay in the countryside with her grandpa. Hua Xiuyu is going to the city to stay with her brother-in-law's family and live a good life. Huashan's family indeed discovered that Hua Xiaoyu was missing. Lu Jinhua was taken away, and Huashan's sons and daughters-in-law, feeling downhearted, went back home. Naturally, Huashan scolded them. The money was gone, and so were the people, both of them. Lu Jinhua being taken away was truly a blessing for her. How could she ease his anger? But he didn't want to rescue her right now. Let her stay inside for a few days first. The most urgent thing now was to find Huya. They went around asking the villagers if anyone saw Huya heading in a certain direction, but no one claimed to have seen anything. That was almost impossible. Even if they had seen, they wouldn't say. However, Huashan's family was helpless. They couldn't just beat everyone in the village to find out. They understood that. In the past, they only bullied honest people to scare others, like killing a chicken to warn the monkey. In the end, the whole family gathered together, feeling upset. They had lost everything. Their savings and the 500 yuan they had in hand was gone. Forget about the fool's side, Dania's wife said with concern. They had no money left, and her sons' wives were also worried. Huashan felt even more distressed. We can't just forget about it. That wasn't just 500 yuan, it was 5 taels of gold. Right now, 1 tael of gold weighs 50 grams. At the bank, it could be exchanged for 99 yuan. The bride price promised by the fool's family wasn't just 500 yuan, it was 5 taels of gold. The fool had a wealthy older brother who married a city girl. But that was just a cover story. The truth was, Hua Xiaoyu's family was originally landowners and they had some remaining wealth. That's how the brother could find a city job and marry a city girl. Huashan knew these details because they were peers. So he proactively asked for the gold. He had experienced several inflation periods and didn't trust paper money. His favorite was gold. Unfortunately, nowadays, gold could only be exchanged privately. There was no official way to buy it openly. Banks only bought gold, not sell, and there were no gold shops in the market. Without Huaya, aren't there others? What about Xiaoyu? Huashan asked. Things that outsiders could understand, their own family members certainly knew. The decision to choose Huaya or Xiaoyu was also discussed internally. It was Hua Xiaoyu's father, Huanyo, who didn't agree. He didn't want to be a foolish person's father-in-law and feel ashamed. His family had 3 sons, and Hua Xiaoyu usually took care of them. Without her, his lazy wife wouldn't be able to manage well. He was worried. So, in the end, they decided on Hwaye. Now, mentioning Sioyu again, Hwanyo still disagreed. Dad, Sioyu still needs to look after her 3 younger brothers. Your 3 kids are already grown up and you still need to watch them? They run around the village every day, and I haven't seen Xiaoyu look after them. Usually, she just washes clothes and your wife does that, said Danyo's wife. Hwaye ran away and mom is no longer here. Who will do the housework in the future? Without Xiaoyu it won't work, said Hua Ernyo. Just me and your wife will do it. Danyo's wife patted her chest confidently. And the wives of Sannyo and Sinyo too will take turns, father. Hua Ernyo hesitated. If he really marries Xiaoyu to a fool, what will the villagers think? In the past, villagers looked at him with fear and respect, not mockery or contempt. He doesn't have his father's thick skin. 5 gold bars, I'll give you 3, Hua Shan suddenly said. Hua Ernyo fell silent immediately. He thought his father would keep all the money like before, but this time, he was willing to give him 3 bars. That's a lot of money. But Danyo's wife got worried. Father, how can we pay the 200 yuan needed for Long Hu and Bao to get married? No money. Can't you earn some? Look at how others in the village make money. You fools, you can't even grow a bean sprout properly. Hua Shan scolded her harshly. See, now they dare to argue with him and shout at him. Old Si Hua Zhenyo came back from outside, sneered, and asked, Where's Xiaoyu? Haven't seen her all morning. Everyone was stunned. Really? She's that bold? Jiang Qin asked in surprise. Humph, the boldest girl in our family is her, Hua Zhenyo replied. Why are you just standing there? Go find her now, Hua Shan shouted, slamming the table. Today, he was really annoyed. Xiaoyu followed Yi Shun for half an hour on the train, then got off at the county town. She couldn't read or write, had never been here before, but she wasn't worried. Just follow her brother-in-law. But her brother-in-law didn't take her to change trains or go further away. Instead, he left the train station and entered the town. It was a bigger place, only about half an hour away, and she knew it was the county seat. Brother-in-law, do we need to stay in the county town overnight? She asked happily. Don't talk, stay close. Yishin replied without looking back. Okay. Xiaoyu obediently held her bag and followed him, happily bouncing along. Yishin took her straight to Wuzhuang Street and soon found the Armed Forces Department. Call Wang Meng. Yishin showed his work ID to the guard and said. The security guard saw his ID and immediately ran to Wang Meng's house without saying a word. Hua Xiu seemed to sense something was wrong and cautiously asked, Brother-in-law, where is this? Also, she felt that Wang Meng's name sounded familiar. I'm on a mission. Don't talk, Yishin said. Hua Xiu quickly shut up and kept quiet. Wang Meng arrived soon after. Seeing Yishin and the girl waiting inside, he was surprised. What kind of strange group was this? Where was his niece? Hello? Yishin stood up and shook hands with Wang Meng. This was Hua Ye's subordinate, and Hua Zhao still called him uncle. He respected him a little. Hello. Wang Meng quickly shook hands and asked, What's going on? Do you know the Hua family? Yishin said directly. This is Hua Xiuyu, Hua Mountain's granddaughter. He told Wang Meng everything that happened today and finally said, Send someone to warn Hua Mountain. If he dares to buy or sell marriages, arrest him. So, that's what happened. Alright, I understand. Don't worry, I will handle this village bully, Wang Meng said. Okay, I have another task. I need to leave now. Yishin finished and left. Hua Xiu guessed something and turned pale. She had planned to go to the capital for a good life, but now she was stopped in the county and being sent back. Brother-in-law, you can't leave me, Hua Xiu cried. You promised to take me to your house. Her tone and words carried a lot of meaning. Yi Shun's face turned cold instantly. Looking at Wang Meng, he said, She's not thinking clearly. Think of a way. I don't have time. Oh. I understand. You go ahead, Wang Meng said. He suddenly remembered who Hua Xiaoyu was. Last time, his brothers went to help Hua Zhao retrieve the 3-turn-1 sound and brought back gossip. It turned out she was a granddaughter of Hua Mountain who tricked someone to steal things. Her name was Xiaoyu. She was thin and pretty, but very cunning. There really were many. Wang Meng couldn't believe that with Hua Zhao nearby, Yixin would like this tiny bean sprout.
Oh.
He suddenly remembered when Yixin married Hua Zhao, that girl weighed 200 jin, about 100 kilograms. It seemed Yixin had some special taste, especially liking very fat women. He definitely wouldn't like this tiny bean sprout.
Yixin left.
Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, you have to be responsible for me, Hua Xiuyu shouted. Yixin suddenly turned back with a cold look. No wonder Hua Zhao disliked her so much, not even letting her in the house.
She was really annoying.
Go quickly, the task is urgent. Wang Meng waved his hand at Yixin and said, leave it to me. You can rest assured. This remark from Hua Xiuyu offended him as well. Wang Meng didn't like these scheming troublemakers. Yixin truly left. Wang Meng moved a chair to sit opposite Hua Xiuyu and said kindly, little girl, why does he need to be responsible for you? He's my brother-in-law, Hua Xiuyu sobbed sadly. You have parents, grandparents, and siblings. Why does a distant cousin-in-law like Yixin need to be responsible for you? Because he took me away from home. He said he wanted to save me. With Yixin no longer nearby, Hua Xiuyu started acting out her story. He promised he would take care of me, so I dared to run away. Now he's regretful and wants to send me back. Grandpa will be furious. It's okay, Wang Meng said. When the time comes, I'll deal with him and avenge you. Seeing that Wang Meng was quite easy to talk to and even joked around, Hua Xiuyu suddenly asked, do you know Yixin? Yes, I know him. An old acquaintance, Wang Meng replied casually. Then do you know where his family lives? Hua Xiuyu asked. Wang Meng looked at her. I know, he said, knowing that in the capital city that probably counts as knowing. Please tell me. My brother-in-law said he would take me to his home and be responsible for me. Hua Xiuyu suddenly hugged her shoulders, squatting on the ground and crying sadly. This statement and action could easily be misunderstood. Wang Meng chuckled. Young girls these days. Be honest with me. What exactly did he do to you? I want to help you, Wang Meng said. Don't worry, I am of a higher rank than him and can make decisions. Hua Xiuyu hugged herself even tighter. He's a single man and woman. What kind of responsibility do you think that is? She didn't care anymore. As long as she could stay close to Yixin, she wouldn't marry a fool. She was willing to do anything. Since Wang Meng knew Yixin and seemed to have a good relationship with him, he would definitely cover for Yixin's scandal, right? Should he call Yixin back or send her to his family to handle? She would see how things went later. Anyway, she hadn't said much. Wang Meng looked at Hua Xiuyu, surprised that such a young girl would dare to say these things. If she really went all out, Yixin would be in real trouble. Someone come here, Wang Meng suddenly shouted. The soldier at the door immediately entered. Go call the brothers over, Wang Meng ordered. Soon, more than 10 men arrived. Some were on duty, others had been called from home. Boss, what are we doing? Late at night, they suddenly called everyone over. They thought something serious had happened, but it turned out a young girl was in the house. What big problem could that be? What are you doing? Playing cards. Wang Meng took out several decks of cards from the drawer and threw them to the others. Come on, set up 3 tables. The extra people served tea and water. We're playing all night. Everyone was even more confused. Playing cards all night? It's not a holiday or festival. Close all the doors. No one is allowed to enter. And draw the curtains. Wang Meng looked a bit fierce. Though puzzled, everyone followed his instructions. In the small house, a dozen men and 1 woman played cards. Of course, Hua Xiaoyu was just nervously hiding in the corner, watching. Suddenly, Wang Meng looked up and smiled at her. Tonight, I won't send you home. We're playing cards. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you back. Later, he would casually tell others that the girl stayed in a room full of men overnight. As for the card game, he wouldn't mention it. No one would believe him anyway. Does he love to pry into things? Does he love to make people guess? He wants others to guess enough. Hua Xiuyu understood his meaning and shouted loudly, I want to go home. Let me go home. Wang Meng was washing the cards and said indifferently, shout louder. That sounds more convincing. What are you waiting for? Come and play cards. Okay, okay. The dazed crowd started to realize what was happening. This girl had offended him. No matter why, they couldn't just turn away. They had to listen to him. Everyone obediently played cards. Hua Xiuyu, after Wang Meng's words, no longer dared to shout. The windows here were rarely without security bars, and the doors were locked. She couldn't get out, so she could only quietly watch the men play. Fortunately, they were just playing cards. No one paid her any extra attention. Later, Hua Xiuyu even squatted in the corner and fell asleep. The next morning, Wang Meng and the group, who had stayed up all night, packed up and set out. Everyone carried a gun. They finally understood what had happened. Each of them was eager to act. They planned to clean up Hua Mountain. It was Hua Chong's side that started it, and of course, they were involved too. The truck drove straight to Kaoshan Tun and stopped in front of Hua Mountain's house. Hua Mountain's family hadn't gone to work that day. They were worried. Hua Yi had run away, Lu Jinhua had gone inside, and Hua Xiuyu had also run off. Not only had they lost a person and money, but they also lost face. Now, the whole village was watching their joke. No one dared to go outside. When the truck stopped, they immediately noticed it. They saw more than 10 armed men getting off, all familiar faces. Hua Shan felt something was wrong. It wasn't until he saw the last person jump down from the truck, Hua Xiaoyu, that he realized the situation. Only then did Hua's family dare to go outside. Hua Shan, your granddaughter is accusing you of arranging marriages and trafficking women. Do you admit it? Wang Meng shouted at Hua Shan. I didn't. Hua Xiaoyu and Hua Shan shouted together. Wang Meng turned to look at Hua Xiaoyu kindly and said, Don't be afraid. We're here. He won't hurt you. It seemed she was afraid of Hua Shan and couldn't admit the truth. Hua Xiaoyu was so angry, she almost cried. How could this person be so mean?
Hua Shan.
Do you admit it? Wang Meng shouted loudly. No, I didn't do anything wrong, Hua Shan denied it. Nothing? What about your daughter Hua Yi? And your wife Lu Jinhua? Wang Meng asked again. Hua Shan couldn't answer. Soon, the charges of arranged marriage and trafficking women against Hua Shan were confirmed. He was then taken to the village for a meeting. Everyone from Hua Shan's family was there. None escaped. They all went together. Only Hua Xiaoyu and a few younger brothers and sisters stood below, watching. The family members looked at Hua Xiaoyu with hatred, as if they wanted to eat her. She was even more hateful than Hua Yi. Hua Yi took their money, but she wanted their lives. Hua Xiaoyu was so angry her teeth almost ground together. She hated Wang Meng and Yi Shen, but now she dared not speak up. Hua Shan was called to the meeting, and Hua Zhao also went to watch. It was a rare event, such excitement. In the 1970s, she had never attended a meeting, and if she missed it now, she might never see one again. In a few months, that thing would step down. The national identity classification would be abolished, and meetings would no longer be allowed. Since late 1976, people were no longer allowed to mention landlord or rich farmer status. Poor and middle peasants were no longer considered superior. Everyone was equal. No one had a status. Hua Zhao saw Hua Xiaoyu in the crowd. She was surprised. Why would Hua Xiaoyu go to Wang Meng for help? Was Wang Meng helping her out of humanitarian concern? Wang Meng came over and asked, Big niece, is your grandfather angry? He didn't see Hua Chong or Qi Baohua and Qi Shulan in the crowd, so he knew they were at home but wasn't sure how they were getting along. Of course he's angry. He doesn't even want them to come home, Hua Zhao said. But for the sake of the children, grandfather can't bring himself to do it. Yes, they are just children. How could they hold a grudge? Wang Meng replied. That's different. Hua Zhao shook her head and touched her belly, saying, It's because he's my child that I am truly heartbroken and don't want to see him again. If Qi Baohua and Qi Shulan were other people's children, and they came to apologize today, even knowing they had an ulterior motive, Grandpa would forgive them and forget the past. But for a biological child, no way. Biological children are precious to parents who raise them with care. In times of trouble, parents would even risk their lives for their children. Yet, instead of showing gratitude, The children hurt their parents deeply, even stabbing them in the heart with their own hands. This pain is 10 times worse than what outsiders can imagine. How can they forgive so easily? That's true, Wang Meng sighed. Thinking about his own children, if one day they did something like that to him, he would definitely break their legs and kick them out of the house.
Forget about them, he said. Let's talk about you.
Wang Meng looked around and said, "Come on, let's go home and talk." Many people were watching them now, their eyes filled with suspicion. It seemed they were using Hua Xiaoyu as an excuse to stand up for Hua Chong's family. That's probably right. Their guesses are correct. Wang Meng nodded to Hua Zhao, signaling her to take him home, as he had something to say. Hua Zhao thought he was going to mention bean sprouts or something else, but Wang Meng suddenly spoke, startling her. Yesterday, Yixin was the one who took Hua Xiuyu to me. Hua Xiuyu was still shouting that she wanted to go to Yixin's house and asked Yixin to take responsibility for her. Be careful with her. Hua Zhao's eyes widened. Don't misunderstand. That's what really happened. Wang Meng explained on behalf of Yixin. Yixin met her halfway, and she insisted on following him. She even said she might be sold to someone who's not very smart. He thought, since he met her, he should take care of her, so he brought her to me. After he left, Hua Xiuyu refused to leave and started talking nonsense. He recounted what happened last night and explained how he handled it. So, if Hua Xiuyu ever says she walked alone with Yixin or something like that, just tell her she spent the night with 10 or more men. Hua Zhao was surprised. Isn't that too harsh? What if someone believes it? Wouldn't that cause trouble for you? No worries. If someone really investigates, I have ways to handle it, Wang Meng said. Last night, after Hua Xiuyu fell asleep, he opened the door. Several family members came looking for their men, thinking something serious had happened. They called the men away in the middle of the night and didn't let them return home. So if anyone checks, there will be witnesses saying they were just playing cards. But there's no need to tell Hua Xiuyu about this. Let her worry herself. Truly impressive, Hua Zhao admired. Wang Meng chuckled softly. Dealing with a girl. What's that worth? Hua Zhao looked worried, and Wang Meng thought for a moment before saying, Don't doubt Yixin. You need to trust him. He's not that kind of person. He likes chubby girls. Huh? Oh no. I mean, he likes you. After saying this, Wang Meng's face turned red. Why did he say that? Why did he confess about Yixin? He hasn't even told his wife that. Hua Zhao smiled. All right, I understand, uncle. Thank you, uncle. That's good, just knowing is enough. Uncle, let's have chicken stew with mushrooms for lunch, Hua Zhao suggested. Sure. Sure, Wang Meng agreed, then immediately shook his head. Actually, forget it. It's summer. Chickens are laying eggs. We should keep them for that. Only in winter do chickens stop laying eggs, and then some people kill them for meat because they can't afford to keep them through the cold. No worries, my chickens haven't started laying yet, Hua Zhao said. Then you definitely shouldn't kill them.
Keep them all.
I won't eat chicken. Free-range chickens eat less and are less nutritious. They usually start laying eggs after about a year. Hua Zhao's chickens are different, but she's only had them for 4 months, and they haven't laid eggs yet, though it should be soon. It's fine, I have many chickens. I can't eat them all, Hua Zhao said. She initially only kept 10 chickens, then gradually bought 10 more. After Zhang Guilin arrived, she bought another 10, so now she has a flock. It's a bit exaggerated to say she can't eat them all, but she can still use a few to entertain guests, especially since Wang Meng helped her so much. If it weren't for Wang Meng doing a good job handling Hua Xiaoyu's matter, Yixin would know how much trouble he could cause. When they got home, surprisingly, no one was there. After asking the farmhands, De Qin and Xiao Qin, who were feeding the chickens, found out Hua Chong had gone into the mountains for a walk, and Qi Jiahao and Luo Wan, who had never seen the mountains, wanted to go see them too. Qi Baogua and Qi Shulan naturally felt uneasy and went along. But they said they didn't want their elderly father to go into the mountains alone. Hua Zhao didn't mind and started preparing food. She not only wanted to entertain Wang Meng but also the brothers who had been playing cards all night. As for her grandfather, since he started feeling better, he went for walks in the mountains every day, but he stayed close to the foot of the mountain and didn't take dangerous routes. She wasn't worried about him. Amid Wang Meng's loud calls, Hua Zhao quickly killed a chicken and 2 geese. Soon she would make mushroom chicken stew and a big iron pot of goose stew. That wouldn't be enough for 10 or more men to eat. She still needed to think of other dishes. At the foot of the mountain, Qi Baogua was not just out for a walk. As they strolled, he suddenly got to the point. Dad, I heard you have skills in collecting ginseng? Have you gathered quite a bit of wild ginseng over the years? Hua Chong continued walking silently, not replying. But to the siblings, this was taken as a silent agreement. They never doubted it, especially since the facts were right in front of them. Dad, Hua Zhao traded 100-year-old ginseng for the second half of the Yi family's courtyard. You know that courtyard, right? It has about 10 houses. Originally, the Chao family lived there, including Chao Jian and his family. Do you remember? Last night, Qi Baogua discovered this. It seemed his father didn't know about it yet, so he decided to bring it up. Hua Chong recalled that he knew the Yi family's courtyard well, and he also remembered Chao Jian. So, Hua Zhao actually exchanged that 100-year-old ginseng for half of that courtyard. Now the Yi family's courtyard is complete, and she can stand firm in her husband's family. That's good, that's good. I heard that the half of the courtyard was registered under Hua Zhao's name, Qi Baogua added. Hua Chong's eyes widened. If not her, then who? Yours?
Mine?
Are you planning to rush in after I die? I tell you, Qi Baogua, Hua Zhao is my only granddaughter. Everything I have belongs to her. Don't even think about it. Grandpa, you still have me too, Qi Jiahao suddenly protested, shaking Hua Chong's arm. Grandpa, and me too, Luo Wan chimed in. Hua Chong chuckled. You two, one with the Qi surname and the other with Luo, can't compare to my little Hua. Everything Hua Chong has belongs to Hua Zhao. None of you should even try. The two fell silent immediately. They walked quietly for a while. Qi Shulan looked at the surrounding mountains and spoke. Dad, Hua Zhao even took out a wild ginseng and sold it for 100,000 yuan. This place is full of talented and virtuous people capable of gathering such wild ginseng. Hua Chong was surprised. Another one? I didn't know about that. Dad, how many wild ginsengs have you collected over the years? Qi Shulan asked curiously. Hua Chong replied. You should ask Hua Zhao. She's the one who's been collecting them. Anyway, they all belong to her. Qi Baogua and Qi Shulan exchanged glances. Their father had blocked the road so tightly, not giving them any advantage at all. After walking for a while longer, they returned home. Before entering the yard, they smelled a strong aroma. Qi Jiahao and Luo Wan immediately let go of Hua Chong and ran into the yard. In the corner of the yard, 3 pots were already boiling on an outdoor stove, 1 with chicken and 2 with geese. The gathering was over. A dozen men sat shyly in the yard, chatting and eating watermelon. They secretly wondered who brought the money, hoping to pool some together to give to the host. Otherwise, coming all this way just to enjoy so many good things would seem like theft. Big sister, what delicious food did you make? It smells so good, Luo Wan praised sweetly. Hua Zhao thought she was very much like her mother, talkative and confident, with a thick skin. You'll find out soon, Hua Zhao said, not bothering with a child's curiosity. She was busy mixing the cold dishes, which would be ready to serve soon. Hua Chong happily chatted with Wang Meng. Having Xiao Hua back made the house lively again. De Wei, Xiao Wei, De Qin, and Xiao Qin each carried a small stool into the yard. Perfect, it's time to eat, Hua Zhao said. This time, she didn't borrow a table. She let everyone sit around a simple stove to eat. It was hot in the summer, but no one minded. Indeed, no one minded. The chickens they occasionally ate came from the store, but many years had passed since they last ate big goose. Its flavor was especially fragrant. When the pot was opened, the rich aroma almost made them rush to grab the food. Fortunately, they remembered it belonged to someone else and kept their eyes wide, staring at the food. They held back. Hua Zhao's cooking skills were truly good. De Wei, Xiao Wei, and the others had no place to sit and didn't plan to stay and eat. After passing out the borrowed stools, they prepared to go home. Hua Zhao called them over, filled 2 small bowls with food, and told them to take it back to eat with their mother. Although there was more vegetable side dishes and less meat, the vegetables soaked in broth were even more delicious than meat. The 4 children happily carried the dishes and left. The chief family's 4 members didn't go out to eat with a dozen or so rough men around the stove. Hua Zhao didn't starve them either. She served them 2 small bowls of main dishes and a bowl of cold vegetables. She didn't go out to squeeze around the stove because she was feeling hot. Hua Chong stayed outside with Wang Meng, sitting together. He liked this atmosphere. It reminded him of the old days. "Big sister, this is so delicious," Luo once said happily while eating. "Big sister, when are you going to the capital?" Although she wasn't allowed to visit, she decided she would go, just for this tasty food. "That's hard to say," Hua Zhao replied. Qi Shulan looked outside, then at Hua Zhao's belly, her eyes flickering as she said, "So it was fake." Even He Jianing was fooled. "You're quite impressive." Hua Zhao looked at her and smiled. She came in and sat at the table with them, just waiting for them to say this. Hua Zhao just smiled at Qi Shulan without saying anything. Seeing she was not angry, Qi Shulan continued, "No wonder the Yi family didn't hold on to Su Mei tightly. Turns out you're fine. Was it because she couldn't get what she wanted? Or did you plan it together?" That day at the platform, they saw Hua Zhao's healthy, rosy face and were shocked. Her complexion clearly showed she hadn't recovered well, or maybe she was still unwell. Both of them were startled at the time, but because Yi Shan was there, neither dared to speak up. Today, when they talked with Hua Chong, they didn't mention it either. What's the point? Maybe their biased father would think they also stayed in Beijing and didn't take good care of Hua Zhao, letting her be bullied. Or perhaps he would want them to avenge her. They didn't have that ability. They couldn't compete with He Jianing. If they could just protect themselves now, they wouldn't need to come to Hua's house at all. Wait, what's this place called again? Hua Jiago, Kaoshan Tun. Both names are sources of deep resentment for them. Over time, they mixed up which one was real, forgetting the truth. But that doesn't seem right either. Thinking about today's conversation in the woods and their father's expression when he mentioned the 100-year-old ginseng, he didn't even flinch. It was as if the ginseng was as common as cabbage to him. It seemed he still had a lot. This must be a lot of money. Or maybe they could get a root and trade it with He Jianing. That idea seems more reliable than asking their father to go back. If their father went back with them, it would depend on whether he's willing to ask his old friends for help. But even if they get one wild ginseng root, all these problems could be solved. He Jianing's strength is undeniable. Chao's family is a living example. They're facing the same problem as Chao's family. It's late August 1976, only a few months before a major upheaval. The undercurrents are already surging. They are part of a wave that will be cleared out. The outcome could be big or small depending on whether someone is willing to help them. Hua Zhao watched Qi Shulan go silent after asking her question, as if she didn't need an answer. But she still had to reply, to avoid trouble for Su Mei. "I am lucky, healthy, and escaped a disaster. Are you disappointed?" No. Qi Shulan quickly waved her hands. "How could Annie think that? Auntie just wants you to be well. Have 2 big, chubby boys and secure your place in the Yi family." This was spoken sincerely. Hua Zhao didn't feel good about it. She saw no benefit in it for herself. "Little flower, today your grandfather said that the ginseng in the family is in your hands?" Qi Shulan suddenly asked. Hua Zhao wasn't sure if she was trying to trick her, so she didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked, "Have you told him that I traded ginseng for a house and money?" Can I talk about that?" Qi Shulan looked nervous. "You didn't hide it either. Everyone in the city knows." "I just told the truth." Hua Zhao asked, "Really? Are you interested in ginseng too?" Qi Shulan and Qi Baoguo looked at each other. Qi Shulan said, "Good things, who doesn't like them? You need money to like them," Hua Zhao interrupted. Qi Shulan was suddenly speechless. This is an unchanging rule in the world. You either trade things or money to get what you want, right? Hua Zhao looked at her and said, "Otherwise it's stealing and that makes you a thief." Qi Shulan looked at her, and her eyes suddenly lit up. "You can also lend. I'm your aunt. If you have good things, you can lend them to me first. When I have money, I'll return them to you." Hua Zhao. Sorry, I don't recognize you as my aunt. I won't lend you things, especially expensive ones. My family and my mother haven't asked to borrow such valuable items. How can you ask? Can you afford it? Hua Zhao said bluntly. Where do you get 100,000 yuan? Is it corruption? Besides, that's the current price. In a few years, 100,000 might not be enough. It could be 1 million. The city is about to open up and many wealthy people will appear. 100-year-old ginseng worth 1 million isn't an exaggeration. But to the people here, it sounds like a fairy tale. Qi Shulan thought Hua Zhao was crazy about money. Does she know how much 1 million is? Would she need a whole train of carts? She was so angry she couldn't speak. Hua Zhao said, As for me, I hope you go back and don't spread rumors. If any gossip gets out in the city, it will definitely be you spreading it. The Yi family won't let you go. Qi Baogua and Qi Shulan looked at each other and nodded. Don't worry. We are family. We won't do anything to hurt you, Qi Baogua said. After dinner, the table was very quiet. Hua Zhao left the table and went to do her own things. Now she finally had free time. She should go into the mountains for a walk, relax, and do some beauty treatments. She also planned to visit Huashan's home and see what Hua Xiaoyu was doing. Huashan's family still had a cold stove, no one was cooking, and no one had the mood to eat. Everyone gathered inside the house, with the door closed to block outside view. Huashan and his 5 sons sat on the kong, a traditional bed, while a few daughters-in-law stood on the ground. Hua Xiaoyu knelt in the middle. When Hua Zhao arrived, Hua Xiaoyu's face was already swollen like a pig's head. No one knew who hit her. Grandpa, believe me, I really didn't mean to accuse you. It was their own idea. Hua Xiaoyu cried on the ground. Hua Shan's hair was shaved on one side, leaving the other side full. This is called a yin-yang haircut, a way to tease someone. He didn't want to speak now, just stared coldly at Hua Xiaoyu. Jiang Qin sarcastically asked, So, how did they get you? Did you walk there yourself, or did someone come to our village to kidnap you? Hua Xiaoyu lowered her head, then looked up and said, It was Hua Zhao. She told her husband to trick me, saying they wanted to take me to see my aunt. I believed her. And then he handed me over to those people and left. She clearly didn't dare mention anything about Yishen. This answer was a bit unexpected, but no one in Hua Shan's family believed her. Jiang Qin looked her up and down, then suddenly smiled. Your bag is packed. You really want to find your aunt and then never come back? And it's not them who came for you. It's you who went to them, forcing them to take you? And then you got dumped halfway? Haha. Jiang Qin seemed to have guessed her intentions and started mocking her. No, I just wanted to do something for the family, to make a contribution, Hua Xiaoyu insisted, lowering her head. You're quite stubborn, Jiang Qin sneered. But under the stern gaze of Niu, she didn't dare to continue teasing. Hua Shan's expression darkened as he fixed his eyes on Hua Xiaoyu and suddenly said, Get up. Let's not talk about the past. Don't worry, no one in this family will sell you to a fool again. Stay here peacefully, go cook. Huh. Hua Xiaoyu looked at him in surprise. The whole family looked at him in shock. Had the old master been educated and decided to turn over a new leaf? Hua Shan lowered his head, rolled a cigarette, and his left hair floated in front of his eyes, while the right side was empty, looking striking and painful. This family was starting to loosen up. Without the hard-working Lu Jinhua and Hua Yi, and without the money box, who would cook and manage the household. In just a few days, they would probably rebel. Now, it was all on Hua Xiaoyu. Isn't arranged marriage and buying and selling women forbidden? Fine. He wouldn't interfere with her marriage anymore, and no one else should either. If she wants to marry someone, she can wait until he's gone. Hua Xiaoyu is only 17 years old and can't think of so many complicated plans. She just feels that her grandfather is scared. That's okay, she has escaped a big problem. She quickly gets up and efficiently starts cooking. Jiang Qin sneers, noticing her father-in-law's thoughts, watching Hua Xiaoyu's back. Today is also her most embarrassing day. Huashan's reputation in the village has greatly decreased, which means she won't be able to speak as confidently in the future. It's all because of that stubborn girl. She's exhausted from it. Jiang Qin pulls aside her eldest daughter-in-law and her fourth daughter-in-law, stopping them from acting. From now on, the house chores will be handled by the second daughter-in-law and Xiuyu, Jiang Qin says. The men don't say a word. Nyo's wife, simple-minded, immediately protests. We agreed yesterday that everyone would take turns. That was yesterday. Jiang Qin raises her chin at Huashan lying on the bed. Look at what today has become. See what your granddaughter-in-law has done to your family's reputation. Nyo's wife dares not speak anymore. But this also angers Huashan, who can't believe they would mock her hair. Get out, Huashan roars angrily. After speaking, Jiang Qin immediately regrets it. She doesn't dare say another word and quickly runs outside. Huazhao stands on the back mountain, watching with great interest. When she sees everyone inside dispersing, she also leaves. Feeling refreshed after coming out of the mountains, Wang Meng and the others are about to leave. Huazhao immediately picks most of the fresh vegetables from her home and hands them to them. No need, keep them to eat. Even if there are many now, they won't last through winter, Wang Meng insists. Uncle Wang, don't worry, take them. Huazhao personally throws the vegetable basket onto their car. I'm not the 200 gene girl anymore. I can't eat that much. Besides, look at how much is stored in my granary, dried vegetables included. We won't finish them all by next winter. Wang Meng sees this and doesn't argue further. Since they are sincerely giving, it's better not to make it awkward. He takes a few dozen yuan secretly handed to him and slips it into Huazhao's hand. I'll come back in a few days and bring some meat for you. Oh, that's my favorite, Huazhao says happily. Wang Meng laughs and leaves with his group. Everyone sits in the truck, looking back at the small, simple house, thinking how delicious it looks. The next 2 days are very quiet. Huazhao stays at her mother's house, and the west room is given to Qi Baoguo and Qi Shulan. 2 people couldn't sit still anymore. They both had jobs and came here to keep their jobs, but if they took more leave and didn't go back, they would lose their work. Dad, please come home with us. My mom actually misses you very much, Qi Shulan said. It's better for old couples to be together. When you go to Beijing, you'll be with her every day, eating, talking, walking, and having someone to talk to at night. Isn't that nice? Hua Chong replied. Your mom is still young and not old. Has she been waiting all these years to find someone her age to be with? Qi Shulan's eyes brightened.
No.
My mom has been waiting for you all these years, Hua Chong grimaced. Then tell her not to wait anymore. Find someone else to be with. I wasn't good enough for her back then, and now we have nothing to talk about. Qi Shaoxian was a typical young lady from a wealthy family during the Republic era. She attended a girls' school, spoke 2 foreign languages, and was a modern revolutionary woman. Compared to her, Hua Chong, from a humble background, had only studied a few days at a private school. He was uneducated and rough, with no common language with her. If Grandpa Qi hadn't valued his power, they probably wouldn't have married. Dad, look, your wife is just a delicate young lady. Why are you taking her seriously? Qi Shulan pretended to be coquettish. That's her fault. My mom has taken care of you, given birth to children, and managed the household. She only gets upset and scolds you sometimes. Why do you take it to heart? Their parents had always been cold and distant. They often argued after a few words. Both remembered this well. They also knew their mother looked down on their father's background. She looked down on him in the past, and even more now. She gave birth to my children? Where is she? Hua Chong looked around as if he didn't see the 2 people under his nose. Qi Baoguo and Qi Shulan felt a little angry inside. Why was Grandpa so stubborn? They had begged and pleaded, but he still refused.
What more did he want?
Dad, it's okay if you don't go back with us now. You'll have to go with Huazhao eventually, Qi Shulan said. But can you help us with one thing first? What is it?
Tell me, Hua Chong asked.
Qi Shulan's eyes lit up. Please give us 100-year-old ginseng. We need it urgently. Recently, they had been staying there, especially Qi Jiahao and Luo Wan, who almost clung to Hua Chong's arm. Hua Zhao hadn't had a chance to talk to Hua Chong about the ginseng. Hua Chong didn't need her to say anything. When he heard Qi Shulan's request, he looked straight ahead without raising his head. No, Dad, we really have an urgent need. We're not asking for free. Look at how much it's worth. We'll pay you back later, Qi Shulan said. She thought her father couldn't possibly accept 10,000 yuan from them, let alone 100,000. Only very greedy people would do that. I really don't have any, Hua Chong replied. There's plenty on the mountain. You can go dig there. Dad, Qi Baogua was angry. His father was no longer the same father from before. He seemed to have no regard for them anymore.
Dad,
do you know how tough our situation is now? If something happens to me and Shulan, our whole family will be affected. We'll lose our jobs. Adults can manage, but what about the kids? Jiahui and Huan have no school, no place to stay. Qi Baogua choked with emotion. Grandpa, Jiahao started waving his arms alone again. Hua Chong chuckled and said, It's okay. When the time comes, just come here. I'll talk to the team leader and get each of you a piece of land. You can raise pigs, grow vegetables, and earn work points. You'll still have enough to eat and stay warm. There's a primary school nearby, so you won't have to worry about school. Luo Wan, being young, couldn't hold back her temper. Hearing this, she got upset. When you and your sister go to the city for a better life, we'll have to go back to farming in the countryside. That's so mean of you, Luo Wan. Both Qi Baogua and Qi Shulan shouted at the same time. Luo Wan was scared by their stern looks. She shook off Hua Chong's arm and ran out quickly. Hua Chong stopped smiling and said to them, You've been eating here for so many days. That's enough. Now, immediately, you need to leave. His face darkened with a fierce, threatening look. Qi Baogua and Qi Shulan rarely saw this side of him. Suddenly, they felt a bit scared. Hua Zhao came in from the door, smiling and crossing his arms. If you don't leave now, do you believe I won't let you out of this village? Whenever your work is replaced, I'll let you go. This village is still under my grandfather's control. This threat was truly frightening. Without saying a word, Qi Baogua started packing his things, Jiahao following him. Qi Shulan didn't move. She sat on the kong, a traditional bed, and wiped her tears. Dad, there's nothing wrong with us helping each other. When the time comes, Hua Zhao will have a strong family backing her, and the Yi family won't look down on her. You don't know, her mother-in-law really looks down on her. She doesn't even give her a proper look or talk to her. Hua Chong immediately looked at Hua Zhao. Grandpa Hua smiled and patted his belly, saying, Don't listen to her nonsense. She hasn't even been inside the Yi family's house, so she doesn't know anything. My mother-in-law treats me well. When I wanted to come back, she tried to stop me, but I insisted on returning. Seeing this, Hua Chong nodded. Yes, there are 2 big grandchildren in her belly. Her mother-in-law only cares about the children, so she's not too harsh on her. Hua Zhao turned away and looked at Qi Shulan, whose face had completely turned cold. She really loves stirring up trouble. There's no train now. I'll go to the village team to borrow a cart to take you to the town, she said. I won't send you to the county town anymore. I hope your luggage is packed when I come back. If not, don't bother bringing any, she finished and walked out. Soon after, Zhao Liangkai personally arrived with a horse-drawn cart. Qi Baogua and Qi Shulan also packed their luggage. They came the same way they left. Hua Zhao didn't even see them off with a single scallion. Watching their figures disappear, Hua Zhao said, Grandpa, if you're worried about the children, it's okay. When we go to the capital, we'll definitely see each other again. She looked at Luo Wan's expression. She was sure Luo Wan would visit. While fixing the cucumber trellis, Hua Chong said, If I really didn't want to leave, I wouldn't have left back then. My bond with them is already over. Hua Zhao looked at his expression. He didn't seem truly sad, so she felt relieved. Grandpa, the ginseng that grew out is actually from the sugar mountain, Hua Zhao said. She didn't say, she kept it privately. Just the 2 of them living together. It would be too hurtful to hide such a valuable thing. Hua Chong was stunned and widened his eyes. You went to Sugar Mountain? When? Ever since the radio appeared at home, he loved listening to broadcasts. Of course, he knew about the earthquake. Yi Shin didn't have a holiday at first. I went to Sugar Mountain to find him. Don't worry, we're both fine and didn't experience the earthquake, Hua Zhao explained. Hua Chong looked her over carefully. She didn't seem injured, so he nodded in relief. Little Hua, someone suddenly called from outside the yard. Hua Zhao peeked out from behind the cucumber trellis and saw Aunt Ma running toward her house. Little Hua, you need to come quickly. The Lu family came to look for your mom again. This time, they brought a lot of people. The Lu family had come to Kashantan many times. After suffering losses from their large numbers, they finally found a strategy with the help of a wise person. They also called over a group of people. Relatives and friends, even those unrelated, were all convinced to come. They promised that each person would bring some fresh vegetables when they left. Of course, I didn't mention the possibility of being beaten, only that they should speak their minds. Zhang Guilin was the one who asked for a divorce. She didn't want the bride price back, so why was she still shamelessly asking him for money? Lu Xiangqian understood this. Or maybe it was Zhu Wazi who made it clear, face wasn't important, money was. Divorce was also important. If they didn't have a legal relationship, she wouldn't see him again in the future. That time at the factory was really embarrassing. When the other men interested in her heard about it, they stopped contacting her. She had no choice but to give up and follow Lu Xiangqian wholeheartedly. Far away, Hua Zhao saw her mother's yard full of people, men, women, old and young, about 20 or 30 in total. Auntie, please go and call Uncle's squad leader, Hua Zhao said. With so many people, they needed more men to handle things, otherwise it would be hard to manage if it turned violent. Oh, I'll go now, Ma Auntie said, and ran off. Actually, she didn't need to call. Others had already told Zhao Yongkai when they saw so many outsiders arrive. In the village, such a large group of outsiders was a big deal. They had to check them and be serious. If they didn't have an introduction letter, they wouldn't be allowed to stay overnight in the village. This was a very cautious time. Hua Zhao carried a hoe from home and stormed into Zhang Guilin's yard, looking fierce. Unfortunately, her face looked too young, so no one was afraid except Lu Kong. Seeing Hua Zhao, Lu Tsong suddenly felt the pain in his freshly healed hand again. There are so many people, they've even damaged our vegetable garden, Hua Zhao said, waving the hoe at the people standing in the garden. Then she stood next to Zhang Guilin and said to Lu Xiangqian, So? Have you thought it over? Are you here to divorce? Yes, we're divorcing, Lu Xiangqian replied. All right then, Hua Zhao said, holding out her hand. Give me 500 yuan and we'll handle the paperwork. I've never heard of a divorce where the woman gets money. She doesn't deserve it. The Lu family raised her for so many years for nothing. Someone in the crowd immediately said. Lu Xiangqian stood there proudly. He couldn't speak, so someone else spoke for him. He should have brought people with him. Xiuxiu was smart. Zhu Wazi's full name was Zhu Xiuxiu. What do you mean raised for nothing? My mom has been working since she married into the Lu family, almost never taking a day off. She's earning money too, Hua Zhao said. These days, what's money worth? She only earned money, but she doesn't have a ticket. Without Lu family's grain coupons or vegetables, what could she buy with just a few yuan? She'd have starved long ago. Another person said. This was a harsh truth. Without tickets, you couldn't buy things in Bai City. You had to go to the black market, where prices were higher. But it's not impossible to buy ration tickets on the black market. Some families have fewer members, eat less, and have leftover tickets, which they sell for a small price, just a few cents per jean. Ultimately, Zhang Guilin's earnings are enough to support herself. However, black market dealings are not something to discuss openly. Fine, I won't argue with you, Hua Zhao said, stomping her hoe. Anyway, no 500 yuan, no divorce. The Lu family's helpers naturally refused to agree, arguing and getting impatient. Maybe they thought Hua Zhao, a young girl, was easy to bully, and they wanted to scare her into submission. Hua Zhao clenched her hoe tightly. What's going on? Zhao Yongkai rushed in with others. He was fixated on Hua Zhao, quickly grabbing her hoe and whispering, It's already bad enough to hit someone, and now you want to use tools? Do you want to hurt a few more people? He couldn't cover for her if things got worse. Hua Zhao chuckled. Hitting a few isn't a problem, knocking some down is fine, so they see I'm not easy to bully. Zhao Yongkai shot her a sharp look, too busy to talk, then turned to the crowd and shouted, Where are you all from? What are you doing coming to our Kongshan village? Coming to rebel. He came with people and even brought militia members. Although they didn't draw their rifles, just carrying them looked intimidating. The Liu family's relatives and friends immediately stepped back and stayed silent. Even fools knew the other side was truly strong and numerous. This was their territory. Liu Xiangqian also fell silent, hiding behind his mother. People from Kongshan village looked at them with contempt, just a bunch of cowards, only daring to bully Zhang Guilin. Lao Lutai came out and argued with Zhao Liangkai. Captain, you should judge this fairly. How can a woman ask for 500 yuan to divorce? That's just greed. What has our Liu family done to her? Why is she worth 500 yuan? You guys hit someone, Hua Zhao said. Lao Lutai immediately lost his temper, shouting at everyone. What's wrong with hitting someone? Doesn't that man hit his wife? It's not every day. Maybe a few times a month. That's not bad, Hua Zhao. All right. She forgot the gap between times. I don't care. Hua Zhao waved her small hand, suddenly realizing that being a stubborn, unreasonable person could sometimes be quite satisfying. Anyway, Liu Xiangqian's outside, someone wants to divorce him. If he's at fault first, he has to pay compensation. If not, no divorce. Stop talking nonsense, my son doesn't have anyone outside. Grandma Liu firmly said, there's no rush to divorce. How about we make a bet? If Liu Xiangqian doesn't get married within 10 years after the divorce, we won't take a penny. Grandma Liu immediately refused. You're no longer married, and you still care whether we marry again? What does it have to do with you? Then let's not talk about it. Hua Zhao waved her hand. Send the guests away. She now acts like a little boss in this village, commanding everyone to listen. She pushes the people in the yard out. There's some private talk mixed in. The Liu family gets punched and kicked a few times. Liu Xiangqian, thinking of widow Zhu who's waiting for good news, and seeing Hua Zhao's tough attitude, suddenly gets angry and shouts, divorce.
Fine.
500, just 500. Grandma Liu is upset and slaps him. Where are you going to get 500 yuan? We don't have that. Liu Xiangqian calms down a bit, his eyes turning. 500 is fine, but I want my bride price back, every penny of it. 200 yuan, plus 10 pounds of meat, 20 pounds of rice, and 4 bottles of wine. 10 years ago, that was a big gift. Back then, Zhang Guilin was pretty and didn't want to marry. The Liu family had some money, and since Liu Xiangqian was causing trouble, they agreed. I've never heard of a couple divorcing after 10 years of marriage with 4 kids and having to return the bride price. That's shameless. This time, the villagers from the mountain support village are backing Zhang Guilin. Are there really such shameless city folks? I've learned something new today. I also have relatives in the city, working in the county. I'll visit their home and tell them what's happening and help spread the word. This time, Liu's friends and relatives don't speak. They feel ashamed. This is even more embarrassing than Zhang Guilin asking for 500 yuan. Hua Zhao suddenly shouts, fine. 200 yuan, 10 pounds of meat, 20 pounds of rice, and 4 bottles of wine. I'll return everything to you, no loss at all. Everyone looks at her. Zhang Guilin is anxious and pulls Hua Zhao's sleeve. She doesn't agree with the 500 yuan, feeling guilty. But she definitely doesn't want to return the bride price. Why should she? Hua Zhao looks at the surprised Liu family and smiles, but you all know that money and those things, my mom didn't get a single cent of it. Back then, you gave those things to whoever you wanted. Now, if you want them back, that's your problem. If you can get them, good for you. If not, it has nothing to do with us. Zhang Guilin immediately stops pulling her sleeve. The Liu family and their relatives were driven out of Kaoshan village. Everyone was very angry because not only had they been beaten and lost their dignity, but they also didn't get the vegetables they had been promised. From now on, we need to be more careful. We can't let others use us like tools, someone said sarcastically. That's right. Others agreed. They returned to the county town feeling upset. After getting off the train, they left Liu's family behind and went their own way. Back home, Liu's family was still thinking about Hua Zhao's words. Mom, how much money do we still have at home? Liu Xiangqian asked. Liu Tsong pouted and said nothing. Anyway, he was already married and couldn't control his dad's reckless spending. At most, he wouldn't send money home anymore. 100 yuan. Old Lady Lu snorted angrily. Lu Xiangqian's eyes lit up. If I take back the bride price, I can give it to Zhang Guilin. Then I can get married. Dream on. That's my and your dad's retirement money. We used all our savings for your wedding. It should have been your turn in a past life. No money. Figure it out yourself. Old Lady Lu snapped. Lu Xiangqian and Lu Tsong shrank back, not speaking. Both of them knew that getting married was expensive. That evening, Lu Xiangqian went to Widow Zhu's house and told her what happened during the day. After she comforted him in various ways, he took his brothers to Zhang's house the next day to retrieve the wedding gifts. The Zhu brothers were tough and brave, and Widow Zhu was well respected, so they helped a lot. The Zhang family, however, was not so fortunate. Although Zhang Guilin had 3 brothers and several nephews, all in their prime, they couldn't compare to the Zhu brothers in strength and ruthlessness. They were easily intimidated. Most importantly, no one in Zhang's village was willing to stand up for them. After being threatened by the Zhu brothers, the Zhang family agreed to return the bride price, but they only offered 100 yuan. They said they would pay the rest in a few days. As for the gifts, they simply couldn't produce them, so they decided to convert them into money. The Zhu family was satisfied and left with Lu Xiangqian. Old Lady Zhang immediately went to Kaoshan village. It was all Zhang Guilin's fault. Of course, she paid for it herself. Since she had married into a wealthy family, she should also show filial piety to her grandmother. Old Lady Zhang didn't come alone. She brought her eldest granddaughter-in-law, Zhao Xiaohong, along with her 2 children and the youngest child of her second son, 6-year-old Zhang Xini. The whole family set out for Kaoshan village. When they arrived, they didn't need to ask around. People who saw her immediately led her to Zhang Guilin's current residence. Everyone heard about how she tricked Zhang Guilin. No one expected this elderly lady to still have the courage to come now. The person leading the way not only guided but also called people out to watch the fun when passing by each house. It was dinner time, and every household had someone home. Soon, almost the entire village went to Zhang Guilin's house with bowls of rice. Hua Zhao naturally got the news too. She joined in the local customs, holding her bowl and standing in her yard looking down. From here, she could see Zhang Guilin's house clearly. "Grandpa, you eat first. I can go by myself," Hua Zhao said quickly, finishing her rice. "Every day, there's no peace," suddenly said Hua Chang. "When choosing a family partner, you must look at their character. Otherwise, there will be trouble. Yi Zhenghua and Yi Mao are good people, but your mother-in-law." It turns out Hua Chang listened to Qi Shulan that day. Hua Zhao later told him her mother-in-law was very kind to her. He thought for a few days and was a bit doubtful. He had seen Miao Longji before, and he definitely looked down on rural daughters-in-law. "Grandpa, you guessed right. At first, my mother-in-law looked down on my background," Hua Zhao honestly said. "But I'm adorable." She rested her chin on her hands and smiled at her grandpa. Her expression was so sweet that even a hard-hearted person would soften. "I told you the truth later. I said my mother-in-law didn't want me to leave. When we go to Beijing, you'll see for yourself." Hua Chang believed her and chuckled. "Hurry up so your mom doesn't get bullied." When they entered Zhang's yard, it was very quiet. Grandma Zhang wasn't crying but was gently pleading with Zhang Guilin. "Child, I'm hungry." Grandma Zhang was pitifully bent over, holding a 6-year-old girl with one hand, tears in her eyes, looking at her daughter and saying she was hungry. Besides being cold-hearted, any normal child wouldn't want to see their mother like this. Zhang Guilin had her own resentments before, but now she couldn't hold them back. The expressions of people watching the scene also turned to sympathy. It's not that she didn't have her reasons, but they were her parents. How could she hold a grudge? Guilin quickly served some food to Grandma, someone said. "She's old and small, and she's been walking all day. She must be starving." "Ah." Zhang Guilin responded softly and turned to go inside. The onlookers also dispersed. Everyone could see that Grandma Zhang was being gentle this time, so there was no more excitement. Hua Zhao followed Grandma Zhang into the house. Inside, they were having dinner: thick porridge, pickled vegetables, and stewed potatoes with eggplant. The dishes were all from Hua Zhao's yard, But they didn't eat together now because Hua Chang, the former father-in-law, was there, which made it awkward. Grandma Zhang was very hungry. Without waiting for anyone to invite her, she quickly climbed onto the Kong bed, grabbed a bowl of food, and started eating. De Qin, Xiao Qin, De Wei, and Xiao Wei stood on the ground, watching Grandma Zhang and Hua Zhao. This time, they still believed their sister. They thought Grandma Zhang was the one eating. You all go to sister's house to eat. She made a lot, and there's more than enough, Hua Zhao said. She was often hungry late at night, so she made a little extra, especially since she hadn't finished eating today. There was still quite a bit left in the pot. Zhang Guilan was worried about Hua Chang, the former father-in-law, but De Qin, Xiao Qin, De Wei, and Xiao Wei thought Hua Chang was very kind and liked them a lot. They weren't shy and immediately left the house. The food their sister made was always tastier than what their mother cooked. Mom, you should eat quickly too, Hua Zhao told Zhang Guilan. Zhang Guilan looked at the table, where Zhao Xiaohong had quietly sat down, and the children didn't know about manners. They just picked up their bowls and ate. If she didn't go now, there wouldn't be any food left. Grandma Zhang originally wanted to eat and talk at the same time, but as soon as she tasted the food, she found it smelled so good she forgot to speak. Everyone ate quickly and cleanly, and the table was soon empty. Grandma Zhang reached out her bowl to Zhang Guilan. Mom isn't full yet. Serve me some rice. There's none left. It's all here, Zhang Guilan said. Grandma Zhang didn't believe her and went to the kitchen. She found the pot was empty. Still not convinced, she looked through the dish rack and found some pickled vegetables Hua Zhao had sent. She tasted them and found they were good, so she brought them out, poured hot water over them, and finished the entire bowl of pickles. Of course, the pickles Hua Zhao made weren't overly salty. After eating a bowl of pickles with some water, Grandma Zhang finally felt full and was able to speak. Big daughter, I heard you're getting a divorce? Grandma Zhang said, then tears started falling uncontrollably. She didn't listen to Zhang Guilan and just sat there crying, my daughter. Why is your life so hard? She looked so heartbroken. Zhang Guilan's eyes turned red from her crying. Hua Zhao rolled her eyes nearby. That's why parents think they can control their children. They can always find a way. Of course, this doesn't apply to heartless children. For those people, crying won't help at all. But clearly, Zhang Guilan is not that kind of person, and old lady Zhang also knows this. How do you know my mother wants a divorce? Did Lu's family come to see you? Hua Zhao asked. Are they asking for the bride price from back then? You don't want to give it, so now they're here asking for money. Old lady Zhang suddenly stopped crying. The tears that were about to fall from Zhang Guilan's eyes were also held back. Old lady Zhang opened her mouth to say she wasn't, but she couldn't get the words out. That was exactly why she was here. That Lu family is really too much. Today they stormed into our house, pointed at Grandpa and Grandma and scolded them, even started a fight. Zhao Xiaohong suddenly spoke up. Old lady Zhang was stunned, then reacted, and immediately started crying. That Lu family really has no humanity. They've suffered so much over the years. Not at all, Hua Zhao interrupted her with a strong tone. My mother has endured so much over the years, and Lu's family only gave half. The other half was thanks to you. Grandma, I heard that all these years you've gone to ask my mother for money and things, claiming they were for me. Where did those things go? Who ate or used them? Old lady Zhang froze there. She didn't expect Hua Zhao to speak so frankly. Earlier, they had been trying to find out about Ho Shan-tun, but when the truth about the past was exposed, she didn't dare to come find Zhang Guilan. Now Hua Zhao openly criticized her face-to-face, which was understandable. Old lady Zhang looked at Zhang Guilan with a grievance. Daughter, I've been hungry all these years too. Life hasn't been easy. The things you gave us, I ate them all. The money was used to buy food, and my little ones also ate. We all thank you. Quick, kowtow to Annie. Zhao Xiaohong immediately pressed her two daughters to kowtow to Zhang Guilan. The two children, unaware of everything, were suddenly pushed onto the bed, and as they supported their heads, they knocked their foreheads with a loud bang, making them both stunned. After a moment, they burst into loud crying. Hua Zhao looked on and grinned. The force was so strong that it even caused a big bump on their foreheads. How could a mother use such harsh force? Are you still a real mother? Zhang Guilin couldn't bear to watch anymore. She hugged the two children and comforted them, skipping over the awkward issue for now. Old Lady Zhang shot Zhao Xiaohong a sidelong glance. She had never realized before, this daughter-in-law of hers had quite a few tricks up her sleeve. Hua Zhao went out, took a melon, split it open, and handed it to the two children. The sweet aroma immediately caught their attention, and once they tasted the fruit, they stopped crying. Mom, they came today just to ask for money. You handle it yourself. I'm going home to eat, Hua Zhao said. She couldn't always make decisions for Zhang Guilin. She had to face her own problems. If she truly wanted to show filial piety, she couldn't stop her, or she would seem like a bad person. Zhang Guilin didn't want her to leave. She knew she couldn't handle her mother alone. After all, she was her mother, and even though she was angry inside, she couldn't say some things. Mom, I haven't eaten yet, Hua Zhao said. Oh, then go eat quickly. Don't go hungry, Zhang Guilin hurriedly replied. Hua Zhao was pregnant, so eating was very important. She couldn't let her granddaughter go hungry. Thinking about becoming a grandmother soon, Zhang Guilin smiled. Looking at her mother, her worries eased a little. After Hua Zhao left, Grandma Zhang and Zhao Xiaohong both sighed in relief. Zhang Guilin was much easier to deal with than Hua Zhao. Girl, how have you been these days? Has anyone in the village bullied you? Grandma Zhang asked warmly. It was a rare moment of warmth. They've all been good to me. With Hua Zhao here, no one bullies me, Zhang Guilin said with a happy smile. She never thought her days back in the village would be so peaceful and smooth. Only Lu's family occasionally caused trouble. The villagers were kind to her. There were probably some gossip behind her back, but everyone was polite to her face. Even her old friends had started talking to her again. That was really good. That's good. That's good, Grandma Zhang said happily. It looks like your life is getting better. The house is built, the yard is ready, and there's a chicken and duck pen in the back. Most people don't have such good days. She sat there and heard the pigs in the backyard squealing loudly, feeling very warm inside. Her family didn't even raise pigs yet. But from the sounds, there must be several. And the chickens and ducks wandering around the yard made her very envious. That pig isn't mine, it's Hua Zhao's, Zhang Guilin explained. It was originally in her yard, but she didn't like the smell and couldn't take care of it, so yesterday she moved it to my backyard and asked me to look after it. What's yours and what's hers? Your daughter's pig is just yours, Grandma Zhang said, taking the opportunity to tease. Zhang Guilin knew these words would come. She sat on the Kong bed and said firmly, it's different. They are married now and have a family. Also, the money for buying pigs still came from the old master. I don't have the face to say that spending the old master's money is mine. I'll just do my part, and if he can give me a little piece of meat, I'll be grateful. This made Grandma Zhang feel uncomfortable. She didn't expect there to be something more upsetting. Zhang Guilin continued, I still owe a lot because of the famine. Money spent on building the house, buying chickens and ducks, buying grain from the team, and I even borrowed 500 yuan from Hua Zhao. Mom, over the years, you've taken more than 200 yuan from me. Just return it to me. P.S. The author feels guilty for not updating often. Recently, I haven't been able to write much because of a reason I can't mention for 3 months. It's really hard. I feel dizzy and nauseous every day. Sometimes I can't lift my arms, and I can't sit because of stomach pain. Hopefully, in a couple of months, I'll feel better and be able to update more. Grandma Zhang's eyes widened when she heard this. She came to ask for money. Now she was the one being asked to pay back. She realized for the first time that her eldest daughter was not easy to deal with. Guilin, thank you. The things and money you've given me over the years have made my life less difficult. Thank you, Grandma Zhang said tearfully, then suddenly stood up and knelt on the Kong. She bowed her head to Zhang Guilin. She was truly determined. Zhang Guilin was so scared she jumped to the ground, feeling helpless. Mom, what are you doing? She didn't expect her mother to do such a thing, to kneel and beg for money just to avoid paying it back. Grandma Zhang was really committed. She turned around and kept kneeling, chasing after Zhang Guilin. It was about 200 yuan, actually 400 yuan in total. And Zhang Guilin was about to get a divorce, but she heard she might get back 500 yuan, which was not bad. Plus, her relationship with Hua Zhao was so good. Was money really a problem? This was her most promising child. She had to repair their relationship no matter what, for future benefits. Grandma Zhang's had kept knocking against the ground, making a loud thud. Teach this. Zhang Guilin was so anxious, she kept rubbing her hands. Suddenly, the door opened, and a group of people came in. Hey, what are you doing? Zhao Liangkai asked. Grandma Zhang stopped her actions. With outsiders present, she didn't want to be so embarrassing. She didn't want her daughter to see her kneeling and feel ashamed. I have a headache, but it doesn't hurt when I knock, she explained. Oh, Zhao Liangkai looked at her twice, didn't expose her, and asked, where is the introduction letter? Let me see it. What introduction letter? Grandma Zhang said, confused. Hey, Grandma, don't pretend to be innocent. You want to stay overnight in our village tonight, right? You can't do that without an introduction letter. According to the current rules, visiting relatives is allowed, but you must leave the same day. Staying overnight requires an introduction letter from your own team. I was in such a hurry I forgot. Grandma Zhang slapped her thigh. She truly forgot. She was only thinking about asking Zhang Guilin for money and didn't pay attention to the time. All right, since you're old and young, I'll take my cart and send you back, Zhao Liangkai said. No, Captain, please be flexible. This is my daughter. I am her mother. Everyone in the village knows us. We're not bad people. You don't need the introduction letter this time, right? You telling me this won't work. When they come to check, if someone says I took in outsiders without an introduction letter, they won't care about the details. They will definitely come after me. Zhao Liangkai pointed to the militia behind him. Are you coming down on your own, or do I invite you down? Grandma Zhang was scared and put on her shoes to step down. Xiao Hong could only quietly follow. When they reached the kitchen, Grandma Zhang saw a pile of vegetables in the corner, several pumpkins, eggplants, potatoes, and green beans, fresh and tender, clearly better than her own. She had just tasted them and agreed they were tastier. Next to the vegetables was a basket. Grandma Zhang didn't hesitate. She quickly filled it up. Guilin, our family has many people, so the vegetables from the garden aren't enough. Look at how hungry the children are, like they've never eaten before. You should give these to your parents. I'll take them home to stew for your dad to try, Grandma Zhang said. What could Zhang Guilin say? It wasn't like it was 1960, and a single bite could be life-threatening. She could only silently agree. Grandma Zhang proudly carried the basket and left, getting on the cart outside. No need to worry about going home. She'd come back tomorrow with the introduction letter. She'd come every day. There was plenty to eat and drink. So good. Xiao Hong could also bring the children every day. This wasn't the Zhang household. It was her real aunt's home, her niece's family. No one dared to chase them away if they came every day. After the people left, Hua Zhao took her 4 younger siblings inside. What did she say? Hua Zhao asked. Zhao Liangkai was definitely the person she hired, as they knew each other well and had been in contact for many years. There was no real need for an introduction letter. Now, in 1976, management in this area has relaxed. Zhang Guilin sighed as she tidied up the table and said, "What else can I say?" You guessed right, she wants money. She left quite quickly, Hua Zhao said. She watched Zhao Liangkai come in and leave within 2 minutes, which meant there were no problems. She had thought that Grandma Zhang might faint on the bed and be unable to move. Zhang Guilin sighed again. She'll definitely come again tomorrow. She understood her mother well. She wouldn't give up until she reached her goal. And from her mother's expression when she left, she guessed what she was after. Life in the future won't be peaceful, Zhang Guilin said. But she didn't know what to do. It was her mother, after all, and she couldn't just kick her out. Forget it. Just a few meals, and I'll consider it my way of showing filial piety, she comforted herself. She didn't have any money anyway, and still owed some debts outside. Sure enough, Grandma Zhang arrived the next morning, bringing Zhao Xiaohong and a few children. No one was home, so Zhang Guilin had to go out to work. The 4 children had just started school today and went with Hua Zhao. All 4 children wore new clothes, looked bright and clean, and carried brand new backpacks filled with new stationery and some borrowed old books. Nowadays, textbooks are passed down through generations. One book can be used from the oldest to the youngest. Dawei is 10 years old, but only in 2nd grade. This area is in the far north, where winters are very cold. There's no snow, but classes don't stop. Schools usually serve several villages because the area is large and sparsely populated. Children might have to walk 10 miles to school, so they start school late, around 8 or 9 years old. But this year, Dawei should be in 3rd grade. Xiaowei is in 2nd grade. Daqin and Xiaoqin are 6 and 4 years old. Hua Zhao sometimes regrets agreeing to let them go to school. The elementary school isn't far, but it's still 4 or 5 miles away. In winter, the snow is taller than they are, and walking that far in the cold would be terrible. Looking at the classroom, the walls have big holes, and there's no roof overhead. It leaks everywhere. Summer isn't bad, but winter can freeze people solid. Daqin, Xiaoqin, should we skip school for now? Hua Zhao asked carefully. Daqin didn't answer, but immediately had tears in his eyes. All right. Just go. Maybe take winter off, Hua Zhao said. After visiting the classroom, Hua Zhao took the children to find the principal. She didn't know the principal, but with her social skills, she managed to enroll 4 children with just a few words, including herself. Currently, the enrollment conditions are very lenient. Almost anyone can come, regardless of age, as long as they want to attend school and don't mind being seen. For example, a pregnant 18-year-old like Hua Zhao attending elementary school, although the principal hadn't met her, he didn't seem to have a reason to refuse. She was gentle and polite, so Hua Zhao took it as if he agreed. Thank you, principal. I'll start classes tomorrow. I'll see what grade I can get into then, she said, bowing again before leaving. Not having attended a single day of school, suddenly getting into Peking University seemed a bit too shocking. Probably worth a newspaper story. She thought it was better not to attract too much attention, so she planned to just get a primary school diploma first, then spend a few days in middle and high school if possible. The old principal, over 60, watched her back and shook his head with a smile. Back home, Hua Zhao saw the yard gate open. Through the clean glass, she saw Grandma Zhang sitting on the kong, smoking a pipe. Security was still quite good. Apart from at night, every family's doors were almost never locked during the day, and the yard gate was never locked because there was no gate at all. Zhao Xiaohong and a few children were playing in the vegetable garden. Hua Zhao looked on, as if she was counting her possessions. Although Zhang Guilin moved in late, she had been there for 2 months now, and some of the vegetables in the yard were almost ripe. There were also chickens and ducks. Zhao Xiaohong was counting carefully. Hua Zhao glanced around. Zhao Xiaohong looked up and saw her, immediately feeling guilty and lowering her head. Hua Zhao returned home expressionlessly. She had already noticed yesterday that her mother could handle it, so she decided to let her keep going. She needed to go home to organize her things and mail them to Yi Shu and Yi Fong. She had promised to send them some delicious food. She also needed to prepare gifts for her father-in-law and grandfather-in-law. Now, Hua Zhao even wanted to prepare something for her mother-in-law to comfort her, like a little princess. Hua Zhao didn't have much to mail, only some dried vegetables, pickled vegetables, dried fruits, small dried fish, and some mountain goods like roasted pine nuts and roasted hazelnuts. She chose a little of each and sent them all. She also sent a separate bag of roasted sunflower seeds to Yi Shu so she could see them. I wonder how those flowers are doing, Hua Zhao said. Before she left, the strange flowers and plants she got from He Jianing had grown vigorously. She had placed them in the courtyard, letting Yiming occasionally take care of them. Right now, Yiming was watering the flowers. He watered the plants carefully. He was not like his sister or Hua Zhao, who didn't appreciate flowers. He recognized these flower pots and asked his sister where she bought the flowers. After hearing the details, he knew these were the rare plants collected by He Jianing. Little Hua is really good at taking care of flowers, Yiming said while watering. Seeing how lively these plants, which were said to rarely recover after being neglected by He Jianing, now looked so vibrant, he sighed with admiration. His home's feng shui had changed. A plant expert had arrived. Yishu was busy eating grapes and nodded without speaking. The grapes were very sweet. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Yiming went to see who it was and was surprised to find He Jianing. He paused for a moment and didn't open the door. Instead, he quickly ran back to the main courtyard and quietly told Yishu, "Quick, quick, quick, move all these flowers into the bedroom." Then he opened the door. "Why have you come here today?" Yiming asked with a smile. He Jianing also smiled. "Today, the southwest wind is blowing about level 3 or 4. Yiming slightly curled his lips and stood at the door without moving. "You seem quite interested in the weather forecast," He Jianing shrugged. "There's not much worth paying attention to in this world." "Why are you here?" Yiming leaned against the doorframe, still not inviting him inside. "Shall we talk inside?" He Jianing looked behind him. Yiming stared at him for a moment, thinking that with his sister's skills, she could have finished moving the flowers by now. "Please," he finally stepped aside, opening the door to let He Jianing in. As He Jianing walked in, he looked around the yard. In just a few days, it had been mostly repaired. The stone tiles were relaid, and the doors and windows of other rooms had been reinstalled. Now, Teacher's son and his students were rebuilding at the original Chow family site in the backyard. Yishu was sitting under the grapevine, still eating. "I could smell the grapes from afar. Won't you let me try some?" He Jianing casually approached and sat next to Yishu, but didn't reach for the plate. Yishu looked at the grapes, then at He Jianing, and finally picked up the only plate of grapes on the table, holding it close to her face. "There aren't many, so I won't share." "He Jianing, where do you plan to send her?" His last words stopped He Jianing's hand. Today, he truly came for He Lanlan. "Where do you want her to go?" He Jianing asked. "To Yunnan, XXX County, XX Village for rural work," Yiming replied. That place was not under anyone's influence. It was naturally a place of hardship. "Okay," He Jianing agreed, without hesitation. "Let her set out tomorrow," Yiming added, sensing that if they didn't leave now, they might never get the chance. The Sending Youths to the Countryside campaign had been going on vigorously for over 10 years, with many issues along the way. Several years ago, there were various conditions for returning home. Recently, Yiming received news that higher authorities might stop the policy altogether. Indeed, 1976 marked the last batch of educated youths sent to the countryside. "All right," He Jianing still agreed, without hesitation. His quick response surprised Yiming, who didn't know what to say. "Then, take care on your way," Yiming said. He Jianing sat still, suddenly asking, "What about my flowers?" Yiming was stunned and asked confusedly, "Your flowers?" "Which flowers?" "The ones I left at the nursery, the ones Hua Zhao bought," He Jianing explained. Yiming continued to pretend he didn't understand, looking at Yishu and asking, "Is that true?" Yishu also looked confused. "No, I went to the nursery with Hua Zhao. We didn't buy flowers, just a few fruit trees and some empty flower pots." "Oh, I saw those flower pots," Yiming suddenly realized. He asked He Jianing, "Are those pots yours?" "Sorry, those were bought through official channels by them. Paid in full, no returns." He Jianing had been sitting there smiling, watching the siblings' playful exchange. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and said, "That smells like duanmei, and that's the scent of wanzi. It seems fresher than before, strange." He was referring to the names of 2 orchids in the room. Yiming wanted to roll his eyes. How could he smell such a faint scent? Or was he just pretending? What duanmei? What wanzi? Yiming looked at a small, thin branch in the corner and said, "That's the red plum my brother just planted." He Jianing looked at him and smiled, playing dumb. Since Master Kong gave him the money for the flower pots and explained the situation at the time, He Jianing had a suspicion. But it wasn't until just now, when he truly smelled the scents of duanmei, wanzi, and several other plants, and could match them to previous memories, that he was sure Hua Zhao had saved his flowers. His smile grew wider, and he realized he had found a useful advantage. He stood up directly, nodded to the 2, and left without saying anything more about flowers. He wasn't there to ask for flowers, he just wanted to confirm they were still alive. When he got home, he immediately told Xiao Zhao, "Go and book 2 train tickets to the northeast." Xiao Zhao was surprised and looked confused. At this time, He Jianye and He Jianwei hadn't come out yet. Why go to the northeast?
Who's going? Xiao Zhao asked.
He Jianing looked at him and said, "Of course, you and I." Oh, Xiao Zhao didn't dare ask more and quickly booked 2 sleeper tickets. Maybe the people who can save the 2 gentlemen of the He family are in the northeast, and they need the gentleman to go personally? Today, Grandma Zhang indeed came with a letter of introduction and stayed all day at Zhang Guilan's house, not leaving in the evening. Moreover, the letter of introduction was opened, and she could stay as long as she wanted. The work in the fields isn't very busy now, or sometimes busy. Usually, she doesn't go to the fields at home, only doing house chores and taking care of the family's meals and drinks. Now that she has left, there are still a few daughters-in-law here, and some people are busy. She isn't in a hurry. Her main task now is to ask for money. Today, when she arrived, she saw from afar that Lu Xiangqian was again bringing those men from yesterday to her house. It was clear they wouldn't stop until they got their money back. So, she couldn't just give up either. Today, Grandma Zhang started crying. Since Zhang Guilan finished work and had dinner, she sat on the kong, a traditional bed, wiping tears and talking about the hardships of their family over the years. She cried for 2 days straight. This time, Zhang Guilan clenched her teeth and endured, saying nothing. She ate and slept as usual, then went back to work in the fields the next day. Grandma Zhang was so angry she just wanted to hit her. On the 3rd day, Grandma Zhang was thinking of changing her approach when her younger son, Zhang Daqian, came running.
Mom.
That old Lu family took away the remaining 100 yuan. And those things, we can't produce them, and they moved away with 2 bags of corn. Hearing this, Grandma Zhang immediately jumped up from the kong. He dares, why wouldn't he dare? This time, he brought more people and said if we didn't give the money, they would tear down our house. Zhang Daqian choked with emotion. They even wanted to beat my dad. We had no choice but to give them the money. Who knew, after taking the money, they also stole things. Big sister, how could big brother-in-law do this? His last words were full of accusation. Zhang Guilan also panicked. Is our dad okay? If we hadn't given the money quickly, something definitely would have happened, Zhang Daqian said with a crying face. Grandma Zhang looked at her younger son and slowly sat back on the kong. Zhang Daqian is her youngest son, only 23 years old, not married yet. When Zhang Guilan got married, he was only a few years old and didn't understand him, but she knew her son very well. Even if something happens at home, his smart, brave, and clever son would never lose his composure or run somewhere to cry. He was crying for his sister to see.
Smart.
Grandma Zhang suddenly slapped her thigh and started crying. Why is my life so hard? I ended up with such a son-in-law. Losing so much money and grain. How can we survive? Our whole family might starve. Zhang Guilan stood on the ground, nervously twisting her hands. Although she had a fight with Lu's family, Lu Xiangqian was indeed her husband. He rushed into her mother's house, stole things and money, and even hit her father. She also felt responsible. Suddenly, the curtain was pulled aside, and Hua Zhao walked in. She looked at the tall, thin man with his head bowed, his narrow eyes full of scheming, and a smug look of fooling someone in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. She then looked at Grandma Zhang, who was crying loudly. Grandma Zhang saw her too, and her crying suddenly stopped. It was a natural reaction, and she was frightened. Why did you end up with such a son-in-law? Because you were greedy for money back then, for the 200 yuan bride price and dozens of jin of grain. My mother said she wouldn't marry, but you forced her to marry by threatening her life. This son-in-law is something you exchanged your life for. So, whether he's good or bad, it's not others' fault, but yours, Hua Zhao said to her. Grandma Zhang almost suffocated from holding her breath. But she couldn't find a single word to argue. She had forgotten or didn't want to remember what happened back then. Now that it was brought up, she realized it was true. Zhang Guilan also remembered it was like that. Her guilt suddenly disappeared. All those old things are in the past now. What's the point of bringing them up? Zhang Daqian calmly reasoned. We're just saying, now he's asking for the bride price from 10 years ago. Does he have a reason? He has no reason. If you want to talk to him, go ahead. Why are you talking to us? Do you think we're easy to bully? Or do you want to get back 200 yuan and dozens of jin of grain to make up for your losses? Does that make sense? Hua Zhao asked him. Zhang Daqian was stunned and looked at Hua Zhao carefully. She was really different from before. Not just her appearance, but her mind was completely different, like two different people. A few years ago, he came to Kaoshan Tun once and happened to see Hua Zhao fighting with someone in the village because they insulted her. He watched from the beginning to the end. At that time, Hua Zhao was fat and fierce, and she couldn't even fight back, only knew how to hit. He was so stupid that he didn't even want to call her his niece, and just turned around and left. Now, he was so overwhelmed by her that he couldn't say a word. Hua Zhao turned her anger towards Grandma Zhang again. Look carefully. Look at what your actions have done to my mother. You forced her to marry such an unreliable man. She spent 10 years having 4 children, suffering and working hard, enduring scorn, and in the end, she was driven out. You only went to trouble the Liu family, crying at their door, but now you're coming here to complain about your own grievances? What grievances do you have? How can you be so shameless? Grandma Zhang was speechless from the rebuke. Seeing this, Zhang Daqian thought it was going badly and wanted to speak, but Hua Zhao aimed her anger at him again. And you, as a strong young brother, when your sister was bullied so badly, you didn't go to fight for her. Instead, you complain about her. What kind of brother are you? Probably just a greedy wolf who only cares about money. You. Zhang Daqian was so angry he raised his fist. Zhang Guilin was startled when she saw this, and didn't think twice before rushing forward and colliding into Zhang Daqian's chest with full force. She was the daughter she raised for many years, and she was pregnant now. No one could touch her. Especially not this brother she had long forgotten. Zhang Daqian didn't expect his silly sister to dare to hit him. Unprepared, he was knocked down instantly, his head hitting the window frame behind him with a loud bang, which hurt a lot. This broke Grandma Zhang's heart. Whoever gave birth to her, she loved dearly. Ah, why are you hitting your brother? What did your brother do to you? Are you trying to force our family to the brink of ruin with your man? Grandma Zhang suddenly fell to the ground, sat next to Zhang Daqian, and started crying and patting her legs as if her son was already dead. At first, Zhang Daqian tried to stand up, but after a moment, he remembered something and lay still on the ground, pretending to be dead. Zhang Guilin was shocked, thinking she had really knocked him out or even killed him, and she hurried over to check. Hua Zhao held her back. He's just pretending. This is about money or trying to extort money, she said. Grandma Zhang's crying stopped. Oh. Zhang Guilin looked at her brother and then at Hua Zhao, choosing to believe her daughter. Grandma Zhang continued crying, and Zhang Daqian kept pretending. Her crying was loud and penetrating, and in this quiet mountain village, neighbors far away could hear it clearly. They immediately ran over to see what was happening. Some had already seen Zhang Daqian enter the village and follow behind him, waiting to see the fun. Now, Grandma Zhang's crying sounded like a horn, as if giving them the order to enter the yard. Soon, the outside of Zhang Guilin's house was crowded with people. Nowadays, people are very bold when watching a show. They dare to lean directly on windows, and some even go inside. Seeing Zhang Daqian lying on the ground, everyone was stunned and shouted out loud. Hey, what happened? He was fine just a moment ago. Did he have a seizure? Hua Zhao's eyes flickered as she said, My little uncle isn't in good health. Someone from his family came urgently to tell me, and as soon as he entered the house, he collapsed. I don't know what illness he has. Oh dear, it's epilepsy, someone immediately said. The crying old lady Zhang suddenly stopped and said, You call that epilepsy? My son doesn't have any illness. He's been healthy since he was a child, no problems at all. She realized that Hua Zhao was trying to trick her son. Zhang Daqian isn't even married yet. If this rumor about epilepsy gets out, he won't find a good family to marry into, unless Hua Zhao pays a lot of money. What happened to him, if he's not sick? He's just lying there not moving like he's dead, someone asked. They knew Hua Zhao didn't get along with her in-laws, so they spoke casually. He's just tired and resting. He'll be fine soon, old lady Zhang said. Zhang Daqian was still stubbornly not moving, clearly trying to fake an illness to get money. Wow, from your house to here, it's just a few steps, and he's already exhausted? That's scarier than epilepsy, someone joked. I know. It's not epilepsy. It's a heart problem, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. Remember that guy from the big reservoir village? He was like that, tired and fainting, excited and fainting, and he died in his 20s. He had a heart condition. Oh, everyone suddenly understood. Old lady Zhang was so angry, she almost vomited blood. She pointed at Zhang Guilin and said, "My son isn't tired. He's been beaten by his sister." Zhang Guilin, look what you've done to your brother. Pay up, Hua Zhao suddenly shouted. Old lady Zhang was stunned. The crowd was stunned too. Hua Zhao smiled and said to old lady Zhang, I'm shouting for you. Are you planning to ask my mom for money now? Then she turned to explain to everyone. Uncles and aunts know that my mom is divorcing Lu Xiangqian. Lu Xiangqian also said he wanted to take back the bride price. If they really go and get it, they're capable. But today, my little uncle suddenly came over, fainted as soon as he entered the house. I didn't understand what was happening earlier, but now I do. Oh, everyone finally understood clearly. In this way, it was exactly right, very precise. This is definitely something that old Zhang's family could do. Zhang Dequan, lying on the ground, was so angry his face turned red. What should he do now? Should he get up or stay down? If he gets up, he will lose face today, and everyone will laugh at him for many years. If he stays down, his reputation as someone with health problems will be confirmed. Old lady Zhang was also very confused. Should she try to find a way for her son to save face, or keep asking for money? After Hua Zhao spoke, she hesitated to speak. Hua Zhao didn't give them much time to think. She told the people watching inside the house, please, a few uncles, carry him to the village yard. There is a cart to take him to see a doctor. Oh, yes, to see the doctor, old lady Zhang quickly agreed. She thought it was best to leave this place first. Also, she knew it was Zhang Guilin who hit him. Zhang Guilin knew it too. She wasn't heartless. If her brother needed medical care, she should take responsibility. Old lady Zhang was so excited, she forgot that doing this would confirm that Zhang Dequan was really sick. Whether he truly was ill or not, the rumor was out, and the Zhang family's reputation was damaged. Since Zhang Guilin returned, the family's reputation had almost disappeared. The family that would betray their own daughter so badly, what kind of family was that? The family they had been seeing was immediately turned down by the family they were considering for marriage. In the future, her marriage prospects would be even worse. Good families were hard to find now. In a time when young people couldn't choose who to marry, reputation was very important. Some people broke down the door of the barn and carried the unconscious Zhang Dequan to the village yard. Old lady Zhang kept holding onto Zhang Guilin's arm tightly. You have to go to the hospital with me. I'm just an old lady. I don't understand anything. Zhang Guilin also didn't understand. She was so old but had never been to a hospital. She couldn't read either. Moreover, she believed her daughter's words. Her brother was fine. Hua Zhao was about to speak when she saw a group of people walking along the main road in the village. Leading them was Lu Xiangqian. That made sense. He had asked for money today, so he probably gathered enough and was coming directly, saving him a second trip. Lu Xiangqian indeed thought so. Also, Widow Zhu was urging him to hurry. Because of the recent rumors about the two of them being caught, the unit was discussing whether to fire them. Although they hadn't called a meeting yet, it was already being discussed. If this wasn't resolved, their jobs could be lost and it wouldn't be just about 500 yuan anymore. You're here. Perfect. Here's 500 yuan. Hurry up, let's go get a divorce. Lu Xiangqian saw Zhang Guilin and felt very excited. As for Zhang Daqian, lying on the bed nearby, he didn't care at all. Whoever she loved, whatever she did, he only wanted to focus on saving their jobs now. Zhang Guilin looked at Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao also looked at her. Zhang Guilin felt a sudden happiness. This was her chance to make her own decision. After all, such a big matter. Why should she worry about the children? If something happens in the future, will she blame the children for making decisions for her? Zhang Guilin stepped forward to take 500 yuan. Old Mrs. Zhang was quicker and reached out to grab the money first. Lu Xiangqian kept alert and quickly pulled back his hand. He had no intention of giving money now. He wasn't that foolish. Come on, let's go get the divorce certificate. We can't give it to you until we finish, he said. What if she took the money and refused to divorce? Let's go now, Zhang Guilin immediately replied. Luckily, she didn't have to worry about Dakian anymore. Old Mrs. Zhang wasn't willing to give up and reached out to pull her back. You can't just ignore your brother, she said. Hua Zhao kicked the nearby door panel, knocking it over with a loud bang. Dakian fell to the ground with a thud and groaned. Well, now he's alive. No need to go to the hospital. Someone in the crowd laughed. Dakian took the chance to wake up, no longer pretending to be unconscious. If he kept pretending, rumors about him might suggest he's seriously ill instead of just having a minor illness. Mom, what's going on? He asked roughly, trying to find a way out. If his face wasn't so red, his expression still looked convincing. Old Mrs. Zhang, used to being shameless, cried naturally and sincerely. My son, you're okay now. How can I live without you? Look at your sister. How could she treat you so harshly? You're her own brother. Zhang Guilin ignored her and followed Lu Xiangqian. Wait, we still need an introduction letter to get a divorce, right? Hua Zhao asked. Without ID cards, in a time when there were no official introduction letters from the village or workplace, how could they prove who is who? Zhang Guilin immediately stopped. Yes, I forgot. She had never been divorced, but she knew that whenever she did anything outside, she would generally need an introduction letter. Zhao Liangkai had been watching the scene for a while. The cart was ready, and after hearing this, he quickly went inside and wrote a few notes to get an introduction letter. It mainly proved that Zhang Guilin was from this village, and that she and Lu Xiangqian had been married before. Zhang Guilin took the introduction letter and left. Hua Zhao naturally followed, or the 500 yuan probably wouldn't reach her hands. Old Mrs. Zhang and Dakian, under the strange and sarcastic looks from everyone, also followed behind. Someone nearby called out, Old Mrs. Zhang, Brother Zhang, are you here to support your daughter or to ask for money? Of course I went to support him, Grandma Zhang shouted without turning her head. Why run so far just to support him? Just hit Lu Xiangqian now. Exactly, don't be afraid of their numbers. If you dare to make a move, we'll help you. Grandma Zhang looked at the strong men from the Zhu family surrounding Lu Xiangqian, who were glaring fiercely at her. She immediately looked down at her toes. These people are just causing trouble to harm her. Maybe what they say is true. They might help her now. But what about later? Surely they will come to her house to settle scores. They might even tear down her house. Who will help her then? Oh, such a real mother. Everyone cheered behind her. The girl has been bullied like this, and any family with a bit of courage would stand up for her. It might not be too big of a fight, just a scuffle or a bit of noise, right? Her family has brothers too. But the Zhang family members didn't dare. Grandma Zhang pulled her son and walked out of everyone's sight as if they hadn't heard anything. When they reached the county town, everything went smoothly. The divorce was quick, no mediation, no cooling off period. They asked her several times if she was sure, and then she left. Hua Zhao watched nearby, thought for a moment, and didn't mention writing a divorce agreement. They didn't have much property to divide, and he wouldn't dare not give her 500 yuan later. As for the child, she didn't want child support either, and there was no need to write about cutting ties because it would be useless. Those agreements are invalid. When Lu Xiangqian gets old, if he shamelessly comes to ask for support, he should pay, and she would make him pay. So, whether or not to write an agreement didn't matter. After leaving the gate, Hua Zhao extended her hand to Lu Xiangqian. He patted his pocket, looked at her, and reluctantly took out 500 yuan, placing it in her hand. It was handed to Hua Zhao. Grandma Zhang was nearby, anxiously wanting to help but didn't dare reach out. Hua Zhao didn't even look at Lu Xiangqian and pulled Zhang Guilin to leave. But Lu Xiangqian looked behind them. Mrs. Zhu had arrived. They still needed to get their marriage certificate today. Zhang Guilin also saw Mrs. Zhu, feeling mixed emotions. In the past, she secretly admired Mrs.
Zhu.
As a widow, just like her, being talked about behind her back, how could she live so freely and happily? If she had chosen not to marry back then, could she also have taken Hua Zhao and lived confidently? Widows and widows who remarry still have different reputations. In the end, she could only think about it secretly because no one can turn back time. Later, Widow Zhu and Lu Xiangqian were rumored to be involved, but she didn't care. There was plenty of gossip around her, and even if Lu Xiangqian had feelings for her, she wasn't afraid. She never thought Lu Xiangqian would cheat or divorce her. She had worked hard for his family, bore 4 children, sons and daughters. She had contributed both with effort and sacrifice. But it turned out she overestimated Lu Xiangqian and herself. "Mom," Hua Zhao called out, staring blankly at her mother, Widow Zhu. Zhang Guilin turned around and walked away immediately. Now, she no longer hated. Instead, she felt a bit gleeful. What kind of person was Lu's family? What kind of man was Lu Xiangqian? She had escaped from the fire pit, while Widow Zhu had fallen into it. What was there to hate? "Let's go quickly," Zhang Laotai said, pulling Hua Zhao along as if afraid the fire might jump out of the pit. Zhang Dequan and Zhang Laotai followed closely behind. They hurried to the train station. If they didn't leave soon, they would miss the train home. There were fewer people on the train now, especially in a small mountain town, so the station was almost empty. Seeing no one around, Zhang Laotai spoke up. We're broke," Hua Zhao interrupted her. Zhang Laotai rolled her eyes in frustration. "Child, how can you talk like that? Adults are speaking, don't interrupt." "Mom, this 500 yuan is just to pay you back for the money I borrowed before," Hua Zhao said. "Oh, all right." Zhang Guilin immediately agreed.
Zhang Laotai.
Hua Zhao looked at her and smiled. "Talking to my mom won't help. She still has no money." Zhang Laotai glared at Hua Zhao, suddenly slipping from her chair to the ground, slapping her thigh and starting to cry. "Daughter, please have mercy on your old mom. Our family has been ruined by your child's father. The grain was taken, the money was taken. We can't cook, and we're about to starve." Her sobs echoed loudly in the empty waiting hall, attracting the few other waiting passengers. Hua Zhao immediately spotted the most noticeable one among them. Her eyes twitched, and instinctively, her hand went to her belly. He Jianning's footsteps also paused as he approached. He looked along Hua Zhao's hand and saw her belly. His expression darkened instantly, but in the next moment he smiled. Good, very good. If he hadn't come personally to see, he wouldn't have known when he was being deceived. This time, the He family had truly lost. Seeing He Jianning, Hua Zhao had no mood to care about Zhang Laotai anymore and just let her cry there. He Jianning walked over with a smile and politely asked, "Do you need help?" Old Lady Zhang stopped crying and ignored the crowd's curiosity. She continued holding Zhang Guilin's hand and crying loudly. Zhang Dequan looked at Hua Zhao and then at He Jianning. Their eyes clearly recognized each other. The question was directed at Hua Zhao, not his mother. "Why did you come?" Hua Zhao didn't pretend not to know him. She sat on a chair and directly asked He Jianning. Her tone was neutral and calm, not revealing any guilt or nervousness. He Jianning smiled even wider. "I came to see you." He Jianning's words made old Lady Zhang stop crying. She and Zhang Dequan and Zhang Guilin all looked at He Jianning. He was dressed properly in a suit, leather shoes, and a tie, something very expensive and high-class. He had an air of someone important. Was he here to find Hua Zhao? Hua Zhao was surprised and looked at him slowly. "Looking for me? To buy ginseng?" He Jianning's smile grew bigger. "That's just one reason. Mainly, I came to visit you and to apologize." He looked at Hua Zhao's belly. "But now it seems I don't need to anymore." Hua Zhao raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" "Because I am lucky and wasn't harmed by your niece, so you think you are not at fault?" "No need to apologize." He Jianning paused to smile, then nodded. I was wrong.
I'm sorry.
I truly am. His attitude was very good, making it hard to find fault with him. Hua Xiao frowned and looked at him. Guilin suddenly reacted and grabbed Hua Xiao's arm.
What?
His niece tried to harm me? Oh, it's nothing, Hua Xiao said. His niece also liked Yi Shun and wanted to replace me, but she failed. He Jianing quietly looked at her, and she seemed to know everything. Guilin was startled by this and carefully examined Hua Xiao, finally feeling reassured that she was fine. Suddenly, someone loudly shouted at the train station entrance, "The train is about to arrive." The shout was casual and half-hearted, not even announcing the train number. There were only 2 trains passing through at this time. The train arriving now was the only one at this hour. Anyone still waiting here was likely heading for this train. No one would board the wrong train, and there was no need to announce stops. Sure enough, about 10 people in the waiting room went out to the platform to wait. Ticket checks only happen when boarding at the train door by the attendant. There are no ticket checks in the waiting room because this platform is very simple. There are no enough walls or fences around, so people can easily walk onto the platform along the train tracks. It's very easy to try to escape without paying. Hua Xiao also doesn't want to talk much with He Jianing. She pulls her mother and goes to the platform. He Jianing and Xiao Zhao quietly follow behind. Grandma Zhang and Zhang Dequan keep turning their heads to look at him. Grandma Zhang's eyes flicker. This man is staring intently at Hua Xiao. Is he interested in her? This is easy to handle. Use this to threaten Hua Xiao. She won't hesitate to pay if needed. Grandma Zhang suddenly feels refreshed and full of fighting spirit. The train arrives and departs quickly. It only stops for 1 minute. There aren't many people on the train. It's just a local shuttle train. Hua Xiao finds a window seat to sit down. The inside of the train smells bad, like a pig, and some ducks are in the middle of the carriage. With a few puff-puff sounds, the pig has a bowel movement. Hua Xiao immediately gets up and moves to another carriage to avoid feeling sick from her morning sickness. Right now, the train is very friendly. Animals can get on without tickets. Not just 1 pig, even 10 can come on as long as they are herded onto the train during the stop. He Jianing also can't stand this environment. He frowns and follows Hua Xiao to another carriage. He boldly sits opposite Hua Xiao. Grandma Zhang and Zhang Dequan sit next to Hua Xiao and Zhang Guilin, separated by an aisle. Grandma Zhang stares at He Jianing for a while, then asks, "Where is this gentleman from? Does he know my granddaughter Hua Xiao?" He Jianing looks at her politely and smiles, but his words are not polite at all. "It seems Hua Xiao doesn't like you, so I don't like you either, Grandma Zhang." Although Grandma Zhang is speechless, her eyes shine with cunning. Hua Xiao frowns at He Jianing and asks, "Don't you think you're being a bit too much?" He Jianing smiles and says, "You saved my life. I breathe the same air as you. What's wrong with that?" Hua Xiao raises an eyebrow. "I'm your savior again?" "Of course. If it weren't for you digging up ginseng, I wouldn't be standing here now," He Jianing replies. Earlier, the Chao family sold him the ginseng, which was their contribution. Later, Hua Xiao's act of selling him the ginseng truly saved him, and he remembers her kindness. Hua Xiao smirks and leans back in her chair. "So, my savior is being bullied by your niece. How do you plan to avenge me? Did Yiming tell you?" They decided to send her to a village in the southern province. I agreed. Now, she's probably already there. Hua Xiao really didn't know about this. Now that she knows, she immediately smiled. He Jianing also smiled. The higher authorities are already asking about the plan for the educated youths returning home. He has submitted a complete plan. Likely, by the second half of this year or next year, all the educated youths and those sent down will be able to return to the city. He didn't do much. He already agreed to their demands. Since the policy has changed, what does it have to do with him? He came up with the idea, but the final decision wasn't his. He still hasn't given up. Yi Shun. Without He Lanlan, what can he use to hold Yi Shun? He Shuang is too foolish, that won't work. Moreover, his goal now isn't just Yi Shun. He Jianing looked at the small girl with a gentle face and cheeks. His little wife. If Yi Shun doesn't divorce, how can his wife go and work as a cook for him? Thinking that today he might get to taste Hua Zhao's cooking again, a smile appeared in his eyes. Like a clever old fox. Hua Zhao didn't think he was smiling about Lon Lon being sent down. You came empty-handed? She suddenly asked. Xiao Zhao only had 2 small boxes, probably just their personal clothes, not like they were packed with money. 100-year-old ginseng worth 150,000 yuan. Today's 150,000 yuan is about as much as 1.5 million in the future, enough to fill 1 box. And she didn't plan to sell it for 150,000 anymore. He Jianning's eyes lit up. Was that a hint that he still had ginseng? Money is easy to handle. Whatever amount you need, whenever you want it, it will be delivered. His tone was calm. But Grandma Zhang's eyes sparkled. Zhang Daqian also looked at He Jianning from head to toe. But Zhang Guilin was thinking that her daughter said his niece wanted to harm her daughter. She's never liked He Jianning. In half an hour, they arrived. A few people got out of the car in the field. Hua Zhao turned to Grandma Zhang and said, "You head east, we go west.
Take care on your way."
Grandma Zhang was annoyed. I have an introduction letter. I need to stay at my daughter's house for a few days. Is that also up to you? Whether that introduction letter works or not depends on me. If you're not tired, follow us. This time, I guarantee there won't be a carriage to send you home, Hua Zhao said. Grandma Zhang was starting to believe her. This cunning girl really has that ability. But letting her go just like that, she couldn't do it. Her family had suffered heavy losses. The 2 people didn't listen and continued to follow behind Hua Zhao and Zhang Guilin as they headed toward Kaoshan village. The road was very quiet, with no one speaking. He Jianning also didn't want to talk much, worried that if he said something wrong, it would damage Hua Zhao's reputation and make her dislike him, which wouldn't be good for him. When they reached Kaoshan village, it was almost dark. Hua Zhao went straight to Zhao Liangzai's house. Seeing that she was really going to chase her away, Grandma Zhang sat at Zhao Liangzai's door and started crying loudly. Oh, what kind of life is this? I came all this way to see my daughter, and now my granddaughter is being chased out. She has no filial piety at all. It's so heartbreaking. She realized that if they really didn't want money, they would ruin Hua Zhao's good name. She felt disgusted. If she was unhappy, others wouldn't be happy either. It was mealtime, and Grandma Zhang's crying sounded like an alarm, calling everyone in the village. But no one paid attention to her. Here she goes again. Looks like they didn't want money, someone said. Of course. Hua Zhao can't give her money. She owes her, but the bride price from back then was kept by her. Now if they want it back, it's because she can't handle her own affairs. She can't go back to her daughter for help. Her granddaughter? Her daughter has no money. Right, exactly. Everyone was happily discussing. People say Hua Zhao isn't filial, but I've never seen anyone more filial than her, someone said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Look at what Hua Zhao has done for her mother. Her mother abandoned her long ago. No matter the reason, she never appeared. But when she finally showed up, Hua Zhao was building houses, farming, and borrowing money. She sent food and drinks to her family members, for half-siblings from the same mother, who cared for her more than their own family. I've never seen such kindness. If I had known Hua Zhao was so good, my eldest son. Someone started, but stopped mid-sentence. Who could see clearly. Without insight, they wouldn't have noticed that Hua Zhao, who was once dark and ugly, weighing over 200 jin, was not attractive at all. The whole village didn't think much of her, or she would have married already. Right? Hua Zhao used to be dark and ugly, didn't she? Everyone looked at Hua Zhao in front of them. White, tender, and lively, like a flower bud, and suddenly couldn't remember what she looked like in the past. They spoke loudly on purpose, drowning out Grandma Zhang's crying. After listening to everyone's words, Grandma Zhang couldn't cry anymore. When everyone was overwhelmingly against her, who was she crying for? Captain Uncle, please take them home, Hua Zhao spoke to Zhao Liangkai. Yes, our village doesn't welcome them. Never allow them to come again. Even with a letter of introduction, it's no good. Everyone started supporting Hua Zhao and speaking up. Old Lady Zhang was anxious. Why not? My daughter is in your village. Why can't I visit her? Which law says I can't? Stop talking, hurry up, anyone who wants to argue with you can stay. Everyone crowded around, trying to push old lady Zhang out of the village. Zhang Daqian had already seen trouble and went to stand aside. Now, without anyone pushing him, he secretly wanted to slip away.
Wait.
Don't forget your daughter-in-law and great-granddaughter. Take them all with you, Hua Zhao shouted. Old lady Zhang seemed not to hear. She thought it was good to leave someone behind to annoy them. In the end, someone from the village helped and went to Zhang Guilan's house to call Zhao Xiaohong, who was eating. Since no one was home and they had food, Zhao Xiaohong wouldn't be shortchanged. That day, she ate well. She was shy and didn't want to be kicked out, so she didn't dare to lie on the ground. Just go, she said, returning to her house, leading the two children, carrying a basket and heading out. What's in the basket? Someone curiously tried to lift it. Zhao Xiaohong quickly dodged. Nothing much. It's just some things for my home, mainly the children's clothes. I thought we'd stay here for a few days. Actually, inside were steamed buns made today, white flour buns. Zhang Guilan's flour cabinet had some white flour, and she steamed half of it. If the basket had been bigger, she could have steamed it all. She wasn't afraid of Zhang Guilan's complaints. If she wanted to complain, she'd say it was old lady Zhang's previous instructions, and blame her own mother. As for Hua Zhao, whether she had this white flour or not, she didn't care about her at all. The Zhang family had left, and no one knew if they would come back tomorrow. Zhang Guilan looked at their backs and smiled slightly. Better to have a quiet day. But when she turned and saw He Jianing talking to Zhao Yongkai, she couldn't smile anymore. He Jianing even said she wanted to stay at her house. When Zhao Yongkai heard that these two wanted to stay at Zhang Guilan's house, he was surprised. That's not appropriate. Right now, she was a single woman with 4 children. Although she looked a bit older than the young people here, she couldn't just stay at someone's house, especially since Zhang Guilan only had 1 bed. And there really wasn't another family in the village with an extra bed. Every household was tight on space. Then maybe stay at Master Hua Chong's house? He Jianing suggested. Anyway, I'm here to visit him. That's even less appropriate. Zhang Guilan said. They also have nowhere to stay idle. Captain, isn't the house where the night watchman stays quite big? It can fit both of them. In this era of constant alertness and readiness, almost every production team has a separate house built at the village entrance or end, where an old man lives. He doesn't do the night watch. He just checks if anyone comes to the village late at night. If someone does, they are stopped. If they are passing through and have a letter of introduction, they might be allowed to stay overnight. If they are unfamiliar or suspicious, they must report to the team leader. Zhao Yongkai looked at He Jianing and Xiao Zhao, whose outfits were more impressive than any official he had seen. They seemed to have come from the capital to visit Hua Chong. Do you really want to let them stay in the old man's house? He looked at Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao smiled and nodded. All right, then they can stay there. I'll take you there, Zhao Yongkai said, turning to lead the two toward the village entrance. He Jianing looked at Hua Zhao. Later, I'll visit old Master Hua. I brought him a gift. He patted his box. This whole box is for him. With a gift, maybe he could get a meal? Hua Zhao looked at him, non-committal, then turned and left. A woman whose husband is away is better to act calm. Being too close or too distant might attract gossip. Back home, she told her grandfather about He Jianing. If you don't know him well, it's easy to think he's a good person. Grandpa, have you heard of him before? Hua Zhao asked after speaking. Hua Chong shook his head. His father and brother, I've heard of them. I was gone when he was about 20. I only heard he was in poor health. I didn't expect him to turn out like this. He had an early accident, and when trouble started, he was among the first to fall. He Jianing rose to prominence shortly after. Hua Chong sighed. He had dealings with He Hongzhu, He Jianing's father, who was a very capable man. He never expected his son to be even more impressive. What is he here for? Hua Chong asked. He's not in good health and needs ginseng to boost his vitality. I sold him 2 ginsengs before, and they've all gone to him. He probably thinks our wild mountain ginseng in the northeast is effective and has come to buy more, Hua Zhao explained.
She was worried about this.
The family no longer had any century-old ginseng. Most of what they had were 20 or 30 years old, used for her grandfather's tea. Hua Chong also thought about this. He'll probably leave empty-handed. He wouldn't be interested in what we have now. The 50-year-old ginseng was a gift from his granddaughter, meant for his own use to live a few more years. Since 2 trees have already been sold outside, and there may be more sales in the future, Hua Zhao decided to be a bit bolder and not let her grandfather feel bad about losing money. Grandpa, let's go into the mountains tomorrow. Maybe we can find wild ginseng. The best ones we keep for ourselves, and the rest we sell to him, Hua Zhao said. Hua Chong chuckled. Do you think wild ginseng is like cabbage? Just dig one up from the field. But he didn't stop her. Going into the mountains is a small matter, just a walk. But you shouldn't go alone. The mountain can be tricky. I'll go by myself, Hua Chong said. Surprisingly, Hua Zhao agreed. She planned to go into the mountains tonight, near the path her grandfather might take, and plant a few seedlings. Tomorrow, she would secretly guide him to find them. With her current ability, she could communicate with the distant mountains from her own home, even if they were about 10 miles away. Just after they finished talking, they saw 2 people standing at the gate of their yard. He Jianing came to ask for a meal. Hua Zhao reluctantly got off the bed, but she quickly remembered her new money. Soon it could be worth several billion. In a few days, she might even trick him out of a few billion. Thinking this made her happy. Coming, Hua Zhao said politely, opening the yard door to let them in. He Jianing noticed that her mood was much better than when they were on the road. She's just a young girl. Her mood swings like sunshine and rain. Inside the house, He Jianing saw Hua Chong and immediately bowed to greet him. Uncle Hua, do you remember me? You came to our house for a meal once, and after that you played half a game of chess with my father. The other half was me playing against you. Hua Chong was reminded and thought for a moment he did remember. They had played Chinese checkers then, which Hua Chong was very good at. He Jingzhu was clever, but couldn't beat him. Then He Jianing saw his father was about to lose and volunteered to join the game, surprisingly winning. Hua Chong had some impression of him. The key was He Jianing was only 10 years old at the time. He remembered thinking that if He Jianing's health hadn't been poor, and he didn't turn pale during the game, he would surely become a good general someday. Thinking about Hua Zhao's words regarding his actions over the years, Hua Chong felt even more regretful. Come up and sit down. Don't stand there, Hua Chong said, pointing to the bed opposite. His health seemed worse than when he was young. After saying a few words, his face turned very pale. He Jianing is truly exhausted. After a long journey by boat and carriage, even though he had a sleeper ticket, he didn't rest well. Having traveled so far, he might have fainted if not for Li Mu's special herbal pills. Hua Zhao turned to look and saw that he wasn't pretending to be sick. His face was pale, and his forehead was sweaty, as if he might collapse at any moment. He absolutely couldn't die on her bed. Hua Zhao quickly poured him a bowl of sweetened herbal tea. He Jianing doesn't usually like sweet drinks, but at this moment, he was very thirsty. He didn't think much and drank it all. Suddenly, the blackness in front of his eyes disappeared, and his strength seemed to gradually return. He was stunned and looked at Hua Zhao with shining eyes, saying, "Thank you. You're welcome," Hua Zhao naturally asked. "You seem to have low blood sugar. Don't you usually carry some candy?" "Low blood sugar? Maybe I do," He Jianing replied. In recent years, Li Mu had been treating him, mainly by taking his pulse, without blood tests. He didn't really know if he had low blood sugar, only that he felt weak in many ways. He felt so weak that he almost lost his life, so he wouldn't bother with such small matters as low blood sugar. But he knew what low blood sugar was, and his current symptoms did seem to match. Long-term illness has made him somewhat knowledgeable. Although He Jianing can't be considered a good doctor, he knows more about medicine than most people. It seems he should carry some candy with him in the future. After a while, He Jianing wiped the sweat from his forehead and signaled Xiao Zhao to open the box. Xiao Zhao placed the box in the middle of the bed and unlocked it with a password before opening it. Under the sunset's glow, the room suddenly became golden and shining. Hua Zhao was surprised. Inside was a box of gold. She could tell that the box was just a disguised wooden box. The inside was actually made of iron, very strong and heavy. She looked at Xiao Zhao. He was quite skilled. Judging by her estimate, this box weighed over 100 jin, about 50 kilograms. He carried it all the way here, and it looked quite light for such a heavy load. Indeed, He Jianing, who values his life and is clever, wouldn't keep useless things around him. And the He family's wealth seems to be buried not only underground in the old house. This is too valuable. You should take it back, Hua Zhao said with a serious face. He Jianing had been staring at Hua Zhao the whole time. Hua Zhao's expression was as calm as Hua Chang's. Seeing a box of gold, she only raised an eyebrow, showing no surprise or greed. What a strange girl. Little wife. Hua Zhao wasn't very excited. Even if gold is worth 2 yuan per gram now and might be a bit more on the black market, costing a few yuan per gram, and could someday rise to hundreds of yuan, increasing in value hundreds of times. It's not as good as red dates with green peel, which can increase in value by tens of thousands times. I am going to cook, Hua Zhao said, and was about to leave. He Jianing immediately said, I saw fish in the water jar earlier and want to eat some. Xiao Zhao quickly lowered his head, blushing. He couldn't believe those words came from his master. Hua Zhao didn't expect that either, but she said, Aren't you taking Chinese medicine? You can't eat fish, right? It's fine. My medicine doesn't restrict food. If I can't eat this or that, what's the point of living? He Jianing replied. Xiao Zhao looked away. It wasn't like this before. Although Madame Li's medicinal dishes weren't tasty, the master still ate them every day for over 10 years. He Jianing glanced at him. He didn't know that there were such delicious meals in the world. He hadn't eaten normal, delicious food for many years. It was as if he had been eating various medicines and medicinal dishes since he was a child. He didn't realize food could taste so good. Hua Zhao looked at his still unwell face and thought that some people's bodies are naturally weak, and it's really hard to change that. Forget it. Since he didn't know how many days he had left and was even planning to give her money, she decided to let him have some fish. The key was she also wanted to eat. The fish was caught by her early this morning, ready to be cooked tonight. Hua Zhao went to the kitchen and prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup. He Jianing sat inside, chatting casually with Hua Chang. Mostly, he was talking about some old acquaintances of Hua Chang. Some had passed away, some had left Beijing working elsewhere, some had been demoted, some had been rehabilitated, and now they were somewhere else. He also mentioned changes in official positions in Beijing, who left, who arrived, and who was related to whom. Hua Chang listened quietly, admiring his detailed thoughts. There's no need to tell me all this. I can't use it anymore, Hua Chang said. He Jianing didn't feel like talking anymore. Should they start eating?
He was already salivating.
Even if I can't use it, it's good to know, he said. Hua Zhao brought the dishes to the table. The others stopped chatting and ate quietly. He Jianing ate happily with a big smile. This is what it means to be alive. He decided he must keep this cook. Seeing his mischievous smile, Hua Zhao suddenly remembered something. What happened to Wang Ziyong? He Jianing's smile froze. Wang Ziyong and his son. He had to admit, he was foolish to underestimate them back then, such a stupid mistake. How do you want them to be? He Jianing looked at Hua Zhao and asked. Just as they are, Hua Zhao replied. Hua Zhao sneered. I don't have that much power to control others. I just want to know how they are now. After Wang Ziyong and his son were taken away, she stopped paying attention. They are just 2 clowns. The Yi family might have dealt with it, but they didn't mention it to her. Just 2 clowns. But Hua Zhao suddenly remembered He Jianing's temperament. These 2 people are his tools. Should he try to save them? He Jianing looked at Hua Zhao with some guilt. She was right. Wang Ziyong was manipulated by him. If things didn't go well, he didn't want them to suffer too much. Otherwise, how could he maintain his reputation? Who would still work for him? The Yi family wanted Wang Ziyong and his son to be reformed, since their actions were very bad and they maliciously tarnished the reputation of military families. But He Jianing decided to send them to a nearby farm for reform for a short time, less than 2 months, and they would be out. After all, their accusations didn't succeed and didn't cause serious consequences. Hua Zhao guessed his feelings from his expression. She rolled her eyes at him, but didn't say anything. She didn't want him to do anything to Wang Ziyong and his son. She was waiting for them to come back, so she could deal with them herself. He Jianing didn't say anything either. He couldn't just punish them again and then go back on his word. There was no reason for that. After dinner, He Jianing talked about his main purpose for coming. Do you know the current price of ginseng? He asked. He guessed Hua Zhao might raise the price, since he knew she was a bit of a small money-minded person and didn't like him much. Hua Zhao took out some stored goods from home. Just these, from over 10 years ago. You probably wouldn't be interested. He Jianing wasn't interested either and looked a bit disappointed. Still, he picked up one and sniffed it, his eyes brightening. He grew up eating ginseng. The most he ate was this kind of 10 or 20-year-old ginseng. Without Li Mu, he could tell real from fake. These ginsengs are all genuine, top-quality wild mountain ginseng, with stronger effects than those from other places, reaching 30 or 40 years of age, and with a special aroma similar to the 100-year-old ones he's eaten. Same origin, same flavor. This place is truly a treasure land. How much for these? I want them all, He Jianing said. Hua Zhao looked at the box beside him and said, 1 big yellow croaker and 1 ginseng. These ginsengs, over 10 years old, aren't rare. Just buy them at a decent Chinese medicine shop. They're not expensive. A big yellow croaker, about 300 grams, is worth over 600 yuan on the market. The two are roughly equal in value. The so-called not expensive is actually unaffordable for most people. Deal, He Jianing said straightforwardly. He felt he had earned it. Xiao Zhao immediately counted the gold bars. There were 12 ginseng roots on the table, so he took out 12. He Jianing pushed them toward Hua Zhao. Only then did Hua Zhao hold them in her hand, admire them for a while, and smile happily, with dimples showing. He Jianing was surprised. It turned out she didn't dislike money, but only liked her own money. She was truly kind-hearted. Are there really no 100-year-old ginseng, or what? He Jianing looked at Hua Zhao and said, the price is easy to discuss. He realized that Hua Zhao was the one in charge of this family. During the previous deal, Hua didn't even blink an eye. She was also someone who didn't care about money at all. There must be 100-year-old ginseng, Hua Zhao said. Before He Jianing got excited, she added, but they're all in the mountains. I'll dig some for you tomorrow. He Jianing. He looked at Hua Zhao's confident face and felt she might be hiding something. Maybe the ginseng was hidden somewhere secret, right inside this house, and she couldn't take it out while they were here. He smiled and said, then I'll come back tomorrow morning. There's no breakfast. I can't get up, Hua Zhao said. I'm busy at noon too, so maybe tonight. He Jianing. All right, such a petty person, not happy with just a few meals. He Jianing left, and Hua Chong also went back to rest. As for the gold bars, he told Hua Zhao to keep them safe herself. Late at night, when it was quiet, Hua Zhao quietly entered the mountains. Hua Chong always took the same route into the mountain, choosing the easiest path. Hua Zhao followed the back of her home mountain, heading into the deeper woods. This part of the mountain, neither she nor her father forgot a single plant or tree. They knew it well. In the southeast corner, a few trees grew monkey head mushrooms, and nearby, some mushrooms grew under other trees. In the southwest corner, a rotting wood tree bore wood ear mushrooms, which they could harvest every year. The ground was flattened, and if there were ginseng, it would be a 1-year-old seedling, not a decades or centuries-old plant. After about half an hour, they were mostly in the deep mountain. Not many people came here, but some did, especially after Hua Zhao found pumpkins near the hot springs, which increased the number of visitors. Hua Zhao walked another half-hour forward, then hid behind a tree and planted a seed. During the energy exchange, the ginseng grew bigger and bigger, reaching 1,000 years. Then she stopped the exchange and dug out the ginseng, holding it in her hand. She took out a small transparent glass bottle, like those used for medicine, and a small knife. She made a cut at the top of the ginseng. Then she released energy to guide it, and soon a few drops of green liquid flowed out into the bottle. This was something Hua Zhao had been researching during her free time over the past few days. She discovered that plants enhanced with her energy not only tasted better, but also had beneficial effects on people. Unfortunately, she didn't understand traditional Chinese medicine and couldn't prepare medicines herself. Even if she did, the effects would take time to show. Some urgent illnesses can't wait for herbal remedies to take effect. She wondered if it was possible to extract this beneficial substance. She tried it in a flower pot, and it worked. The liquid she added to He Jianning's bowl yesterday was the stuff. Otherwise, how could he recover so quickly? Maybe he wouldn't have been able to get up from her bed otherwise. However, the color of the liquid from the 1,000-year-old ginseng was much darker than the one from the earlier experiments with a few decades of age, and its effects were probably much stronger. It needed to be used carefully. The energy had been extracted. The ginseng in her hand looked unchanged on the outside, but experts would still think it was 1,000 years old. As for its medicinal power, anyone who used it would know, probably only about 100 years old. Hua Zhao didn't waste it. She absorbed the energy herself. The ginseng in her hand turned into withered branches and broke apart. She planted another one in the same spot, exchanging only about 70 or 80 rounds of energy before stopping and leaving for the next place. This was for her grandfather. After a busy night, Hua Zhao planted 10 ginsengs, mostly 50 or 60 years old, with 100-year-old plant. They were planted quite densely, all within an hour's travel distance. She didn't care. This was a treasure mountain. She loved growing ginseng, and that was enough. No one would associate this with her. Deep into the night, in the remote mountains, Hua Zhao didn't feel afraid. Surrounded by plants, the comforting energy around her made her feel completely at ease. Then she started a new experiment. Ginseng grown entirely with her energy was too potent, so she decided to create some with milder effects. She began exchanging energy with the surrounding pine trees, doing it 10 times, and each tree was slightly extracted with a faint green liquid. The medicinal effect was weaker and wouldn't harm the trees. She didn't want this place to turn into a barren mountain when she left. Soon, Hua Zhao collected a bottle of light green liquid. She sniffed it gently, and a fresh, elegant pine scent spread out. Suddenly, she thought this could also make a nice perfume, though it was a bit luxurious. She took a small sip, and instantly her mind cleared, and her body felt refreshed. But this feeling quickly faded and became less noticeable. But she could still feel a faint energy moving through her body, which was good for her. Good stuff, I'll take it back to my grandfather to try. Hua Zhao put away the bottle and found a spot to collect a jar of deep green ginseng liquid, then happily went home. When she arrived, it was already dawn. She didn't rest and started making breakfast right away. After absorbing so much ginseng overnight, she felt full of energy all over her body. This morning, she planned to make pearl jade white jade soup, boil a few eggs, and steam some sweet potatoes, simple and quick. Just as breakfast was ready, Hua Chang got up and looked at Hua Zhao with a smile. Smells great. My granddaughter's cooking gets better every day. He was so used to this life that he almost forgot what his chubby granddaughter used to look like. Hua Zhao was about to speak when she saw 2 people standing at the gate. Xiao Zhao lowered his head and followed behind He Jianning. Seeing that both inside the house noticed him, He Jianning walked in through the yard door. In the countryside, everyone does this, so it wasn't considered rude. Smells so good, Uncle Hua. Can I come over and share a meal? He Jianning asked directly. He knew that Hua Zhao's excuse about not being able to get up was a lie. She definitely would get up to cook breakfast for her grandfather. Hua Zhao guessed he was coming. She noticed that he was very obsessed with food, so she made extra dumpling soup in the morning, along with Xiao Zhao's portion, filling a big pot. He Jianning saw this and immediately guessed her intention, smiling. Such a sharp-tongued but kind-hearted little wife. Yi Xin was quite lucky. Uncle Hua still didn't know how many times He Jianning had tricked Hua Zhao. Since it was related to He Hongzhu, he could still manage a few meals. Eat up, Uncle Hua said. Thank you, Uncle Hua. He Jianning happily called him Uncle. Hua Zhao suddenly realized that this young man was quite grown up. If they were relatives, she'd have to call him Uncle, too. Fortunately, the two families weren't very close relatives, and the bond was only owed to He Jianing. At the dining table, they ate like a whirlwind. He Jianing thought everything was delicious. Even boiled eggs from Hua Zhao's house tasted better than any he had before. So strange. After eating, Uncle Hua said he was going into the mountain to dig ginseng. He Jianing was surprised. Did they still dig it fresh from the ground? Do you know where some ginseng is? And leave it unharvested? He asked uncertainly. Impossible, Hua Zhao replied. Yeah, He Jianing nodded. Planting in the ground does not mean you can draw a circle and claim it as yours. If others dig it up, the loss can be very serious. Even a ginseng plant that is over 10 years old is worth a big fish. If destroyed into a bracelet, the solid parts can make 5 or 6, enough to pass down in the family. If you tie a string around a ginseng, others will see it and dig it up, but this is not like cow dung. Then you guys are going to? He Jianing asked. Try our luck. Maybe we'll find something. This is a mountain full of treasures, Hua Zhao said. He Jianing nodded, but inside, he felt they were trying to avoid him. They had been in the mountain for over 10 days, waiting for him to leave before coming out again. He thought Hua Zhao was going with them. Let's go together. We can look out for each other, He Jianing suggested. Xiao Zhao immediately looked at him. Walking on flat ground already made him breathless. How could they go into the mountain again and come back? No need for you guys. I can go alone. I'll be back tonight, Hua Chong said. Hearing this, He Jianing sat back down, thinking, if he wants to go alone, then let him. Wait a moment, Grandpa. Take some dry food with you. It'll be ready soon, Hua Zhao said. In the kitchen, she steamed a pot of steamed buns, which was almost ready. She planned to bring some of her homemade pickles and cured sausage for Grandpa. They could make do with lunch. Okay, haha, Hua Chong said happily whenever he saw Hua Zhao. When the buns were ready, Hua Zhao also prepared a water bottle for Hua Chong with 2 drops of truffle in the water. Hua Chong packed up and said to He Jianing, now Xiao Hua is alone at home. It's not convenient for you to stay here. Go visit others. He Jianing touched his nose and followed him out. Don't come to eat with her at noon. It's not convenient, Hua Chong said. He Jianing watched as the two left, and only then did Hua Chong enter the mountain. Walking back and forth, he really searched carefully. After Hua Zhao left, every time he entered the mountain, he looked around. He discovered that this really was a mountain full of treasures. Since a few years ago, the feng shui had started to improve. He found many young ginseng seedlings, only a year or 2 old, 3 or 5 years at most. They weren't worth much, so he didn't touch them. These seeds were casually scattered by Hua Zhao when she was free. She gave them a little energy, and then let them grow naturally. He didn't move them, but others did. However, no one else had as much free time as he did, and few were dug up. Hua Chong carefully searched, thinking maybe in some hidden corner there were older ginseng plants. Suddenly, from not far away, he heard a rustling sound. He thought it was a snake and looked carefully. It turned out to be a squirrel. The squirrel saw him too, but it was not afraid. Instead, it jumped to another tree and picked up a fruit to eat. Hua Chong's eyes suddenly widened. Near the squirrel, there was a green plant bearing a few bright red fruits. The biggest one looked quite old. Hua Chong knows how to dig ginseng. It took him 2 hours to dig this one. He doesn't have Xiaoxiao's skill of making the ginseng fall out easily. He has to carefully protect each root, taking it out little by little. Even a small injury can lower its value. Finally, he managed to dig out the complete ginseng, and he was covered in sweat. He took out his water bottle and drank a few sips. Immediately, he felt the water tasted a bit strange, with a hint of pine aroma. He sniffed it and indeed detected it, but with the many pine trees around, he thought it was just his imagination. It wasn't the water's taste, but the smell of the surroundings. He decided not to think about it. Today, the water seemed especially sweet. After drinking, he felt less tired. Looking at the sun, it was just noon. He wrapped the ginseng in moss, put it in his backpack, washed his hands at the creek, and had a simple lunch before continuing into the mountains. He was worried that if he returned too early, He Jianing might come to his house again. He noticed that his granddaughter didn't like being around certain people, and he didn't want her to contact such dangerous individuals. His granddaughter was innocent and pure, but couldn't play as well as that little fox. Hua Zhao went to her mother's house. Zhang Guilin was feeling unwell today and didn't go to work. Her health was already not good. After eating some special food for a few days, Hua Zhao left for a month, and the good food didn't taste as appealing anymore. During this month, she had been living a stressful life, just holding on by a thread. Now that her marriage was over, she felt her strength slipping away. Hua Zhao took out the truffle again. It was a rare opportunity for an experiment. Don't blame her for using her mother as a test subject. Some people want to be test subjects, but she wasn't willing. He Jianing, that big white rat, was just standing there, so she didn't want to waste her truffle. Her daughter was thoughtful and even brought her tea and water. Zhang Guilin got up from the Kong, a traditional bed, and drank a bowl of water in one go. Really delicious, she said loudly. It was truly tasty, and after drinking, she felt energized all over. She no longer felt dizzy, and her mood improved. What's wrong? Can't let go of Lu Xiangqian. Hua Zhao sat on the Kong, chatting with her. Of course not. Zhang Guilin felt a bit embarrassed by her words. Since her divorce, she had been lying on the Kong, which might cause misunderstandings. She quickly sat up properly. I'm just worried about you and the others being laughed at, Zhang Guilin said. Hua Zhao, I think it's unlikely anyone will bully them now. But those 4 kids are in school, and some children can be unkind, especially because their parents are divorced and they might tease them. Did they bring sunflower seeds when they left this morning? Hua Zhao asked. Yes, they did, Zhang Guilin replied. According to your instructions, each of them brought a bag. Hua Zhao nodded happily. Good. She gave some ideas to the children, using sunflower seeds to bribe classmates, choosing those who are kind and friendly, and giving them a handful of seeds. Those who are rude or mean, she didn't give anything to. Sunflower seeds aren't valuable, but almost every family has some. They're usually only eaten during the New Year, so for children, they're a special treat. Hua Zhao's sunflower seeds are special. They taste very good and are very popular. For a few sunflower seeds, those 4 kids should be able to stay out of trouble. And if anyone is rude, she'll handle it herself. Do Wei and Xiao Wei are healthy, not too weak, and have enough strength to fight with other children. Plus, she's behind them. With their big sister's support, the children went happily to school. At school, they didn't face any trouble. Once she threw the sunflower seeds, everything was peaceful. Zhang Guilin smiled happily. With such a big daughter, she truly felt content. Actually, I also made Zhao Xiaohong angry, Zhang Guilin said. Yesterday, when I got home, I found someone had broken into the grain cabinet, and half of the flour was gone. More than 10 jin. White flour is precious. Some families only get to eat it once a year. Losing over 10 jin at once is a big deal. She didn't mind being embarrassed and told Hua Zhao directly to be careful of Zhao Xiaohong. She's never seen such a dishonest daughter-in-law. If this gets out, she wouldn't be able to show her face. Hua Zhao wasn't surprised. That girl has a thick skin. She's almost a master at doing wrong. Just then, she saw someone outside the yard, pulling and dragging 2 children. It's Zhao Xiaohong. Zhang Guilin was shocked. She dares to come and bring her face? She quickly put on her shoes and went out to meet her. Hua Zhao found it funny. Her mother has endured a lot in life, but she's still so naive. And doesn't she see that Zhao Xiaohong is empty-handed? Zhao Xiaohong didn't really want to come today. She came alone. But what could she do? Old Lady Zhang was too afraid to come herself and kept urging her to come. She's pregnant and has 2 children with her. Hua Zhao and the people in Qingshan village wouldn't dare hurt her. Regarding Zhang Guilin, Zhao Xiaohong saw Zhang Guilin and started crying. Big aunt, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have touched things in the kitchen. But Grandma told me not to take anything, or she wouldn't let me and the 2 girls eat. Zhang Guilin paused for a moment. Why did you come today? Zhang Guilin asked. Zhao Xiaohong blushed and lowered her head. Big aunt, I came just to apologize. Seeing her pregnant belly, walking over 20 miles in the hot weather, with sweat all over her face and her clothes soaked, and the two young children sitting on the ground exhausted. Zhang Guilin couldn't bear it. "Come in," she said, going inside to prepare food. If she ignored them and made them go back directly, the three women would be exhausted. Zhao Xiaohong's pregnancy was about 7 or 8 months, and if she got too tired on the way, it would be her fault. Zhao Xiaohong smirked slightly behind her, then immediately dragged the two children inside. Seeing Hua Zhao was also there, she was so scared she didn't dare to go to the bed and went straight to the kitchen to help start the fire. Hua Zhao looked at the exhausted Arya, who couldn't speak properly, feeling both sympathy and anger. How could a mother be like this? For her own little schemes, she could harm such young children. She really didn't treat her daughter as a person. "Will you come again tomorrow?" Hua Zhao poured some water for the two children, noticing their faces looked better, then went to the kitchen and asked Zhao Xiaohong. Zhao Xiaohong's hand, which was tending the fire, paused, and she didn't reply. Hua Zhao sneered. "So you're planning to come again? Today was to apologize, and tomorrow? Just to get a free meal? Traveling dozens of miles back and forth, and before reaching home, it's all gone? Is it worth it?" Under the firelight, Zhao Xiaohong's face looked as if it was bleeding, tears falling rapidly, and she sobbed. "I don't want to come, but I have no choice. If I don't come, Grandma won't let me and the two girls eat. You're their granddaughter-in-law, and there's no family division. Why wouldn't she let you eat? I'll have Captain Zhao send you back later, and ask your squad leader. What kind of society is this, with such a cruel old lady who mistreats her granddaughter-in-law? I'll ask him if he cares about this." Zhao Xiaohong was instantly terrified. No, don't go. If you go, they'll beat me to death." Those words were made up by her. Grandma Zhang urged her to come, and she didn't say she wouldn't go, or that she would starve. She was just sure she wouldn't dare to refuse, so she didn't need threats. But now, if she argued with Grandma Zhang about this, she was sure she wouldn't admit it. Instead, she would turn the blame on her and punish her. This is even worse. She dares to hurt someone to the point of death. "I will make our team leader ask you properly whether such a person is under his control. If he doesn't care, we will report this. Please, I beg you." Zhao Xiaohong suddenly knelt down in front of Hua Zhao, facing her stomach. Seeing Hua Zhao's pregnant belly, Zhao Xiaohong suddenly felt a deep resentment. As a pregnant woman, why is her life so different? Others are living comfortably at home, having everything they want. She works hard, is ordered around, and even has to kneel when she goes out. Why does life have to be so tiring for her? "If you won't let me live well, then." Zhao Xiaohong looked at her belly, clenched her teeth in anger, then suddenly broke down crying on the ground. "I can't go on like this. I don't want to live anymore. Why do all of old Zhang's family affairs fall on me? What did I do to deserve this? Are we not allowed to live?" The two children inside the house heard the noise and crawled out, hugging her and crying. Compared to others, these two children are still close to their mother. Besides Zhao Xiaohong, no one else gives them a proper meal. The mother and daughter sat on the ground crying, looking very miserable. Zhang Guilin couldn't take it anymore. She guessed that her mother probably sent her here to ask for some benefits. After all, it was really their family's problem. "Get up, stop crying. The rice is about to burn." Zhang Guilin turned to her daughter and said, "Maybe we shouldn't go find their team leader. Otherwise, her mother will definitely punish her later. No matter whether we find their team leader or not, her mother will find a reason to punish her. Even if you give her 200 yuan and a bunch of grain to take home, they will only be happy for a day. If she needs something later, she will have to send her again. If she can't satisfy her, she will keep punishing her. Is she your real daughter? Are you so afraid she'll be punished that you let them control you?" Hua Zhao asked. Actually, she wasn't angry when she said this. She was just trying to reason with her mother. She found that Zhang Guilin was somewhat soft-hearted without principles. Well, she was only in her 30s, and her upbringing in the first half of her life didn't develop her good character. Zhang Guilin listened carefully. Indeed, as her daughter said, she couldn't just watch her suffer and satisfy her demands. That would be an endless pit. This isn't her daughter. Xiaohong, listen to your sister. Let our team leader talk to your team leader properly. From what I know about your mother, she will listen, Zhang Guilin said. The Zhang family has a weakness. They are very timid and afraid of officials. The little team leader is seen as a high-ranking official who controls their food and supplies. Hua Zhao smiled. Although Zhang Guilin was not good in many ways, she was willing to listen to advice. Zhao Xiaohong, however, couldn't smile at all. In the end, Zhang Guilin scolded Zhao Xiaohong during lunch and then had Hua Zhao send her off in a bullock cart to go home. Of course, she didn't want to go back. She deliberately made the children walk more today, hoping Zhang Guilin would pity her and let her stay a few days at her house to help with chores. But she was shy and afraid of officials. When Zhao Liangkai looked at her, she quickly slipped onto the cart. It was better to sit in a cart than walk home. When they arrived at Zhongjia village, Zhao Liangkai followed Hua Zhao's instructions and went to find the little team leader of Zhang's family. The team leader was like the head of a household. The villagers were like family members. If he couldn't manage his own children and cause shame outside, he would be called by the parents. The team leader also felt ashamed. After Zhao Liangkai left, the team leader immediately went to Zhang's house and scolded the old lady Zhang. They could bully the Zhang family however they wanted, but if they caused shame outside and made others laugh at them, that was unacceptable. Old Lady Zhang told her daughter-in-law to take the children to visit the girl who wanted a divorce and was begging for food, and to prevent her bride price from being taken away. If this got out, Zhongjia village would become famous for it. It would seriously damage the reputation of their production team. The team leader's scolding was effective. Old Lady Zhang only dared to glare fiercely at Zhao Xiaohong a few times.
She didn't dare to punish her that day.
They would deal with it in a few days. Seeing that everything was settled, Hua Zhao went home to tidy up the garden. It was September now, and most of the seasonal vegetables had been harvested. This was a mountainous area in northeast China. With the current climate, it could snow as early as mid-September. Otherwise, by early October, or at the latest mid-October, snow should have fallen. Winter was arriving much earlier this year. Usually they couldn't plant much anymore. But Hua Zhao remembered her plan and decided to struggle a bit. She cleared a part of the garden and planted sunflower seeds. Zhang Guilin saw her working from afar and hurried over to help. When she saw Hua Zhao planting seeds, she quickly stopped her. "Why are you planting sunflower seeds at this time?" she asked. Sunflower seeds are usually planted in April and harvested by July or August. Hua Zhao had planted a circle of sunflowers in spring, which yielded 2 sacks stored in the barn. "This is a new variety I bought in Beijing. I heard it matures quickly, in about a month and a half, and is cold-resistant. Maybe we can harvest another batch," Hua Zhao explained. Hearing her words, Zhang Guilin no longer stopped her. She grabbed the hoe from her hand and said, "I'll dig the holes, you plant the seeds." Since the land was already unused, they might as well plant something if they could. The two of them worked for a while and managed to plant the entire 2 acres of the garden. Even the backyard was planted by Hua Zhao. At this moment, Zhang Guilin finally realized, planting these old seeds, how long will it take to crack them open? Their black soil didn't need fertilizer to produce high yields. Although they hadn't planted sunflower seeds before, based on Hua Zhao's previous estimates, 1 acre could produce about 500 gene of sunflower seeds. Now, with both the front and backyards planted, they had over 1,000 gene. "All those seeds are wasted if they crack open," Zhang Guilin said. "We can't let the 4 little ones take them to school. That would be such a waste. When the new year comes, sunflower seeds can also be sold for money," she spoke softly at the end. After saying this, she saw Hua Zhao looking at her and smiling. Zhang Guilin was surprised and then realized, "Are you planning to sell them later?" Yes, Hua Zhao nodded. "I tried this new type of sunflower seed. It's better tasting than ours, and the yield is higher. Over 1,000 genes, so we should be able to make a few hundred yuan." She didn't care much about a few hundred yuan, but Zhang Guilin valued it. She looked at the remaining sunflower seeds in the corner of the wall and gasped, "Girl, how much did you buy those seeds for? Just give me some, okay?" Her mother's words hit her hard. Zhang Guilin was always careful not to exploit her daughter too much. She was now married, and if she wanted anything valuable, she had to pay. Money didn't grow on trees. Hua Zhao thought this was a good habit. She didn't care about the money, but she didn't want to turn the kind Zhang Guilin into an old lady Zhang, which would be too upsetting. 5 mao per jean, Hua Zhao said. Whatever you want, I'll give you. Oh, you bought them too expensive. Zhang Guilin immediately felt distressed. Regular sunflower seeds only cost 2 mao per jean. You know those are ordinary seeds. Try this one. Hua Zhao handed her a handful of raw sunflower seeds. Zhang Guilin tasted them. Although they weren't as fragrant as cooked seeds, these raw seeds had a unique fresh aroma and a bit of oiliness. Eating them raw was very tasty. That's enough. I don't have much land, so I won't need more than a few jean, Zhang Guilin said. They continued planting sunflower seeds on Zhang Guilin's land. As the sunset was about to set, Hua Chang returned, looking radiant. Hua Zhao had already prepared dinner, with braised fish as the main dish. Currently, buying fresh meat is not convenient, and there is no stock at home. If I want to eat meat, I can only have fish. He Jianing doesn't mind at all. He stands on the small path, waiting for flowers to bloom, but his nose is filled with the smell of braised fish. Not only does he smell it, but many families in the village also smell it. They only admire Hua Zhao's cooking skills and her ability to catch fish, with nothing else to say. There is a river in the village. No one stops you from fishing. But if you can't catch fish, who is to blame? If you catch fish and your wife cooks it poorly, who is responsible? It's all because of my poor eyesight earlier. I didn't see Hua Zhao's good qualities. The main thing is she wasn't good at anything before. Seeing Hua Chang come out with a smile, carrying a basket that seems a bit heavy, Xiao Zhao immediately walks over. Sir, let me carry it for you. He looks inside the basket and finds there really are some things. With Xiao Zhao's knowledge, he knows that when harvesting ginseng, it's best to wrap it in tree bark or moss. Inside this basket are several rolls of moss and a bunch of mushrooms. He immediately nods at He Jianing. He Jianing raises an eyebrow in surprise, then enters the mountain. He wonders if he can walk far before finding ginseng. No need, I can carry this weight, Hua Chang says. Xiao Zhao doesn't argue further, just reaches out to hold the bottom of the basket. If this basket contains something valuable, he shouldn't handle it himself. That would be rude. A few people return to Hua Chang's home. Hua Zhao takes the basket behind her grandfather, looks inside, and exclaims happily, Wow, you really found ginseng? And so much. Good luck, Hua Chang chuckles. This mountain is truly a treasure mountain. Besides these explanations, he can't think of any other reason. Today, he found 3 ginseng plants. Each one is dozens of years old, possibly close to 100. He's not very good at identifying age, but he knows they are definitely not just 30 or 50 years old. He kept discovering them one after another all day. He didn't walk far before finding another. Treasure mountain indeed, Hua Zhao also says. Let's eat first and deal with them later, she tells her grandfather, noticing he's a bit tired. Hua Chang glances at He Jianing. Let's eat first, He Jianing says, feeling very hungry. That noon, he had a meal at a fellow villager's house using ration coupons. The taste was so. He only managed to drink a bowl of porridge to show respect. Everyone sits at the table and enjoys a delicious meal. He Jianing increasingly feels that if Hua Zhao weren't around, he might not be able to eat properly in the future. After clearing the table, Hua Chang displays his harvest for the day. 3 ginseng plants. He Jianing immediately recognized it. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as the one he ate before. They all looked so white and plump, like artificially cultivated ones, and he also detected a faint, unique fragrance. Can I pick it up and look? He asked. Feel free, Hua Chang replied. He Jianing picked up one. The benefit of eating ginseng is that he can tell its age. The one in his hand is over 80 years old, and the other 2 are similar. Although not 100 years old, he knew that the ginseng grown on this mountain is very effective. An 80-year-old ginseng can be as potent as a 100-year-old one from elsewhere. As he brought it closer, the special fresh scent grew stronger, clearing the dull ache in his head. He was sure now that this was the same kind of ginseng he bought before. How do you plan to sell it? He asked Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao looked at the box Zhao placed on the Kong, a traditional heated bed. It was missing 12 gold bars but still had over 100. But if converted to current gold prices and then to RMB, it's worth less than 150,000 yuan. She couldn't buy even one. Your illness is quite expensive to treat, Hua Zhao suddenly said. Ginseng isn't something you can just eat once and be done with. Its effects don't last many years. He needs to keep taking ginseng regularly. When his condition improves, he might need 2 or 3 pieces a year, if not 4 or 5. Li Mu once said that 100-year-old ginseng could keep him alive for 10 years, but only if he stayed relaxed and rested in the small courtyard every day. If he went out to work, exhausted himself daily, and faced the previous interrogation and drug confiscation, he wouldn't last 10 years. He, Jianing, didn't want to just survive in the small courtyard, wasting time. He wanted to live brightly. So, when he was feeling a bit better, he came here to buy ginseng. It really is quite expensive, he said with a shy smile. So, I kindly ask the young lady to be gentle with the price. Hua Zhao looked again at the box on the Kong. She no longer wanted the gold bars. Honestly, she wasn't sure where those gold bars came from. Who could guarantee they were inherited from the Gao family's ancestors and not stolen from someone else? Items recorded officially must be returned later. When the time comes for an audit, and if he, Jianing, claims everything is with her, then what? She'd be the one to explain. By then, the ginseng would be eaten, and she couldn't dig it out. Forget the rumors about he, Jianing. Just considering how he tricked her a few times, she wasn't sure if he could really do such things. Let's stick to cash. Don't be fooled by these ginsengs that are less than 100 years old. But I've raised the price. 20,000 per plant, Hua Zhao said stubbornly. Hua Chong looked at her and was surprised by her bold demand. 20,000 is a huge amount that people can't imagine nowadays. But Hua Zhao knew it wasn't really that shocking. In the Northeast, strict regulations are enforced. All private businesses are shut down, and markets are not allowed. However, in other places, markets have always existed, except for a few strict years when they stopped. Farmers can freely buy and sell their leftover farm products. These are their own leftovers, not something you buy elsewhere to sell later. That's not allowed. But black markets are everywhere, and there are still middlemen. It is said that in 1976, the owner of Silly Melon Seeds had already saved up 1 million renminbi. Hua Zhao suddenly remembered this rumor and thought about selling melon seeds. Soon after, the market would open up. People like he, Jianing, wouldn't be short of money, so her mouth opened a little wider. And that's not the biggest news. She plans to raise prices again next year. Can we negotiate? He, Jianing, said. He was also shocked by the 20,000 figure. He wasn't unable to afford it. He was just afraid to agree too quickly, fearing she might ask for 30,000 next time. He realized that this young wife had no sympathy for him. How do we negotiate? 30,000, Hua Zhao asked.
See?
That's how it is. All right, 20,000 it is, he, Jianing, agreed. I don't want gold, I want cash, and I want new money, Hua Zhao said. He, Jianing, nodded. That's not a problem. Should I deliver the money here? He asked. Hua Zhao shook her head. She planned to follow the army and take her grandfather to the capital. 20,000 would need to be packed in a bag, which would be troublesome to move later. I trust you. Just write me an IOU, stating it's for the ginseng purchase, Hua Zhao said. Since there was already a precedent for money transactions, she trusted he, Jianing, for now. Plus, an IOU would be safer, and her large sum of money would have a legitimate source. After I go to the capital, you can give me the money, she added. She was surprisingly trusting of him, which caught he, Jianing, off guard. His eyes sparkled more, and he nodded with a smile. Okay. He immediately took out paper and a pen, writing that he bought 3 ginseng plants from Hua Zhao for a total of 600,000, to be paid back within a year. Hua Zhao took his IOU and directly handed him the 3 ginseng plants to take away. They didn't wait until the right time to exchange money and goods at the same time. That would be unsafe. She was afraid that he, Jianing, might misunderstand her, thinking she wasn't sincere about selling, but was using ginseng to threaten him. What if he later stole the ginseng through illegal means? She deeply mistrusted he, Jianing. She wasn't worried that he wouldn't pay her back. Her ginseng wasn't easy to sell, and if he tried to cheat her, he would be risking his life. When will you leave? Hua Zhao asked. Jennings' heart skipped a beat. Was she caring about him? I plan to stay a few more days. I found this place to be very good for recovery. Also, maybe you can dig more ginseng tomorrow. He hoped to find 3 ginseng plants after just one day in the mountains. Xiao Zhao looked at him, but they didn't have much traditional medicine left, only enough for 3 days. If they didn't go back soon, the doctor would stop the medication. There should be a traditional medicine shop here. You can buy what you need. Jennings guessed what he was thinking and said. He knew what medicines and formulas she used. I won't be able to host you at my home anymore, Hua Zhao said. My husband isn't here and 2 strangers coming to eat every day. If people find out I was visiting my grandfather, it wouldn't look good for my reputation. So, I won't see you off, Jennings. He was overthinking. If you don't want to leave, that's okay. Stay here to recover if you like. Just don't come to my house for meals anymore. Go to others' homes. I can't control that, Hua Zhao added. If we find more ginseng in the future, I will let you know. Jennings. Thinking about the lunch they had, he would rather go home and take his medicine. And with her guarantee, he felt more at ease. He made a quick decision. All right, I should go back early to prepare the money. 60,000 isn't a small amount for me. I need to find someone to help me gather it. Hua Zhao paused and said, I hope the money comes from a legitimate source. I don't want it to be blood-stained, illegal money. If that happens, not only will I lose it, but I might also get into trouble. Jennings looked at her and said slowly, It won't be. After saying that, he got up and prepared to leave. He gave her 60,000, but she didn't seem very happy. She was a strange person. As he reached the kitchen, he suddenly turned around. Can you help prepare 2 portions of dried food for the road? Hua Zhao was happy to see him leave so smoothly. She went to pack a bag with some steamed buns, 2 jars of pickled vegetables, and surprisingly, 2 pieces of cured sausage. It is indeed 600,000 yuan. When she goes to Beijing, she can buy several houses. How can she not be happy? Plus, this is new money, worth more than 600,000 yuan. She is even reluctant to spend it. Goodbye, she cheerfully waves to Jennings. This is the first time Jennings has seen someone say goodbye so happily. His dislike for her is obvious. He smiles and says meaningfully, goodbye. At night, the 2 leave the Huagang family's yard and head toward the village entrance where the watchman's house is. Just as they are about to arrive, someone suddenly rushes out onto the road. Xiao Zhao had already noticed and kicks the figure far away with 1 foot. Ow! A clear, young female scream echoes, sounding not very old and not very threatening. Xiao Zhao holds his gun at his waist but doesn't draw it.
Who? He shouts.
I am Hua Zhao's younger sister, Waxiawa quickly replies. Hua Zhao's sister, Jennings asks in confusion. Having learned from previous experiences, he now knows a lot about Hua Zhao. She has 2 half-sisters from the same mother but different fathers. The older is 6 years older, the younger 4, but neither is 17 or 18. Cousin, I am her cousin. My name is Waxiao. Oh, Jennings recognizes her now. He has thoroughly investigated Hua Zhao's family tree, including the Huashan family and Waxiao. Once, she was Hua Zhao's best friend and only playmate. But after Hua Zhao got married, they drifted apart, and Waxiao was not allowed to enter her house anymore. What do you want? Jennings asks flatly. I can't stay at home anymore, Waxiao chokes up. That's none of my business, Jennings replies. Waxiao. She looks gentle and kind, easy to talk to, but surprisingly, she has no compassion. My brother-in-law said he would take me to Beijing. Waxiao quickly changes her story, but I accidentally lost the address and money he gave me.
Can you
take me to the Yi family in Beijing? It's well known in the village that she is from Beijing, the child of Huagong's old friend. Yi Shun is also from Huagong's old friend's family. They all recognize each other, right? Huh. Under the moonlight, Jennings' eyes gleam with excitement. As for what Waxiawa said, he doesn't believe a word. Although it's very dark and he can't see her clearly, he knows she's a fool. If Yi Shun had such shallow eyelids, any woman could have taken him. He Lanlan would have already succeeded. He suspects she's just trying to squeeze into Yi Shun's family. I am not surprised by this woman. Yi Shun often encounters women like her. Do you know my brother-in-law? Do you know where he lives? Hua Xiuyu asked softly. That home is unbearable. All the work that used to be done by her grandmother and aunt now falls on her alone. She has to get up before dawn to cook for the family, then go to work, feed the chickens and pigs in the middle of the day, come back early to cook again, wash everyone's clothes, and still earn enough work points. She feels like she could split into 8 to get everything done. She's exhausted. And they only give her half a meal. Just a few days ago, she was lively, but now she looks 10 years older, almost withering away. She needs to find a way out. She hopes someone will take her in, but that's impossible. Better to ask him to take her to her brother-in-law. I know where Yi Shun lives. I even ate at his house not long ago, He Jianing said. Hua Xiaoyu sighed in relief and begged, Can you take me there? I'll pay for the trip. When my brother-in-law comes back, he'll pay you back. Did your brother-in-law agree to take you to his house? He Jianing asked. He just wanted to be sure about her determination. Yes. If he didn't have urgent tasks or was in a hurry, he would have taken me himself. He's worried about me staying here, so he left me the address and some money. Sadly, I lost the stuff. That's pretty foolish, He Jianing said. But her resolve was quite firm. Hua Xiaoyu, why does your brother-in-law want to take you to his house? He Jianing asked again. Hua Xiaoyu paused and said, A few days ago, my grandfather planned to sell my aunt to a foolish family in the mountains. But my aunt ran away, and now they want to sell me. I begged my brother-in-law to save me. He's kind-hearted and agreed to let me hide at his place. She learned to be smart and didn't dare say anything about her relationship with Yi Shun. Since he could eat at Ye's house, they must be on good terms. If he turned out to be like Wang Meng, favoring Yi Shun, what would she do? So she gave a straightforward reason, not afraid that he might ask Hua Zhao tomorrow. If he really went to ask Hua Zhao, she could still say this. Yi Shun is kind-hearted and does good deeds. He Jianing nodded. Her reason was not too bad, a bit flimsy but acceptable. Then she decided to use it. Get up. I have a train to the county tomorrow morning. Remember to find me then. If you're late, I won't wait. The useless person had no right to be used by him. Such an interesting person must be sent to Ye's house, so they can all have some fun. Hua Xiuyu didn't expect such a difficult person to talk to would agree so easily. She was overjoyed. Thank you. You're such a good person. He Jianing chuckled. For the first time, someone called him a good person. The next morning, He Jianing shamelessly went to Hua Zhao's house for breakfast before heading out. At the dining table, he appeared calm and didn't mention Hua Xiuyu at all. He only asked when Hua Zhao would go to the capital, saying he would have the money ready before then. Hua Zhao replied, I'm not sure either, but definitely before the new year. Her due date was in the 12th lunar month, and she planned to give birth in the city. She was pregnant with twins, and usually such babies are born early. Fortunately, her checkup showed she was carrying fraternal twins with separate amniotic sacs and placentas. The babies were separated and independent, so they could usually stay until full term, but often they are born around 37 or 38 weeks. If it were identical twins sharing one amniotic sac and placenta, it would be very dangerous, as they would share the same space and could pull on each other's umbilical cords during fights. Such pregnancies often require early delivery around 32 weeks, usually by cesarean because natural birth would be too risky. No matter what she was carrying, Hua Zhao didn't want to give birth in the countryside with just any midwife. Some families now didn't even hire midwives, just their mothers or mothers-in-law. Thinking about that made her feel scared. She planned to go to the capital to find Yifeng to deliver her baby. He Jianing surprisingly knew her due date too. He nodded without saying much, and then stood up to leave. On the way, they didn't see Hua Xiuyu, but when they reached the train station, they saw her waiting there. It was past 8 a.m., and everyone was at work. Hua Xiaoyu found an excuse to go home and feed the pigs, easily slipping out of sight. Worried about being seen on the road, she didn't even bring a small bag this time, just wore her usual clothes. To avoid suspicion from her family, she didn't wear anything nice, just her usual work clothes, old and torn. She had no money at all. The little savings she had was already taken away. He Jianing finally saw Hua Xiuyu's face clearly. She was very ugly. With such little capital, she dared to compete with Hua Zhao. She was truly hopelessly stupid. Maybe Hua Zhao had figured out her intentions, which is why she started to dislike her. It's very possible. But he didn't care whether she was stupid or not. As long as she could cause trouble for the Yi family, that was enough. Earlier events caused trouble for the Yi family. If someone hadn't intervened, they would have already taken revenge and wouldn't be joking about such harmless matters. Thank you, good person. I don't even know your name, Hua Xiuyu said to He Jianing. Today, she washed her face and styled her hair, feeling more hopeful and energized. This person, though not as handsome as Yi Shen and with a somewhat bad temper, is still quite good-looking, one of the two most handsome men she has ever seen. Are all men in the capital this attractive? You don't need to know who I am and don't mention me to the Yi family. Honestly, I don't get along with them. If they find out I sent you over, they'll send you back immediately, He Jianing said. Hua Xiuyu's face stiffened. Is this a liar? Listen, Yi Shen lives at XXXX. Here's 20 yuan, enough for you to get to the capital. Just follow the story I told you before. This is the address and money Yi Shen gave you. They might keep you if you show them this, He Jianing explained. The Yi family doesn't care much. He can't let Hua Zhao know he was the one who brought her there, or he would offend someone. To Hua Zhao, don't mention me, or I will personally send you to that fool's house, He Jianing said, leaning in close and looking into her eyes coldly. Is it Lu Er from Chongqing village? One night is enough for him to find out what he wants to know. Good, that fool really exists. Hua Xiaoyu was trembling all over. I won't say anything. The address and money were given to me by my brother-in-law, she stammered. He Jianing smiled with satisfaction. Good. They didn't speak further. The train arrived soon. In the county, they transferred together to the provincial capital, then took another train to the capital city. Although traveling together, the three of them no longer sat together. Hua Xiuyu remembered the address of Yi Shen's house well and kept repeating it silently in her mind, determined never to forget. At Kashantan, the Huashan family had already discovered Hua Xiuyu ran away. Huashan was so angry that his house almost collapsed. Don't let me find her. Otherwise, I'll break her leg, Huashan shouted. When he saw Huanyo with his head down, he was furious. Tell me, did you let her escape? No, Huanyo immediately replied. He truly didn't do it. Where could that dead girl have gone? We don't have any relatives outside to turn to, Huashan yelled.
Exactly, Dad.
We don't have any relatives who can take her in. Where could I have taken her? Huanyo said. That's understandable. Huashan calmed down a bit. Did she run off with someone? Jiang Qin said sarcastically. Now, not only is the 500 yuan gone, but no one is doing the housework either. Let the second sister-in-law do it alone? She's a bit slow, but she's brave and won't let herself be wronged. She'll probably share some of the work later. What bad luck. Go find out. Even if she ran off with someone, catch her and bring her back. No excuses, Huashan shouted. Exaggerating about catching her in a pig cage is a bit much, but if they really catch her, she probably won't run again, or her legs might get hurt. It's so embarrassing. The Hua family has truly lost face. The whole village was shocked. Everyone helped look for Hua Xiaoyu on their own. Maybe she didn't run away with someone. Maybe she fell into a ditch in the mountains? She's young and quite pitiful. If there's a chance to save her, they should try. Aunt Ma secretly came to find Hua Zhao. She definitely ran away on her own. I saw her this morning. Hua Zhao was surprised. You saw her? She ran off with someone? No, Aunt Ma said. It was just her.
But she didn't go up the mountain.
I saw her walking on the main road, heading to the town, or maybe she took the train. There's only one way. Really? Taking the train? Hua Zhao suddenly remembered that He Jianing also took the train this morning. Did Hua Xiuyu go to ask him for help? And did she succeed? Recently, everyone could see that Hua Xiuyu was losing weight and looking terrible. Hua Zhao had guessed she might have a big outburst. If she really went to see He Jianing, it could be a new chance or a dead end.
Aunt Ma sighed.
That Huashan family really isn't good people, but besides that, she had no other ideas. Don't tell outsiders, or Huashan might get into trouble, Aunt Ma warned. No matter how Hua Xiuyu ran or who she ran with, it might be better that she ran away. If they kept pushing her, she might be in real danger. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I won't even tell my mom, Hua Zhao said.
Aunt Ma smiled.
She knew Hua Zhao was sensible. If she couldn't keep a secret, she might as well tell her. After chatting, she remembered the main point. What did you plant in the yard again? It's this time of year. What can you harvest now? The snow was about to fall, and the leaves on the trees were starting to drop. She saw that Hua Zhao's family had replanted some crops yesterday and was very curious. Today, everyone was out looking for Hua Xiuyu, so she had time to come and ask. I planted some good stuff. Hua Zhao opened the bed cabinet, took out a cloth bag, opened it, and poured a pile of sunflower seeds onto the bed. Aunt Ma wasn't surprised. Who doesn't plant a few sunflowers near the fence? When the new year comes, she roasts them for the children to eat. But Hua Zhao's sunflower seeds are big and full, shiny and black, looking very solid. Try some, they taste really good, Hua Zhao said. Aunt Ma didn't hold back. She had never tasted anything so delicious from Hua Zhao's house. She's a generous girl. She grabbed a handful and started cracking the seeds, her eyes brightening immediately. Why do your sunflower seeds smell so good? These are new varieties I bought from the nursery in Beijing. They taste good, resist cold, and grow quickly. I only planted these in my yard. She had roasted some seeds yesterday, which made her even more convincing. Resist cold and grow fast? Can I plant now and harvest? Aunt Ma asked happily. Anyway, her yard was empty, so she wanted to plant something. Anything edible. Her yard wasn't small. She planted sunflower seeds, expecting to harvest 100 or 200 jin. That's a lot of free food. If she got desperate, she could even eat them. Back in 1960, she couldn't even get sunflower seed shells to eat. I don't know exactly if it will work, but the seed seller said it would. Hua Zhao took out a small bag, which looked to contain about 2 jin. 1 acre of sunflower needs about 2 to 3 jin of seeds. I bought these seeds for 5 mao per jin, and I'm giving them to you at the original price, Hua Zhao said. All right. Sure. Aunt Ma agreed happily. Although 5 mao per jin seemed expensive and above normal price, she didn't think Hua Zhao was trying to make a profit from her. This girl was generous, and she had money. Could she cheat her out of a few mao? She had eaten a lot of her family's fruits and vegetables all summer, worth more than a few yuan. I'll go home and get the money, Aunt Ma said, carrying the sunflower seeds and leaving. She needed to go back quickly to tidy up her yard and plant the seeds. Growing up in the Northeast, she had never seen plants grow after snow fell. She was afraid of losing even a day and missing the harvest. When she got home, she sent 1 yuan and then hurriedly started working. Not everyone went to find Hua Xiaoyu. Some neighbors saw her and asked curiously what she was doing. Aunt Ma didn't hide anything and told them, "You can't hide this kind of thing. Whether the seeds will produce results is unknown, but they should sprout, right? Who doesn't know sunflowers?" Besides, Hua Zhao already said that anyone who wants to plant can buy seeds from her first come, first served. At this time, hoarding alone was taboo. Hua Zhao wouldn't hoard. At that time, everyone's yards were bare except for hers and her mother's yards, which were lush and golden. Did they get hundreds of pounds of sunflower seeds? Her popularity is less than half. Pink eye disease is so scary. Maybe we should change our focus. And if she wants to be the second fool, only her family and her mother's 3 acres are enough? You need a source of supply, sell in small profits but in large quantities, and accumulate little by little. Soon, a few aunts and sisters-in-law who are friendly with Hua Zhao came to visit. Hua Zhao treated everyone equally, giving each of them 2 pounds of seeds. Then a few less familiar people came, and Hua Zhao sold seeds to them as well. There are over 30 households in Leishanton, and except for the Huashan family, everyone came. By the time she reached the last family, Hua Zhao emptied the bag. Just enough, it's gone. So, she didn't refuse to sell to Huashan family. She simply ran out of seeds. Huashan's whole family searched for 2 days for Hua Xiuyu but couldn't find any news, so they gave up. Then they realized Hua Zhao was once again leading the whole village in doing things. They were left behind again. She did it on purpose, Hua Zhenyo snorted angrily. Then go talk to her, said Hua Zhenyo. Go then. Hua Zhenyo clenched his neck and rushed out, but his wife pulled him back. Go where? We haven't eaten yet. Jiang Qin rolled her eyes at him. Hua Zhenyo knew he was a bit simple-minded, but he had one good point. He listened to his wife. He knew she was smarter than him and wouldn't harm him. If she didn't want him to go, he sat down again. Then let's eat first. Huashan looked at Jiang Qin and thought for the first time that their way of complimenting each other wasn't very good. He didn't even have a gun. Jiang Qin didn't need to look to know her father-in-law was unhappy. She immediately stood up and said to her sisters-in-law, let's go cook. No one was doing housework. They hadn't figured out a schedule in the past 2 days, who works on the 1st, 3rd, and 5th, and who on the 2nd, 4th, and 6th. They all worked together. A few women, exhausted, went out. Inside, Huashan held a meeting with his sons. Our family is having bad luck this year, being humiliated repeatedly. This won't do. If it continues, Leishanton won't have a place for us anymore, Huashan said. That's true. Before, when people saw them, they either avoided them or fawned over them. Now, they avoid them and laugh behind their backs. The prestige of the Huashan family is gone. How can this be acceptable? We have to do something, Hua Zhenyo nodded. No one in the Hua family wants to see the current situation. Huashan leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, and slowly said, the root of everything is with Hua Zhao. If we deal with her, everyone else will be obedient. The smoke couldn't hide his fierce gaze. How do we deal with her? Hua Zhenyo immediately asked. Let's all think together, Huashan replied. Just one thing, we can't do it openly. He was afraid of Wang Meng. But he wasn't afraid of Hua Chang. If Hua Zhao got into trouble, this old man would be so angry he might die, but it wouldn't be a threat. We need to discuss this carefully, or else they might suspect us, Hua Zhenyo said. Then, the voices inside the house lowered. The Huashan family always had men making decisions. Women were rarely involved. Hua Zhenyo's wife was anxiously in the kitchen. Hua Zhao was a relative or maybe pregnant. What were they planning to do? Unfortunately, she knew the family style. She didn't dare go in to persuade them, and even if she did, she couldn't change their minds. That night, Hua Zhenyo went back to his own house with his wife and children. He and San Nyo had separate households and only came home occasionally for important matters. When the children were asleep, Wang Xiufan quietly asked Hua Zhenyo, Master, have you decided what to do? That's men's business. Don't interfere, Hua Zhenyo said. After a moment, Wang Xiufan asked again, Don't cause trouble. Hua Zhao's husband isn't dead yet. Maybe he'll come back someday. If something happens, he won't let us go. How do we know it's us? Hua Zhenyo replied. Did they really want to do something? Wang Xiufan was anxious. Besides us, who in the village bears a grudge against her family? Who could harm her? People's lives are decided by fate. If heaven wants to take her, what's it to us? They agreed that the best way to deny involvement was to claim it was an accident. What are you planning to do? Wang Xiufan asked nervously. Hua Zhenyo looked at her. He knew his wife was clever and didn't approve of their actions. Just joking. We're not doing anything. What can we do? The harvest is coming soon. This year isn't like previous years. We should work harder, earn more work points, and save some money, Hua Zhenyo said. His words made Wang Xiufan feel even more uneasy. How much of their family's money was earned through work points? It all depended on work points, which were always in deficit. They still owed a lot to the collective. The men in Huashan's family weren't lazy, but they never wanted to suffer. They only worked when they had to, especially during busy farming times, and avoided the hard and dirty jobs. The next morning, everyone in the family went to work. Several sisters-in-law gathered together to discuss household chores. Who would feed the pigs? Who would cook? Jiang Qin immediately said, "We have separated our household, so I don't have to do these chores." Denyo's wife quickly smiled and said, "Did the third sister-in-law not tell you? Dad said that whether or not we separate, we will share the grain and eat together, making it lively." Suddenly, the house was missing the three most hardworking and obedient people. It felt cold, and Shan's authority was seriously undermined. He urgently needed to regain his respect. Jiang Qin's eyes widened, but she knew her eldest sister-in-law wouldn't say such things without reason. Her father-in-law must have said so. That stubborn third brother. No wonder he fell asleep as soon as he got home yesterday. Wang Xiufan sighed in relief. All right then. Sister-in-law Shuangri and second sister-in-law will cook. I and third sister-in-law will do other chores. On single days, I and third sister-in-law will cook and you will do other tasks. Other chores included feeding pigs and chickens, cleaning the house. With 4 people working, it wasn't tiring. They all agreed after thinking for a moment. Today was Shuangri's turn, so Wang Xiufan and Jiang Qin went to feed the pigs. When they left early in the morning, the pigs hadn't been fed yet, so they had to go back. Jiang Qin took a few steps and suddenly exclaimed, "The team leader said there's a meeting this morning. I forgot. What should I do?" Wang Xiufan, with a good temper, said, "Then go ahead and do your work. It's important. Just a pig and a few chickens. I'll feed them myself." Thank you for your trouble. Next time, I'll do it for you," Jiang Qin said, hurriedly leaving before Wang Xiufan could reply. How many years had it been since she last fed pigs? It was dirty and smelly. Was that her job? Besides, they weren't her pigs. This year, Huashan's family only raised 1 pig. They couldn't slaughter it themselves for meat. It was a task assigned and had to be sold for money. Did she get even a penny from the sale? Not a single cent. Wang Xiufan smiled. Her third sister-in-law probably meant next year, or maybe even the next lifetime. She hurried home, fed the chickens and pigs quickly, then left through the back door, entered the back mountain, and walked through the woods to Hua Zhao's house behind. Hua Chong went back into the mountains, but Hua Zhao was not at home. She had gone to school. They had agreed to register her, but it had been several days since she last went. If she didn't go soon, the principal might forget about her. It was unforgettable. The primary school had been established for over 20 years, and this was the first time a pregnant girl had enrolled. Wang Xiufan looked around for a long time and finally confirmed no one was at home. She could only leave reluctantly. Hua Zhao toured the school, standing up for her younger brothers and sisters. She is at least an adult now, and children in 1st and 2nd grade naturally fear her. Older students are only a few years younger than her, and some have even heard of Hua Zhao's reputation, or have been beaten by her. Here, it's not unusual for a 10-year-old to start school. If they don't do well, they stay back a few years. Hua Zhao has even met 1 or 2 boys who look her age. When the 2 boys saw her, they quickly hid shyly. Hua Zhao confidently chose to be in 5th grade of elementary school. That's the highest grade. The school system is a bit chaotic now, but following the idea that education should be revolutionary and the school system shortened, most students are in 5th grade of elementary, 2 years of junior high, and 2 years of high school. Some places have an extra year in elementary or junior high, mostly in the city. Rural children only need to learn a few characters to go to school. I learned from my grandpa at home, Hua Zhao said. If you don't believe me, you can test me. The teachers didn't doubt her. Hua Zhao looked very smart. This school is in another village, and the people here only know her name but haven't seen her in person. They haven't seen her when she was fat, but just looking at her now, she seems clever and lively. But Hua Zhao refused to give up and insisted they test her. If she didn't take the test, would she really have to go to class? Forget it. Now, classes are mostly half a day of academic lessons and half a day of labor, working in the fields. She still prefers to snack on sunflower seeds on her own bed. Seeing her insist, the teachers thought she wanted to show off, so they took out last year's final exam papers and asked her to do them. There were only 2 subjects, math and Chinese. Math was easy for her, but she struggled with a few modern poems in Chinese. Still, she scored over 90 points in the end. Very good, very good. Excellent. The teachers praised her. No wonder she wanted to show off. Her grades really are impressive. Last year, they were the top and no one else had such scores. Especially in math, she hardly seemed to think. The teachers didn't worry about leaking exam questions. Since it was a graduation exam, once she finished, they didn't give it out again. They just recorded her scores, so there was almost no chance of leaks. Looking around at her colleagues, they didn't seem very familiar with Hua Zhao. Work hard at home, and you'll be able to enter middle school next year, the principal said after glancing at her belly. Next year, she will have already given birth, probably staying at home to take care of her child. Going to middle school? Really? Why bring a pregnant woman here to make trouble? Can I get a primary school graduation certificate? Hua Zhao asked. Oh, so that was the reason. The principal nodded confidently. As long as you take the exam next year and get the same score, you definitely will. Hua Zhao felt relieved. Next July, I will come here for the exam, but I probably won't have time then. By that time, she should be in the capital city, but she now at least has the status of a primary school student and has even shown her face. She's a smart little student. After finishing school affairs, Hua Zhao went home. Walking through the village, she exchanged some energy with sunflower seeds from all the families she passed. She hasn't had time to cultivate early maturing, cold-resistant varieties yet. She can only cheat a little. In the capital city, Hua Xiaoyu finally arrived at the Yi family courtyard gate. Hua Xiaoyu looked at the guard standing with a gun, and her legs felt weak, but her inner fire grew stronger. If she could live here. Comrade, who are you looking for? The guard asked as he approached when she didn't leave after a long time. I'm looking for Yi Shun from the Yi family. I am his wife's younger sister, Hua Xiaoyu said. The guard understood. He knew Yi Shun married a beautiful rural girl, and they had been coming in and out of here not long ago. So this is the sister? Are you sure she's not the older sister? Even if she is the older sister, the difference is too big. He thought Hua Zhao's sisters would be much more beautiful. Please show your introduction letter, the guard said. Hua Xiaoyu immediately took out a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to him. This paper was given to her by a stranger on the way here. She couldn't read, almost scared her into throwing it away. But the person said it was a letter of introduction prepared by her teacher and read it to her word by word. She believed him. Hua Xiaoyu admired that teacher for being so thoughtful. Without this letter, she couldn't even get past the gate. The Yi family members didn't know her, and once verified, her position would be exposed. She didn't want the Hua family to know where she was. The guard looked at the letter, which had some place and name, and a red seal. Everything seemed fine. Wait here, I will make a call, the guard said. Although he was curious about how Hua Zhao's sister came here, this was the Yi family's matter. Today, the Yi family was quite lively, and it was the weekend. Yi Ming brought Wen Jing to visit their parents. Usually, his father wasn't home, so he just showed his face in front of his mother. This time, Yi Shu also came. She was finally no longer married far away, and she should take some time to accompany her mother properly. Also, her mother had been doing things she liked recently. Miao Longji was buying tonic for Hua Zhao today, picking a little today, a little tomorrow, planning to gather everything and mail it to Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao's mailed items had also been received. This melon seeds are really delicious. Yi Shu kept cracking sunflower seeds loudly, unable to stop. Hua Zhao was very thoughtful, having prepared several flavors for her. She had never tried garlic or caramel flavors. They were quite unique. Hua Zhao really knows how to eat, Yi Ming said while eating sunflower seeds. Eat well, then recover your health quickly. Next year, give me a big, chubby grandson, Miao Longji said as she packed up her things. She had already collected a whole bag, ready to mail. If she didn't send it soon, the little one's confinement period would be over, and it would be too late. Yi Ming and Yi Shu exchanged a glance, smiling silently. They could have a grandson before next year, even two. Jingjing sat quietly there, not eating seeds or speaking, with a gentle smile on her face. Suddenly, the phone in the living room rang. Yi Ming answered.
What? Sister?
Hua Xiaoyu? Okay, I'll go now, Yi Ming said, and hung up. What's going on? Yi Shu asked curiously, looking at him. Someone is at the door, claiming to be Hua Zhao's sister. I'll go see. Hua Zhao doesn't have a sister, Yishu said. Even if she does, she wouldn't have the surname Hua. What's her surname again? Liu, Yiming replied. They were eager to find out about Hua Zhao's family history. Suddenly, Yiming said, I know who Hua Xiaoyu is now. She's Hua Zhao's distant cousin. Just a relative. Yishu stood up. I'll go with you. When they reached the door, they saw a worn-out woman dressed raggedly, looking like she had escaped from hardship. Yishu was surprised. Surely she had some kinship with Hua Zhao. The gap was too big. Seeing Yiming, Hua Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She looked somewhat like Yi Shen, but with a gentler temperament, easy to talk to. That's great. As for the woman beside her, she didn't notice her. I am Yi Shen's older brother. What's your reason for coming? Yiming asked directly. Hua Xiaoyu looked at Yiming, then suddenly knelt down with a thud. Tears streamed down her face. Brother, please help me. Her kneeling, crying, and shouting drew everyone's attention. This wasn't a suburban area, but rather a busy city center, a quiet place with many passers-by.
Yiming frowned.
Get up, let's go inside and talk. He walked toward the reception room behind the gatekeeper, not even glancing at Hua Xiaoyu. Yishu looked at her briefly, then followed his brother. Who was Hua Xiaoyu trying to impress? She could only get up and follow behind them. There is a separate reception room behind the gate, used specifically for people who are not too close or too distant, not familiar enough to visit home easily. Inside, there is a table, chairs, and a hot water kettle. Yiming poured a glass of water for Hua Xiaoyu and placed it on the table in front of her. Drink some water and sit down. Take your time to talk. Hua Xiaoyu was really thirsty. She had nothing with her, although she had 20 yuan and bought a meal box on the train, but the box was aluminum and was taken back quickly. She had nothing to drink from. She felt too shy to ask others for water, so she was thirsty all the way. The water wasn't very hot. Hua Xiaoyu drank 2 glasses before she felt better. Yiming asked first, What is your name? Hua Xiaoyu. Where do you live? Hua Xiaoyu answered obediently. What's your relationship with Hua Zhao? My grandfather and her grandfather are brothers. Who is your father? Is he at home? How many brothers and sisters do you have? Yiming asked again. Hua Xiaoyu answered again. How many children does your grandfather have? How many children did they have? What are their names? How old are they? Hua Xiaoyu guessed that they were checking her household registration. It was very strict. But she wasn't lying, so she wasn't afraid. Hua Xiaoyu answered smoothly.
Yiming nodded.
It was probably really Hua Xiaoyu. Of course, it might not be, so they would see. Why did you come to see us? Is there something you want to tell us? Yiming asked. Hua Xiaoyu shed 2 tears and said, My grandfather once planned to sell my aunt to a fool for 500 yuan, but my grandma let her run away and took all the money from the house. The family had no money, so they wanted to sell me next. My brother-in-law found out and wanted to save me, but he was busy with a task and had no time. He gave me the address of the house and told me to come here for help. Yiming and Yishu looked at each other. Could such a thing really happen? They weren't surprised about selling children or family members. That wasn't unusual. What surprised them was Yi Shun's way of handling it. Was it really like that? That didn't seem likely. If he met someone in need, Yi Shun would bring them home.
Their house would be full by now.
Did Yi Shun tell you the address? Did he give you a note? Yiming asked. Hua Xiaoyu shook her head. There wasn't enough time. When I left home that day, something happened, and he only managed to tell me the address before leaving for his mission. Yiming looked at her. So, she had no proof at all? Is Hua Zhao doing well? What does she do at home every day? Yiming suddenly asked. Hua Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, not understanding why he suddenly changed the subject. After thinking for a moment, she said, My sister is doing well. She stays at home eating and drinking every day. Oh, a few people came from the capital before, saying they are my great-grandfather's son and daughter. They brought a boy and a girl back to recognize their family. They stayed at her house for a few days before leaving. That's right. She knew Hua Zhao was fine, and also knew Qi Baohua and Qi Shulan went to Laoshantan. Now I can't reach Qi Shun. I'll call Hua Zhao to ask. Yiming said. Hua Xiaoyu immediately panicked. No, no, no. Both Yiming and Yishu looked at her. Hua Xiaoyu looked anxious and said, They wanted to sell me that day. I was crying outside in the wild. My brother-in-law met me while he was on the road. He said a few words and then left. I'm sure my sister doesn't know what he said. If you call and ask, she might misunderstand. She's pregnant. She can't be confused. She sat there crying softly. And if you call the village, my family will definitely find out. I'll be finished. Please help me. I don't want to marry a fool. I don't want anything, just some food to eat. I can work, cook, do any kind of work. Living in a big yard guarded by soldiers, she thought she wouldn't go hungry, right? Yiming and Yishu exchanged glances. Letting her stay was impossible. Even relatives had no space to take in someone with an unknown background. We can find someone to talk to your grandfather, tell him that arranged marriages are illegal, and promise to. Yiming said. No, no, no. Hua Xiaoyu shook her head repeatedly. It was clear they were brothers, thinking the same way. That method has already been tried. Someone came to talk to my grandfather and parents, but they pretended to agree and then started mistreating me, refusing to let me eat or sleep, making me do all the chores alone. They even planned to sell me to a fool once the fuss dies down. She looked up. Look at me now. I am Hua Zhao's sister. I used to look better than her, even younger. But it's only been a short time, and I've been worn down so badly. She knew how terrible she looked now. Because of this, she took a risky step and went to seek help from strangers to escape Laoshantan. The siblings looked at each other again. Yiming signaled to Yishu, who replied coldly, I'll take you to the guest house first. Hua Xiaoyu knelt down again and begged, Please, save me. I don't want to go home. I don't want to marry a fool. Please help me. For Hua Zhao's sake, save me. She then knocked her head repeatedly. She knocked sincerely and earnestly, her forehead turning red after a few hits. Yishu frowned. I didn't say we wouldn't help you, but our family doesn't just let anyone stay. We need to check 3 generations of your family first. After that, we can decide. Hua Xiaoyu stopped knocking. You can investigate me, but please do it quietly. Don't let my family find out I'm here. It's best if my sister doesn't know, because if she finds out, my family will too. Please help me. Was Hua Zhao really so talkative and careless? If she was truly suffering, would Hua Zhao deliberately harm her? Hearing her repeatedly say this, Yishu suddenly found her annoying. Get up. You can either go to the guest house or the train station. Your choice. Hua Xiaoyu was immediately frightened. She stood up and looked at her. What about my sister? Just call me Comrade Yishu. You don't need to call me sister. I'm not used to it, Yishu replied. Her surname is Yi too, probably Yishen's sister. She doesn't have a good temper, just like Yishen, stubborn and tough. She secretly glanced at Yiming. This person has a good temper and looks nice. I wonder if she's married. Men from the capital are indeed handsome. They are all skilled at reading people's expressions. Yishu smiled at her brother and then left with Hua Xiaoyu. They found a relatively decent guest house farther away, costing 1 yuan a day. Do you have enough money for food? Yishu asked. Hua Xiaoyu took out the money from her pocket. I have about 10 yuan left. I don't know how many days I can eat with this. She didn't dare say that the money was given by Yishen. They would find a chance to confront Yishen someday. Better to say less now, so she wouldn't be wrong later.
Yishu nodded.
The food at the guest house isn't ticketed, but it's expensive. Still, eating bread and buns can keep you going for a few days. Hua Xiaoyu lowered her head. Yishen's sister wasn't a good person either. She was already so miserable, and she was Hua Zhao's sister. She traveled so far to seek help, but they wouldn't let her stay at home. Now she's not even giving her proper food, making her spend her own money on the cheapest bread and buns. She had long forgotten that she rarely ate proper bread or buns in her life. Yishu noticed her expression and sneered inwardly. She turned to leave. Hua Xiaoyu quickly panicked.
Sister.
No, Comrade Yishu, can I stay here for a few days? I don't have much money, and I can't stay here forever. Then she was dismissed? We will investigate thoroughly, Yishu said. Hua Xiaoyu, as I always say, you can investigate her, But don't let anyone in the village find out, including Hua Zhao. Yishu looked at her and nodded, then left. Hua Xiuyu watched her back, feeling helpless. She wasn't sure if she had truly caught up with her now. Back home, Yi Mingzheng was waiting for her. Is everything settled? Yi Mingzheng asked. Yishu nodded. Only then did Yi Mingzheng pick up the phone and call Lao Shinton. Hua Xiuyu said she wouldn't tell Hua Zhao, but that wasn't possible. Because Lao Shinton's team is in the forest area, fires can happen easily, so the production team installed a phone. When they heard it was a call from Yishin's family in Beijing, Zhao Liangkai immediately went to find Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao was surprised that Ye's family called her. Usually, they wrote letters when there was nothing urgent and only sent telegrams for very urgent matters. It wasn't common to have long phone calls just for chatting. The phone rang and Hua Zhao quickly answered. Is Yishin in trouble? No, came Yi Mingzheng's voice. Yishin is fine. Nothing is wrong. We called you for something else today. Oh, I see. You gave me a scare, Hua Zhao said, genuinely frightened. If she hadn't been holding on with strong willpower, she might have fallen several times on the way here. Yi Mingzheng smiled and asked, Are there others around you? Hua Zhao looked around. This was the production team's yard. Inside the house, besides Zhao Liangkai, there was also the team accountant, Jiang Qin, the women's director, and the militia captain. They were discussing the autumn harvest earlier. There are a few people. Do you have something confidential to discuss? Hua Zhao asked. Yes, something confidential. Please have your team leader answer call and clear the area, Yi Mingzheng said. Since he wasn't sure if Hua Xiuyu's words were true or false, he decided to take her at face value for now. It wouldn't be good for the people in Lao Shinton to know she was with them. The phone line was very open, almost like a speakerphone. Hua Zhao handed the phone to Zhao Liangkai. Zhao Liangkai already guessed what was coming and said, All right. After hanging up, he told everyone to leave together. Before leaving, Jiang Qin looked at Hua Zhao with reluctance and walked away. You can speak now, Hua Zhao said. Just now, someone named Hua Xiuyu came looking for you, Yi Mingzheng said. Huh? She went to your place, Hua Zhao whispered in surprise. It seems your sister Hua Xiuyu really is missing, Yi Mingzheng said. Yes, it has been 2 days. Counting the time, it should be about right now, Flower Zhao said. Yi Ming repeated Hua Xiuyu's words, even mentioning that Yishin told her to come. Although he knew this might upset her, he still said it. Between husband and wife, honesty is important. Hiding things only makes everything seem like there's a problem when there isn't. That's impossible, Flower Zhao said. Yishin wouldn't let her go, Yi Ming smiled. That's what I think too. Flower Zhao thought for a moment and told him what happened the night Yishin left. Hua Xiuyu did want to go to Ye's house and even lied and clung to Yishin for that reason. Unfortunately, Wang Meng stopped her. Yi Ming's face darkened. This was different from the little poor thing today. I don't get along well with Hua Xiuyu. We have deep conflicts, Flower Zhao added. Yi Ming said, I understand. When it comes to women who covet their husband, how can a wife be friendly with her? Is it true that you sold her to the fool? Yi Ming asked again. That part is true, Flower Zhao replied after thinking. If you have a place to settle her, don't let her come back for now. She's not sincere, and I find her upsetting. When I go to the capital, I'll let her return, since this morning her mood had been strangely anxious. Now, just hearing Hua Xiuyu's name annoyed her, and thinking about her coming back made her even more irritated, though she didn't know why. Okay, I understand, Yi Ming asked. Are you doing well lately? When Jing, sitting on the sofa, immediately turned to look at her husband. Flower Zhao smiled. We're both doing well. Yi Ming also smiled. That's good. By the way, Mom bought you a big bag of things. I'll mail it to you later. Thanks to Mom for me, Flower Zhao said with a slight surprise and a smile. All right, Yi Ming said with a smile. Nothing else, goodbye. After hearing the other side also say goodbye, Yi Ming hung up the phone. When Jing's hands trembled a little. For the first time, she thought her husband's smile looked so unpleasant. What did Flower Zhao say? What's going on with Hua Xiuyu? Yi Shu asked. Their phone was a bit more advanced, so although it still leaked sound, it was quieter and she sat farther away, so she didn't hear clearly. Yi Ming repeated Flower Zhao's words. Yi Shu was furious. I knew she wasn't a well-behaved girl. When Jing was also surprised. Oh my, how could Flower Zhao have such a sister? Yi Ming frowned and said, who doesn't have some difficult relatives? Our third aunt isn't much better. Besides, her sister is even sneaky. Are you telling me you can't even stand a single unkind word? When Jing's face stiffened, and she didn't speak again. Yi Shumin quickly noticed when Jing's mood, and changed the subject. Speaking of Aunt San, I just remembered, when will she and Uncle San come? When they sent Zhou Lihua away, it was because they were worried she would cause trouble again, and seeing her also made them upset, so they sent her back to be disciplined by Uncle San. Later, they found out she secretly saved 50,000 yuan. The Yi family sent someone to ask about it, but Zhou Lihua was stubborn and refused to open up. Originally, Uncle San was supposed to take her to Beijing to explain everything, but the money issue was quickly resolved by Hua Zhao, so the matter was delayed again. Uncle San couldn't leave just like that. But they couldn't keep delaying forever. Aunt San needed to give the Yi family an explanation and also find the money to return to Hua Zhao. She said she could arrive next week. Yi Ming said. Yi Shu nodded and didn't ask further. Miao Longji had something to ask her. What's going on with you? Why is your holiday so long? You've been home for so long. When will you go back? Kong Jie calls you every day and treats the work phone like his own. It's really inappropriate. Though she said it was inappropriate, she was joking with her daughter. Her son-in-law caring about her daughter is a good thing. Yi Shu also smiled. Yi Shu smiled, but Kong Jie's days might not be easy lately. He wasn't calling to share his feelings. He was too shy and was asking for a few more days to repay the debt. Yi Shu asked him to repay the money her family had lent him over the years. He shamelessly asked her to wait, but he promised to quickly pay back the 2,000 yuan for Yi Feng's TV, which couldn't be delayed. When he returned home, he didn't ask his mother for the money either. He felt embarrassed and asked her for a few more days' grace, saying he would gather the money from his colleagues and mail it to her. Of course, he also wanted to talk more with Yi Shu and strengthen their relationship. He suddenly realized that, at some point, Yi Shu had stopped writing him letters and calling him, and he hadn't contacted her for a long time either. They only spent a few days together each year, and often argued. The main reason was that his mother kept complaining, saying she was unhappy with her. Outside the door, Grandma Kong started shouting again. They have so much money, and they're still short 2,000 yuan from you? You're their daughter-in-law, and if the TV breaks, you have to pay for it? Is there even any family love left? Not at all. Kong and I chimed in, clapping her hands. They don't even let my brother come in now. They are surprised to be asked to stay at a guest house. It seems they no longer recognize this family connection. She seems to have forgotten that she was the one who broke the TV. Grandma Kong was momentarily panicked, no longer acknowledging the relationship. How can that be allowed? What about her son's reputation? Should they find someone else? Her son hasn't gotten up yet, and finding someone else wouldn't be as good as the Yi family's background. Maybe they wouldn't be as easy to bully as Yi Shu. Although Grandma Kong often bullies Yi Shu, she actually feels very satisfied with Yi Shu's family background because it makes her look good outside. But because Yi Shu's family is so well off, she actually dislikes her more. She has to keep her down, or else her own reputation as a mother-in-law would suffer. Jia, when will Yi Shu come back? Grandma Kong asked. It's been a month since she left. Does she still want her job? The door opened, and Kong Jia came out of the room, sitting across from his mother. She doesn't plan to come back. She's been transferred to another job, he said. He only found out when he returned, from a colleague. He has a colleague whose wife is also Yi Shu's coworker. They happened to talk about it one day. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known. He thought Yi Shu was on a long leave. Turns out, she really doesn't plan to come back. It seems she is serious. Kong Jia's heart sank.
What?
She's not coming back. Grandma Kong suddenly exploded, jumping up from her chair. Then, who will pay for our living expenses? Kong Jia looked up at his mother in disbelief. Hearing that his daughter-in-law wouldn't be coming home and had been transferred, meaning they would live apart, his mother's first concern wasn't about him but about how much money Yi Shu was sending her each month. At this moment, Kong Jie finally saw the truth clearly. His mother didn't like Yishu. She only liked her money. Mom, I give you enough money each month. Isn't it enough for you and my sister to live on? Kong Jie asked. He earns just over 100 yuan a month, and he gives his mother 80. When the average annual salary is only about 500 yuan, Grandma Kong's annual income is nearly 1,000 yuan, enough for the three of them to eat at home. She even asks Yishu for money every month. He didn't know this before. Yishu told him.
He only found out then.
Yishu also gives her 80 yuan each month. Grandma Kong said that her son and daughter-in-law should be fair and give the same amount. Besides, she earns almost as much as her son. So why should she get less? Yishu, thinking it was better to spend a little to avoid trouble, gave her the money. Grandma Kong felt a bit guilty but quickly became confident again. If she wants to show filial piety, that's her business. She really won't come back? Why wouldn't she come back? As a daughter-in-law, how could she just leave her husband and mother-in-law and stay at her parents' home? Does she still want to continue living like this? She doesn't want to live like this anymore, Kong Jie said. Grandma Kong's anger immediately faded. What? She really doesn't want to live here anymore. She had never thought about this. If she doesn't want to stay, what does she want? Divorce? She's a young lady from a high-ranking family. Does she have no shame? Looking at her son's condition, it didn't seem like he was lying. She finally realized why her son had been acting strange these past few days. Grandma Kong was panicked. Why shouldn't she stay? Everything was fine. Why would she just leave without a reason? Kong Jie looked at his mother, curling his lips. Everything was fine? Well, in her eyes, life was perfect. Nothing could be better. What does she really want? Say something. Grandma Kong was nervous from her son's gaze, and she kept urging him. Kong Jie said nothing, got up, and left. For several days, Grandma Kong didn't see him around. Later, she inquired everywhere and found out that Yishu had really been transferred away. She was no longer working there, so she definitely wouldn't come back. Grandma Kong was panicked. Without Yishu as her daughter-in-law, she would be the main target of jokes. The golden egg-laying hen she had caught was driven away. People would surely mock her behind her back. What made her angriest was that her son had cut off her monthly pension, claiming it was to pay back the TV money. Used to receiving money every month, suddenly stopping was too much for Grandma Kong to bear. Go quickly and beg her. Use any method you can. Bring her back. Grandma Kong rushed to her son's workplace and demanded. Kong Jie's eyes flickered and he said, I do have a plan. What plan? Tell me. Grandma Kong asked anxiously. Take you and my sister back to our hometown. I'll stay here alone. Without anyone to take care of me, she will come back, Kong Jie explained. Grandma Kong was stunned. She stared at her son for a long time, then suddenly shouted, That little witch. She's waiting for me. She doesn't like me. She wants to drive my wife away. I'm going to their workplace to find their leader and argue. How dare a daughter-in-law push her mother-in-law out? Such unfilial behavior. How can she wear that outfit? I'll skin her alive. Grandma Kong gritted her teeth, her face full of fierce hatred. Her expression wasn't just about her daughter-in-law. It seemed like she was cursing an enemy. She was acting out of revenge. She often wanted to ruin people's reputation and destroy their future. Kong Jie closed his eyes and sighed. Mom, you know the conflicts between you and her. You also know how much money you've taken from her over the years. You know whether you've been kind to her or not, right? Grandma Kong's temper cooled down. You don't need to go find their workplace leaders. It was my idea. I also told you and your sister to come home. If you want to find someone, find me. I'm upstairs, in the room at the very end. Grandma Kong felt even more powerless. She wasn't fierce. How could she ruin her son's future? If Kong Jie got fired, she would really have to go back to farming. She had enjoyed many years of comfort and had forgotten how to farm. Just thinking about it made her bones ache. But her son wasn't fired, and the little troublemaker had come back. They were living well, eating and drinking happily, enjoying good days. Why would she go back to farming? Dream on. Grandma Kong didn't speak at the time and simply turned to leave. Kong Jie thought she was just upset for a moment and didn't pay much attention. He didn't come home for several days. In the end, Grandma Kong returned home with Kong and I and went straight to Beijing. Could the little troublemaker still turn things around? Either she obediently returned home to live her good life, or she would ruin her reputation and future. She said it was her son's idea, but she didn't believe it. Her son was straightforward. He had been on her side before. How come after going to Beijing, he changed? It must be because the little troublemaker bewitched him. Grandma Kong was still on the road. Yishu didn't realize trouble was coming. She was busy solving the current problem. Hua Zhao had already said she wouldn't let this person return to the village, so Yishu had to find a place for Hua Xiuyu to stay. Sending Hua Xiuyu to a guest house for more than half a year? Was she crazy?
I found you a job.
Come with me, Yishu said coldly to Hua Xiuyu, who was munching on a steamed bun. Hua Xiuyu was stunned, her eyes shining with surprise. It was so fast. Faster than she expected. In just one day, she hadn't done anything or even tried to impress her elders, and her job was already arranged? How many city folks would fight over a job, even turning against their siblings? Yet she got it easily. What kind of people were these? Hua Zhao was so lucky. Big sister. No, comrade, what kind of job is it? Hua Xiuyu asked eagerly. With such an energetic family, the job must be good, right? Can you endure hardship? Yishu suddenly asked. Hua Xiuyu's heart skipped a beat. Hard work? That can't be. Any job that an ordinary woman can do, I can do too. She cautiously said, if it's digging holes or steelmaking, I'm not good at those. Although these jobs pay very well as a girl, she really can't do them and they wouldn't be proper for her. Cleaning the streets or taking out the trash is also not suitable. But she didn't say this out loud. Letting the daughter-in-law's sister clean the streets would be embarrassing for the Yi family, right? From her expression, Yishu saw her worry and didn't beat around the bush. She directly said, it's the textile factory work. That sounds good. That sounds good. Hua Xiuyu exclaimed happily. I can do that. Thank you, sister. She insists on calling her sister. After saying it many times, she probably got lazy to correct herself. The textile factory work, she had heard of it. It's considered one of the best jobs for women. But what she didn't know was that the work is tiring. The textile factory is not like a clothing factory. Spinning yarn requires quick eyes and hands, no laziness, and it's noisy. By the end of the day, her head would be buzzing, and over time, her hearing might be affected. Of course, the Yi family didn't mean to harm her ears. It just happened that there was an opening at the textile factory, and they put her there. It's not a relaxed job, but it suits her just fine. If Hua Zhao had said it, she and Hua Xiuyu are very close, she probably wouldn't have gone to the textile factory. Hua Xiuyu, naive and innocent, happily followed Yishu, not knowing that good days were still ahead. The work at the textile factory isn't easier than farming. Yiming found her a busy large factory that operates in 3 shifts. After settling Hua Xiuyu, Yishu called Hua Zhao. She finally had a good friend like Hua Zhao and missed her after a few days apart. Knowing there was a phone in Heishan, she became skilled at making calls, chatting with Hua Zhao for half an hour. Of course, about 15 minutes of that was spent shouting, "Hello? What did you say? I can't hear clearly." Even though it was a landline, sometimes the signal was poor, and once the line got crossed, she overheard someone else's conversation. For people on the call were talking nonsense for a minute, then suddenly the signal was clear again. Hua Zhao held the phone and smiled, thinking that sometimes bad signal could be quite cute, an era feature. Decades later, it would be impossible to eavesdrop on lines like that. Although Yishu didn't know what she was smiling about, she also started to laugh. This girl really has a charming way of making people happy. Suddenly, there was a soft sound at the door. Someone was back. Yishu casually turned her head and nearly dropped the phone in shock. In her excitement, she still managed to tell Hua Zhao, "Later, I'll tell you, Kong Jie's mother and his sister are here." Hua Zhao was also surprised. "They must be here to argue with you. Don't hang up. I want to hear the scene." Yi Shudun felt both amused and helpless, but she gently placed the phone aside without hanging up. She stood up and said to the two people, "You're here." When Grandma Kong heard Yi Shu's words, her eyebrows immediately raised. She said to Miao Longji beside her, "Mother-in-law, look at your good daughter. When she saw me, she didn't even call me Mom." Such manners. Actually, she had been there for half an hour, but the security guard wouldn't let her in. She said she was Yi Shu's mother-in-law, but that didn't work. The guard wanted to call for verification, but the phone kept ringing without answer. She thought the Yi family was deliberately blocking her, so she was about to cause trouble. Just then, she saw Miao Longji and her friends returning, which allowed her to enter smoothly. Once inside, she started speaking sarcastically to Miao Longji. Miao Longji was furious. Today, she had brought two friends to visit. They were already feeling very awkward, and now, as they were about to enter, it was inappropriate to leave. So, she had to pretend nothing was wrong and endure it. But once they entered the Yi family house, Grandma Kong's words became even more rude. However, Yi Shu was also being unreasonable. Miao Longji glared at her daughter. It was indeed wrong for her daughter not to call her mom when she saw her mother-in-law. Yi Shu wanted to call her, but hesitated. She simply couldn't bring herself to do it. The thought of calling this old lady mom made her feel uncomfortable. She decided she would no longer suffer her humiliation. "Why are you here?" Yi Shu asked coldly, standing there. She could be polite, but she chose not to. On the street, she could call a street-cleaning old lady auntie, so she could do the same here. Grandma Kong seemed to hold her accountable, pointing at Yi Shu and turning to Miao Longji and the people behind her, saying, "Look at this. Look at this. Your daughter usually treats me like this. She acts so pretentiously and aloof." Xiao Shu, although she disliked Grandma Kong, Miao Longji looked at her daughter with disapproval. Was her daughter really like that usually? If so, that was a bit too much. Moreover, there were other people present now. Not giving Grandma Kong face would only make her seem uncultured. Yi Shu felt upset every time she saw Grandma Kong and didn't want to speak. Grandma Kong became even more arrogant, loudly criticizing Yi Shu's behavior at the door. Yi Shu frowned as she listened. She knew this old lady was twisting the facts on purpose, but she was too lazy to argue. She couldn't argue with her, but she wouldn't fall for Grandma Kong's petty tricks, which would only confuse her after a few words.
Xiao Shu.
"You haven't even greeted Auntie Lan and Auntie Li yet." Miao Longji loudly interrupted Grandma Kong, reminding Yi Shu that there were other people present. "What's wrong with my daughter today? Is she upset?" Yi Shu, who usually keeps her cool and doesn't talk back, is acting differently during her teenage years. Hua Zhao, hearing there are other people present, becomes anxious. If it were just Grandma Kong, they could argue as much as they want behind closed doors. But with others around, they need to handle it properly. "Pay back the money," she said on the phone. Since she was close, Yi Shu heard her clearly. The people standing at the door couldn't hear. Yi Shu was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up. "Mom, are you here to return the money?" This time calling her Mom felt natural and loud. Grandma Kong suddenly stopped cursing. "What money?" "Last month, Kong and I broke my aunt's color TV. Kong Jie said he would buy a new one or pay back 2,000 yuan. Since Kong Jie can't come, you're here to give the money, right?" Yi Shu asked. "Your aunt's TV, if it's broken, do you need to pay for it?" "Aren't they family?" Grandma Kong said confidently. One sentence made the two people behind her realize she was being unreasonable and stubborn. Whether you need to pay for breaking family property depends on the value. If it's just a few yuan, no need to pay. The Yi family's belongings, worth 10 or 20 yuan, don't need to be compensated. But if it's over 200 yuan, you should pay. And 2,000 yuan is a lot. Most families can't save 200 yuan in a year, let alone 2,000 yuan in 20 years. To suddenly ruin someone's savings, shouldn't they pay? Maybe her own family doesn't need to pay, but her aunt definitely does. Especially since it was Yi Shu, the younger sister, who broke the TV. Yi Fong is much closer to her, so why shouldn't she pay? Friends who can be brought into the home by Miao Longji are her longtime colleagues, old friends, or childhood friends who know her family well. Yifeng's family is well off, but they definitely aren't so rich that they don't care about 2,000 yuan. They believe their family situation is similar to Yifeng's. If anyone dares to break their 2,000 yuan TV, even their own son would have to pay. Miaolonji took a deep breath. Her daughter is now clear-headed, not foolish anymore. Kong Jie has agreed, and even signed a receipt, Yishu said. Grandma Kong suddenly realized, that's not right. Kong Jie said he paid it back. He borrowed money from colleagues to do so. Because of this, he's not giving me living expenses anymore. You're not giving me money either. I don't have enough to eat and might starve. She started hitting her thigh and crying loudly. Really? Maybe the money is on the way. I don't know, and I haven't received it, Yishu replied. Yesterday, Kong Jie indeed said on the phone that he borrowed money from a colleague and wired it to her. Since it's so far away, it takes several days for the wire transfer, so it definitely hasn't arrived yet. Grandma Kong's crying was loud and uneven, making people feel awkward and annoyed. Yishu didn't know what to say and interrupted her. Trying to comfort her? The more she tried, the more she seemed to get worked up. She hadn't even sat on the ground yet, and Yishu knew that as soon as she said a word to soothe her, Grandma Kong would immediately collapse and roll on the floor. This is all experience. Where did the living expenses go? A faint voice came from the phone on the table. Yishu thought for a moment, and her eyes brightened. She asked suspiciously, Mom, how come you have no money for food? Since Kong Jie joined the army, he has given most of his salary to you. Now, he only gives you 80 yuan a month, and I've been giving you the same amount since I got married. That adds up to several thousand yuan. Where is the money? Grandma Kong stopped crying and glared. Money? I said it's for living expenses. Of course, it's been spent on food. The people forced to watch the scene behind couldn't help but smile. Forget about the past, but now, with 80 yuan a month, two people spend 160 yuan, plus an elderly lady, a chubby daughter, and Yishu. None of them can spend that much on delicacies every day. The key point is, with Kong Jie's rank, he can't even buy luxury foods. So, that money is barely enough to eat. Even if Grandma Kong's chubby daughter looks like she can eat a lot. This elderly lady must be secretly saving money. There's nothing wrong with saving money, but thinking about what they just said, Kong Jie's sister broke the TV, and the mother has money, but doesn't use it, letting her respectable son borrow money to pay debts. It's really enough. They just can't bear to let their son be embarrassed at work. And from the tone, it seems Grandma Kong can't get her living expenses now, and actually traveled a long way to get them. Yishu's mother-in-law, whom she's meeting for the first time, turned out to be so difficult. The two women didn't grow up watching Yishu, but they saw her born, grew up with her, and watched her get married. And now, she married into such a family. Grandma, you married a good wife. She gives you so much living expenses every month, Lonning suddenly said. Unlike my daughter-in-law, after more than 10 years of marriage, I've never seen a penny for living expenses. I even have to give her monthly support. She wanted to poke at Grandma Kong. But Grandma Kong was very proud. That's because your daughter-in-law is wasteful. Young women love to spend money carelessly. As a mother-in-law, I have to help manage her money. Otherwise, they'd waste all the money. Bluing. No wonder Yishu doesn't want to talk to her. This old lady is impossible to communicate with. She got angry and adjusted her expression, saying, Why should I manage other people's money? They have their own families and lives to take care of. If I help manage, I will have to return it someday. Haha. Grandma Kong wasn't stupid. She could tell she was being mocked. I've never managed my daughter-in-law's money. She doesn't give me any either. The money I get is just for living expenses, what I deserve. Now, she doesn't even give me that. Are they trying to starve me to death? Grandma Kong started crying again. Grandma, you have several sons, right? If you're in trouble, go to your sons. Asking your daughter-in-law won't work. The men in the family make the decisions, Bluing said. I have 3 sons, but except for the oldest, the others are just farmers, poor and broke, Grandma Kong said confidently. Bluing had nothing to say. She forgot that Yishu was from the countryside. Their family didn't have rural relatives, so she didn't react immediately. Grandma Kong wasn't actually asking Yishu for money. She wanted to talk about divorce. But somehow, the topic kept circling around money. She thought she might as well ask for her living expenses this month. Oh, and last month's too. If she could get an advance for a few months, that would be even better. Grandma Kong put on a pitiful, begging face. Xiaoshu, Mom has no money for food. I'm hungry. Please give me some living expenses. She always did this whenever she wanted money. Yishu frowned and turned away. She was fed up with Grandma Kong's act. She felt that if she didn't act, she would be wasting her talent. She was acting so well. But she knew it was fake, and seeing that face again made her feel sick and uncomfortable. Grandma Kong liked to put on this kind of act, especially to show others. So she had to give her money, just to stop her from making that disgusting face again. Yishu was so angry she didn't want to talk to her anymore. Even Blue Ing and another friend were shocked. If Grandma Kong had shown that expression when she entered the house, they would have suspected that Yishu was abusing her and starving her. No money, settle accounts with her, Hua Zhao said on the phone. Yishu heard it too. Although she really didn't want to talk to Grandma Kong, it seemed like her only chance to stand up to her. Yishu thought for a moment and said, I don't have any money. Grandma Kong obviously didn't believe her. You earn hundreds of yuan a month, and you only give me a few dozen for living expenses. How can you say you have no money? Just wait. After Yishu finished speaking, she quickly ran upstairs, then returned with a notebook within 10 seconds. Come, let me show you where my money has gone over the years, she said, opening the notebook and reading out each entry. Grandma Kong's face grew paler and more angry. Miao Lonji's expression also darkened. Grandma Kong didn't expect Yishu to keep accounts. Miao Lonji didn't expect her spoiled daughter to have suffered so much hardship over the years. Listening to these accounts, it was clear that most of her salary had been taken by Grandma Kong. Now she still had the nerve to cry poverty, claiming she had no money for food. Mother-in-law, what is going on? Miao Lonji asked. Grandma Kong had been waiting for this moment, her neck stiffening. What do you mean? She's lying and falsely accusing people. Look at how well you've raised your daughter. Anyway, it seemed she only owed her once with a IOU, and the rest was just talk. She could just write down how much she owed on paper. If she wanted, she could write that Yishu owed her 100,000 yuan. Yishu closed the notebook and said to Grandma Kong, whether these accounts are true or not, justice is in the eye of the beholder. I don't need your acknowledgement. As long as Kong Jie admits it, he said he would pay me back. She wasn't afraid of making her family's shame public. Today, since Grandma Kong came here to cause trouble, she had to clarify everything. This isn't the South. Neighbors here wouldn't care what she thought. This is Beijing. She couldn't let the entire Yi family be embarrassed because of this. She needed to make it clear to outsiders what kind of person Grandma Kong was. When she divorces later, everyone would understand the real reason, avoiding wild guesses about her morals. Hearing that her son was supposed to repay money, Grandma Kong immediately panicked. You little witch. So you're encouraging my son not to give me money anymore. Now her son, 2,000 yuan, would take 2 years to repay. The notebook showed several thousand, which would take years. Would she ever get filial respect? Grandma Kong was really anxious. She lunged forward to grab Yishu. She often did this kind of thing. To avoid being seen, she would pinch the part of her body with the most flesh. She was too embarrassed to be seen or to fight back. Either she ran away or endured the pinch. Yishu was really annoyed with Grandma Kong. She was about to lose her patience. She decided she wouldn't hold back today. Suddenly, a voice came from the phone. Don't move, cry. Yishu paused, allowing Grandma Kong to rush forward. She crossed her arms, dodging while crying. So much grievance, like a young wife who had endured great suffering. When it came to acting, she was truly a professional. In the past, she simply didn't bother to participate in life. Now, she treats Hua Zhao as a director, giving commands and actions, executing perfectly. This made Miao Lonji so angry. What kind of life has her daughter been living all these years? Behind her, Two friends also sighed and expressed their feelings. How did Yishu end up with such a family? How will she get through these days? Suddenly, a few people rushed forward to pull Grandma Kong away. How dare you bully my daughter in my house? You used to dare to bully her, Miao Longji shouted. She and her friends, both strong from years of dance training, quickly pulled Grandma Kong apart and threw her onto the sofa. Miao Longji hurried to comfort her seemingly overwhelmed daughter. Yishu was just crying softly, her voice full of endless grievance, making it easy to imagine the suffering she had endured over the years. Hua Zhao clicked her tongue. She needs to learn some professional skills from her sister. With her current face, figure, and professional attitude, Yishin will never escape her grasp in this lifetime. Tears welled up in Miao Longji's eyes. She only had this one daughter. Go call the security guard and have her kicked out, Miao Longji shouted. She didn't care about whether they were relatives or not, whether it was a joke or not. Lanning picked up the phone and called the security guard. Hua Zhao's side lost connection and she couldn't hear what was happening. She regretfully put down the phone. But if Yishu is smart, she will probably ask her mother for a divorce right now. Being angry, Miao Longji might agree easily. That would be great. No need to persuade her patiently. Indeed. When the security guard arrived, Miao Longji called in Yimao's guard and had Grandma Kong and I sent back to the city by train, completing the task. Yishu continued to cry and complain to her parents and brother-in-law about her difficult life over the years. Before she finished, Miao Longji shouted, "Divorce. We can't stay with such people." She lived through turbulent times, but the chaos was in society. Her family was peaceful and harmonious. She had never experienced such filth, and she wouldn't let her daughter go through it either. Yishu threw herself into her mother's arms. "I will listen to Mom. Why didn't you say this earlier?" Miao Longji patted her back with love. Yishu looked up at her shoulder and mischievously winked at her brother. "It's settled. I listened to Aunt Lan's first story, and thought you would have to give old lady Kong a good talking to, or maybe even a slap."
Yemin klafet.
Yishu finished washing her face and was applying makeup in front of the mirror. Hearing this, she also smiled. "I really wanted to hit her. I even prepared my fist, but unfortunately, Hua Zhao didn't let me." "Hua Zhao?" Yiming asked curiously. Yishu giggled and told him what Hua Zhao had instructed her to do. Yiming also laughed. "She's still young but quite clever. Third brother. Looks like he's got good days ahead." "Exactly. It's so interesting to live with someone like that," Yishu said happily. When old lady Kong got off the train, she saw her son looking very downcast, with red eyes. Old lady Kong felt a bit guilty, tried to hide, but knew she couldn't escape. She quickly walked over, feeling a bit worried. "Son, what's wrong? Haven't slept for days? Are you worried about Mom?"
"It's okay, your sister is with me."
"We've been out of the house before. We can't be lost." Kong Jia looked at her, wanting to vomit blood. Originally, he could have delayed the divorce from Yishu. He didn't agree. He thought the elders in the Yi family wouldn't approve either. There was no fundamental issue between him and Yishu. In the elders' eyes, there was no problem. They considered many factors and definitely wouldn't support his daughter's divorce, as it would harm her more. But then her mother went over and said something to someone. He was divorced unilaterally. He even had the divorce certificate now. Everyone knew he and Yishu were divorced. The marriage was truly over. Kong Jia looked at his mother again, silent, then turned and walked away. Old lady Kong didn't dare to speak anymore. Nor did N.I. Kong. The three of them silently returned home, only to find everything packed up. Bedding, clothes, all in bags, messy and disorganized. The furniture hadn't been moved. "What's going on? Moving?" Old lady Kong suddenly exclaimed happily. "Did you get a promotion?" There had been rumors for months about her son getting promoted, and now it seemed to be finally happening. Kong Jia nodded, his voice hoarse. "Yes, I got promoted." Old lady Kong looked surprised, but wondered why he looked so miserable even after the promotion. "Did Yishu call to complain?"
"Bah.
I got promoted, transferred to a new position, and I'll be stationed on an island. I can't bring my family, so I have to return the house to the army. You all should go back to the countryside," Kong Jia said. Old Lady Kong's smile froze. Isn't it supposed to be a bigger house after a promotion? The one upstairs across the street. You lied to me. You and your wife are working together to deceive me. You want to kick me out. Grandma Kong finished speaking and sat on the ground, crying loudly. The neighbors immediately started to cry along with her. After hearing a few words, they understood what was happening. Someone took pleasure in her misfortune and said, "Auntie, what Kong Jia said is true. He really got promoted and transferred away. He's going to a secret island where soldiers are not allowed, and even the family members can't know the exact location." Grandma Kong's crying paused. What she didn't know was that the job transfer wasn't ordered from above. Kong Jia asked to go himself. This news spread quickly. The Yi family had no intention of punishing Kong Jia. He was punishing himself. One person, who usually didn't like Grandma Kong's loud behavior, said sincerely, "He didn't discuss with your daughter-in-law about fooling you. You don't have a daughter-in-law anymore. She and Kong Jia divorced. From now on, you won't even be able to look at Yi Shu with half an eye. She won't even see you anymore."
What?
She divorced? When did she come back? She must have taken the fastest train. When she got on, Yi Shu was still crying at home. The speaker, who knew the family well, said, "The Yi family is not the kind to let their daughter be bullied forever." Yi Shu's reputation had been badly damaged by Grandma Kong's insults, but she knew Yi Shu didn't want to bother with her. Yi Shu ignored her and was patient. But Grandma Kong didn't realize her mistake and kept acting up. Now, everyone knew her family was upset, and she would face the consequences. Grandma Kong saw that everyone was talking confidently and knew her son was truly divorced. She immediately became anxious. "I'll go find them now." She had already regretted not mentioning the divorce that day when she entered the house, not starting to criticize Yi Shu, and not arguing over money. She was taken away before she could handle the important matters. Enough.
Kong Jia scolded.
Grandma Kong stopped in her tracks. "If you go to the Yi family again, I'll just go back to farming," Kong Jia said. "Maybe even farming won't work, and I might not come back at all," a man said sarcastically. Not all neighbors were friendly. Some disliked Yi Shu, some disliked Grandma Kong, and others disliked Kong Jia. They couldn't accept that a boy from a farming family, with such a remarkable mother, could marry someone as good as Yi Shu. Now, karma has caught up with him. Kong Jia didn't argue. He looked at his mother and said, "He's right. If he doesn't want me to die and still wants to have money every month, I should honestly stay in the countryside." But from now on, his living allowance would only be 10 yuan, not 80. A pension of 10 yuan a month is considered high standard in the countryside. Hua Zhao gradually heard the updates from Yi Shu, finally satisfying her curiosity. She is now very busy, gathering herbs in the mountains. Autumn has officially arrived. The leaves turn golden yellow and fall in large patches. Various nuts in the mountains are also ready to be picked. Pine nuts, hazelnuts, walnuts, chestnuts, and different medicinal herbs. Others are too busy with the autumn harvest, but Hua Zhao and her grandfather are quite free. Every morning they go up the mountain, and in the evening they come down. Usually, they carry half a basket of things down, but sometimes, if luck isn't with them, they only manage to bring back a small basket. Of course, this is just a cover story. In reality, they secretly carry several baskets of items, take small paths back from their backyard mountain, hide the goods in the storeroom, and then carry only a little home. This was Hua Chang's idea. Otherwise, everyone else is busy working for credits and has no time to go into the mountains. They harvest a lot at once and might attract envy. Even with good relationships, they shouldn't cause trouble. Seeing the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled not working and having such poor harvests, no one envies them. Instead, people come to comfort them and bring things when they go into the mountains. That day, Hua Zhao carried her things back first. Usually, she does the transportation while her grandfather picks herbs. She saw that sneaky figure again. Recently, she had noticed twice that someone was lurking behind her house, looking into her yard, then leaving after a while. She recognized the person as Wang Xiufen, the wife of Hua Xinyu. She didn't want to meet her before, waiting until she left. But this time, Wang Xiufan had been waiting longer and seemed very anxious. Hua Zhao decided to confront her. She put her basket behind a tree and stepped out. "Aunt Sinew, are you looking for me?" Suddenly, someone spoke behind her, startling Wang Xiufan. She turned around quickly and saw Hua Zhao, then let out a breath of relief.
You scared me to death.
Wang Xiufan whispered, holding her chest. Her actions were risky, and her heart was pounding. "Aunt, what's the matter?" Hua Zhao asked again. Wang Xiufan didn't have time to say more. She looked around nervously, making sure no one was nearby, then whispered, "You and your grandfather shouldn't go anywhere recently. Just stay at home. Lock the door at night. Be careful, there might be thieves." Her expression clearly showed she knew in advance that thieves might come. Hua Zhao asked, "Staying at home, can you really avoid thieves?" Wang Xiufan was stunned for a moment, realizing she understood. Her expression was complicated and hesitant. "I don't know about that either, but these past few days there have been thieves eyeing you and they even went into the mountains. Sometimes Hua Daniu used the excuse of not going to work, other times Hua Xinew did the same. But they weren't staying at home either, and no one knew where they went." Wang Xiufan also knew that Hua Zhao and Hua Chong had entered the mountains. She guessed they were probably following and planning something unexpected. Fortunately, Hua Zhao was lucky these days. No one found them. What she didn't realize was that it wasn't luck, but good lying. The two of them, weak and sick, told others they were just wandering around the outskirts of the mountains, gathering a few things, but they didn't get much. In reality, they had gone deep into the mountains. The deep mountains were vast, with many routes. Outsiders couldn't find the right path, and they didn't enter together. Anyway, Hua Zhao hadn't noticed anyone following nearby these days. "Is there anything else you want to say?" Hua Zhao asked. Wang Xiufan lowered her head, biting her lip. "Don't tell others it was me who said this." After saying that, she blushed and walked away. Her own family was trying to harm her. Although she was here to send a message, what face did she have? If Hua Zhao couldn't escape and was harmed, what about her family? Would they all be innocent? Hua Zhao watched her figure disappear, smiled slightly, and quickly turned to chase after her grandfather. Suddenly, she realized leaving her grandfather alone in the mountains was unsafe. Today, Hua Daniu came. He searched around the outskirts but still didn't see Hua Zhao or her grandfather. He guessed they might not be outside but deep in the mountains. He carefully looked for footprints and followed them inside. After walking for over an hour, he saw Hua Chong resting alone under a walnut tree, with a basket beside him filled with walnuts. He watched from a distance for a long time, but didn't see Hua Zhao or her figure, nor did he see Hua Chong looking for her. Hua Zhao wasn't here. Only Hua Chong was present. His breathing grew heavier, and he crouched behind a tree, hiding. They planned to catch Hua Zhao. If something happened to her, Hua Chong would be furious. But what if the situation was reversed? If Hua Chong had trouble, and Hua Zhao was overwhelmed with worry, could something happen to her? Even if she was safe, being alone might make her vulnerable. And if Hua Chong died, as an outsider married into the Hua family, what right did she have to stay in the Hua house? He also heard she was about to join the army and leave soon. That would mean the Hua Chong's house would be theirs again. His 3 sons still didn't have houses or places to marry. After waiting a little longer, he still didn't see Hua Zhao. Hua Daniu took a deep breath and quietly moved closer to Hua Chong. Hua Shan, the eldest son, was just as ruthless as him. At first, Hua Chong didn't notice anything, but as he got closer, the chilling killing intent made him instantly alert. He quickly looked toward Hua Daniu's position and saw a sneaky figure. Hua Chong casually grabbed a walnut and threw it. The green-skinned walnut was large and heavy, hitting Hua Daniu right on the forehead, making him cry out in pain. Hua Chong immediately recognized who it was. He picked up a sickle from the ground and stood up. "Didn't expect it to be a person," Hua Chong said. At first, he thought it was a fierce beast, like a tiger or a bear. "No, it's not a person, just a beast," Hua Chong sneered. He could not mistake the killing intent. This person wanted to kill him. Hua Daniu. Oh, Hua Daniu, after all, shares the same family name, Hua. They are close relatives. Hua Chong's mood suddenly became complicated. Hua Dainyu stood up from the grass and smiled, saying, "So, it's the elder. I thought it was someone from another village coming to steal from our land." He naturally walked toward Hua Chong, unaware that his murderous aura was exposing him. "Stand there and don't move." Hua Chong pointed his sickle at him. "If you come any closer, don't blame me for treating you like a crop." Hua Dainyu was stunned. Hua Chong was planning to kill him? Perfect. His guilty feeling completely disappeared. "Old man, can he still fight him?" Hua Dainyu picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Hua Chong. He was still afraid of the sickle in Hua Chong's hand. The attack was quick. Hua Chong couldn't dodge in time and was hit several times, bleeding heavily. Hua Zhao's supernatural power had just covered this area. Seeing this scene, she was filled with rage. She transformed her power into a line and rushed toward their location. Hua Dainyu bent down to pick up another stone, while Hua Chong had already hidden behind a tree. Suddenly, a large tree snapped in half with a loud crack and fell toward Hua Dainyu. Hua Dainyu looked up and quickly dodged. But what he didn't see was that a thicker tree behind him also broke and fell toward him. Hua Dainyu realized too late. He aimed and covered his head with his hands, rolling to the side. The falling object could only be tree branches which, although thick, were still better than being hit by a trunk as wide as a well. That would definitely be fatal. Hua Dainyu was brave. Although he was lying on the ground with his hands over his head, he kept his eyes open, watching to see if he would be hit. In the next moment, he was shocked to see the tree trunk suddenly twist and turn sharply, then continue to fall toward him. It was too close now. He had no time to dodge, and he watched helplessly as it hit him. Hua Dainyu let out a terrible scream. Hua Zhao, though furious, remained calm and rational, holding on to her professional sense of justice. She didn't want to kill anyone, and even though at this moment killing Hua Dainyu could be considered self-defense, she adjusted the angle of the big tree so it would hit his leg. Let him live so he could suffer. Hua Chong stepped out from behind the tree, looking surprised at the two large trees that had suddenly broken. These trees weren't dead, their leaves were still on, and from the broken parts, the trunks looked fresh, no bugs, no signs of disease, and no empty spots. How could they fall suddenly? He had watched carefully from behind the tree, just now. These two trees seemed to have come to life, chasing after Hua Dainyu and smashing him. He had lived his whole life, and although he wasn't a strict atheist, at this moment he felt that some mysterious force was helping him. His deceased parents? His wife and children? His family's guardian spirit? It seemed he should burn some paper offerings when he got back. Hua Chong looked at Hua Dainyu, who was already unconscious. He couldn't pull him out from the dense branches. Well, then let it be. This person wanted to kill him, and he was no longer his nephew. His heart was very hard. Half an hour later, Hua Zhao ran over, panting heavily. "Grandpa, what happened to your head?" Seeing Hua Chong's injury, Hua Zhao's heart ached even more. Grandpa's forehead was swollen with a big bump, and there was a cut that even took a piece of flesh, a serious injury. It's okay, just a small wound. It doesn't hurt," Hua Chong said cheerfully. Old people don't feel pain as acutely. He didn't think it hurt much. Maybe it was because he had endured pain for a long time. Hua Zhao went over, took his water bottle, poured clean water onto a handkerchief, and gently wiped his face. She was very hygienic, though the handkerchief wasn't sterile, it wasn't dirty either. The water in the bottle was specially prepared and should help the wound heal. Sure enough, under her careful cleaning, the bleeding slowed. Hua Zhao looked at the bloody, nearly bone-exposing wound and felt heartbroken. She wanted to add some medicine to the water to help it recover fully. But her rational mind stopped her. She looked around and suddenly exclaimed, "Grandpa, there seems to be a wild grapevine over there. I'll go check." Without waiting for Hua Chong to speak, she rushed out. Under the cover of plants, she used her energy to grow a grapevine, which bore several bunches of energy fruits. "Grandpa, eat some grapes." Hua Zhao happily stepped out, though her smile looked a bit sad, almost like she was about to cry. Hua Chong was deeply touched. This child was comforting him like a little kid. When he was hurt, eating something tasty made the pain go away. Okay, Grandpa will eat grapes. Hua Chong happily took a bunch of grapes. The moment he tasted them, his eyes lit up. He had never eaten such delicious grapes, so soft they almost melted in his mouth. The jam-like sweetness slid down to his stomach, making him feel very comfortable. He couldn't stop eating. After finishing one bunch, his pain on his head and body was really gone. Hua Zhao carefully looked at the wound on his forehead. It was already starting to heal and even forming a scab, not looking like raw flesh. She also felt relieved. His recovery was pretty normal. Even if it wasn't, Grandpa probably wouldn't notice. He wasn't the type to look in the mirror often. Eat some too? Eat some too, Hua Chong said, noticing a few bunches of grapes left in Hua Zhao's hand. He hurriedly urged her to eat. These grapes are seedless. Later, I'll dig up that grapevine and plant it in the yard. It'll be even better than ours, Hua Chong added.
Hua Zhao.
There was no real tree. The grapes grew in her palm, with all the energy concentrated in the fruit. The tree withered away. But it didn't matter if she planted another tree when they dug up the old one later. Luckily, she now carried seeds of vine plants with her all the time. Grandpa, how did you get hurt? Hua Zhao asked. Hua Chong's smile disappeared from his face. After a moment, he said, I was hit by Big Bullflower. Hua Zhao pretended to be surprised. Big Bullflower? How dare he? Where is he? Hua Chong pointed to the two fallen trees. How did these trees fall? I didn't see it just now, Hua Zhao exclaimed. At that moment, she finally saw Big Bullflower's injuries clearly. The tree trunks had fallen right on his knees. This wasn't just a fracture. Usually, after healing, fractures don't affect walking, but this was different. Grandpa, what should we do? Hua Zhao asked. Hua Chong hesitated for a moment and said, I didn't fight him, and he didn't try to hurt me. It was an accident. He got hit by the tree himself. If he said Big Bullflower wanted to hurt him, then the current state of Big Bullflower would look like he was trying to fight back. Even if he said that, without proof or witnesses, Big Bullflower could deny everything. They wouldn't be able to do anything. In the end, they decided to keep this in their hearts and not tell anyone. Let's go to the village and find someone to help him. Whether he can wait or not depends on his life. Hua Chong spoke. Hua Zhao and Hua Chong left the mountain. Both looked worried and hurriedly ran toward the village. Because of their old, weak, sick, or disabled conditions, they couldn't run fast, but at least they had the intention to go. Someone help. Save the person, Hua Zhao shouted sharply as they entered the village. Hua Chong looked at her with admiration. A child who can act well won't suffer losses. However, he didn't realize that his granddaughter had this skill. The village was very quiet. During busy farming times, except for babies and the bedridden, most people were working in the fields. Normally, if you didn't work, you wouldn't earn work points. During busy times, not working meant losing points, and most families couldn't afford to lose those points. But there were exceptions. The Huashan family was not afraid of losing points. Dewei and Xiaowei also came back from school to feed the pigs. During busy farming seasons, villagers arranged for people to prepare and deliver meals to the fields. When adults weren't at home, children under 10 who didn't need to work would take care of the pigs. Dewei and Xiaowei knew how to manage daily life, but they couldn't bear to let their sisters' pigs go hungry. They were all meat. When they took leave to come back and feed the pigs, they first heard Hua Zhao's urgent shout and ran out of their house. Big sister. What's wrong? Dewei was frightened by how urgent Hua Zhao sounded. Quick. Go find Uncle Captain and tell him someone was hit by a big tree on the mountain. Hurry and get people to rescue him, Hua Zhao gasped as she spoke. Okay. Dewei immediately ran off quickly. Xiaowei didn't go. He wisely told Hua Zhao to rest inside the house. Sister, Grandpa, don't tire yourselves out. Rest inside the house. I'll go get help. All right. Hua Zhao didn't go inside, but let him bring 2 chairs. She and her grandfather rested by the roadside. 10 minutes later, Zhao Liangkai arrived with a group of people. Who got hit? Zhao Liangkai asked quickly before even approaching. It better not be a child from anyone's family. That could be deadly. It's Hua Daniu, Hua Chong said. I was picking walnuts on the mountain. He came over to say hello, but suddenly 2 trees nearby fell and hit us. I was lightly injured, but he was hit more seriously and fainted. Everyone believed him without doubt. Hua Chong looked injured, with cuts and torn flesh, which seemed serious. Let's go, let's go. Zhao Yongkai quickly led the group into the mountain. Hua Zhao told her grandfather to rest. She led the way, but Hua Chong insisted she rest. He went into the mountain. Hua Zhao didn't want to stay behind and insisted on following. She had to make sure Hua Daniu wasn't dead. The villagers were deeply moved. These 2, elderly, weak, sick, or disabled, people had kind hearts. They walked for over an hour before finally finding Hua Daniu. Hua Chong explained, I couldn't find anything outside, so I decided to go into the mountains. There are many things there, but I didn't expect this to happen. Everyone saw that there were indeed many things this year, a good harvest year. But the tree in front of us is broken in a strange way. A healthy, strong tree, how could it be snapped in half? And 2 trees like that, they even fell onto Hua. However, everyone couldn't figure out how it happened and didn't suspect Hua Chong. The break in the tree looked like it was blown by the wind, not cut with a saw, and it broke from the middle. It was impossible to reach that high. This must be fate, not man-made. Did Hua offend someone? Quick, help him, Zhao Yongkai ordered everyone. People living in the mountains have seen people hit by falling trees before. They know how to help and who can be saved. But some injuries are hopeless. Hua's injury seems very serious. He was pulled out from under the tree, and his leg looked broken, hanging loosely. Someone bravely tore open his pants to check, and his knee was flattened, just a mass of rotten flesh. Oh no, someone exclaimed and quickly let go. After all that, Hua suddenly opened his eyes in pain. Ugh, he could only groan, unable to speak. It doesn't look good, someone said. I think so too. Who would have thought Hua would end up like this? TSK, he was still in his prime. He hasn't even married yet and no grandchildren either, people whispered among themselves. Hua followed Hua Shan, acting arrogant before. The villagers used to fear and dislike him, but now, seeing he's about to die, they felt a bit sympathetic. Hua Zhao also felt sorry for him. She took her water bottle and went over to give him a few sips. At first, Hua didn't respond. After drinking a couple of sips, he gulped down large mouthfuls, seeming very thirsty. She thought, this bottle will be thrown away when she gets home. It's no longer usable. The water in this bottle had more ingredients than her grandfather's usual drink, but it couldn't revive the dead or turn bones to flesh. His wounds were too severe. At best, it could keep him alive. That was enough. Otherwise, he looked like he was about to die just now. Ah, Hua Zhao is so kind-hearted, someone said. Yes, Hua Shan's family treats her badly, but she still wants to save people. Giving him some water is a small comfort. Everyone sighed and was surprised that Hua hadn't died yet. They lifted him down the mountain. They had experience. When they arrived, they had taken a family's door panel to make a stretcher for easier transport. On the way, they met the Huashan family. At first, the Huashan family heard someone being hit by a tree. They exchanged glances, thinking it was Huadanyo who had succeeded, so they didn't go. After a long time, more news came that Huadanyo had been hit, and the message was brought by Huai Chong and Huai Zhao. Only then did they hurriedly go up the mountain. Seeing Huadanyo's bloodied and mangled body, Huashan burst into tears. He was his eldest son. Although he wasn't his favorite, the eldest son's importance was different. Now, who had harmed him so badly? Huai Chong. Give me back my son's life. Huashan crazily rushed toward Huai Chong. Everyone lined up to go down the mountain. Some people were too far away to react in time, and those who did were helpless to stop them, only watching anxiously. Why did Huashan go crazy? Huai Zhao reacted quickly. She stepped out from behind Huai Chong, grabbed a wooden stick, and swung it at Huashan. People entering the mountain usually carry a stick to help walk and to scare away animals. No matter how strong she was, a stick about the thickness of a child's arm swung with the wind and hit Huashan's arm. He felt a sharp pain, was stunned and staggered to the side. Nyo and San Nyo helped hold him up. Dania's wife suddenly appeared from behind and rushed straight at Huai Zhao. "Is it you, that little brat who harmed my man? I'll tear you apart." Everyone knew what Dania was doing. Now, both of them were fine, but Huadanyo was injured. Was it really them? No, it was the big tree.
Puffed.
Huai Zhao was not polite either. She swung her stick again. This time, no one helped her. She was thrown harshly into the grass, with weeds scraping her face and blood. Others also reacted and surrounded Huai Chong and Huai Zhao. How could two kind-hearted people let the Huashan family bully them? Huadanyo was hit by the big tree. What does Uncle Huai Chong have to do with it? Huashan didn't believe it. Even if it was the tree was pushed by Huai Chong. It's not the season for cutting trees, and there was no strong wind today. How could the tree fall naturally? It must have been a trick by Huai Chong. Everyone looked at Huashan like he was crazy, but they understood him. He was so worried about his son's situation that he lost his mind. The tree is right inside. Follow our tracks and go see for yourself. Once you've seen, you'll know, Zhao Liangkai said. Right now, we need to carry your son down the mountain to see a doctor, or it might be too late. Huashan was stunned. Was Dania not dead? Dania had taken a few sips of water and then lay there in a daze, looking very pale, as if he was dead. Delay a little longer and it will be hard to say, Zhao Liangkai said. The Hu family members quickly made way. At the bottom of the mountain, there was no need to look for a barefoot doctor. He definitely couldn't treat this illness. Zhao Liangkai directly brought the team's carriage and took the person to the town hospital. No matter how small the town is, as long as it's a town, it should have a hospital. But don't expect too much from the medical conditions. The town doctor saw the patient and immediately waved his hand. No treatment here. You should go to the county hospital. The carriage headed straight to the county hospital. After 3 hours of travel, they arrived at the county hospital. The county doctor didn't want to admit the patient. They didn't think they could save him. They didn't want to delay the patient's treatment. But from the patient's condition, he probably couldn't make it to a higher-level hospital. So, it was up to fate. The county hospital doctor pushed the patient into the operating room. The lead surgeon didn't go in but told the family he will have to have his leg amputated. It's the only way to save his life. Dinyo's wife immediately collapsed to the ground. Amputating his leg meant he would be useless. He would just stay at home eating and defecating, unable to earn money. It might be better if he died. Huashan was focused on saving his son. If his leg was gone, so be it. He had a wife and children. Someone would take care of him. Go pay the fee, the doctor said before entering the operating room. Huashan's family looked at each other outside. They hadn't brought any money. They were all working. Who would carry money? Money wasn't labeled with names, and if it fell on the ground and was picked up by someone else, what then? Huashan looked at Zhao Liangkai, who had come along. Zhao Liangkai looked down on Huashan's family. Even at this moment, he was thinking about scheming. Don't look at me. It's harvest season now, and the team has no money. I can't lend you any, Zhao Liangkai said. After the harvest, the grain sale money would be partly kept for the production team's reserve fund, used for buying seeds, pesticides, livestock, and other needs, as well as emergency loans to team members. But with harvest season approaching again, last year's money was almost used up, waiting to be replenished after selling grain in a few days. Even if he had money, he might not lend it. He didn't believe Huashan's family had no money. If he lent them, they probably wouldn't return it. Huashan really had no money. It had all been taken by Huayi. But the other members of the Hua family had money. Everyone has their own motives. His 2 sons had split from the family and secretly went into the mountains to sell some things. He turned a blind eye. The other sons who hadn't split from the family were the same. Go home and get the money, Huashan ordered his sons. Okay, I'll go now. The simple-minded Hua Sanyo responded first. Hua Ernyo and Hua Zhenyo also nodded. Everyone is like close brothers, and when something happens, they won't ignore it. Their family is very united. Old Fifth Hua is very capable, but not here. His job at the local supply and marketing cooperative isn't fake. Huashan really got in the position. Without Hua Zhao's bicycle, he still went to work today and isn't at home. However, Hua Shan suddenly changed his mind and told old fourth Hua Zhenyo, "Go back and find Hua Chong. Our family has no money left. His big nephew is waiting for help, so ask him to lend some emergency money." Hua Zhenyo's eyes twitched and he agreed immediately, saying, "All right." Zhao Liangkai also disapproved of their situation, but since Hua Dania's life was at stake, he didn't want to waste time arguing. He pulled Hua Zhenyo away. When Hua Zhenyo saw Hua Chong, he was very sincere and humble, but immediately asked for 500 yuan. Zhao Liangkai immediately refused, saying, "Didn't the doctor say 200 yuan was enough? Amputating a limb isn't a complicated surgery and doesn't cost much." The doctor said maybe even 200 yuan wouldn't be used up. At first, the other side was gone, so probably 20 yuan would suffice. Hua Zhenyo shot a sidelong glance at Zhao Liangkai. Although Zhao Liangkai is the squad leader, he hasn't dared to interfere in his family's affairs for over 10 years. If Zhao Liangkai could manage it, Hua Shan wouldn't be the boss here. Hua Zhenyo shot him a fierce look, and Zhao Liangkai was actually quite puzzled about where he got that courage. But since he had already spoken, he didn't want to take it back. Hua Chong didn't want to take money. That kid wanted to kill him. He previously spared him with just a stone, showing mercy. Now he's supposed to pay to save him? Hua Zhao, however, didn't hesitate and went inside to get 250 yuan. She liked this number. It suited Hua Shan's family well. "Saving a life is more important," Hua Zhao said. Zhao Liangkai looked at Hua Zhao and thought she was a really good girl. Hua Zhenyo also glanced at Hua Zhao and said thank you. They spent several more hours rushing around, going to the county. By the time they arrived, it was already midnight. Hua Daniu also came out. He was very resilient. After the surgery, his vital signs remained steady, and the doctors called it a miracle. Despite such serious injuries, losing so much blood, and delays of several hours, he was still fine. But only he thought these injuries were, nothing serious. Dania's wife's eyes were swollen from crying. The next day, Hua Daniu woke up, saw his empty legs, looked like a fool, staring at the ceiling without saying a word. Hua Shan didn't give him time to daydream and asked, "What exactly happened?" Hua Dania's eyes flickered briefly before becoming dull again. He said blankly, "I saw Hua Chong. Just him alone. I wanted to attack. He had a sickle pointed at me, and I threw a stone at him. Suddenly, a big tree fell. The Hua family members were all surprised. They didn't expect it to be such an unexpected event." "Did he knock you out and then cut down the tree to hit you?" Hua Shan asked. Thinking of a terrifying scene, Hua Dania's eyes shrank a little. "No, that tree suddenly fell. One fell, then another. I should have dodged, but the big tree turned sharply and chased after me to hit me." He saw the clearest part, the turn, as if the tree had a mind of its own, or someone had bent it in the air. He also felt he had collided with something. Was there something unclean in the mountain? The big men of the Hua family all felt chills after hearing him. Early in the morning, Hua Tailu, who had received the news, hurried over, trembling.
"Father."
"Does Hua Chong have some kind of secret?" He heard Hua Chong crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. "Did he carry something with him?"
It was terrifying.
Hua Shan didn't believe that evil talk. "Old man, I've seen plenty of dead people. When the Japanese soldiers took me as forced labor, I dug mass graves. I've seen more dead bodies than him. When a person dies, they're gone. What nonsense about spirits and ghosts, since Hua Chong didn't destroy the tree." They decided to think carefully and plan. Hua Shan went home to rest. He was exhausted after a whole day and night. His old bones couldn't take it anymore. The others also left, leaving only Dania's wife to take care of him. The busy farming season continued without delay. The villagers discussed Hua Dania's misfortune for 2 days, and then everyone grew tired and stopped talking. Hua Zhao also didn't want to go into the mountains anymore. She had gone into the mountains to gather herbs, but that was just an excuse. Her main goal was to gather the other few ginseng plants. Out of the 8 planted, she had collected 7, leaving 1 for a lucky person. Her grandfather's wound, after a good meal and careful treatment, had scabbed over and started healing. Only then did Hua Zhao remember to tell him about the previous situation. The Huashan family is targeting us on purpose. Before, Hua Zhenyo's wife, Wang Xiufan, warned me. Oh, Hua Chong asked about what had happened. Hua Chong nodded after hearing everything. I thought Hua Dainyu was just being reckless, acting on impulse. But now it seems their whole family planned it. Of course, this might not include the women. What should we do now? Hua Zhao asked. Hua Chong looked at her and hesitated. If there were no Hua Zhao, or if Hua Zhao was not pregnant, he would dare to fight to the death with the Huashan family. Before he died, he wanted to eliminate their entire family to prevent future trouble and ensure Hua Zhao's safety in the village. At this moment, the brotherly bond was completely gone.
But
Hua Zhao was frightened by the killing intent her grandfather just showed. She guessed his thoughts and felt even more scared. Grandpa, it's not necessary. We are porcelain, and they're just rubble. It's not worth fighting them. Besides, we're leaving in a few months. If not tomorrow, then any time. We can hide if we can't fight. Hua Zhao also worried about the baby in her belly. She didn't want to wipe out the whole family, but leaving someone alive would threaten her child. To avoid becoming a murderer, she decided to stay away. She didn't mind being looked down upon. Hua Chong thought the same way. The Huashan family only saw a small rural house and a 2-acre yard. They were willing to kill for these things, but in their eyes, they were nothing, just worthless. They wouldn't let these trivial possessions bring harm to their future grandchildren. We should hide first. Later, when the time is right, you can find a proper chance to deal with them openly, Hua Chong said. But he felt that chance might never come. He and Hua Zhao were about to go to the capital, and the Huashan family probably wouldn't leave their mountain village in their lifetime. The two families were already living in different worlds. Knowing the Huashan family's malicious intent and calming his desire for revenge, Hua Zhao felt relieved. These days, she planned to help in the canteen of the production team. Since her grandfather was ill, everyone wouldn't argue. Although she was pregnant women weren't considered precious now. She didn't want to bother everyone while they were busy, so she decided to do what she could. Soon, the workers noticed that today's meal was unusually delicious. It was so tasty that they almost swallowed their tongues. It was just a simple stew with a few pieces of meat, but they tasted like it was all meat. What was going on? During busy farming times, the production team cooked with everyone's grain. The grain was collected from the whole village, each household contributing according to their number of people. Otherwise, it was hard to manage. Today's lunch was made by Hua Zhao, someone explained. Wow! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, the villagers' opinion of Hua Zhao reached an all-time high. After a month of cooking, the busy season finally ended. Hua Zhao's popularity in the village was now the best, unmatched. They respected Hua Chong, but he hadn't really brought them any real benefits. Zhao Yongkai is not loved by everyone, nor does everyone benefit from him. Only Hua Zhao made them enjoy delicious food for a month, and no matter how hard or tiring the work was, they didn't feel tired. Just thinking about tasting the delicious food soon filled them with energy. In the past, during busy farming seasons, people would lose weight and become quite thin. But this time, everyone seemed to have gained a little weight, even though they ate the same amount. It turns out that good cooking skills make a big difference. At this moment, all the villagers, young and old, regret not marrying Hua Zhao earlier. However, some clever people came to learn her cooking skills. They soon realized that Hua Zhao taught them step by step, without hiding anything. The dishes they made tasted different better. That's talent, which is really impressive. But some people still weren't satisfied. Aunt Ma brought her young daughter to learn as well. Her daughter is about 13 or 14, very shy and quiet unlike Aunt Ma. She blushes when she sees Hua Zhao. Usually, she doesn't go out to work and just helps with chores at home. Aunt Ma saw Hua Zhao was pregnant and, while a few people gathered and chatted, she didn't want her daughter to join in. But this time it was different. Hua Zhao's cooking had won over the whole village. Aunt Ma finally saw how valuable good cooking skills could be in the future. As long as a person isn't too foolish, their status in the family will be secure. Her daughter's shy personality really needs the skill. So even if she couldn't learn everything, she still brought her daughter to learn. Because she saw that even if her daughter couldn't reach Hua Zhao's level, her cooking would improve quickly. She even learned several new dishes she had never heard of. Without Hua Zhao guiding them directly, their skills were already quite impressive in the village. Aunt Ma now feels closer to Hua Zhao than to her own daughter, smiling from afar. But today, Aunt Ma didn't smile when she entered. Her expression was strange. Before Hua Zhao could ask, she spoke first. I just saw Captain Zhao bring back Hua Dinyo. He was lying on the cart, missing half of his body. She sounded a bit sad. But that wasn't the reason for her strange expression. She continued, my husband just came back from the mountain. He said he saw Hua Nyo and Hua Zhenyo. They were circling around two trees for a long time and wouldn't leave. It seems they're not giving up. After the busy season ends, everyone can go into the mountains to gather goods. Many people deliberately take detours just to see the strange broken trees. When they come back, they all look like they've encountered something supernatural. Some people say they saw Hua Chang, who never believed in superstitions, secretly going up the mountain to burn paper, and he did this several times. Everyone in the Hua family has gone to look several times. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to blame Hua Dainya's situation on you? Aunt Ma said angrily. In her view, the Hua family just wants to find a way to break through and blame Hua Zhao's family. She was right. That's exactly what the Hua family was thinking. Unfortunately, they haven't found any breakthrough after a month. They have already checked the scene, and with Hua Dainya's words, it seems unlikely to blame Hua Chang anymore. So, let's put this matter aside for now and keep going, Hua Shan said. They have visited the scene countless times. Since they can't blame Hua Chang anymore, they are now using this as an excuse to trouble Hua Chang, but the villagers won't do that. In the past, they weren't afraid if the villagers didn't act. What could they do? Just glare at them. But now, if they provoke again, the villagers might really fight back. Especially Hua Zhao, who has been acting wildly lately, has bought off the whole village. At this point, they definitely can't confront Hua Chang directly. Have they gone into the mountain again recently? Hua Shan asked. The busy farming season was over. Even his family had been going into the mountain every day these days, relying on the mountain for food. Most of their extra income comes from this time of year. Once the snow falls in a few days, the mountain will be closed off. Not yet, Hua Zhenyo replied. He was paying attention. Hua Shan didn't say anything, took a couple of puffs of his cigarette, and looked out the window. The autumn wind was strong, and the small trees at the door were bent by the wind. Today, the north wind was blowing, and based on his experience, the wind would get stronger at night. In the coming days, the first snow of winter might arrive. Hua Shan glanced at his sons inside the house. The eldest was useless and not present. The second was clever but timid. The third was brave, just one word, tiger. The fifth was the hope of the family. Fourth, stay behind after dinner, Hua Shan said. Okay, Hua Zhenyo responded evenly. The women in the kitchen had also finished preparing the meal and came inside to set the table. Wang Xiufan looked at Hua Zhenyo, but Hua Zhenyo didn't look at her. Dinner was simple, not lavish, and not very tasty. Several daughters-in-law in Hua Shan's family hadn't touched the kitchen for many years. They had no talent for it, and now they could only manage to eat. If it weren't for their grudge against Hua Zhao, they would want to send these old women to learn from Hua Zhao. They ate silently, and the other sons naturally avoided the house, leaving only Hua Zhenyo inside. Before leaving, Wang Xiufan hesitated and said, Dad, the pig pen at home collapsed yesterday. Aren't you going to fix it today? Hua Zhenyo looked at her and naturally replied, I just told Dad, and after that, I'll go fix the pig pen. What else could Wang Xiufan say? She could only leave alone. With no outsiders inside, Hua Shan spoke directly. Tonight the wind is strong. You go set fire to his firewood pile late at night so no one sees. Of course, the real goal was not just a firewood pile. Hua Zhenyo hesitated for a while, then let out an He dared to agree because he thought it was easy to do, not a big problem. As long as he wasn't caught in the act, even if someone knew it was arson, what evidence was there? Once it's done, I'll give you half of his money, Hua Shan said. He didn't know if Hua Chong had any savings. Maybe Hua Chong had been eating up his family's money before. A few months ago, Hua Chong lost weight, so he might have saved some. But Hua Chong's wife had money. Her husband gave her 2,000 yuan. She had also lent 500 yuan to Zhang Guilan earlier, which she had recently been repaid. When she went to the capital, did her in-laws give her a gift or money for changing her way of speaking? Did Hua Chong's children suddenly visit without giving any respect money? Even if they didn't, 2,000 yuan was a huge amount for rural folks. Ordinary families could not save that much in a lifetime. Everyone faced hardships. Only good days were rare. Hua Zhenyo smiled slightly. He dared to do this because it was profitable. After hearing his father's promise, Hua Zhenyo got off the Kong and went home. He didn't need his father to tell him exactly how to do it. He knew. Hua Zhenyo returned home. It was already dark outside. Inside, a kerosene lamp was lit. Wang Xiufan was sewing clothes on the Kong. Winter was coming soon, and she needed to take out her cotton-padded jacket to wash, mend, and repair. Seeing Hua Zhenyo return, Wang Xiufan asked casually while continuing her work, "Dad asked you to do something?" About Big Brother's family, Hua Zhenyo replied naturally. Big Brother is like that now. His 3 sons are all of marriageable age, and they have no money. In the future, we brothers will have to help each other. That's right, Wang Xiufan said. But she didn't believe it at all. Such matters should be discussed with the whole family, not just told to one person. Hua Zhenyo also saw this flaw and added, "Dad will first discuss it with me. After we talk, we'll tell everyone when it's cold and dark." That sounded more real. Usually, if there was a big matter to discuss, Hua Shan would definitely come to Hua Zhenyo first. But Wang Xiufan still didn't believe it. However, she didn't say anything and sewed for a while, then suddenly let out an "Oh no, what's wrong?" Hua Zhenyo asked. "Today, I ran into Sister Lu. She talked to me for a long time and wouldn't leave. I didn't react at the time, but now I suddenly remember, I still haven't returned the eggs I borrowed from her. That's why I came." Hua Zhenyo is not very old, only 30. They've been married for many years and have a son and a daughter, both still young. They spoil their children, giving them good food whenever they have a cold or a fever. In the countryside, there isn't much good food, so eggs are considered a treat. In early autumn, both of them caught colds. To comfort the children, they ate many eggs. When their own eggs ran out, they borrowed a few from friends they knew. Hua Shan's family has few friends, but Wang Xiufan, who married into the village over 10 years ago, has a few close friends she can talk to and borrow eggs from. Our family also has no eggs now, Hua Zhenyo said. By late autumn, the chickens stopped laying eggs. During the day, Wang Xiufan even joked that this year's wheat harvest was good but too little, not enough to make a full meal of dumplings for the new year. She implied she wanted to trade wheat for eggs. The production team also grows wheat, but since the yield is low and it's not part of their quota, they plant less. Each household might get a few jin, a Chinese weight measure, enough for a batch of dumplings. Otherwise, in places where they don't grow wheat, it's hard to even have dumplings because they lack money and tickets to buy flour in the city. Then let's trade wheat, Hua Zhenyo agreed. Hua Shan's family is shameless. They want to take what they can, but Hua Zhenyo prefers Wang Xiufan to get along well with the villagers. That way, if she needs to borrow an egg, there's a place to do it. So he wouldn't refuse on such matters, otherwise, there wouldn't be a next time. Wang Xiufan discussed how much wheat to return with him, then got up, went to the kitchen to weigh it, dressed, and carried a basin before leaving. "Master, it's too dark outside to see clearly. The pig pen can be fixed tomorrow during the day. You should go to sleep first. I might chat with Sister Lu for a bit," Wang Xiufan said before leaving. "Okay," Hua Zhenyo replied, took off his clothes and lay down. Wang Xiufan hurried to Sister Lu's house. During the day, she had already guessed Sister Lu's true intentions, but she pretended not to understand and acted as if she hadn't caught on. She thought she might be able to use this. At Sister Lu's house, she repaid the eggs with white flour, and Sister Lu's family was very happy. They don't have children to spoil, so they don't lack eggs. Only white flour. Wang Xiufan sat at her home for 10 minutes, chatting for a while. Seeing that the others were about to sleep, she tactfully left. After leaving Lu's courtyard, she looked at the sky outside. It was a cloudy day, with no stars or moon, making it almost impossible to see anything. Only occasional lights from a few houses provided some guidance. Wang Xiufin groped her way toward Hua Zhao's house, stumbling twice along the way. Wang Xiufin didn't call out outside the yard. She directly rushed into Hua Zhao's courtyard. Suddenly, she was attacked. A group of big geese honked loudly and charged at her, as if they wanted to eat her. She was startled, but didn't dare make a sound. She quickly ran to the bottom of Hua Zhao's window. Hua Zhao saw her immediately, without her knocking. She wasn't asleep and, hearing the geese, she lifted the curtain to look out. Her eyes were sharp, and even in the dark outside, she saw clearly. "Don't shout." Hua Zhao called out softly from inside. Her voice was quiet, but the geese instantly quieted down outside. Wang Xiufin was stunned. Hua Zhao had only recently discovered that her poultry, especially these birds, listened to her. They would come when she called, eat whatever she gave them, and stay put when she told them not to run. It made her hesitant to kill and eat them. Hua Zhao opened the door, and Hua Chong asked inside, "Who is it?" He heard footsteps. "Third Auntie," Hua Zhao replied. Hua Chong immediately put on his clothes and came out. Wang Xiufin didn't dare look at him as she entered the house. She stood in the shadows and said, "Today, my father-in-law kept fourth brother behind to talk."
I don't know what was said, but
"Be careful." After saying that, she turned and ran out. She stumbled all the way back home. She didn't know what evil had possessed her to pass on information to Hua Zhao. If the head of the family found out, would they beat her to death? If her father-in-law learned, she might never have a good life again. No, perhaps she wouldn't have any days left at all. Why are these people so ruthless? Hua Daniu was crippled and lived in his father-in-law's west room. He had been cursing every day, angry that they didn't kill Hua Chong that day or sooner, so he wouldn't have to go up the mountain or encounter the broken tree. That day, he truly wanted to kill Hua Chong. Just thinking about marrying into such a family made her shiver all over. In the past, Hua Shan's family was chaotic but not deadly. They fought and argued, but no one was killed. Now, they were even willing to take the lives of her own brother and her uncle. There are still flowers blooming and so young, yet she is already pregnant. How could she be so cruel? Wang Xiufin held back her tears, quickly straightened her clothes, and carried a basin into the house. Why did it take so long to come back? Inside, Hua Zhenyo immediately asked. Wang Xiufin paused, placing the basin back on the shelf, and said, "Only about 20 minutes. What's so long?" "Nothing urgent tomorrow. I've arranged to go into the mountains with Sister Lu." Hua Zhenyo responded, then suddenly asked, "Why did I hear a bunch of geese honking just now?" The only place with so many geese is probably Hua Zhao's house. Wang Xiufin was taking off her clothes. Hearing this, she didn't stop. She finished quickly and got into bed. "I heard it too, and it startled me," she said. Hua Zhao really knows how to take care of her animals.
she has so many livestock now.
I wonder why I didn't notice she was so capable before. Everything seemed normal. His wife loved to praise others. In her eyes, everyone was good. Hua Zhenyo went to sleep. In the middle of the night, he suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't need an alarm clock. If he had something on his mind, he would wake up whenever he wanted. Next to him, Wang Xiufin and the children were snoring peacefully. Hua Zhenyo quietly dressed and worked in the kitchen for a while before leaving. He quickly arrived at Hua Zhao's house. Hua Zhao's family kept several large geese, free-range, not enclosed, which he knew. Big geese are quite fierce, even more than dogs. But they are not as smart as dogs. They eat whatever is given to them. Hua Zhenyo had prepared in advance, pulling out a handful of corn kernels from his pocket and tossing them into the yard. Hearing the noise, the geese immediately honked loudly and ran toward the sound. Hua Zhenyo was not afraid. Animals are animals. They can't tell people from other animals. When they see weasels or mice at night, they make noise too. Usually they stop after a while, probably after seeing a flying mouse. Like during that previous time. Hua Zhenyo watched as a few big geese rushed over, then found the corn on the ground and happily started eating. He threw a few more handfuls. Within 10 minutes, all the geese had been fed. Hua Zhao and Hua Chong watched from inside the house. Of course, Hua Zhao was watching with her eyes, and Hua Chong was listening and guessing. Hua Zhao grimaced with pain. Her big geese. The geese she loved so much. She had planned to roast and smoke the geese to send to Yishun and Ye's family. Actually, if she had just ordered inside the house, "Don't eat," the geese wouldn't have eaten. But to avoid alarming others, she held back. "They really came," Hua Chong whispered. "What should we do?" Hua Zhao asked. It has been several hours since Wang Xiufan left. She and her grandfather haven't decided how to deal with the visitor. Should they kill him on the spot? No, that's not possible. Self-defense is hard to prove now, and if someone dies in their yard, they will be responsible. They shouldn't kill him. Instead, they should catch him and give him a good beating. What reason could they have? Stealing a big goose? That's a minor crime, not worth killing over. It's just to vent their anger. "Let's see what he's trying to do," Hua Chong said. "Is he poisoning the water tank?" Hua Zhao asked. "It's probably sleeping pills. Rural folks have limited ways to get medicine. The person outside might be using pesticides to poison the geese. Soon, someone might come and pour pesticides into their water tank. She'll need water for breakfast tomorrow, and it will be hard to trace the poison back to him. This way, they avoid direct conflict and stay safer. If it were her, phew, she would never do such a thing." Hua Chong looked at Hua Zhao approvingly. "Good idea. But I think he's here to set a fire. Today's wind is strong, and the fire could spread quickly." His face darkened. "Once he sets the fire, you must run out immediately. Don't worry about him. Run as far as you can. Then call the villagers to come and put out the fire. Today's strong wind means that if a fire starts, it could burn down the whole house in less than 3 minutes. This is a thatched cottage. And it's autumn now, dry and windy. If a fire starts somewhere, it could spread to the whole village, the mountains, or even larger areas. Many lives could be lost. If Hua Shan really plans this, once he's out, they should stop him permanently." They didn't even take off their shoes and sat by the window, watching outside for any movement, ready to act quickly. There were no lights inside, so it was hard to see through the window. Gradually, footsteps entered the yard. The visitor was tall but not very muscular, probably Hua Zhenyo. His footsteps didn't stop at the granary door. Hua Zhao's firewood was stored inside the granary. If they wanted to set a fire, they should take some firewood from there and place it under the eaves for quick ignition. But the footsteps went straight to Hua Zhao's window. They looked at each other. But there was a curtain in between. Hua Zhao had already drawn the curtain. She and her grandfather sat inside, holding their breath. Hua Zhenyo stood outside, listening carefully. Inside, there was no movement. It seemed Hua Zhao slept soundly and didn't snore. Probably because she didn't work much every day, so she was not tired or noisy. He quietly moved to Hua Chong's window, drew the curtain again, and there was still no sound. That old man was really living comfortably at home every day. He never thought that two people would stay awake late at night, just now staring at each other through the curtain. After a few minutes, Hua Zhenyo walked toward the door and gently pushed. It didn't open. That was normal. Although their village is known for not closing doors at night, even sleeping with doors and windows open in summer, now it's late autumn. Would they freeze if they left the door open? He took a thin piece of metal from his pocket and slipped it into the door crack, trying to pry open the latch. Most household latches are made of wood, not the small iron ones that cost 2 cents a set. Hua Chong's family also used a wooden block, casually placed at the door. It's easy to pry open. The wooden block gently fell to the ground with almost no sound. Hua Zhenyo smiled slightly and tried to push the door again. Still no movement. People who come from the battlefield are always very cautious. Hua Chong's family even supports their door with thick wood at night. Trying to force it open with brute strength would only work if they smash the door. Does he want to get in? Hua Zhao exchanged looks with his grandfather. Hua Chong looked even worse. He shoved a kitchen knife and a handful of vegetables onto Hua Zhao's hands. If he wanted to come in, it meant they had contact. Face-to-face confrontation, killing them? They wouldn't just come in to chat. Hua Zhenyo really thought so. Hua Shan also shared this idea, but didn't say it aloud. Instead, he casually suggested lighting their firewood pile, as if joking around. But that wasn't true. Hua Shan said he would split the money equally with Hua Zhenyo once he got it. First, burn down the house with a fire. Even if people die and the money burns away, what's the point of fighting over it? So he needed to get the money first, then set the fire. Would people run when the fire starts? Probably yes, so they also need to deal with the people first. When the house burns to ashes, who knows who died first or last? Forensic methods have never been used in Washington, and Hua Zhenyo doesn't understand them. He organized his thoughts and prepared to act. But he got stuck at the second step. Hua Zhenyo stood outside the door for a while, then suddenly pounded on it. The sound was not loud, so neighbors nearby wouldn't hear, but the people inside should. Grandpa, Grandpa, my dad has an accident. Please go check on him. Hua Zhenyo acted quickly, his voice hoarse and trembling with tears. His volume was also low, as if he was too sad to speak loudly. He was trying to trick them into opening the door. Hua Zhao and Hua Chong looked at each other. Hua Chong took the kitchen knife from Hua Zhao again, holding it himself, and shoved a wooden stick from the bed onto his hand. He said in a strained voice, "Let him in. You can just act." Although asking his granddaughter to do this is very dangerous, Hua Zhao's strength is many times greater than his. He doesn't believe he can knock Hua Zhenyo out in one hit, but he is confident Hua Zhao can. Hua Zhao clenched her stick and nodded. "Don't act immediately. Let's see how things develop." Hua Chong shook his head, feeling that was too risky. What if Hua Zhenyo draws a knife as soon as he enters? But Hua Zhao was very determined. She would strike as soon as they entered, ignoring their presence. They came to deliver a message. Whether the message was true or not, maybe it was something discussed at home with Hua Shan. If so, it was real. Should they just hit him with a stick as soon as he entered? That's too much. Knocking him out is also too much. But Hua Zhao didn't care about that. She was worried about losing their leverage. If they could avoid trouble today, they might not avoid it tomorrow. Hua Zhao went to open the door. Hua Chong wouldn't let her open it. He struggled to get up, and neither of them spoke further. "Who's there?" Hua Chong called out from inside. "Grandpa, it's me, Zhenyo." Hua Zhenyo choked out. "Is your father dying?" Hua Chong asked. "Hua Zhenyo, you're the one about to die. You're about to die. I think it's not good. You should go see him one last time." Hua Chong signaled Hua Zhao to stand in position, slightly behind him, with his stick placed behind him so Hua Zhenyo couldn't see it. Then he took away the wooden stick blocking the door. The door was gently pushed open, and Hua Zhenyo stood at the entrance like a shadow. For a moment, both inside and outside the door, everything was very quiet. Hua Chong clenched the kitchen knife behind him. Hua Zhenyo stood at the door, without moving. Since he had already guessed what he was about to do, his figure looked dark and frightening. Hua Zhao also gripped her stick tightly. It was her first time facing someone who wanted to kill her, and had the ability to do so close. In the past, those with the same intent were always caught, and became defendants. Powerless and helpless. This time, Hua Zhao tightened her grip on the wooden stick. She felt that if she used more force, the thick baseball bat-sized stick might break in her hand. Her confidence grew. She was no longer the ordinary woman she used to be. And in her other hand, she still held the seeds. If she couldn't strangle him to death, she could scare him to death. The shadow outside the door moved slightly. Suddenly, a sweet voice sounded, startling the figure into a pause. "Uncle Zhenyo, are you here to kill someone?" Hua Zhao asked softly. She sounded unafraid, as if she was just asking whether he was here for a meal. "How do you plan to kill?" Hua Zhao asked suspiciously. "Did you bring a knife or a sickle?" Hua Zhenyo didn't move or make a sound. Hua Chong was also a bit confused. Hua Zhaya suddenly remembered why he didn't set the fire directly and preferred to trick them into opening the door. "You still want to find the money, right? Guess where we hid it?" She giggled. "I hid the money myself." "I won't tell you." Do you believe you can find it even by dawn? Hua Zhenyo finally spoke. Where did you hide the money? Hua Jia changed the question. How confident are you that you can kill me? Don't you know how strong I am? Hua Jia didn't really know how strong he was. He hadn't tested himself. He had only heard rumors. His sisters-in-law said Hua Jia was good at fighting and that it hurt, but women love to boast, so he didn't believe it much. He thought his strength was probably about the same as hers. He could hurt people too. But he also didn't want to fight her head-on before. He wanted to settle things while they were asleep, but the door wouldn't open. Tell me, where's the money? Hua Zhenyo asked again. Are you asking me to say? Who do you think you are? Hua Zhaya said with disdain. This angered Hua Zhenyo. Of course, he knew it was the truth. If he didn't catch her and hurt her, she wouldn't talk. Hua Zhenyo pulled out a long butcher's knife from his waist and charged forward like a bull. Hua Zhaya sighed in relief, glad he brought a weapon. Hua Cheng also wanted to rush forward, but Hua Zhaya swung his stick first. He was more experienced in fighting than Hua Zhaya, but in the next moment, he seemed to trip over something, and with too much force, he fell hard to the ground. Oh no! He shouted inwardly. This area should have been flat ground, and Hua Cheng knew the layout of his house well. How could something so sturdy trip him? It didn't fly away when kicked. Instead, it firmly held his foot in place. Hua Zhaya had already prepared his stick to strike, aiming at the back of Hua Zhenyo's neck. He didn't dare hit his head directly, afraid of losing control and smashing it to pieces. She had learned simple self-defense. Hitting the back of the neck could cause someone to faint. Hua Zhenyo indeed fainted. With one strike, he collapsed softly onto the ground. Hua Cheng quickly rushed over to grab his knife. Don't move, Hua Zhaya shouted. Don't move him now. Hua Cheng didn't understand but stopped. Just leave him lying like that. Let's go call someone, Hua Zhaya said. Hua Cheng lit a candle inside the house, looked at Hua Zhenyo's position and smiled. His granddaughter was truly clever. Neither of them stayed inside to guard Hua Zhenyo. Both were worried about the other, so they left together. She reached the door and paused. She opened the storeroom door, took out some firewood from inside, and placed it under the eaves. Since Hua Zhenyo didn't have time to do something, she kindly helped him. Hu Qiang nodded repeatedly and chuckled. His granddaughter has a bright future. Outside the yard, Hua Zhao suddenly shouted loudly. Help! Save me! Someone's trying to hurt me! She shouted desperately, her voice sharp and piercing. All the dogs and geese in the village were awakened by her cries. The first to come out was Zhang Guilin, who was closest. She didn't have time to put on her clothes or shoes, ran over barefoot, shouting as she ran. What's wrong? Who dares to hurt my daughter? Hua Zhao's eyes were sharp. Seeing her holding a kitchen knife, she felt warm inside. After all, she was her real mother and would risk everything to protect her in a crisis. Mom, I'm fine. Take it slow, Hua Zhao called out. When Zhang Guilin heard she was safe, her legs went weak, and she sat down on the ground. But she quickly got up and kept running toward Hua Zhao. Behind her, Dawei and Xiaowei also ran over. Hua Zhao immediately shouted, Go back. The two children didn't listen and continued to run forward. Hua Zhao felt touched and thought there was no real danger now, so she didn't stop them. Da Qin was dragging Xiaoqin at the door, hesitant to come out. Outside was pitch dark, and they couldn't see anything, only the sound of her sister's voice. Da Qin, Xiaoqin, go back to your room. Sister's fine, Hua Zhao shouted again. This time, her tone was calm. Actually, when she shouted about someone trying to kill her, the two children were sleeping soundly and didn't hear anything. It was only when her mother and brother suddenly got up and rushed out to wake them that they knew something was wrong. Now that her sister told them to go back, Da Qin obediently dragged Xiaoqin away. It was really cold outside and they weren't wearing any clothes. In just a few words, everyone nearby had arrived. What's going on? What's happening? Who's trying to hurt someone? People asked eagerly, some holding hoes, some with sickles, some with shovels. In the countryside, shovels had sharp edges like knives. Hua Zhao felt very touched. Everyone had come. No one ran far away when they heard someone shouting for help, and some even blocked the door. Zhao Yongkai's family wasn't close, but he also heard the noise and came running with others. Within a few minutes, everyone who could come had gathered at Hua Zhao's house. The flashlight beams finally lit up the surroundings, and everyone could see Hua Zhao's expression clearly. Her face was tear-streaked and full of fear. I felt lightheaded. Just now, I heard my goose honk, and that woke me up. Then I heard noises in the yard, so I didn't dare to sleep. Soon after, Huazhen broke into our house by prying open the door, demanding I hand over the money, or he would kill someone. Huazhen cried out in distress. Everyone was stunned and didn't know what to say. Did Huazhen really dare to kill someone? But if anyone in our village dared to do that, it would only be Huashan's family. You're talking nonsense, Huashan shouted from behind the crowd. He also heard Huazhen's shout and let out a long sigh. He didn't expect the fourth brother to lose control. He had to handle the situation. Besides a few children, everyone from Huashan's family had come. Wang Xiufan was there too, looking blank and silent. After Huashan finished speaking, he rushed toward the yard. Huashan still held a stick, which he used to block Huashan. The force behind it was so strong that Huashan didn't dare to push forward. This was the first time Huashan used force against him, and it was the first time Huashan experienced Huashan's strength. Now he understood why the fourth brother had lost control. Zhao Yongkai also brought people to surround Huashan's family and asked Huashan though is inside. He's in the house. Captain, you and everyone else can see, but his family can't. I'm worried they might destroy the scene, Huashan said. Zhao Yongkai immediately called for people. When Huashan heard that they wouldn't let him into the house, he insisted on going in. He waved his hand and Erniu, Sainiu, Tiniu, and some grown grandsons, along with others like Longhu and Bao, rushed forward. Huashan was very direct. Whoever was close, he hit with a stick. No matter where he hit, he made sure it hurt so much that they collapsed instantly and couldn't shout out. Other villagers reacted quickly, helping to hold him back. They swung hoes and sticks, and within a few steps, dozens of men managed to stop 7 or 8 others. Huashan went up and hit each of their legs with a stick, including Huashan. She no longer cared about elders or who they were. A few of Huashan's daughters-in-law shrank back and didn't dare come forward. Huashan didn't bother to greet them either. Otherwise, Wang Xiufan would be left out. She remembered Wang Xiufan's kindness. She hadn't realized how much Wang Xiufan's supernatural power helped guard her while she slept. Besides, she didn't know how to do that herself. She simply slept when she slept. Without Wang Xiufan's reminder, she truly didn't know if she could still be alive now. Even if she was alive, she wondered if she'd be hurt, if the children would be safe, or if her grandfather would be hurt. She couldn't be sure. She was grateful to Wang Xiufan. Everyone come with me now, Huazhen said. Sunflowers are planted all around Hua Zhao's yard, and they're already quite tall, almost ready to bloom. There is only a small path about 1 meter wide in the middle of the yard. But now, the path is filled with the bodies of geese. Oh no! How did these geese die? Someone exclaimed. Immediately, someone guessed it must be Hua Zhenyo's poison. He's afraid the geese will make noise. I also heard Hua Zhao's geese calling earlier. Few families in the village raise geese because they eat a lot. Usually they only keep 1 or 2. Only Hua Zhao's family keeps a flock, and they call loudly together, making a lot of noise. The geese called for a while, and then stopped. I thought. This person hesitated, feeling scared. They thought it was just a small thing, but now they realized there might be danger behind it. Everyone was anxious and quickly reached Hua Zhao's house. With flashlights, they clearly saw the hay under the eaves. Look quickly. Someone immediately pointed the flashlight at the hay. Everyone, being smart, could tell what was happening at a glance. This was an attempt to kill someone and then set the house on fire. At this moment, everyone's anger reached its peak. Earlier, they came to help, but mostly they were just watching the drama, not caring much about Hua Chong and Hua Shan's family feud. It didn't concern them. But now it was different. With such strong wind, if the house caught fire, the flames would spread everywhere, down the mountain from mountain to neighbors' houses, and even further. This wasn't just an attack on Hua Zhao, It was an attempt to destroy the entire village. They rushed to the door and looked inside. Hua Zhenyo was holding a sharp knife, lying in the middle of the house, seemingly knocked out while trying to stab someone. "Look at that knife. It's Hua Shan's pig-killing knife," someone shouted. He was quick and sharp-eyed. Hua Shan's family used to be well off, raising 2 or 3 pigs each year. They would sell one and eat the others. The men in their family knew how to kill pigs. If anyone in the village needed a pig killed, they would be asked because they owned the only pig-killing knife in the village. A kitchen knife couldn't kill a pig.
Really?
Everyone agreed.
Almost every family recognized this knife.
Even if they hadn't killed pigs themselves, they had watched others do it. Zhao Liangkai frowned and stepped forward. He checked if Hua Zhenyo was still breathing. He was alive, not dead. That made him feel relieved. If Hua Zhao had killed him, things would be very difficult to handle. Then he started searching Hua Zhenyo's pockets, pulling out some corn kernels soaked in pesticide and a box of matches. What else could he say now? There's no need to say anything more. Hua Zhao is telling the truth. Hua Zhenyo was immediately judged guilty by the villagers. But their judgment didn't matter. Zhao Liangkai asked Hua Chong, "Uncle, what should we do about this?" At this time, the police force was very limited and society was not very stable. In the countryside, unless it was murder, arson, or poisoning causing death, higher authorities usually didn't interfere. Fights, thefts, or petty crimes were handled by the local squad leaders and team leaders. Although Hua Zhenyo's actions were serious, he had committed murder, arson, and poisoning. They hadn't caused any deaths. This meant higher authorities might not intervene, and even if they did, the punishment wouldn't be severe. The victim was unharmed, and it could be said there was no real victim. In fact, Hua Zhenyo was beaten quite badly himself. He was making a lot of noise, but showed no signs of waking up. He probably wouldn't die, right? Zhao Liangkai quickly called the village barefoot doctor. Hua Chong also understood that under these circumstances, Hua Zhenyo's life was probably safe. But that didn't matter. Report to the higher authorities at dawn. Whatever they decide to do with him, we follow their orders, Hua Chong said. On your way back, also stop by the Armed Forces Department and ask Wang Meng to see me. Zhao Liangkai understood. They were trying to use connections to handle Hua Zhenyo. With connections, small problems could become big ones. Okay, I got it, Zhao Liangkai replied. The village barefoot doctor arrived, checked Hua Zhenyo, and shook his head. No problem. Just give him a cool splash of water and he'll wake up. If one splash doesn't work, pour a few more. Everyone immediately stepped forward, took the knife from Hua Zhenyo's hand, and tied him up with rope before dragging him into the yard to pour water on him. But they made sure not to wet Hua Zhao's land. One splash was indeed not enough. Hua Zhao's family was a bit harsh. I'll do it. A man from Hua Zhao's neighbor's house stepped forward. He hated Hua Zhenyo a little more than others. If the fire caught on, his family definitely wouldn't escape. The man scooped a bucket of water from the well and poured it over Hua Zhenyo from head to toe, making him shiver cold. Since it was snowing, well-off families wore thin jackets, and Hua Zhenyo was instantly awakened by the cold. He was confused for a moment, then realized he was truly in trouble. But he kept a calm face. Hua Zhao's timing was perfect. He hadn't had time to do anything, so he hadn't done anything. What crime did he commit? Disliking someone? Is that a crime? Looking for trouble? Is that a crime? Anyway, he didn't succeed in causing trouble. Hua Zhenyo, you killed and set fires. Do you admit your guilt? Zhao Liangkai questioned. I didn't kill anyone, and I didn't set any fires, Hua Zhenyo said calmly.
So, what about this knife?
What is going on with those firewood? Zhao Liangkai pointed at the firewood under the eaves with a pig-killing knife. Hua Zhenyo was stunned, glanced at Hua Zhao, and realized that the dead girl was just as ruthless and cruel as him. That firewood wasn't put there by me. Hua Zhao did it herself, Hua Zhenyo said loudly. But no one believed him, no one at all. Everyone knew he wouldn't admit it, so Zhao Liangkai nodded and said, "There's nothing more to say.
Dezhuang.
Take care of it." He called the village militia. The militia, in his early 20s, strong and healthy, stepped forward with a grin and started beating Hua Zhenyo with fists and kicks. In ancient times, harsh interrogations were legal, and now it was pretty much the same. If you didn't tell the truth, they'd keep hitting until you did. Others, angry at Hua Zhenyo, also kicked him a few times. Hua Shan's family was still lying outside the yard, separated by a field of sunflowers. Listening to Hua Zhenyo being beaten inside, no one rushed in. Hua Shan didn't let them. First, they had been beaten badly. Their arms and legs hurt just from moving. Going in wouldn't help much in a fight. Second, there was no room for negotiation now. It was better to leave it to the authorities. They cared about evidence and consequences. Let the village handle it. Hua Zhenyo could be left to them. They wouldn't let these people beat him to the point of disability. Hua Shan took a deep breath, feeling that the people inside were tired from fighting. Only then did he, along with his children and grandchildren, struggle into the yard.
I advise you all to stop now.
Otherwise, as long as my Hua Shan family has even one person left, those who bully us will pay double. Hua Shan's eyes, sharp and cold, stared at Hua Zhao. Hua Chong is seriously ill and won't live long. Hua Zhao will also go to her husband's family in Beijing. When I see who will support you then, the yard fell silent. Everyone remembered the ruthless past of Hua Shan's family. He was right. They couldn't stand Hua Shan's family being controlled by Hua Chong and Hua Zhao, so they looked down on them too. Hua Chong was dying, Hua Zhao was leaving, and Wang Meng from the military department wouldn't bother with their family affairs. Hua Zhao looked at Hua Shan's family and felt a headache coming on. They were like a cancer. If not removed, she wouldn't feel at ease. She still cared deeply for Kaoshan village. This was her rebirth place. She had many happy memories here. She wouldn't leave forever. Every few years, she wanted to come back for a vacation. With such a family wanting to harm her, how could she rest easy? But how could she get rid of them? One by one, come on. Hua Zhao looked at Hua Shan's family. Hua Daniu was already useless and posed no threat. Hua Zhenyo wouldn't get any more benefits this time either. Hua Zhao did not threaten Hua Shan angrily, but simply smiled and said, "You borrowed 250 yuan from my family before. When will you pay it back?" Hua Shan and his family all froze. Laughter spread through the crowd. Hua Shan had just shown clear hostility toward Hua Chong and Hua Zhao, but suddenly someone reminded him that they had previously borrowed money to save his family. Without that money, Hua Dania would not be lying on the bed now but in a coffin. Hua Shan, being thick-skinned, no longer looked fierce and replied calmly, "Everyone in the village knows our situation. We really don't have money. When we do, we'll pay you back. Perfect timing, the harvest just finished, and soon the grain will be divided. Uncle Team Leader, can your family get some money?" "If yes, please give me some first," Hua Zhao asked. The village's accounts had just been settled, and they planned to divide the money tomorrow. Hua Shan remembered his family's share. They can get about 40 yuan. Hua Shan's family had many strong workers. Although they had a formal family division, they hadn't really separated. The 5 sons and many grandchildren worked together, and their earnings were combined. By rights, they should get more, probably 100 or 2, since they had 5 families worth of strong workers. But everyone was lazy. Whenever they felt tired, they refused to work. "Hua Taniu is now working, and I heard he earns about 20 yuan a month," someone said. Hua Zhao smiled and nodded. "Then I want all that money to be mine until I settle the debt." The sons who hadn't divided the family assets believed that their earnings belonged to the family. It was right to spend money on another son who hadn't divided the assets to treat his illness. Hua Tania dared not complain. He cared a little about his reputation now, fearing he might be fired from the supply and marketing cooperative if his reputation got worse. Hua Zhao thought about his job and suddenly had an idea. Hua Shan looked at Hua Zhao for a moment, but ignored her money request and instead looked at Hua Zhenyo on the ground. Father and son exchanged glances. Hua Shan nodded encouragingly, then looked at everyone and said, "I hope you all listened to what I just said." Hua Zhao suddenly sneered. "Who are you trying to scare? Do you think this is the past? Look around, everyone in the village, young and old, is here. Who in Hua Shan's family isn't trembling with fear? They only dare to threaten here. If you have the guts, try to fight now." You can't beat us, Hua Shan choked. But the crowd's eyes lit up. Yes. Without Wang Meng or outside help, they could handle Hua Shan's family themselves. They only dared to talk tough, because they were scared stiff. Actually, they were trembling because of pain, but outsiders didn't know that. They also forgot that it was Hua Zhao who caught the Hua Shan family off guard earlier. Without her strength, so many people trying to deal with the Hua Shan family would have had to bleed and put in effort. But this will only be noticed next time during a fight. Now everyone feels relieved, as the threat from the Hua Shan family is gone. They have dozens of people, but they can't beat just a few from her family. I suggest that if the Hua Shan family causes trouble again, the whole village should join in. 2 strong workers from each family should team up to handle them, someone from the crowd shouted. This idea immediately gained everyone's support. That's right. Great idea. It's about time. Everyone cheered. The Hua Shan family had a bad reputation in the past, causing trouble for almost everyone in the village over small issues. They were like crazy dogs, ready to bite anyone at any time. Everyone felt insecure, and their alliance was forming quickly and strongly. Hua Zhao smiled, thinking that the villagers' wisdom was impressive. She didn't have to worry about her family's problems causing trouble for the village. The Hua Shan family left in a hurry. If they didn't leave now, the villagers would get so angry they might attack them. Zhao Liangkai also took Hua Zhenyo away. He looked at the time and, before dawn, directly took the cart and headed to the county with Hua Zhenyo. The town's police station. There was no police station in town because it was too poor and small. They went straight to the county, where Wang Meng's influence might be stronger. Zhao Liangkai didn't first send the people home and then find Wang Meng. Instead, he went directly to Wang Meng with the people. Having Wang Meng escort them would be more effective than him doing it alone. Wang Meng listened to the story, his eyes sharp. He kicked Hua Zhenyo out of the cart onto the ground. Damn it! His former boss and his niece almost lost their lives. If he weren't rational, he'd want to shoot him right now. Let the person stay with me first, Wang Meng told Zhao Liangkai. Go back to the village, have Hua Zhao write a report, and call everyone over to ask the higher authorities to help you. You can't keep such a bully in your village anymore. His niece was so cunning, she would definitely know how to write it. If she couldn't, he could help her write it. Calling everyone in the village was to make the matter bigger. No one died, so it's okay? No, with everyone furious, it must be dealt with. Zhao Liangkai looked at Hua Zhao with both admiration and nervousness as he returned to the village. Upon hearing this, Hua Zhao once again confirmed that there are clever people everywhere in this world, and people of this era know best how to handle current matters. Following Wang Meng's approach, Hua Zhao's actions were very impressive. Hua Zhao didn't step forward publicly. Instead, she went back to her room and wrote a petition. She was very skilled at this, professional. She also incorporated the characteristics of the times, passionately describing her fears and helplessness, and mentioning that her grandfather was an old revolutionary and she was a military wife. She asked the organization to help settle the matter. Wang Meng received the letter and smiled. He didn't expect his niece to be so capable. Just by reading the letter, without involving the whole village, he knew this could succeed. Plus, with the public outrage, Hua Zhao's efforts paid off. The villagers weren't afraid either. The spirit of unity from yesterday was still strong. When Zhao Liangkai called, everyone responded quickly. Worried about delays, everyone who was present yesterday took the train to the county. Hua Zhao helped the villagers make money. They could afford the 20-cent train tickets. Hua Zhao's case was quickly settled. In just 3 days, officials came to inspect the scene, interviewed some villagers, and then sentenced him. He received 15 years. Hua Zhao thought that was a bit harsh, considering it was attempted murder and arson. Oh, he also poisoned a few big geese. That was a real crime. Just for those geese, if they were serious, he could be sentenced for years. Geese are considered livestock, like pigs and sheep, and he poisoned so many at once. Hua Zhao's economic loss was severe. The Hua Shan family fell silent. No one dared to go to Hua Zhao to plead for him. They all knew Hua Zhao was on the official list and was being made an example of. No one could save him now. At this point, they didn't dare cause trouble for Hua Zhao anymore. If they failed again, it wouldn't just be 15 years. It would be a serious crime with the possibility of the death penalty. Hua Shan's instincts about danger were very accurate. The villagers were very satisfied with this result. At least for the next 15 years, they wouldn't have to deal with Hua Zhao anymore. The more they interacted, the more they realized that Hua Shan's sons, the oldest and the fourth, were the worst. Now that both the oldest and the fourth son were incapacitated, it was a relief. Even happier, the day before the melon harvest, everyone's sunflower seeds were gathered. The large yard yielded 300 to 400 jin, about 150 to 200 kilograms, and the smaller yard produced over 200 jin. This was real food, something to eat and sell. City folks had no land and lacked many things, but they never lacked money. Especially during the new year, who wouldn't buy a couple of jin of sunflower seeds? Otherwise, neighbors would mock them to death. However, I feel a bit worried because these sunflower seeds smell so good that I don't want to sell them. Whenever I mention selling, the children at home start crying loudly, and I can't comfort them. I can only leave some for them, but leaving too little isn't enough. It's all about the money. I feel so sad. Aunt Ma found Hua Zhao again. How should we sell these sunflower seeds? What's a good price? I suggest we sell them roasted. Roasted seeds are worth more than raw ones, Hua Zhao said. Aunt Ma nodded repeatedly. That's easy. Every family can roast sunflower seeds. Some roast more fiercely, some lighter, but after a few batches, they'll get better. How much do you plan to sell them for? Hua Zhao asked. Aunt Ma hesitated. In our village, no one has ever sold sunflower seeds before. We just plant a few in front of our houses for our children to eat. There's no surplus to sell. I checked, and the supply and marketing cooperative sells them for 25 cents a jin. Let's sell for 30 cents. Some families even bought some from the cooperative to try, saying their seeds can't compare to ours. They're worlds apart. If we sell for 25 cents, we'll lose money. 30 cents is still a big loss. Let's sell for 50 cents, Hua Zhao suggested. Actually, she wanted to sell for 3 yuan, but she knew that wasn't possible. In Beijing or Shanghai maybe, because sunflower seeds are worth that much. But in their small county town, that price would scare people away. Asking for 3 yuan would get you beaten. Aunt Ma suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, hesitating and wanting to say something, but not daring to. Aunt Ma, I feel like you're my real aunt, which is a compliment. You know what kind of women my aunts are, but I think you understand what I mean. Our relationship is close. There's nothing you can't say directly, Hua Zhao said. Aunt Ma smiled. What do you mean? Not your own? You're starting to sound like someone from the city, speaking so politely that I feel a bit ashamed. Well, I'll be honest. I don't want to sell sunflower seeds myself. Although it's after the harvest, there's still work to do in the fields. If I don't work one day, I earn one less day of labor points. Now, every family has sunflower seeds, and everyone wants to sell them. Everyone is asking for leave, but the team leader won't agree. At that time, there was no household responsibility system, so people couldn't rest easily. There was always work in the production team. After the harvest, they still had to prepare the land, dig manure, fertilize, and even send people to the distant reservoir to dig. Until the land froze 3 feet deep or the new year was near, they couldn't take a break. They couldn't rest for more than a few days. After the household responsibility system was introduced, people could stay home for months, but no one paid attention. Of course, Aunt Ma wasn't completely unable to sell sunflower seeds. But her family has 400 jin of seeds. How long does she have to sell them? Their entire village has about 10,000 jin of sunflower seeds, all sold in the same place. When will they finish selling? When there are too many goods, they are not worth much. Maybe by then, they won't even be worth 5 cents, just 1 cent. Uncle, you understand clearly, Hua Zhao said with praise. So, can you ask the supply and marketing cooperative if they will buy the sunflower seeds again like they did with the bean sprouts? Emma asked. Okay, Hua Zhao agreed immediately. She originally wanted to earn some money from this batch of sunflower seeds, but recent events had a big impact on her. Everyone has selfish motives, but mostly they are helping her and her grandfather. They do not expect anything in return. She remembers this kindness in her heart and plans to repay them. I'll talk to Uncle Captain about it, ask if the villagers are willing, and have each family tell me how many jean they plan to sell. Then I can report to the supply and marketing cooperative, Hua Zhao said. As for the price, I will negotiate with them, and I promise it will be higher than 3 cents. Ah, I knew you are the most reliable, Amma thought happily. She hurriedly left to discuss with her children how many jean to sell. They should leave a little more if they get 3 cents per jean, and less if they get 5 cents. The village, which had been quiet for a few days, became lively again. In the afternoon, everyone went to register at Zhao Liangzai's place. They felt disappointed without the bean sprout business, but earning a few dozen yuan from sunflower seeds made them happy. A family that farms all year can't even earn that much. If they don't raise a pig well, they only sell it for a few dozen yuan. But now, these few dozen yuan were all given freely by Hua Zhao. In just over a month, she earned that much, and everyone remembered her kindness. Hua Zhao got the figures and took her roasted sunflower seeds to the county with her grandfather to find Wang Meng. Uncle, I brought you some delicious food, Hua Zhao said with a smile at the door. Wang Meng looked up and also smiled. Who wouldn't be happy to see such a beautiful person? He immediately stood up to greet Hua Chong and then went to carry the basket behind Hua Zhao. You came just in time. What are you bringing? It's so heavy. Don't you know how much it weighs? Hua Zhao's belly was already 7 months along and very large, looking as big as someone about to give birth. So Hua Chong was worried about her going out alone and came along. But Hua Zhao refused to let him carry anything. The dozens of jean behind her felt like a game to her. Her basket was full of sunflower seeds. She took some out and placed them on Wang Meng's table. Uncle, try some. Wang Meng eagerly grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and started eating, then smiled. I knew it. Everything you bring out is delicious. He looked at the basket on the ground, which didn't seem to be all for himself. The key was that a few days ago, he personally visited the site at Kaishantan and knew that every family in their village had planted sunflower seeds this year. Let me help your village find a way to sell these, Wang Meng asked. Hua Zhao gave him a big thumbs up. Uncle is so clever. Wang Meng chuckled, not fond of being praised, but Hua Zhao spoke nicely. Don't worry, leave it to me. How many jean do you have? How much do you want to sell them for? There are 10,000 jean, Hua Zhao said, holding up one finger. I plan to sell them at 1 yuan per jean. Wang Meng immediately choked on the sunflower seeds. He knew that the supply and marketing cooperative sold sunflower seeds for 2.5 mao per jean. He liked to snack on them whenever he could. But now, even though they smelled good, 1 yuan per jean was too expensive. It was 4 times the usual price, which most people wouldn't accept. Uncle, just tell me if it's worth it or not, Hua Zhao asked. In just a moment, Wang Meng had already eaten a big handful, enjoying the flavor more and more, unable to stop. He felt he could eat a whole basket in one go. It's worth it, Wang Meng had to say. The more he ate, the more valuable it seemed. It could be worth even more. Hua Zhao took out a stack of craft paper, folded one sheet into a small square, and packed about a jean of sunflower seeds inside, then folded it several times to seal it. One bag was ready. She picked up Wang Meng's pen and drew a cartoon sunflower seed on the paper, then wrote a few words beside it. Fragrant sunflower seeds. Looking at it this way, do you think it's worth 1 yuan? Hua Zhao smiled. Wang Meng stared blankly for a moment, then nodded. It does look interesting. Clothes make the man, and the same goes for things. Fancy packaging is more upscale than loose seeds and should be more expensive. I don't have many materials, only limited resources. If a food factory could make some boxes with printed words, it would look more high-end. It would be great for gifts and people would definitely like it, Hua Zhao suggested, opening up a new idea. Everyone likes such good things. Making it a gift would be even better. No one would be offended, and they could make a good profit. The new year is coming soon, and this is much tastier than peach cookies or biscuits. Wang Meng's eyes lit up. Now he thought 1 yuan was cheap. Peach cookies cost 3 or 4 yuan per jean, and they weren't even as tasty. Wait for me, I'll find someone to help, Wang Meng said, putting some sunflower seeds into his bag and leaving. Half an hour later, he returned with a middle-aged man. In a small county, there is a small food factory. It doesn't produce fancy products, just processes grains, grinds flour, crushes large kernels, makes rice noodles, and occasionally bakes cookies and pastries. These are daily necessities, and relying only on external transportation isn't enough. They need to be self-sufficient. This factory was small, and Huazhao had never paid much attention to it, probably because she never visited the county town. Now, the factory director was sitting in a room, munching sunflower seeds, when someone called him in. "Here's our county food factory director, Sun Hongbing," Wang Meng introduced Hua Chong. Sun Hongbing had heard about Hua Chong and Hua Zhao on the way here. When he saw them, he quickly put his sunflower seeds in his pocket, stood properly, and greeted Hua Chong. Wang Meng's former boss, an old hero decorated with medals, was present, so he dared not be careless. There was also a very beautiful pregnant woman nearby, and he hurried to greet her as well. Wang Meng was straightforward. After a few polite exchanges, he got to the main point. "The person is here now. Give me a clear answer," Wang Meng said. The matter was simple. He wanted to sell sunflower seeds to the food factory and also guide Sun Hongbing on how to package and sell them. Not only could they make money, but it would also boost their reputation. What a good deal. The food factory produced tasty products, and of course, that was the director's achievement. Sun Hongbing had already seen a bag of sunflower seeds on the table. He picked it up and examined it. "This won't do. It's too simple and it leaks air. The seeds will go bad in a few days, and they won't taste good. We need sealed packaging." Hua Zhao also understood this. But sealed packaging was expensive, especially cheap plastic seals. She didn't know where to find them. In their county, cookies were either stored in metal boxes or sold loose. They didn't even use plastic bags. Other types of sealed packaging included glass jars or metal cans, which didn't seem suitable for sunflower seeds. Sun Hongbing kept staring at the fragrant sunflower seeds on the table, munching on them as he thought. The more he ate, the more confident he felt. "I'll go to the city and ask my uncle to spare some metal cans for me. I'll also ask him to help contact a printing factory to print some labels. The cost will be less than 20 cents. His uncle worked at a food factory in the city, and he was a small leader there. The city's food factory was much more advanced than their small county factory. They made canned foods, meat cans, using metal cans. Some of those large cans were specifically ordered for beef. A few days ago, he heard that they ordered too many of those large cans, but the beef supply didn't come in on time. Now, those big cans meant for beef are sitting in the warehouse, and the leaders are frowning at everyone unhappy. He can help them solve 10,000 problems quickly. He is a great hero. Those iron cans probably don't even add up to 10,000. The more he thought about Sun Hongbing, the happier he became. He glanced at the basket on the ground and said, "If you trust me, I'll share half of these sunflower seeds with you. In 3 days, whether the matter succeeds or not, I will give you an answer. I don't care how much you sell for, but our starting price is 1 yuan per jean," Hua Zhao said. She wasn't responsible for the cost of the iron can trademarks. She just sells raw materials. Sun Hongbing felt a bit awkward. He had just wanted to negotiate the 2 cents with her, so he could feel more at ease. But 1 yuan per jean wasn't too expensive. He works in food, so he's seen many overpriced foods like fruit candies. He doesn't even want to say how much they cost per jean, but they sell for at least 4 yuan per jean. Milk candies are not much cheaper to make, yet they sell for 10 or 20 yuan per jean and are very popular. Sunflower seeds that taste so good at only 1 yuan per jean are simply a great deal. "All right, I understand. When I get news, I'll tell Wang Meng." After saying that, Sun Hongbing roughly packed half a basket of sunflower seeds into his pocket and left. Hua Zhao looked at the remaining half basket and said, "Uncle, these are really all for you this time." Wang Meng was eating sunflower seeds and chuckled. He didn't say no because they were so delicious. If they had sold the seeds to the supply and marketing cooperative as planned, he might have been able to buy them back. Now that Sun Hongbing took them, he might not see them again. Sun Hongbing was still too inexperienced. He didn't believe that once these seeds entered his uncle's eyes, they wouldn't come out again. But he said nothing earlier. He didn't care who the seeds were finally sold to. As long as they were sold, that was enough. There were about 30 gean of sunflower seeds left in the basket. Wang Meng smiled and said, "Uncle, I won't be polite anymore." Soon after, he went out to buy some meat so they could take some when they left. After finishing the seed discussion, Wang Meng finally asked about something he cared more about. "How is the Huashan family now? Have they caused you trouble?" "Right now, their family is being very honest. When I went to collect their wages, they didn't show up," Hua Zhao said. Now, the Huashan family wasn't working anymore. They stayed at home. Even the younger children stopped going to school because they were afraid of being teased by classmates. Their family was seen as shameful, like a person who squats by the fence. "That's a pack of wolves. You need to be careful," Wang Meng said, looking at Hua Zhao's belly. "When are you going to Beijing? If you don't leave soon, you might not be able to get out." He was a father, and his children were grown up, even expecting grandchildren. Naturally, he knew that going out soon was unsafe for her. Hua Zhao gently touched her belly. She didn't expect the two babies to grow so quickly. Maybe she ate a little too well? It seems she needs to control her diet in the future. She doesn't want a C-section. In her life, she hopes things will happen naturally, having a few children, enjoying motherhood. C-sections are not an option. At most, she can have 4 surgeries. Hua Zhao glanced at her grandfather. Grandpa Hua immediately said, "Once the sunflower seeds are settled, let's leave. The later we wait, the more uncomfortable the train ride will be. Right now, trains have no air conditioning or heating. In the hot summer days, the train is as cold as a freezer, and sometimes you get stuck on the road for days." Her granddaughter shouldn't have to suffer through that. Hua Zhao thought for a moment and nodded. Wang Meng also sighed in relief. If he can't defeat the wolves, at least he can stay away from them. "By the way, Uncle, I have something to ask you," Hua Zhao said. "Go ahead. I want to help Huashan's youngest son, Hu Tainyo, find a job and transfer him far away. If possible, out of the province, or at least as far as possible." Wang Meng laughed loudly. "That's a good idea. If he's far away, he can't cause trouble with his father. Also, if he works, gets married, and has children in another place, he won't come home often, and he might as well not be there. Huashan probably loves his youngest son the most. Just look at how he treats his other sons. Most are farmers, but for this one, Wang Meng spent money to find him a job. He's in his 20s, but not looking for a partner yet, probably planning to find someone from the city. This is my responsibility. I promise to make it happen," Wang Meng said confidently. Hua Zhao took 100 yuan from her pocket and handed it to him. "This money is for the job transfer. You can't use it for favors." Wang Meng was angry but refused to take the money. He knew Hua Zhao's temper. Looking at the basket on the ground, he said, "This can't be about money. If you give money, it changes everything. Just bring me some more sunflower seeds and it'll work out, okay?" Hua Zhao agreed. After lunch, carrying a big bundle of meat Wang Meng bought, Hua Zhao and her grandfather went home. The villagers were all waiting for news. Hua Zhao didn't give them a definite answer. The other side took the sunflower seeds and said they would discuss it and give me an answer in 3 days. She didn't mention the price, afraid that if it fell through, people would be disappointed. Everyone wasn't disappointed. With Hua Zhao's connections, they thought nothing could stop her. Even if it didn't work out this time, they could secretly sell the seeds on the black market. They'd make it happen, even if it took some time and effort. In the cold winter, traveling far and getting frozen all day. Wasn't that suffering? Hua Zhao started organizing her things as soon as she returned home. She couldn't keep the chickens and ducks anymore. Taking them along was inconvenient. She also didn't dare to give them all away, so she divided a few to her mother and decided to sell the rest. She wanted to leave everything for her mother, but she couldn't afford to raise so many animals. Hua Zhao called Aunt Ma. When she heard about selling the chickens and ducks, Aunt Ma was very happy. She knew that Hua Zhao's chickens and ducks still laid eggs. 1 egg a day, very high yield. Most other families' chickens hadn't started laying eggs even after half a year. Hua Zhao's chickens laid eggs even in winter. "I also want to keep everything," Aunt Ma said. "But I can't afford to raise so many," Hua Zhao replied. Even if you can't keep them, take them all home. Just tell everyone I sold them to you, and you can resell them. She didn't want to offend anyone by selling to the wrong person. Now, Hua Zhao had many good friends besides her family, except for Hua Shan's family. She couldn't sell to anyone else without causing trouble. Because of this, she didn't dare to tell anyone except her mother about giving away the animals. She could only sell them. Okay,
Leave this to me.
I'm not afraid of offending anyone. I have good relationships with everyone in the village, Aunt Ma said happily. She forgot that she still had her own family and brothers. Just a few chickens and ducks. Dividing them wouldn't be a big deal. The chicken and duck problem was solved, but she wouldn't get to eat the big pigs they were feeding and fattening. No worries, her mother and sisters-in-law could enjoy the meat. She planned to mail the remaining dried vegetables and nuts. Since she had moved to the city, she no longer had a vegetable garden. The vegetables she bought wouldn't taste as good as those she grew herself. In the evening, Hua Zhao was busy packing at home when Xiao Wei suddenly rushed into the yard, running and shouting, "Sister! Little sister is gone." Hua Zhao was startled and dropped what she was holding. "Which little sister is gone?" "Xiao Qin," Xiao Wei cried. For a moment, Hua Zhao felt numb with fear. She took a deep breath and asked calmly, "Tell me clearly, what do you mean gone? Did she lose her way or—" She didn't dare to say the last words. "She got lost," Xiao Wei shouted. Hua Zhao relaxed a little. Losing someone was better than gone forever. "Where did she get lost? When? What do you know? Tell me quickly," Hua Zhao asked as she hurried over to him. Xiao Wei had run several miles from school. Now that he saw his sister, all his energy was gone, and he sank to the ground. It was during the last class. Qin and Xiao Qin's class was doing sports outside. During the first half, Qin suddenly came over to find me and my brother, saying Xiao Qin was missing. Everyone was playing on the playground. She didn't know how she disappeared. In just a moment, she was gone. Children around 7 or 8 years old can't play with 4-year-olds easily. Usually, Qin plays with his classmates, while Xiao Qin watches nearby and plays alone. "Where are Do Wei and Qin?" Hua Zhao asked. "They're still at school looking for them. The teacher is helping too," someone replied. From a distance, a voice called out, but it was hard to hear clearly. Zhang Guilin ran over quickly, picked up Xiao Wei, and asked, "Who are you missing?" Hua Zhao saw her trembling with fear. "I'll go find the team leader and ask him to gather everyone to help look," Hua Zhao said. She didn't try to comfort her right away, but immediately went out to find help. Talking won't help much. Only finding the child can calm a mother. Hua Zhao walked and called out to anyone she passed, asking them to come out and help. She also went to find villagers herself. Now, she didn't need Zhao Liangsai's help to gather villagers. When everyone heard the child was missing, they all became anxious and headed toward the elementary school. After walking around the village, everyone who could come out had already come. When Hua Zhao passed by the Hua Shan family's house, she paused for a moment and quickly communicated with their big tree. Today, their family hadn't gone out and Xiao Qin wasn't there either.
She felt relieved.
In the countryside, the chance of a child being lost was still quite low, especially in such a remote village. The most likely scenario was that Xiao Qin ran away or got lost. She's only 4 years old, and the school is in another village. She wasn't familiar with the area. "Go home quickly. I can find her myself." Zhang Guilin chased after her from behind, walking heavily and not letting Hua Zhao leave the village. "You're pregnant now, and it's almost dark. It's not safe." She started crying. "Please don't have any more trouble. If something happens to you, I won't be able to go on living." She held tightly to Hua Zhao, pulling her back toward home. Hua Zhao didn't want to upset her further and obediently went home. She knew she didn't need to rely solely on her eyes to find her. After Hua Zhao entered the house, she told Hua Chong to watch over her and not let her go out. Zhang Guilin wiped her tears and hurried away. Xiao Qin was usually obedient and smart. She had promised herself she wouldn't leave school or her sister. She had kept that promise for half a year without any problem. Why was there a problem today? She had a bad feeling. Hua Chong comforted Hua Zhao while cooking. Today, she wouldn't let her cook. The child was young and inexperienced, and her worried eyes looked vacant. Hua Zhao sat under the grapevine in the yard, leaning against it, lost in thought. The mental strength has spread through the dense plants and covered the nearby elementary school in the neighboring production team. The children in the school have finished their classes, but some older students haven't left yet. They're searching around with the teachers. People who are quick on their feet from nearby villages have also arrived at the school to join the search. Everyone is shouting loudly, but there is no response. There is a river nearby, which passes through the neighboring production team, and it is not far from the school. Now, many people are gathered by the river. Hua Zhao's heart is tense because she fears the worst. Fortunately, no footprints, clothes, or shoes have been found at the riverbank. Xiao Qin would never come here alone. A few days ago, the first snow fell, and the river might have frozen, but the water is still cold and biting. A 4-year-old child would already know the danger and wouldn't come to play here. But the area has been checked thoroughly, and there are no signs. Hua Zhao's mental power passes through the thick reeds by the river and suddenly stops.
She sees it.
Xiao Qin is lying there, bloodied, collapsed in the reeds, with his lower body submerged in the water, motionless. Hua Zhao's eyes fill with tears and rage. "Grandpa, I still don't feel safe. I want to go look for him." Hua Zhao stands up and goes inside to find a flashlight. The reeds by the river are wide and dense, and Xiao Qin is close to the water. She stays silent, knowing others wouldn't find her if she doesn't make a sound. So she must go. Gao Cheng already expected this. He knows the child has a kind heart. "I'll go with you," he says, taking 2 steamed buns from the pot and handing one to Hua Zhao. "Eat while you walk. If you're hungry, you won't have the strength to find him." Hua Zhao isn't in the mood to eat, but she knows her grandpa is right. She was already hungry before, but now she feels numb from the shock. Still, she understands she needs energy. She quickly bites into the bun and eats it fast. Gao Cheng also holds a flashlight and follows behind her. Although Hua Zhao is anxious, she doesn't ride a bicycle. She can't anymore, and rural dirt roads are too bumpy. They walk quickly, and after 20 minutes, they reach the riverbank of the neighboring production team. Everyone there is at a loss for words when they see her. They've been searching for so long without success. Things don't look good. Although there are no clues at the riverbank, everyone guesses that Xiao Qin probably fell into the river. This river, no matter the season, has claimed lives every year. It's very dangerous. Hua Zhao ignores the others, pretending to be anxious and searching randomly, then dives into the reeds. Soon, her hands and face are cut by the sharp reed leaves. Everyone looked on with mixed feelings. The half-sister, whom they had only met a few months ago, was now so close. She was a good child. They also tried to imitate Hua Zhao and went into the reed marsh. Maybe the child got lost only after entering the marsh. Such a wide reed marsh, it's really hard for a young, inexperienced child to find her way out. Hua Zhao's flashlight accurately shone on Xiao Qin. Someone nearby exclaimed, "Found her." People from all directions rushed over and saw Xiao Qin unconscious, with a bloody head. The man moved quickly. As Hua Zhao staggered closer, he had already picked up Xiao Qin. She couldn't be soaked in cold water. Hua Zhao's trembling hand reached out to check if Xiao Qin was still breathing. She let out a deep breath of relief and took a small bottle with light green liquid from her pocket, then forced it into Xiao Qin's mouth. At first, she couldn't get it in and spilled a lot, but eventually about half the bottle was swallowed. Xiao Qin hummed softly. She hadn't woken up, but Hua Zhao could feel she was no longer in danger. She took out another bottle and continued to feed her. After drinking this, Xiao Qin's body warmed up. She trembled and slowly opened her eyes, saw her sister, and started crying loudly. "Sister, it hurts," she sobbed in a hoarse voice. Hua Zhao's heart felt like it was being twisted. Adults could endure many hardships, but seeing a child suffer was too much to bear. Far away, Zhang Guilin ran over, hugged Xiao Qin, and cried, "Don't cry now. Wait until we're ashore," others nearby advised. Everyone's feet were soaked in icy water, and they were freezing. Hua Zhao, being pregnant, couldn't endure this. She needed to rest. Hey, hey. Zhang Guilin cried and laughed at the same time, carrying Xiao Qin ashore. Everyone gathered around them, each with a relaxed smile. A few with shallow eye sockets also started crying. Losing and regaining someone made everyone so happy. But Hua Zhao still had important things to do. She asked loudly, Xiao Qin, how did you get into the reed marsh? Someone stole my hair tie. I chased after him, and that's how I ended up here, Xiao Qin whispered. Hua Zhao narrowed her eyes. Was it an adult or a child? About how old? It was a little brother about the same age as Big Brother, and he's in the same class as him, Xiao Qin said. Your Big Brother's classmate is around 10 years old, and he's a boy. Could you catch up to him and chase him all the way into the reed marsh? Although they were near the school, the nearest part was at least 2 miles away. Here, it was about 4 miles from the school, which wasn't close. Xiao Qin stammered and said, Little brother runs slowly. When he can't catch up with me, he waits for me. I keep chasing him. The flower in her hand was a gift her sister brought back from the capital, unique in the school. She liked it very much and couldn't lose it. The crowd had quieted down, all listening carefully. From just these few words, they could tell something was off. This wasn't playful teasing among children. It was deliberate, intentionally leading her toward the river.
Who could do such a thing?
How terrifying. Xiao Qin, who hit the injury on your head? Hua Zhao asked again. Xiao Qin cried even harder. I finally caught up with him and took back the flower, but he got angry and threw a stone at me. She didn't remember what happened next. She fainted immediately. Then she was thrown into the reeds. Why wasn't she thrown directly into the river? Maybe the child was too cold, or he was afraid to go into the water. Is your older brother's classmate also from our village? Hua Zhao asked. The elementary school serves children from about 7 or 8 nearby villages. Xiao Qin nodded. Yes, he's from our village. I've seen him a few times. Hua Zhao nodded. That makes it easier. Uncle, how many people from our village are classmates with Dewey? Hua Zhao asked, while Zhao Liangkai, who had been silent nearby, listened. Zhao Liangkai didn't know. He didn't even know what grade Dewey was in. There were too many children in the village, and he couldn't keep track of his own nephew. Dewey ran over and said, I know. There are only 3 kids from our village in my class. Ma Kun, Zhao Yong, and Hua Yin. The crowd suddenly erupted. Hua Yin? They immediately locked onto the target in their minds. Hua Zhao knew who Hua Yin was. Even after being reborn, she had only seen him a few times. He was Hua Ernyo's second son, Hua Xiaoyu's younger brother. Hua Xiaoyu had 3 brothers, Hua Jin, Hua Yin, and Hua Bao. Hua Yin was 11 years old. When Hua Xiaoyu was close to Hua Zhao, she occasionally complained about her family. She didn't dare say much to the elders, afraid Hua Zhao would tell others and she'd get scolded at home. She often complained about these 3 brothers. In her words, these 3 kids were each worse than the last. Hua Xiaoyu spoke with gritted teeth and genuine anger, as if she wanted to strangle them. Did you only see the boy who hit you on the way here? Did you see any adults nearby? Hua Zhao asked. Everyone quietly waited for the answer. Xiao Qin thought for a moment and shook her head. I only saw a few strangers passing by. School dismissal was also the end of the workday, so sometimes people would pass by. Good, Hua Zhao nodded. That means there were witnesses. They may not have seen Hua Yin hit someone, but just seeing Hua Yin is enough. Xiao Qin is so young. How could he lie? All questions have been asked, so Hua Zhao stops talking. The crowd is very quiet, and everyone is affected by this news. After all, Hua Yin is just a child. He can't be so bad, someone whispers. That's not certain. He's the grandson of Hua Shan, a brave revolutionary and a rebellious troublemaker. Born into that kind of family, he probably won't be good either. When he grows up, he'll be just like his grandfather and father, an oppressor. Many nod in agreement. This slogan is loud and well known among everyone. Is it the adults who ordered this? Or is he acting on his own? At this moment, someone sarcastically says, Hua Yin is just a kid. Kids don't understand anything. If adults didn't have bad intentions, would they send him to cause trouble? Why doesn't he fight other children? He only targets Xiao Qin. This is revenge against Hua Zhao. Everyone's eyes are sharp.
This is going to be hard to handle, someone says.
Another adds, he is just a child. Even if they don't understand the law, they know that an 11-year-old can't be sentenced. Even if he did something wrong, they can't do much to him. Hua Zhao remains silent all the way back to Kaoshan village. She doesn't go home but pulls her mother and hugs Xiaoqin, then heads straight to Hua Shan's house. Everyone exchanges glances and follows her. It would be even better if they could take the chance to scare Hua Shan's family and make them afraid. When passing by their own homes, each person goes inside and takes out some tools. Zhao Liangkai sees this, but doesn't stop them. When they arrive at Hua Shan's house, Hua Zhao leads the group directly into the yard. Is Hua Yin at home? Hua Zhao calls out. With such a large group, fierce and intimidating, carrying flashlights and shovels in the dark, it looks very much like the day Hua Zhenyo had trouble. The family huddles inside, too scared to come out. But Hua Zhao knows Hua Yin is trembling under the covers inside. She walks straight to the window, pulls it down, revealing Hua Yin inside. Everyone, what's going on? You're bullying us right at our doorstep. What do you want? Is there no law anymore? Second Bull's wife stands inside, holding a spoon, shouting at Hua Zhao through the broken window. They haven't eaten yet, and others are waiting at Hua Shan's house for dinner. She and another sister-in-law are cooking. Hearing the noise, only she comes out to shout back. Hua Zhao's flashlight was aimed at Hua Yin and she asked Xiaoqin, "Is it him?" Although Hua Yin had already curled up in bed, Xiaoqin had seen clearly before she did. "Yes, it's him. He stole my hair tie and hit me." Ernyo's wife also understood what was happening. It was just about a hair tie and a fight between kids. Why make such a big deal? What's wrong? Kids fighting, and you come to seek revenge, she yelled, hands on her hips. Did you fight a lot when you were young? Who in the village didn't get hit by you? Now their parents want revenge. Some people in the crowd looked embarrassed. Their children had indeed been beaten by Hua Zhao before, but they didn't go to Hua Chong, afraid, because Hua Chong was formidable. Moreover, someone had come before, but after Hua Zhao fought back harder, no one dared to come again. If you can't fight, you just hide. Hua Zhao ignored her. She shined her flashlight back on the bed, where a pair of children's cotton pants lay. It was clear that below the knees, they were wet. Whose cotton pants are these? Why are they wet? Hua Zhao asked. Ernyo's wife had just scolded about these pants and was still angry. She didn't care about the situation or manners. She grabbed a spoon and hit Hua Yin in the bed. It's this naughty kid going out wild and getting the pants wet. Always looking for trouble. Huh? These pants are with. She looked at Xiaoqin in Zhang Guilan's arms, not knowing her name. They got wet from fighting with that brat girl. You owe me new pants, Ernyo's wife said brightly, confidently. Everyone looked at her like she was a fool. Your son really hit my sister. He knocked her out and threw her into the reeds by the river. That's attempted murder, Hua Zhao shouted. Ernyo's wife was startled. Even she knew that fighting and killing were different. She couldn't let Hua Zhao just accuse her son without proof. You're the one who killed. When did my son hit her? Who saw it? Do you have evidence? Besides, is she dead?
No, she's fine.
Her eyes are wide open. She's not dying. Ernyo's wife denied everything. My son's cotton pants got wet from watering the plants myself. Everyone got angry and started criticizing her loudly. Hua Zhao leaned forward and reached out to pull back the quilt on the bed, revealing Hua Yin underneath. Hua Yin, did you go to school today? Did you steal Xiaoqin's hair tie? Hua Zhao asked. She had a cold face and a serious voice. If it were her past life, she might have used her years of lawyer experience to intimidate the 11-year-old child. But now, her looks and voice were too weak to do that. Plus, Hua Yin didn't dare to look up at her at all, so he couldn't be intimidated. I haven't been to school for several days. I don't know who took her hair tie. Who cares? Hua Yin said stubbornly. I'll give you one more chance. Tell the truth, Hua Zhao said. You went to school, took her hair tie from Xiaoqin, someone saw it. You led her to the river, someone passing by saw it. If you're lying now, it won't help, Hua Yin was a bit scared, but he knew he couldn't admit it now. I didn't go. Okay, Hua Zhao nodded. Then he said to Zhao Liangkai, please, Captain, go to the school tomorrow and ask around the village if anyone saw Hua Yin. Zhao Liangkai nodded. Even if the law isn't perfect, it has its benefits. If the answers to the first two questions are yes, then Xiao Qin was beaten by Hua Yin and thrown away. It means he wanted to kill her. Hua Zhao looked at Hua Yin for a few seconds, memorized his face, then turned and went to the east room. He directly tore off the window of the east room. The cold wind rushed in, making everyone inside shiver. Hua Zhao took a flashlight and shone on the Hua Shan family. This time, he didn't spare the children. He looked at them clearly and remembered them. Not all children are kind. Sometimes, they don't know what is good or evil. When they do bad things, they are no less than adults. We're leaving. After looking, she didn't say anything to Hua Shan. She pulled Zhang Guilin and left. Xiao Qin's pants also needed to be changed quickly. In the middle of winter, she was already turning purple from the cold. As for the conviction, the authorities really couldn't prove Hua Yin's guilt. But that's okay. Justice is in people's hearts, as long as everyone around knows what Hua Yin did. As for Xiao Qin, who almost lost her life, there will be more chances in the future to find her again. Everyone dispersed. Although they felt that letting Hua Yin off so easily made them feel lighter, they knew he was just an 11-year-old child. They couldn't drag him off the bed and beat him up. And of course, they knew that Hua Shan's family would never admit who ordered Hua Yin to do it. Arguing wouldn't help. Only after everyone left did Hua Shan's family start repairing the window. On such a cold day, without a window, they could freeze to death. Hua Shan's anger was like a volcano beneath an iceberg. He had no appetite and couldn't eat. Bring Hua Yin here, he spoke in a low voice. He was bullied to the bed corner, but didn't dare to say a word. Once again, his pride was trampled on by Hua Zhao. Hua Yin was dragged over by Hua Ernyo, holding his arm. All of you go to that room, Hua Shan said. He didn't specify who, but the daughter-in-law and some grandchildren of the Hua family left, leaving only Long, Hu, and Bao from Hua Nyo's children inside. They are older now, able to fight and endure and can handle things. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Hua Shan asked Hua Yin. He knows his own children well. Seeing his guilty look now, he knew Hua Zhao hadn't falsely accused him. He was the one responsible. Everyone in Hua Shan's family looked at Hua Yin. They didn't expect such a young boy to be so cruel-hearted, truly one of their own. They looked at each other, guessing who might have ordered Hua Yin. They hadn't paid attention to Zhang Guilin's family before. They'd forgotten. Hua Yin hesitated, unsure how to speak. Hua Shan asked, was it your own idea? Hua Yin immediately shook his head. I discussed it with my brother. Call Hua Jin here, Hua Shan said immediately. Hua Jin, feeling guilty and nervous, was called over. He first glared at his younger brother, then whispered repeatedly, telling him not to say anything, not to admit anything. Just deny it completely. If he did speak, he shouldn't drag anyone else into it. He should take the blame alone. He's young, and no one would hurt him. But he was different. He's 13 now, and the family used to be quite well off. When he walks out, he's almost a young man. If outsiders find out about this, he'll definitely get beaten, maybe several times. What kind of look did Hua Shan give? Hua Jin glared back, guessing about 80 to 90% right. He didn't expect the second son to be clever but timid. His other sons are quite brave. Just tell me what really happened, Hua Shan said. Don't worry, everyone here is family. We won't tell anyone outside. You can trust us. He still didn't fully trust this kid, and that problem needed fixing. Grandpa had spoken, or Hua Yin had already confessed everything, so Hua Jin had no choice but to speak. Most of it was his idea. The family status in the village had plummeted, and living conditions had sharply declined. Everyone said it was Hua Zhao's fault, that it was Hua Zhao's fault. A few days ago, Grandpa repeatedly told them not to trouble Hua Zhao but to trouble others instead. Hua Zhao was just dealing with those little brats, right? So he decided to punish those kids. His original plan was just to give them a beating, Throw them into the river to soak and let them suffer. He didn't think about whether it would be deadly or not. Perhaps he didn't want to think about it, or maybe he was afraid to think about it. Maybe he did think about it, but he still ordered his brother to do it. He originally wanted 8-year-old Huabao to do it, since he was younger and less likely to get into trouble. But because he was too small and spoiled by the family, Huabao couldn't listen to any persuasion. He even went several miles away before he was stopped. He just wanted to hit Xiaoqin with a stone right then and there. He wanted Huazhao to see how serious he was. Huabao, at 8 years old, had never been beaten by Huazhao, so he wasn't afraid of her. "You're doing the wrong thing," Huashan said after finishing a pack of cigarettes. "Did you hear what Huazhao just said? From school to the river, many people saw everything. That's a flaw and evidence. Why did you have to do it at school? Can't you do it on the way?" Huajin relaxed and said, "Their families for kids always go to and from school together. There's no chance on the road." "Then wait. She will be alone sometime," Huashan said. Huajin nodded firmly. "I understand, Grandpa." Huashan looked at the silver flower on the ground. "Now, we can only stick to our story and deny everything. Even if there are witnesses, it doesn't matter. Huayin is still young." Huajin did a very good job with this. Huazhao returned home, changed Xiaoqin's clothes, cleaned her wounds, and personally made some food for her. Xiaoqin finally smiled. Her pain eased, and after eating something tasty, she felt happy. "Next time someone tries to take your things, don't chase after them. If they lose it, just let it go. You can't get hurt," Huazhao told Xiaoqin. She was worried someone might use the same trick again, as it often works on children. But Xiaoqin learned her lesson. When she just woke up, her head really hurt and she was very cold. She had experienced that near-death feeling before. "I won't dare to do it again." Huazhao patted her head but didn't say anything more, afraid she might scare her. After having dinner with her mother's family, Huazhao returned home and told her grandfather, "I want to take them to the capital." Hu Qiang immediately nodded, "Of course. I didn't expect Huashan's family to be so involved, even your mother's side." But thinking about it, it made sense. Huazhao's biological mother was not an outsider, so it was normal for her to be involved. What was more surprising was that Huashan's family had even influenced the children.
Hu Qiang s'inquiète deeply.
His younger brother, with the same blood, had turned out like this. He felt both angry and sad. But once he thought about what Huashan's family had done, his sadness quickly faded. When she arrives in the capital, she will buy a house to settle them. Hua Cheng said, "Living at my place isn't suitable." He doesn't dislike Zhang Guilan and her children, nor is he afraid of gossip, but the house Huazhao bought was originally the backyard of Yishin's family. I heard it has now been rebuilt into a large courtyard. The backyard was bought in Huazhao's name. He is Huazhao's guardian who raised her, and is nearing the end of his life. No one dares to gossip about him living there. But Zhang Guilan is different. If she hadn't remarried, it might be okay, but now she's divorced and has 4 children with only half-blood relation to Huazhao. What would she look like living there? The Yi family married this daughter-in-law, bringing her mother-in-law, and her younger brother-in-law and sister-in-law into the house. That house was paid for by him, not Zhang Guilan. It's not suitable for her to live there. He's worried others will gossip, and if they do, the Yi family might start to have opinions about Huazhao. Actually, Huazhao doesn't want Zhang Guilan to live in the backyard either. She has no other ideas. She simply wants her own private space, like a normal person. Later, if she wants Yishin to hug her or lift her high, she can do so freely, without sneaking around. They are a loving couple, but they have to pretend to be very proper, acting like their relationship is pure. "Grandpa is right, let's listen to him," Huazhao said. Anyway, she plans to sell property around the capital, so buying a house for her mother and siblings is easy. "I need to call the Yi family and let them know," Huazhao suddenly said.
She almost forgot about this.
"I don't know if the house is ready. If it's not, they can help find a place for us to stay. I also need to call He Jianing and ask him to prepare the money," Huazhao said. The money from selling the second ginseng was still with the Yi family, but she didn't plan to use it. It's new money, and she wants to keep it for appreciation. Luckily, He Jianing still owes her 600,000 yuan. The next day, Hua Zhao called the Yi family. It was the weekend, and Yi Shu answered the phone. "You're coming?"
Yeshu etlaymet happily.
She was tired of her mother pushing her to go on blind dates every day. Is she crazy? Just escaped a bad situation and is rushing into another? Does she dislike her current life too much? It would be better if Hua Zhao came. When her mother saw her pregnant belly, she would probably stop bothering her. "When will you come?" "I'll pick you up at the train station," Yi Shu said. If Hua Zhao arrived late, she would go to Laoshan village to pick her up now. "In a few days, probably 3 or 4, I will be on the train," Hua Zhao asked. "Is the house over there fixed now?" "It's fixed now. It's definitely safe for people to live there." "I knew you'd come," Ye Su replied. Actually, it was Ye Feng who said this. She was counting the days and knew Hua Zhao was expecting twins, so traveling on the main road wouldn't be easy. If Hua Zhao didn't call again soon, Ye Feng would have to call her to remind her. "I have some trouble here. My mother and 4 younger sisters are going to Beijing with me. If you have time lately, please help me find a house nearby. I want to buy a yard for them," Hua Zhao said. That small yard would be her home in the future. "Okay, no problem." Ye Su agreed, then asked, "What happened?" "It's a long story. It would take about an hour to explain on the phone," Hua Zhao said. Of course, most of that time was probably spent saying, "Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?" As soon as she finished speaking, the line crackled, and after a few minutes Ye Su's voice returned. They didn't talk much. Hua Zhao told her to call again after buying the tickets. Just as she was about to hang up, Ye Ming's voice came through. Today was another weekend, and he had brought his wife home again. When he heard Hua Zhao was coming, he thought of something important. "When you come, should you wear more clothes?" Hongbanda Wenjing suddenly looked up. He was surprisingly concerned about her clothing. How long had it been since he cared whether she was cold or hot? Hua Zhao was momentarily stunned but understood he was asking if she should hide her belly. After all, she had to get on the train when she left. "Has Lanlan gone to the countryside?" Hua Zhao asked. "Yes," Ye Ming replied. "Her Jianyith and a Janwari are sitting out in the cold, but her Jianning isn't behaving. I heard he's been trying to get her Lanlan to come back." His tone was cold, showing he was truly angry. He always knew a Jianning wasn't honest and was playing tricks. Hua Zhao suddenly remembered she had an important thing to tell him. She felt a bit guilty, but knew she had to say it. Her Jianning came to Aosuntin 2 months ago. He saw me and bought 3 ginseng plants from me. I asked for 600,000 yuan, and I have an IOU. I told him I would go to Beijing and collect it. The ginseng and the 600,000 yuan didn't matter. What mattered was that Jianning Savarjal belly, which meant the previous confrontation showed that the Ye family had won completely. His current response was just to bring He Lanlan back. But this was even worse. The He family posed the biggest threat to Hua Zhao. The most foolish and impulsive person was He Lanlan. He would rather have He Jianya and He Jianwei return to their positions than let He Lanlan come back. "I understand," Yi Ming said. Hua Zhao sensed he was angry and felt a bit guilty. She thought she must not forget such important matters in the future. "Goodbye," she said quickly, and hung up. Yi Ming was surprised, realizing she misunderstood him. He wanted to call back to explain, but saw his mother and wife looking at him with strange eyes. Only Yi Shu understood what he meant when he asked about how many clothes to wear. Should he tell them now? Yi Shu wanted to say something, but Yi Ming shook his head at her. The person hadn't returned yet, and if he said anything now, he was afraid his mother and Wenjing wouldn't be able to keep it secret. The He family. He didn't trust anyone in the He family, especially He Jianing.
He knew Hua Zhao was fine.
He hadn't acted at the time, maybe because the place wasn't suitable, or perhaps he still hoped for Hua Zhao, but who knew what he might do next? "Don't tell anyone about Hua Zhao coming. Even if she arrives, try not to let outsiders know," Yi Ming said. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were even more confused, but they were used to listening to Yi Ming and didn't ask questions. Maybe there was some secret rivalry among the men? Wenjing lowered her head, hiding the expression in her eyes. Hearing this, Yi Shu didn't mention the matter of finding a house earlier, when Hua Zhao asked about it. Taking advantage of the after-meal time, she called her brother alone. Hua Zhao had said she wanted to bring her mother and younger sister to Beijing. She mentioned there was some trouble, but she didn't say what it was, and it wasn't convenient to talk on the phone. She also wanted to buy another courtyard next to the Sihiyuan. Of course, she had to tell her brother. She wasn't familiar with buying houses. Her brother was more reliable. I understand, Yiming nodded. Yiming was hiding the fact that Hua Zhao was coming back to Beijing, afraid that the He family might cause trouble. But Hua Zhao called He Jianing. 60,000 yuan wasn't a small amount. She needed to give him time to prepare. Now, even a branch of a big bank might not have 60,000 yuan in cash. When He Jianing received Hua Zhao's call, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. He heard she was coming to ask for money. His eyebrows fell, but then quickly lifted again. You're coming to Beijing? He Jianing asked confidently. When will you arrive? I'll come to pick you up. He blurted out the words and was surprised himself after saying them. Hua Zhao was not stunned. She held the key to He Jianing's life force, ginseng. No matter how much he flattered her, it was not too much. Not saying this would make him seem unkind. The Yi family will come to pick me up, so you don't need to trouble yourself, Hua Zhao said. If you don't have the money right now, you can give me 200,000 yuan first. Buying a small yard would only cost a few thousand. Maybe even less, just 1 or 2,000, especially if it's a private house. If it's a few rooms in a big courtyard, it might cost only a few hundred yuan. In 1976, that was very cheap. But compared to later times, it was still inexpensive. At that time, few people had several thousand yuan in savings, and tens of thousands was very rare, fewer than the billionaires of later generations. What do you want money for? He Jianing asked. Hua Zhao frowned slightly. He Jianing continued. Are you buying something? Some things can't be bought with money, but I can help. Hua Zhao relaxed her brow, still trying to please him. No need. If I want something, I'll find a way myself, she said. She couldn't think of anything, and with the Yi family involved, it wouldn't make sense to ask enemies for help. If it weren't for the fact that this enemy was very wealthy, she wouldn't have sold him the ginseng. She knew that in this era, only one person might buy her ginseng for tens of thousands of yuan. Selling to others would be pointless. She wouldn't be able to open her mouth, and if they had no money, she'd just be criticized for being greedy. She wasn't afraid of He Jianing. Everyone's hearts were dark. No one was better than anyone else. All right, nothing else. Goodbye, Hua Zhao said briskly, and hung up. He Jianing held the phone and smiled. Li Mu came in with medicine. What's so happy about? He asked, rarely seeing him smile so easily. My chef is coming, He Jianing said with a smile. Li Mu thought about Li Sa, who had asked for leave to prepare her son's wedding. She would definitely be back this afternoon, but it wasn't about her. He Jianing even felt a little nervous about seeing Li Sa. How could she smile? She'd probably be frowning before she even arrived. You're changing your chef?
Li Mu frowned.
Whose family is she from? Can she cook medicinal dishes? Your illness has improved a lot, but you still need careful care daily. You can't eat whatever you want. He Jianing smiled. Don't worry, I'm not replacing Li Sa. I just plan to find someone to take turns. Li Sa has been busy for so many years. She deserves a break sometimes. Since Li Sa had become his chef, she had prepared 3 meals a day without a break. Naturally, she rarely had a day off. Mrs. Li is getting older. Her daughter and son are about to get married, and she might need to help with her daughter-in-law's postpartum care and child-rearing. Having someone to replace her would be quite helpful. However, Li Mu looked at him silently, questioning if that was really the case. He Jianing smiled again. Li Mu stopped worrying and handed him the medicine bowl. Drink it while it's hot. He Jianing took the bowl, tested the temperature, and drank it all in one go. After finishing the medicine, he seemed to look a bit more energetic. Li Mu frowned and said, It's strange. We bought dozens of ginseng roots from In County, but only the few you bought from Hua Zhao seem effective. Hua Zhao's hometown is known for producing good ginseng, and they had known about it for a long time. Since getting the first ginseng root, He Jianing had sent people to harvest from that mountain area. After a few months, they had gathered quite a few dozens of roots of different ages. Unfortunately, Li Mu also tested them and found that most of the other ginseng roots had only average effects, similar to those bought from city pharmacies. The only ones with real magic power were the ones bought from Hua Zhao. "Sir, we've received another ginseng root." Xiao Zhao came in holding a box, looking excited. "Over 70 years old, from Laoshantan." Oh, both Li Mu and He Jianing stood up and gathered around the box. When they opened the box, both Li Mu and He Jianing immediately recognized that it was the same type as the one bought from Hua Zhao. The ginseng was thick and straight, almost like farmed, but the unique aroma couldn't be faked. This was probably genuine. Li Mu pulled off a piece of the root to taste it and nodded immediately. "This is the good ginseng we need." Was it also from Laoshantan? Whose family? How much? Xiao Zhao knew all this information. It's from a family with a surname Sun. They're not professional ginseng harvesters, just acquaintances. They don't know much and even damaged some roots. The ginseng in the box didn't look as good as the ones Hua Zhao dug up. The roots were all broken. Recently, Xiao Zhao had studied about ginseng and felt a bit distressed. "I heard they dug it out with a shovel all at once. When our people went to harvest, they just sold it for 800 yuan, Li Mu gasped in surprise. Not just 800 yuan, though the roots were broken, he believed in the medicinal value, and even if it was only 8,000 yuan, it was worth it. But that's normal. If you're not a professional ginseng harvester, you wouldn't know the age or value. He might even think 800 yuan was a good deal. It seems that not all mountains have spiritual energy, only the mountains near Laoshantan are special, He Jianing said.
Li Mu nodded.
This is the ginseng that Hua Zhao deliberately left unharvested, waiting for a lucky person. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, it also helped her fill a gap. Good things shouldn't only be in her hands. Looking at the ginseng, He Jianing thought of Hua Zhao, her skill, and smiled suddenly. "Go to the bank and withdraw 200,000 yuan, he told Xiao Zhao. Actually, he was prepared with 600,000 yuan, but if he paid back a little more, maybe he could get a few more meals. Hua Zhao put down the phone just as Zhao Yongkai walked in, followed by 6 or 7 people. Seeing Hua Zhao here, he immediately said, "Perfect, no need to go to your house. These people are the ones who saw Hua Yin and Xiao Qin together yesterday." Everyone also looked at Hua Zhao. So this is Hua Zhao. In the past, they had heard about Hua Zhao's reputation. Within 100 miles, they probably couldn't find a second person weighing over 200 jin. When they occasionally came to Laozhan village for errands, they would deliberately pass by Hua Zhao's house to see what a 200 jin person looked like looking at something rare. There was also a bad reputation about Hua Zhao, lazy, and scolding her father and mother. But a few months ago, the situation changed. Hua Zhao became a role model in the area. Hardworking, filial, able to make money, good at cooking, and married to someone from Beijing, receiving 2,000 yuan in bride price plus a 3-turn-1 sound. No one in the village or nearby towns wasn't jealous of Hua Zhao. They also envied her ability to lead the whole village to prosperity, growing bean sprouts and planting melons. Why wasn't such a good girl living in their village? Now, with a chance to befriend Hua Zhao, no one missed it. When these witnesses heard that Hua Zhao's sister was being bullied, they immediately stepped forward to testify. "I didn't think much at the time. I just saw a boy holding something and teasing a little girl. I thought he was just playing with his sister," one said. Others gave similar accounts. They saw 2 children, one big and one small, chasing and playing and didn't pay much attention. "I also saw a boy's back, seeming to carry something and go into the reed marsh. I didn't think much of it at the time," another said. He thought the boy was carrying a stone to throw into the reeds or maybe caught a wild chicken and was holding on to it. He didn't want to steal his things, so he didn't look closely. He wished he had looked more carefully. "What do you want to do about this?" Zhao Yongkai asked Hua Zhao. "I just want everyone to know the truth," Hua Zhao said. "Even if we can't punish Hua Yin, it's okay. Let everyone know he's dangerous, and in the future, stay away from him." Everyone nodded. Hua Zhao is kind and thoughtful. Even at this moment, she is still considering others. People like Hua Yin must be watched carefully. At only 11 years old, He dared to hurt a 4-year-old child. The children at home can't play with him anymore. He shouldn't be allowed to go to school. There was a person in the crowd who hadn't spoken until now. He finally stepped forward and said to Hua Zhao, "I'm a school teacher. I came to see the injured child. If the situation is true, the school can't let Hua Yin go anymore." Last night, after everything was settled, the neighboring village heard the news. Someone came to Kashantan to check the scene. The school also found out and held a meeting overnight. This was a decision made after much discussion. It's unlikely to arrest Hua Yin, but since he did such a bad thing and wasn't punished, will he become more daring? Will he start hurting people just because he's upset with someone? There has already been an incident like this at the school. It must not happen again. Even though there's 9-year compulsory education, there's no clear rule for children like him. They simply can't afford to take such kids. Wait a moment, everyone. I'll go bring my sister, Hua Zhao said. Zhao Liangkai understood immediately and rang the bell to call everyone for a meeting. Even if they can't prove Hua Yin's guilt, they must bring him out into the open. From now on, everyone will supervise him and see how he causes trouble. Zhang Guilin carried little Qin, who looked very weak, into the crowd. Little Qin had a fever last night, probably from being scared. This morning, he only felt a little better after drinking the porridge Hua Zhao made herself. Now he was listless, leaning on Zhang Guilin's back, with a blood-stained bandage on his forehead. Hua Zhao wasn't worried about infection. She peeled back a corner of the bandage to show the schoolteacher. The wound was caused by a stone, which had taken out some flesh, revealing white bone underneath. The teacher saw this and immediately felt a headache coming on. This was a brutal attack. And he was still so young. The teacher's face turned pale. "All right, I understand." Hua Zhao also felt sad for little Qin's injury, but with her grandfather's experience, she knew her medicine could heal such wounds. The villagers gathered together, but Hua Shan's family didn't show up. Only Hua Yin was brought over by militia soldiers, pulled from Hua Shan's bed by a few young men. "It's him. It's this kid." People who had seen him yesterday pointed him out one after another. Hua Yin looks ordinary, with no distinctive features. Although he is dark and thin, most children nowadays are also dark and thin. But his black coat with red patches is very unique. I've never seen another one like it. Hua Shan's wife ran away, his daughter ran away, and Hua Xiuyu also left. This winter, no one sewed or mended their clothes, so they can only take care of their own. Hua Yin's cotton-padded jacket tore after just one wash. Second Nyo's wife couldn't find any old cloth, so she turned to an old baby blanket from their family. She didn't care if it was red or not, and just patched it up. One patch on the back, one on the chest, and 2 on the elbows. Hua Yin's coat is very fashionable. People from neighboring villages openly said they saw Hua Yin yesterday. Hua Yin stubbornly denied it. But to everyone else, it just sounded like he was making excuses. They had already judged him guilty in their hearts. His denial didn't matter. "That's all for now. Everyone be careful in the future," Zhao Liangkai said, waving his hand. "Let's disperse." Everyone looked at Hua Zhao, thinking she was too kind. If their family faced such trouble, they would beat Hua Yin first, regardless of whether he admitted it. Then they would make his parents pay for the medical expenses. Hua Zhao didn't say a word or mention money. Without strong friends to support her, she could only be bullied. "Little Hua, if you have something to say, just speak up," someone suddenly shouted loudly. "My brothers are 5 or 6 and they can all fight." Others quickly responded, "I have 3 brothers and they can fight too. My wife and I can fight as well. 8 of us in total. If anyone bullies you again, just tell us and we'll handle it. My family is the same. My family is the same, comma." Hua Zhao was suddenly moved. This is the power of good relationships. "Thank you all." Hua Zhao didn't know what to say to repay this kindness. Suddenly, outside the village committee, Wang Meng's voice was heard. "Is this a meeting?" Hua Zhao's eyes lit up. She saw Wang Meng was with Sun Hongbing, the director of the food factory. "Our meeting is over. Is Uncle here to tell me good news?" Hua Zhao called out. "Yes," Wang Meng answered loudly, walking through the crowd with Sun Hongbing. Almost everyone in the nearby village knew him. He was the most impressive official they had seen. They remembered the bean sprout business was through him, and now the sunflower seeds? The crowd didn't leave, but quietly listened to Hua Zhao talking with others. Hua Zhao looked at Sun Hongbing. Sun Hongbing said, "The price you mentioned, 1 yuan per unit, is that okay?" Yesterday, he thought 1 yuan was a bit expensive, but after talking with his uncle, he felt it was very reasonable and was actually worried about rising prices. Yesterday, he left the military office and took a train straight to the city to find his uncle and discuss the matter. Anyone who has tasted these sunflower seeds can't resist their charm. When he heard they were packaged as high-end gifts for giving, Sun Hongbing's uncle immediately saw a business opportunity. "No, there isn't much of a chance. It's said to be only 10,000 jin, with a material cost of 10,000 yuan, which he didn't even consider important." He liked that these sunflower seeds could help clear out the stock of metal cans, but he was more interested in the hidden benefits of giving such a special and tasty gift. A gift that is unique and delicious, impossible to find fault with, if given to a superior, or if the superior gives it to someone else. He might even get promoted. 1 yuan, 10,000 jin, he must get it. Sun Hongbing's uncle gave him a strict order, but he only thanked his nephew for helping him clear the stock and didn't mention sharing the sunflower seeds. This kid has the same idea as him. But he also needs to think. Wasting sunflower seeds in a small county like theirs isn't a good idea. Of course, he would leave a little for his nephew. "How many jin do you want?" Hua Zhao asked. "However many there are. Yesterday you said there were 10,000 jin, so at least 10,000 jin." Sun Hongbing replied. He was afraid Hua Zhao wouldn't sell to him. Everyone's ears perked up, eyes wide in disbelief. Although they heard and guessed, they couldn't believe it. Hua Zhao selling 10,000 jin? At 1 yuan per jin? What's going on? They're sunflower seeds? That can't be. Their expected price was at most 30 cents, 25 cents was acceptable, and considering the supply and demand, 20 cents was fine. If necessary, even 10 cents was okay. They had basically gotten these seeds for free for over a month. Now, what's this? Selling at 1 yuan? Hua Zhao got confirmation and cheerfully shouted to everyone around, "Everyone, go home and bring your sunflower seeds, raw or roasted, 1 yuan per jin." Because the deal was urgent, almost no one's sunflower seeds had been roasted yet. But Hua Zhao figured since he was selling to a food factory, he'd let them handle the roasting themselves. "Raw is okay too?" Hua Zhao asked. Sure. Sun Hongbing quickly agreed. He didn't trust these people to roast the seeds properly. Everyone believed him and cheered excitedly. But no one asked further and simply turned around and ran home to carry their sunflower seeds, eager to sell early and get the money. They are very worried that this fool might change his mind soon. A penny per pound of sunflower seeds, they would never buy it. It's more expensive than meat, too luxurious. Where did this fool come from? No. Where did this lucky money god come from? People from the neighboring village are very jealous. Hua Zhao had already told everyone in the village about planting sunflower seeds, and many people didn't believe that seeds could grow at this time of year. They came to look at the mountain village. After seeing, everyone was convinced. They also want to have some, but Hua Zhao has no more seeds left. The village isn't big, and soon someone returned carrying large bags of sunflower seeds. Sun Hongbing didn't come alone. He brought 2 accountants. They didn't seem very important, so Hua Zhao hadn't paid much attention before. Now, one was counting the money, and the other was checking the goods. Sun Hongbing was personally inspecting the seeds, and the trade was moving quickly. Sun Hongbing planned to carefully check the seeds. He couldn't be fooled into losing a lot of money over a basket of seeds. The amount of money wasn't the main issue. It's about saving face. He flipped through each bag of seeds from top to bottom, took a handful, and tasted it. Sometimes, he even poured out the entire bag, tasted the seeds, and then repacked them. Everything looked good. The people in the mountain village were honest. They didn't try to trick him with fake seeds. The seeds were clean and free of stones or sand. This made him curious. Hua Zhao, I heard they say these seeds were brought from the capital? What kind are they? I haven't heard of this variety. Before Hua Zhao could speak, Wang Meng looked down on him. You're just a small-town food factory manager. What do you know about seeds? Don't talk to me. You probably haven't heard of any either. Hearing this, Sun Hongbin could only chuckle. Indeed, he didn't understand this new variety, nor did he know what kinds of sunflower seeds existed before. He only knew about watermelon seeds, pumpkin seeds, sunflower seeds, and so on. This was bought from a street vendor. He said it was a new variety, but he didn't tell me what kind.
I didn't ask, Hua Zhao said.
It tasted good, so I bought them all. The northeast provinces had strict controls and private businesses had disappeared, but by 1976, markets had already appeared in other places. Even further south, there were always agricultural markets. Good purchase, Sun Hongbin nodded repeatedly. He had been collecting sunflower seeds for a while and had heard many news. These seeds could be planted in autumn and would mature in just over a month, which meant farmers could harvest an extra crop. This was a huge benefit for farmers. Everyone, don't sell all your seeds. Remember to keep some for yourselves, Sun Hongbin kindly reminded the villagers. Of course, he is also thinking about himself. He wants to come and harvest sunflower seeds again next year. Hua Zhao felt a bit guilty and calmly told everyone, I don't know what the seed is called, but the seed seller told me it's a hybrid seed. You need to buy new seeds every year because the seeds you save yourself will produce worse crops each generation. Everyone was surprised. Is that true? How can that be? Hybrid seeds are a new thing that only appeared in recent years. They haven't spread to our mountain area yet. So many people haven't heard of them. For example, the corn they plant each year on their team is all saved from previous harvests, and they plant it again next year. You get what you plant. Plant melons, get melons. Plant beans, get beans. The crops look the same because they come from the same parent, and each generation isn't worse than the last. But Zhao Liangkai had heard about hybrid seeds. I went to a meeting in town and I did hear about hybrid seeds. They are specially cultivated to produce higher yields. There's a kind of hybrid corn called Seedanba, which is said to produce up to 800 gene per mu. Wow. Everyone was excited again. Currently, their corn yields only about 400 gene per mu. Although they have rich black soil, farming here mostly depends on the weather. When it rains, they irrigate, but otherwise, no one waters the fields. Only in severe droughts do they manually fetch water, but that only covers a few acres, so overall, they rely on natural rainfall. Plus, poor seeds lead to low yields. Since Zhao Liangkai said this, and considering the sunflower seeds they already have, which produce higher yields than normal, they had to believe it. This was quite worrying. Everyone looked at Hua Zhao, wanting her to go to the city and buy seeds to send back, but they couldn't bring themselves to ask her directly. Hua Zhao could only pretend not to notice. She had nowhere to openly breed seeds herself, so she couldn't just produce a large amount out of nowhere. This matter needed careful planning. But that person also said the biggest feature of the second generation is a longer growth cycle, similar to normal sunflower seeds. If everyone still wants to plant them, they should be sown early, Hua Zhao said. Since she was the one who helped develop these seeds, they had been improved. The next generation's taste should also be excellent, but without her direct intervention, they would grow naturally, and the cycle would be longer, about 80 to 120 days. She wasn't exactly sure of the precise time. Since gaining her special ability, she hadn't wasted any time. She didn't even know how long normal plants take to mature. I will also keep an eye out in the city. If I come across someone selling seeds, I will definitely send some back for everyone. Hearing her words, everyone smiled. Whatever the cost, we will pay it. We definitely won't let you work for nothing, someone said. Some people wanted to give a little more money, but they thought that would change the meaning. It would seem like Hua Zhao was just selling seeds to them, which would cause big trouble. They couldn't let Hua Zhao be harmed. Sun Hongbin felt a bit sad. Is this really a one-time deal? Never mind, we'll see next year. The purchase continued until the afternoon, and everyone was happy. Each family's harvest was over 200 jin, with some large yards reaching nearly 400 jin. Now, it wasn't 1 mao per jin but 1 yuan per jin, which is over 200 yuan. That's more than many families' savings in a lifetime. And 400 yuan could buy a house. All of this was given to them by Hua Zhao. Many people held Hua Zhao's hand and cried. The elderly and children at home could now eat better. The son could get married, and the daughter didn't need to stay anymore. She could get married. The old, collapsing house could be renovated, and next year they could raise 2 pigs, one for work and one for themselves. All worries suddenly disappeared. Everyone's face shone with hope. Hua Zhao was also happy and decided to make everyone even happier. I plan to keep 1 pig at home for work, and the rest will be slaughtered. Come to my house later to help,
Hua Zhao said loudly.
When the snow on the ground froze, it would be time to slaughter the pigs. Since they couldn't take the pigs away anyway, they might as well slaughter them all. Let's have a meat feast and celebrate. When they heard this, everyone was overjoyed. Soon, Hua Zhao's yard was full of people, staring at the 4 big, fat pigs in the pig pen, saliva almost dripping. They all guessed Hua Zhao couldn't take all the pigs, and even if he could, he wouldn't take them all. So, they all carried money, planning to buy some meat. In previous years, villagers also slaughtered pigs this way, inviting friends and family to enjoy a pig feast, keeping some for themselves, giving some to relatives, and selling the rest. This year, they planned to spend a bit more money to buy meat. Hua Zhao's pigs were worth 1 yuan per jin. Some people didn't even wait for the pigs to be slaughtered and went straight to Hua Zhao to talk about buying. This was their good intention. In the market, meat tickets bought meat for about 2 mao per jin, and in the black market it was more expensive, 5 or 6 mao. 1 yuan per jin was considered very expensive. Hua Zhao firmly disagreed, and finally set the price at 5 mao per jin. Sun Hongbing eagerly looked at the 4 big pigs but could only walk away drooling. He had called earlier to ask his unit to send a truck to pick up the melons, and now the truck had arrived. Go do your important work. I'll bring back 2 jin of meat for you, Wang Meng said with a smile. He didn't plan to go back, he wanted to finish the pig feast before leaving. Look at how stingy you are, just 2 jin? I want 20 jin, Sun Hongbing shouted. How much does it weigh in total? Please don't compete with them, Wang Meng signaled to him, indicating the villagers. Everyone's eyes seemed to shine with a greenish glow. It was very hard for these farmers to get meat. City people have meat coupons every month, no matter how much, they can always get meat. The villagers can only eat meat about twice a year, once during the Dragon Boat Festival and once during the Mid-Autumn Festival. These 2 times, the village kills pigs and shares the meat. At other times, they rely on raising pigs themselves, needing to keep at least 2 pigs just to get a little meat to eat. The mountain village is poor and not many families can afford to raise pigs. Sun Hongbing looked at everyone and knew it was hard to compete with them. Just take 2 jin then. After a lively feast of pig slaughtering, most of the meat was sold. Hua Zhao finally had some free time and found Zhang Guilin. Mom, come with me to the capital. Hua Zhao's words surprised Zhang Guilin. The 4 small eyes on the bed also looked at her brightly. To the capital? No, I can't go. That's not a place I can go. Zhang Guilin quickly shook her head in shock. Why not? Everyone can go to the capital, and there are no roadblocks, Hua Zhao said. There's no way. Didn't the government say no to rural people blindly rushing into the city? Besides, the team won't give me a letter of introduction, Zhang Guilin replied. Thinking about Hua Zhao's abilities, she added, even if I get a letter, what would I do in the capital? I'd only cause trouble for you, blind migrants. Hua Zhao thought for a moment and understood what she meant. It was from a long time ago when rural people were blindly flowing into cities, and there were documents issued then. Now, hardly anyone talks about it anymore. Of course, because of the existence of introduction letters, it's not easy to leave the village. That's all old news. Soon you can go wherever you want, Hua Zhao said. And going to the capital isn't causing trouble for me. You need to watch the kids. Grandpa isn't in good health to watch them, and he can't handle 2 kids. Zhang Guilin hesitated. Watching her granddaughter's children was a big task, and she couldn't refuse to help.
But,
and your mother-in-law? She asked. She's a cadre working, Hua Zhao replied. But she also thought Miao Longji's work didn't seem busy, and she probably had time to watch the kids. Anyway, she decided to persuade her mother to go first.
So,
Hua Zhao would be tired taking care of 2 children alone, plus her grandfather. But if I go, it's not convenient to stay at your house. How can a newlywed daughter-in-law just move in? Zhang Guilin said. Not just newlyweds. After a lifetime of marriage, is it easy for a daughter-in-law to just walk into her in-law's house? Her worries reflect the current social reality. In the days when families had an average of 7 children, there was always a son's family to take care of them in old age. Isn't there a problem? You need to show me the children, Hua Zhao said playfully. I'm still young. I haven't had children before, so I don't know how to raise them. If you don't teach me, I feel unsure. Zhang Guilin became more uncertain. When she had Hua Zhao, she was very scared. No one taught her or helped her. She watched her tiny baby sleeping nearby and had to check if he was breathing, worried she might not be able to raise him. But when she looked at the 4 children on the bed, she thought it was normal for her mother-in-law to help watch the kids. Still, who takes 4 children to see their own children? It was her own younger siblings, just a step removed. Hua Zhao didn't mind. Did her in-laws mind? Dewei, Xiaowei, and Qin were very sensitive. They quickly understood the look in Hua Zhao's eyes and looked sad. Mom, we don't plan to live together. I want to buy a small yard next to Yixin's family for you, Hua Zhao said. Really? Zhang Guilin's eyes lit up. Not living together and not eating at Ye's house gave her some confidence. Where do you get the money? From Ye's family? Buying a yard in Beijing is expensive, right? If it was from Ye's family, it was still their house. Let me tell you secretly, don't tell anyone. Hua Zhao leaned close to Zhang Guilin's ear. I dug ginseng in the mountains and sold it for 100,000 yuan. I have a lot of money. She mentioned the ginseng plant in Minglu. Her mother would hear about it sooner or later if she went to Beijing. Wow, Zhang Guilin's eyes nearly popped out. She couldn't imagine how much 100,000 yuan was. Anyway, it was a lot of money, very much. This ginseng is dug by myself, earned with my own money. When I buy a yard, you and your younger siblings can live there, eat your own food, and be proud. You won't owe anyone anything, Hua Zhao said. So, come with me. And if you don't, you have to go anyway. Hua Zhao patted Xiao Qin's head. This place is no good anymore. Kids killing people isn't illegal here. Last time, I was lucky to find Xiao Qin. But next time, Zhang Guilin shivered. Let's go, she said quickly. Actually, there wasn't much to pack. She had only been in Laoshantin for a few months. They had just a few clothes, some bedding, and the usual clutter of daily life. 1 bag was enough. It was a pity about the big yard, the large house, and the new furniture they had just bought. Zhang Guilin, who has experienced city life, still loves her current simple house and thinks it is perfect for her. It is a safe and comforting home for her. However, Hua Zhao is right. They cannot stay here forever. When they reach the capital, she plans to try her luck finding a temporary job. She wants to support her children with her own skills so she can speak confidently and not be looked down upon by the Yi family. Zhang Guilin has suffered from having to read people's faces for 10 years and doesn't want her daughter to go through the same. Hua Zhao doesn't try to persuade her because her mindset won't change easily. Once they arrive in the city, she will take her to see more of the world, and that will be enough. Hua Zhao looks at the 4 pairs of surprised and nervous little eyes and says, Your sister has told you before, you are all her treasures, and you are also Mom's treasures. Your sister and Mom love you the most. No matter when or where, this will never change. The 4 children immediately start crying loudly, sobbing and wailing. Hua Zhao holds them and comforts them. Children are very sensitive, and because their family situation is special, they lack a sense of security. She has to remind them often so they can live happily and confidently. Since Zhang Guilin is leaving, the family sells the chickens and ducks, which makes her very sad. Hua Zhao also feels a little sad because she raised them from small, and their meat must be very delicious. She hasn't eaten many of them yet. In the next 2 days, she asks Wang Meng to mail everything that can be sent, including Zhang Guilin's luggage and clothes. She also keeps over 1,000 jin of sunflower seeds from her and her mother's yard. Yesterday, she refused to let her mother sell them and didn't sell any herself. She told others they were for the children to eat, but actually, they have a bigger purpose. They only carry 2 sets of clothes and a half pig. The pork smells incredibly good, so fragrant it's hard to imagine. Hua Chong insists Hua Zhao keep half of the pig to help her recover her health, maybe even to eat during her postpartum period. By mid-November, the weather in the northeast gets cold, and it's not much warmer in the capital. With the global climate generally cooling, snow is coming to the city, and it should hold off. If it doesn't, Hua Zhao plans to buy a refrigerator. Hua Chong truly knows his granddaughter is not short of money. Thinking about the ginseng in his pocket, their family is quite wealthy. "Captain Uncle, please leave our house for us," Hua Zhao says. "This is our route. We still have a rural household registration, and no one can move this house. I know that." Zhao Liangkai agrees wholeheartedly. You can rest assured about that. He understands she is worried about Hua Shan's family. In the past, he might have been a little afraid, but now, if Hua Shan dares to take over Hua Zhao's house, the whole village would immediately pick up shovels and stand against them. "However, it's a pity to leave this yard unused," Hua Zhao said. "Let's keep it for the village to grow melons. When we sell them, all the money will go to the team." By giving to the team, she meant giving to everyone. The team always makes a surplus each year, keeps what's necessary, and distributes the rest to the villagers based on their work points. Zhao Liangkai raised a cup of wine from the table. "I want to thank everyone on behalf of us all." Hua Zhao used water instead of wine and clinked glasses with him. All the important things were said, and that afternoon, they boarded a train heading to Beijing. Wang Meng bought sleeper tickets through someone, and the journey was smooth. Hua Zhao and Hua Chong stayed calm, but Zhang Guilan and her 3 children looked nervous, though the kids were a bit more excited. They were going to Beijing. That's the capital of the country, a place everyone dreams of. If they told their classmates, they'd probably be very jealous. But they left so quickly that they didn't even have time to show off to their classmates. De Wei was still somewhat rational. After a moment of happiness, he started to worry. Our new classmates probably won't be jealous. They're all from Beijing, proper city kids, and we are still the same as before. Their days in the city hadn't been easy because they were from the countryside and often got bullied. Finally returning to the countryside, enjoying a few days of admiration, and now going back to how it was? The children looked a little down. Hua Zhao put down her book and looked at the 4 children across from her. There's nothing to laugh at about being from the countryside. If someone laughs, it's because they lack good manners, not because of you. Why should you feel sad? The children blinked, understanding that if others made mistakes, they shouldn't be upset. But being teased or bullied wasn't a happy thing. Just act like you're at home. If someone bullies you, just stand up for yourselves. And bring some melon seeds, Hua Zhao said with a smile. She didn't want to turn these kids into school bullies, so she encouraged them to use kindness instead. Thinking about how they had previously managed to get along well with classmates and how they had thrived at school, the children's worries disappeared. They could just do it again. Plus, their sister had said that as long as they were good, positive, cheerful, and full of good qualities, no one would dislike them. Following her advice was definitely the right choice. The children were comforted, and Zhang Guilan's mood improved. After a day and night on the train, Hua Zhao took a deep breath and waved Yi Shu outside the window. Yi Shu and Yi Ming came to pick her up, which surprised her, and to her surprise, Miao Lanji was also there. Watching the chubby Hua Zhao carefully step down from the tall train ladder, Miao Lanji was stunned. What's going on? Where did the child come from? Her first thought wasn't that her family was fooling her, but that Hua Zhao was pregnant again. And maybe not with Yishin's baby. But seeing her big belly, she quickly realized that wasn't right. If she was pregnant again, it would only be 1 or 2 months along. Looking at Yi Shu and Yi Ming, who showed no surprise, she finally understood. Hua Zhao had been fine all along, and everyone had been lying to her. She was so angry she wanted to turn and leave. But when she looked at Hua Zhao's pointed belly, she couldn't lift her legs. Her 2 grandsons had come back. Luckily, she hadn't thrown away the things she had prepared before. Hua Zhao, suddenly clutching her belly, let out a small cry. Miao Lanji immediately ran over. What's wrong? Are you tired? Hua Zhao smiled. No, I don't know which mischievous kid suddenly kicked me. It hurts a little. Miao Longji's face couldn't help but show a smile, but she said with a tone of slight annoyance, "Mischievous kid? That doesn't sound nice. Just call him a little rascal. Maybe it's a boy." Hua Zhao immediately looked at Yi Ming and Yi Shu. Was her mother-in-law biased against girls? She hadn't thought about this before. Yi Shu didn't understand, but Yi Ming smiled and shook his head at Hua Zhao. Mom isn't biased against girls. When I was little, Yi Shu was treated much better than me and my brother. Mom just thinks women have a hard and dangerous life in this world. Parents worry endlessly. Boys are tougher, so when they're young, they get a good meal, and when they grow up, they're sent to the army. The country educates them to be grown-ups, that's good. After hearing this, Hua Zhao's affection for her mother-in-law grew a little more. Zhang Guilin also sighed in relief, thinking Hua Zhao's mother-in-law was really nice. Miao Longji felt a bit embarrassed by what was said. She glared at her son and then greeted the others. "Hua Lao, I see you again. Do you remember me? I didn't expect to become your daughter-in-law. It's truly an honor," Miao Longji said sincerely and warmly to Hua Zhao. She was also a professional actress before, good at talking and handling things. When she didn't do well, it was because she didn't want to. Hua Cheng chuckled. "Of course I remember. Knowing you're Hua Zhao's mother-in-law makes me very happy and at ease." Hua Zhao smiled with her lips trembling a little. Her grandfather didn't speak kindly about Miao Longji, saying she was proud and hard to please, petty, with low self-esteem, and not as generous as the Yi family members. So, her grandfather was also a movie star. After greeting Hua Cheng, Miao Longji smiled at Zhang Guilin, saying, "Is this your eldest daughter-in-law? I'm really happy you came. I was thinking that Hua Zhao traveled so far in a new place, with Yishin not at home, feeling lonely. It's so nice that you and the children came to keep her company." She looked at Hua Zhao's belly and smiled even more. "Now that you can help me take care of her postpartum and the children, I feel much more relaxed." She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yi Mingyi and Yi Shu were both surprised. They rarely saw their mother so happy. Having another child at home was a good thing. They also smiled. The atmosphere was light and joyful, and they seemed like easy people to get along with. Zhang Guilin's heart settled, and she shyly smiled, but she didn't know how to flatter others, and after holding back for a long time, she couldn't say anything. Miao Longji saw what kind of person she was and felt relieved. Not being able to speak isn't scary, but talking carelessly is. She was most afraid of dealing with those two-faced women, like a gossiping, scheming woman. It would be a disaster to become relatives with such a person. For example, her eldest daughter-in-law's family. Zhang Guilin was much better than she expected. She didn't need Zhang Guilin to speak. She turned to praise the 4 children. De Wei, Xiao Wei, De Qin, and Xiao Qin's hearts also settled, and everyone smiled, innocent and adorable. Miao Longji loved seeing children now. When she saw Xiao Qin with a bandage on his head, she quickly asked what happened. "Mom, we'll talk about it at home." "Hua Zhao is tired," Yi Ming said. Oh. Look at me. I got so happy I forgot everything." "Let's go quickly," Miao Longji said, rushing to take Zhang Guilin's luggage. Hua Zhao and Hua Cheng's luggage had already been taken by Yi Ming and Yi Shu. Zhang Guilin was determined not to let go, and they pushed and pulled, causing a bit of a fuss at the train station. Outside, 2 jeeps were waiting. Knowing many people would come today, Miao Longji borrowed a car from her workplace. Their workplace had plenty of cars. The car drove all the way to the Yi family. Wen Jing opened the door. She didn't come to meet them at the station but was preparing food at home. Wen Jing greeted them with a smile, but was stunned when she saw Hua Zhao's belly and forgot to speak. "Look at this child. She's so happy she's silly." Miao Longji pushed her gently. "Is the food ready?" Yes, it's done." Wen Jing moved aside to let everyone in. She only stared at Hua Zhao's belly and didn't greet anyone. Yi Ming looked at her several times, but she didn't notice. Yi Ming had to pull her along to introduce her. "This is Hua Zhao's grandfather, and this is Hua Zhao's mother." Wen Jing quietly greeted the two, looking as stunned as Zhang Guilin. Yi Ming looked at her deeply without saying a word and took her to the dining table. It was dinner time. Miao Lonji warmly invited everyone to sit down. Try my eldest daughter-in-law's cooking. It's not as good as Hua Zhao's, but it's pretty good. However, when she casually took a bite of the dish to taste it, her face stiffened. Did they really put salt twice? Did you put salt in this dish twice? Miao Lonji naturally asked Wenjing. Since there were no outsiders at the table, and it was just a small matter, she mentioned it casually to remind everyone not to eat this dish. Wenjing felt a bit embarrassed. She scooped some of the shredded potatoes and tasted it. It was very salty. Oh, now that you mention it, I think I really did put salt twice, she said shyly, coming back from her initial shock. It's okay. Everyone eat something else, Miao Lonji said warmly again. Yi Shu pointed at the stir-fried cauliflower in front of him. Don't eat this either, it seems to have no salt. Yiming looked at the spicy pepper and pork in front of him. The taste was normal, but it was his favorite dish. He tried the fish in the middle, and his face stiffened. He couldn't swallow it. Bitter gallbladder is broken. As the oldest elder, Hua Chong was the first to pick up his chopsticks. He also tasted the dish, and it didn't taste very good. Not delicious at all. Barely edible. But out of respect for the Yi family's reputation, his expression didn't change. Zhang Guilin also tried the recent dish, which was very sweet. She thought that was the flavor in the capital and didn't dare to say anything. Hua Zhao, who was talking to Yi Shu earlier, had slowed down her chopsticks. Now, seeing everyone's expressions, did she just escape a disaster? Miao Lonji had quickly tasted every dish and looked as if she couldn't control her face from turning dark. She glared at Wenjing. Was she trying to harm her? Those who didn't know would think she was deliberately embarrassing Hua Zhao's family. Xiao Jing, are you sick? Can't taste anything, Miao Lonji asked kindly, not angry. Wenjing no longer dared to look at her. Her face was red as she lowered her head and mumbled, the weather changed these days. I've been feeling a bit unwell. Look at that, you're sick and didn't say anything early. If you had, I definitely wouldn't let you cook. All that oil and smoke, it's tiring. Miao Lonji said to Yiming, go to the restaurant and pack a table of dishes, pick the tasty ones. Make sure to include fish because Hua Zhao likes fish. No need, I'll go to the kitchen and make something myself. It'll be ready quickly, Hua Zhao said with a smile. I still prefer my own cooking. Most chefs can't compare to me. Then she headed toward the kitchen. Miao Lonji quickly stood up and stopped her. You've been on the train all day and night. You're exhausted. Rest now, and let your brother go buy the groceries. I'm not tired, Hua Zhao replied. She really wasn't tired. When she felt a bit tired, she would drink a sip of green water and instantly feel energized. If you're not tired, my grandson might be tired sitting here, Miao Lonji said, glancing at Yiming. Yiming had already gotten up and left without looking at Wenjing. Wenjing didn't seem to have a cold. She knew that.
Is she
displeased with Hua Zhao?
Why?
Everyone eat some fruit first. The restaurant is nearby, and he'll be back soon, Miao Lonji said as she went to the kitchen and brought out a basket of fruit. There weren't many fruits left now, only apples and oranges, which are rare in rural areas. The 4 children, coming from a small mountain town, had never seen oranges or such big, red apples. They only knew green guoguang apples. Hua Zhao took an orange, happily saying, I love oranges. I didn't expect I'd get to eat one so soon after coming here. Thank you, Mom. She peeled it and split it in half, giving one half to Hua Zhao and the other to Zhang Guilin. She peeled another orange and shared it with the 4 children. The kids had already seen how Hua Zhao ate oranges, so they weren't shy anymore. They happily took the oranges and even thanked Miao Lonji. Miao Lonji looked very pleased. A few days ago, my work unit gave me a basket of oranges. I don't like to eat them, so I gave them all to you. Wenjing sat quietly to the side, her head down. Her mother-in-law loved oranges very much. Every year, she received some, but it was never enough for her, so she had to buy more from the market. But the market-bought oranges weren't as good as the ones she shared. Even if she liked oranges herself, she would still share half a basket with Yiming. She also loved oranges. Now, the entire basket belonged to Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao could sense the resentment from her sister-in-law. She was very sensitive to these feelings now. It's normal for sisters-in-law not to get along, there's always a natural sense of comparison. She didn't mind. If you treat me well, I'll treat you well. If you don't like me, I won't like you either. It's enough to keep up a polite front. But suddenly, she felt a bit sorry for Yiming. However, perhaps Yiming doesn't think it's a pity. She just doesn't worry about it anymore. Hua Zhao felt the room was getting warm, so she asked everyone to take off their coats as there was underfloor heating inside. Suddenly, she remembered her luggage and quickly told her mother and Yi Shu to put it outside. Inside, there were fragrant, large, fatty pigs. Don't let them get too hot. Mom, I also brought a gift. I raised a big pig myself, slaughtered a few days ago, and brought half of it. It's very tasty, and I'll give you half, Hua Zhao said with a smile. She hadn't planned to share half with Miao Longji before. She just wanted to share a part. But now, she felt this mother-in-law was a bit cute. Is it farm pig meat? That must be delicious, Miao Longji said, though there was a hint of acting in her tone. When Jing accidentally smirked slightly, Hua Zhao was surprised for a moment. Yi Shu immediately exposed her mother. Mom is worried the pig might have smallpox. When we were kids, she always told us not to eat pork bought from black markets. Oh, Hua Zhao understood. She used to be careful about buying meat from small stalls, who knew how the pigs died. Now there's also swine fever and more pigs with smallpox. Out of 10 pigs, 3 or 4 have smallpox, maybe more. Mom, don't worry. The pigs I raised aren't sick. Someone checked and they don't have smallpox, she explained. But now, whether Miao Longji accepts her gift or not, she no longer feels upset. Some pigs are covered in smallpox, which is obvious. Others have tiny spots that are hard to see. Her concern was correct. Since she was exposed, Miao Longji no longer hid her worries but came over to educate Hua Zhao. You can't eat anything randomly. If you want to eat, come home and get it. Your dad and I only share good, safe, and hygienic things. Hua Zhao saw Wen Jing's fingers nervously twisting and nodded with a smile. Okay, I understand. Yiming returned with a big table of dishes, and dinner continued. After eating, Yiming took Hua Zhao's family back to the courtyard. Yi Shu hadn't spoken nonsense earlier. This courtyard isn't somewhere anyone can live just by wanting to. The registration is very strict. Moreover, the courtyard has been renovated. They bought bedding and the underfloor heating was turned on, so it's not cold at all. Living here would be more comfortable. When they arrived at the courtyard, the night made it less visible, and the grandeur of the yard wasn't obvious. But Zhang Guilin and the 4 children, walking from the front to the back, saw how big it was and were stunned. They had lived in the city before, knowing the living conditions there. It was normal for 5 or 6 people to squeeze into one room, but this yard was so large that, with some effort, over 100 people could live there. Yiming took Hua Zhao to see the main house, and also explained how the floor heating worked. It was called floor heating, but it was more like the ancient ground dragons and firewalls, different from modern floor heating. It resembled the heating stoves in the northeast, and Hua Zhao learned quickly. Meanwhile, others were tidying up their rooms. Yiming stood in the night and softly said, Sorry, I want to apologize on her behalf. Yiming was driving someone and Wen Jing didn't go with him. She wanted to go, but didn't want to stay with her mother-in-law. She felt something was wrong. But Miao Longji didn't let her go. With no outsiders at home, Miao Longji looked at Yi Shu. Yi Shu immediately understood and went back to her room. Only then did Miao Longji look at Wen Jing and ask directly, What is wrong with you? Are you trying to embarrass Hua Zhao? I didn't, Wen Jing quickly denied. Are you trying to embarrass me? Making Hua Zhao's family think I want to show them my power or dislike me? Miao Longji said angrily. I didn't. Wen Jing's tears fell. This was the first time her mother-in-law had scolded her so harshly. It's all because of Hua Zhao. Miao Longji didn't argue further. Everyone knew the truth in their hearts. I didn't like Hua Zhao before, thinking she was from the countryside and not suitable for Yi Shen, Miao Longji said. But they are married now. Even if I don't like her, she's Yi Shen's wife, part of the Yi family. Just like you. Do I feel uncomfortable around you? Did I embarrass your family? At most, she was just a bit cold to them, showing her feelings. Wen Jing cried even harder. Her mother-in-law finally admitted she didn't like her. Miaolonji indeed didn't like her either. This daughter-in-law was chosen by her son. At first, she seemed okay, but over the past 2 years, her personality became more gloomy. Today, she did something unacceptable, truly shameful for the Yi family and for Yi Ming. Remember, outside, you are Yi family's daughter-in-law. Inside, you are Yi Ming's wife. If you embarrass Yi Shen's wife, how will the two brothers get along in the future? Do you want to be a troublemaker in the family? Miaolonji said coldly. This was a harsh statement, and Wen Jing didn't dare to breathe heavily. I understand your intentions. Miaolonji glanced at Wen Jing's belly. Honestly, even if Hua Zhao was from the countryside and very beautiful, Wen Jing wouldn't act like this. What's the use of being beautiful? It only matters to Yi Shen and doesn't threaten her. What really upset Wen Jing was Hua Zhao's pregnancy. Miaolonji opened her mouth but didn't say anything more provocative. She knew her own illness and infertility weren't her fault, and she was also in pain. From now on, hide your little schemes. I don't expect you two to love each other like sisters, but outside, don't fight and embarrass me. And inside, don't cause trouble for Yi Ming or ruin their brotherly bond. Do you understand? Miaolonji said. Yes, I understand. Wen Jing sniffled. Can you do it? Miaolonji was annoyed by her petty attitude. Even Hua Zhao, who came from the countryside, wouldn't cry like that. She had been secretly watching Hua Zhao and found she was a smart girl with a strong temper. She wouldn't cry so meekly, and if she dared to scold her, she would definitely argue back. I can do it, Wen Jing said through her tears. Miaolonji shot her a stern look and went upstairs to deal with Yishu. What really happened before? The girl must know. Only she and Wen Jing might not understand. It was frustrating to put her and Wen Jing on the same level. Hearing Yi Ming's apology, Hua Zhao wasn't surprised at all. He was a noble and kind person. Well, sometimes, I guess. Hua Zhao didn't easily forgive him. She just said, some people become close at first sight, and some stay new forever. Maybe it's our different energies. We're not naturally friends, just a pity. She said this unexpectedly, and Yi Ming paused and smiled. But this was better than Hua Zhao pretending to forgive Wen Jing just for his sake and barely getting along with her. That would make it harder for Hua Zhao. He thought about Wen Jing's emotional block, something that couldn't be fixed with a few words. Since that was the case, he was content if they could just keep up a surface peace. I'll tell her I won't bother you anymore, Yi Ming said. Hua Zhao smiled, and for a moment, it seemed like the stars lost their shine. She liked how Yi Ming handled things. Big brother, you can take this meat back. Don't worry, it's definitely free of blemishes, Hua Zhao said, holding a whole front elbow and handing it to him. Since her mother-in-law had concerns, she didn't keep any meat for herself. If she didn't eat it, it would be a waste. Wen Jing probably wouldn't eat her meat either. She might even break the kitchen. But meat is meat, and right now it was a valuable gift. If Yi Ming didn't eat it, giving it as a present was a good idea. Her family's meat would surely make others think well of him. Yi Ming looked at the meat in his hand and smiled. His little sister-in-law still acknowledged him as her older brother. Okay, I'll try it when I get home, he said. Since he said that, Hua Zhao believed he really dared to bring her home. She smiled and reminded him, just don't say I gave you this, or you'll be careful with your family's dishes and bowls. Yi Ming laughed and left. Yishu was also scolded by her mother and then honestly told her about what happened earlier. She explained everything in detail. On He Jianning's side, they only knew that Hua Zhao had a fake miscarriage, but Yishu also told them about her and Su Mei. She knew her mother had been trying to deal with Su Mei recently, and Su Mei was almost unable to stay at her workplace. This caused some unintended harm. Miaolonji was both surprised and shocked. Did Hua Zhao come up with this idea? Was it sudden? And she even knew how to use a recorder? Isn't she from the countryside? Mom, do you look down on rural people? Yishu didn't answer her question, just said, don't interrupt me. You know, I didn't mean it that way. She didn't look down on rural folks, but rural status does have limits. A girl who has never left the village her whole life, what kind of experience does she have? Hua Zhao is different. Maybe Grandpa Hua taught her well. Yishu was actually quite curious. She knew what rural people were like, just from her sister-in-law. But Hua Zhao really didn't have any rustic air about her. She's really brave. Miao Lonji gained a new understanding of Hua Zhao's boldness. But soon she stopped thinking about it. Quick, help me find the things I prepared earlier. Get them out quickly, things to hang, things to wash, we'll need them soon. Hearing this, Yishu also became excited. Because she hadn't had children for various reasons, it didn't mean she didn't like kids, especially her brother's children. Thinking about Hua Zhao and Yishin's children, she wondered how beautiful they would be, and she felt excited. I remember you put them in the attic, Yishu asked as she got up. Yes, they're all in the attic. She was really sad at the time, didn't dare to look at those things anymore, but was reluctant to throw them away because she might still use them later, so she packed everything and put it in the attic. Just one summer, don't let them get moldy. Miao Lonji took a few steps past Yishu and patted her on the shoulder. You little brat, you made me sad for months for nothing. What are you two doing? Yimao stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking puzzled. It was late at night, and the mother and daughter were still chatting happily. Rare to see. Aren't you out of town for a meeting? Aren't you coming back in a few days? Miao Lonji asked. I heard Hua Zhao and her grandpa are coming, so I came back early, Yimao said. If it was just the daughter-in-law returning home, he wouldn't need to be so polite. But since Hua Chong is also here, it's different. Hua Chong is not only an elder, but also saved his father years ago. He is a benefactor to their family, so he cannot be careless. Have they arrived? Hua Zhao. Is she doing well? Yimao asked. He was also worried about his eldest grandson. Miao Lonji looked at him and immediately snorted, then turned away. As expected, everyone in the family knew, except her and Wenjing. Yishu chuckled nearby. They've arrived and everything is fine. That's good. Yimao felt relieved. Tell your mother we'll visit tomorrow, okay? Yiming directly took the meat home. Wenjing had already returned. She had ridden her bike to her in-laws' house earlier, so she naturally rode back. They entered the house one after the other. Wenjing turned around and saw Yiming holding the meat. Without thinking, she knew it was probably a gift from Hua Zhao. Why did you accept it? Mom said she has a rash and she didn't want it, Wenjing said suddenly. Yiming placed the meat in the fridge, naturally replying, It's okay, I'm not afraid. If I get sick, I can just take some medicine. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat. I won't force you. Wenjing frowned. Viruses can spread. If you keep it in the fridge could be contaminated. If you cook with it, the pots and utensils might also get contaminated. Then what should I do? Yiming stood at the door, his eyes as clear and distant as moonlight. Some things can't be avoided. Hua Zhao is the wife of the Yi family, and you are too. We'll have to meet her eventually. What do you plan to do? Keep causing trouble for her. Wenjing stiffened, but what made her even more tense was Yiming's gaze. He looked at her, and she had never seen him so distant before.
Why?
It's all because of Hua Zhao. Wenjing's anger burned completely inside. How am I causing her trouble? I've just been feeling unwell these days, and my cooking has been off.
And you blame me.
Boo-hoo. Wenjing covered her mouth and sat on the sofa, crying sadly. You don't care whether I feel good or not, and because my cooking isn't good, you blame me. What trouble am I causing her? I have no grudge against her. Do I envy her looks? Do I envy her money? Do you see me as that kind of person? Wenjing cried more fiercely and became more convinced of her own reasoning. She had even convinced herself. Yiming just looked at her quietly. When did the once innocent and kind elementary school girl turn into this? Or had he never truly understood her? Her stubborn attitude, always refusing to admit things, is becoming more like her sister and mother. Before, he thought she was different. Or are you also saying she's pretty? Are you siding with her? Wenjing shouted her last card. The man. Yiming's eyes sharpened briefly, but he quickly masked his expression. He sat next to Wenjing, put his arm around her shoulders, and gently patted her. Whether she's pretty or not has nothing to do with me. To me, you are the most beautiful. Humph. Wenjing snorted coldly, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart, and her tears dried up. There weren't many tears, but she was scared. I know these years you've felt a lot of pressure because you don't have children. Now that Hua Zhao is pregnant, it makes you uncomfortable. But there are many women who can have children normally. You shouldn't envy them, and you definitely shouldn't envy your own family. Yiming ruthlessly uncovered her wounds, noticing they had become infected and unrecognizable. He wanted to remove the pus and help the wound heal. He clearly felt her shoulders stiffen, but he didn't stop and continued, Hua Zhao, being pregnant is good for you. The Yi family will have a successor, and your burden will lighten. When Jing's face stiffened, her burden wasn't lighter. In fact, all the pressure was now on her alone. Why did Hua Zhao get pregnant so quickly? And she had been infertile for 10 years. It made her feel so embarrassed. Why does Hua Zhao want to be pregnant? If she were infertile like her, both of them would carry their burdens without anyone looking down on each other. Wouldn't that be better?
Yiming understood her gazı.
His heart sank deeply, and his hand also dropped. How could it be like this? He sank deeply into the sofa, watching Wen Jing's profile, and said coldly, anyway, don't bother her in the future. Just treat her politely, like you would anyone else. Wen Jing sat stiffly, silent. Yiming's heart grew colder, and his voice lost its warmth. Is that okay? Okay, Wen Jing whispered, her nails digging into her flesh. The next morning, Hua Zhao got up early, planning to see her new home. She found her grandfather, mother, and younger sister had already woken up and had taken several walks around the yard. The yard was spacious, grand, luxurious, and full of old-fashioned charm, something she'd never seen before. It left everyone stunned. Seeing Hua Zhao come out, Daqin immediately asked, Sister, was this a palace before? Hua Zhao smiled. Come, I'll tell you where the palace is. Hua Zhao took a few people to the backyard. There was a small building called the Back Shelter House, also known as the Back Pavilion. Wealthy families often turned this into a 2-story house for the ladies to live in. Originally, it belonged to the Chao family and was just 1 story, but Hua Zhao and Teacher Sun discussed and decided to make it a 2-story back pavilion. More precisely, it is 2.5 stories, with small terraces on both the east and west sides. Hua Zhao led everyone onto the terrace, which was higher than the surrounding courtyard. From there, they saw the distant rooftops shining in the morning light. Look, that's the palace, Hua Zhao said. Wow, the children were speechless. The palace indeed looked bigger and more splendid than here, but they knew what the palace meant. Their teacher had told them it was the heart of the country. Their sister's house was very close to the heart. Take your time looking around. I'm going to cook, Hua Zhao said. She was about to go down, but Zhang Guilin quickly helped her. Luckily, the stairs were wide and low, with handrails, making it very thoughtful. Just as breakfast was ready, Yishu arrived. I'm just in time. What did you cook today? It smells so good. I could smell it from outside, Yishu said as she entered. You timed it just right. Hua Zhao looked at what she was holding. Vegetables? You don't need to come all this way to deliver them. I can go to the market later. She wasn't short of coupons. The market's gate was open to her. Mom asked you yesterday to bring vegetables from home, right? Seeing your luggage yesterday, I didn't ask you to bring any, but early this morning, she urged me to send some over. Worried you have nothing to eat, Yishu said with a hint of jealousy. She tried to act casual but couldn't hide her feelings. Actually, they're coming for lunch today, and I was worried you'd be caught off guard, so I told them to come early. There was no phone in the courtyard, which was a bit inconvenient. Unfortunately, there was no network in this area, so they couldn't install one. Hua Zhao nodded. The Yi family was very considerate. They came to visit the next day, a formal visit to meet the relatives, which showed respect for her. By the way, did you find out anything about the house I asked you to look into? Hua Zhao asked. There are no standalone houses nearby, only some single rooms in big courtyards, Yishu replied. But there are 2 courtyards separated by 2 alleys. When you're free, we can go see them. Hua Zhao nodded. She didn't mind if they were separated by 2 alleys or even 2 streets. She could accept that. Seeing Yishu carrying a big bag of vegetables and meat from her home, Zhang Guilin thought even more highly of her. Yesterday's words weren't just empty talk to comfort them. Hua Zhao's older sister-in-law is very kind. She treats Hua Zhao like her own sister, and she looks very happy. Hua Chong is also happy. His granddaughter truly has someone to rely on. Now he feels at ease even with his eyes closed. Yi Shu finished breakfast but didn't leave. Instead, she helped Hua Zhao prepare lunch. Hua Zhao directed her to wash vegetables, and Zhang Guilin was in charge of cooking. Her cooking skills are modest, so she didn't want to show off. Mom scolded my sister-in-law yesterday, Yi Shu whispered. But her voice wasn't very quiet, so Zhang Guilin, who was cooking nearby, probably heard her. She was just telling her, so she could rest assured. Big brother also apologized, Hua Zhao said. Yi Shu nodded. She had guessed that. That's just how her brother is. Don't take it to heart. Over the past few years, my sister-in-law's thoughts might have slipped a bit, Yi Shu sighed. Hua Zhao nodded. Even if I do take it to heart, I know she's herself. Big brother is big brother. I wouldn't go gossiping with Yi Shun or ruin their brotherly bond, Yi Shu chuckled. You're really smart. If there's no sister-in-law relationship, then there's no need for it. As long as everyone keeps face, that's enough. She's mainly worried that when Jing and Hua Zhao might not get along, which could affect Yi Ming and Yi Shun's relationship. That would really hurt their feelings. Speaking of this, Hua Zhao finally couldn't help but ask her, do you have any news about Yi Shun? He's been gone so long, but he hasn't written to me. But before Yi Shun left, he said this wasn't regular training but an outside mission. Everything was secret and he couldn't contact the outside world. She wasn't too worried, but she couldn't help asking, what if Yi Shu found out? In the end, Yi Shu shook her head. I don't have much authority in this matter. We're not in the same system. But our dad might know where he is, though I don't know if he can tell you. Then forget it. As long as he's safe. Hua Zhao touched her belly. Yi Shun had said he would try to come back before she gave birth, so she would wait. At 10 a.m., before lunch, someone knocked on the door. Hua Zhao guessed it was her in-laws, but when she opened the door, she saw Yi Shun's grandfather had arrived. Grandpa, why are you here? I should come to see you. Hua Zhao greeted him happily and warmly. Yi Zhenguo was happy to see her, especially when he saw her big belly. No need for formalities, family. You and Grandpa have traveled a long way. You're exhausted. I came to see you just the same, Yi Zhenguo said as he stepped inside. Hua Chong heard the noise and came out. Old leader, why are you here? He initially worked as a security guard for Yi Zhenguo. Later, although his position improved and he had his own team, Yi Zhenguo remained his respected senior in his heart. Future in-laws, Yi Zhenguo hugged Hua Chong and laughed loudly. Now we're family. No more titles of senior or leader. If you call me that again, it will feel strange. Hua Chong opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to call him Old Yi. Big brother Yi, he finally called out. Hey, from now on, we are brothers. Yi Zhenguo was genuinely happy to see him. Hua Chong saved him, and without him, there would be no current Yi family. Grandpa and Grandpa, it's cold today. Let's go inside and chat, Hua Zhao said with a smile. No one refused her smile, and everyone naturally followed her into the yard. They also took a quick look around. This was the first time Ye's 3 elders visited the renovated yard, and they were all a bit surprised. It's more impressive than when I and your grandmother lived here before. Very good, Yi Zhenguo said with a smile. A new home brings new hope, which means his grandchildren are doing well. How could he not be happy? And Yi Shun had kept their secret. Looking at Hua Zhao's belly, the Yi family had a successor. Yi Zhenguo couldn't help but stand in the front yard and laugh loudly. Miao Lanji's expression was a bit complicated. She had lived in this yard for several years, and her children were born here. She liked this quiet place amid the hustle and bustle. Later, the yard was returned to her mother-in-law, who surprisingly didn't consult anyone and only left it to Yi Shun. She didn't feel unfair. Yi Shun was her son, and she felt a bit embarrassed for Yi Ming. Yi Ming didn't say much, but when Jing spoke a lot. Living here was much more comfortable than her small 60-square-meter house. Initially, Miao Lanji wanted to move back here, thinking she could be fair. Since Yi Shun wasn't living here, it was empty anyway, and if it stayed empty, the street might rent it out. But because of this house, she offended Yifeng, who secretly or openly refused to let her come, as if she wanted to take over her son's house. Later, Miao Lanji didn't bring it up again. Now, she looked at Hua Zhao's belly with a smile, and it was better not to mention it. Hua Zhao was having her second child this time. Who knew how many she would have next time? The future was long, and if she had more children, this yard might not be enough. Speaking of Yifeng, she arrived. These days, I have major surgeries and can't leave. Otherwise, I would have gone to the train station to pick you up, Yifeng said as she entered, then politely greeted Hua Zhao, Hua Chang, and Zhang Guilin. Everyone exchanged greetings and continued touring the yard, but Yifeng took Hua Zhao inside for a checkup. Miao Lanji wasn't interested in the yard anymore. After all, her grandson was more interesting. She roughly checked Hua Zhao's chest, waist, and weight, asked about her daily life, and gently felt her belly. The examination was basically done. Everything looks good now, but tomorrow you need to go to the hospital for an X-ray to be sure, Yifeng said. According to Hua Zhao's pregnancy stage, she had just passed the critical period for birth defects, but there was still a chance to fix things if needed. Hua Zhao wasn't worried at all. She knew her 2 children would be born healthy, just a bit undernourished before. But now, with the baby in her belly, she was getting enough nutrition, so there was no need to worry. Still, excess nutrition might not be good, so she decided to get checked just to be safe. Miao Lanji felt anxious and said, "What time is the appointment tomorrow?" "I'll go with you to the hospital." Before Hua Zhao could answer, Miao Lanji pulled Yishu aside. "You should come with us too. You're just at home doing nothing anyway." She was worried that if something went wrong, she wouldn't be able to come back alone and her legs might give out. After a lively lunch, everyone sat in the warm house chatting. The air was filled with the scent of flowers. A few orchids on the windowsill bloomed elegantly and simply. The 2 grandfathers went to play chess nearby, while Yishu and Zhang Guilin talked about rural life. Miao Lanji listened quietly. Zhang Guilin liked talking to Yishu because she was kind and gentle, and because she was also a divorced woman. To avoid awkward questions from her mother, like where her husband worked or how old her children were, Hua Zhao had already told her about Yishu's situation. Zhang Guilin felt a kinship with her. As they talked, the conversation turned to Xiao Qin's head injury. Yishu asked casually, thinking it was just a playful bump from the children. But after asking, Zhang Guilin looked at Hua Zhao with difficulty, unsure whether to mention the family's shame. It was a family secret. Would it be bad if people knew Hua Zhao had such relatives? Hua Zhao gently touched Xiao Qin's hair and didn't hide anything. She simply said, "You all know about the Huashan family, right? I don't know what happened, but I've had a serious feud with them. It started when Huashan's eldest son met my grandfather in the mountains and tried to kill him, smashing his head badly." Everyone was shocked and looked at Hua Chang's head, where a still visible scar showed the injury hadn't fully healed. The big tree beside the house suddenly fell, crushing Hua Daniu. He was taken to the hospital and had a limb amputated. I lent them the money for medical expenses. Not long after he was discharged, Hua Xinyu came to my house at midnight with a knife, intending to harm me and set fire to the house. I managed to knock him out. Everyone was shocked and didn't know what to say. Although they had faced many hardships, no one expected such a terrible thing to happen in the countryside, even among close family members. Hua Xinyu was caught and sentenced. Then Hua Ernia's child appeared, tricking Xiaoqin to the riverbank, knocking her out, and throwing her into the water. Luckily, I found her in time. Otherwise, she might have frozen to death. After Hua Zhao finished speaking, Zhang Guilin remembered the scene vividly and tightly held Xiaoqin in her arms. She almost lost her daughter. Feeling her mother's love, Xiaoqin forgot her fear and smiled while leaning on her mother. She had never felt such warmth before, and now she did, which made her forget her fear completely. Hua Zhao looked at her and smiled too. She chose to tell the truth because Hua Shan's family wouldn't be stuck in the mountains forever. It was 1976 now, and soon all the travel permits would be abolished, allowing everyone to travel freely. Maybe one day, Hua Shan's family would come to her again. She needed to let the Yi family know what kind of people they were. The Yi family understood quickly. Yi Maoli immediately asked, "How many years did Hua Xinya get?" 15 years, Hua Zhao replied. Yi Maoli nodded, his face slightly better, not too harsh. Otherwise, he would have asked for a retrial. What kind of people are they? So evil. Miao Lonji held Hua Zhao's hand. Did they scare you at the time? Did they hurt the child? It's a good thing you left. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened later. Just hearing about it made her feel chills. Someone breaking into the house at midnight with the intent to harm was truly terrifying. Oh, by the way, you and your brother were looking at houses earlier. Did you find one? Miao Lonji asked Yishu. Since that day when Hua Zhao called, they had been going out often. She wasn't naive. She knew what they were up to. If they didn't tell her, someone else would. Now, the empty courtyard was filled with houses from certain families with some background. When such families had any movement, it naturally reached her ears. Recently, some people came to ask about her. Her family's house wasn't too small, so why were they looking to buy another? To buy for Yiming? Later, she asked Yishu, who said that Hua Zhao's mother and her family were coming. She felt a bit uncomfortable for a while. Truly, when one person succeeds, everyone benefits. Her daughter married into the capital city, and the whole family was coming along. Do they have jobs? Household registration? Has the grain relationship been transferred? No, nothing. Buying a house would just be spending money without gaining anything. But they wouldn't stay at her place or eat her food, so she felt awkward about interfering. She didn't get involved in what happened afterward and didn't know if they found a house. Yes, I found two. We'll go see them later, Yishu said. I have some colleagues whose families also want to sell old houses. I'll ask around for you later, Miao Lonji said. Her colleagues' workplaces all have houses now, and the ones they took back earlier have been returned. Many people want to sell their houses for various reasons. If they don't sell, their children might have to tear them down. Hua Zhao didn't refuse and happily said, "Great. Houses are never enough. Anyway, the money isn't useful now. If I want to invest or start a business, I have to wait several years, and by then, starting a business wouldn't require much capital." Thinking about money, she decided to call He Jianing. Hua Zhao wasn't sure if Yiming had told her family about selling her ginseng to He Jianing, but she thought it was better to explain herself. She felt a bit shy when talking about it, since He Jianing had conflicts with the Yi family. They only maintained a superficial peace, and any day, they might clash. Yi Zhenghua chuckled. Selling to him is good. It's rare to meet such a fool who pays so much. 20,000 per root. Even he couldn't accept that. Others probably couldn't afford it either. Besides, now the situation has changed. It's not so easy for him to trick people like before, Yi Zhenghua added. Hua Zhao understood what he meant. In the past, a simple tip-off about someone possessing reactionary items could cause big trouble, but who would bother with such things in the future? Reactionary items? What dynasty are we talking about? Better find an expert to ask how much they're worth. After sitting for a while longer, Yi Zhenghua and Yi Mao prepared to leave. They had been very busy recently. In the past 2 months, many major events happened, great leaders passing away, the 4-person group destroyed, and a new order forming. There was too much to do. Hua Zhao looked at them and couldn't help but ask, "Do you know where Yishin is now?" Yi Zhenghua and Yi Mao exchanged glances. Yi Zhenghua chuckled, and Yi Mao said, "I know where he is, but I can't tell you, Hua Zhao." "All right, I understand. I have something I want to send to him. Is that okay?" "Not really," Yi Mao said. "Not really" doesn't mean no. Hua Zhao's eyes lit up. It's not food or clothes, it's medicine. Life-saving medicine in critical moments. Seeing this, Yi Mao didn't say anything and looked at his father. Yi Zhenghua asked curiously, "What kind of life-saving medicine do you have?" "All the life-saving medicine is at the hospital, and Yi Shun and the others are given priority." "Just wait." Hua Zhao quickly went inside and soon brought out a clear bottle. Hua Chong saw the bottle and smiled. He and Hua Zhao had made it together. The others looked surprised. It's just a normal white liquor bottle, a bit smaller than a beer bottle, transparent, with the label torn off. Now, the bottle is filled with green liquid, with a thick ginseng root floating in the middle. Hua Zhao explained enthusiastically, "Grandpa and I went up the mountain before and picked a few ginseng plants. We chose the biggest one to soak in wine. I don't know how, but it turned green. But this wine really works, reduces inflammation and pain, promotes blood circulation, helps wounds heal, and maybe even prolongs life. There might be other benefits I don't know about. Anyway, it's very good." "Yes, very good," Hua Chong supported his granddaughter. "Look at the wound on my head." At first, a big piece of flesh was gone, even the bone was exposed. But after using this wine to rub and drink, it healed in just 7 days. Later, I was reluctant to drink it, so I didn't use it for many days. But the wound still hasn't fully healed. He said it didn't heal completely, but you could see new flesh growing, red and different from the surrounding skin. In fact, the inside was fine now. Everyone finally looked at the medicinal wine. Could it really be so miraculous? Suddenly, Yi Shu asked, "Is the ginseng in there 100 years old?" Hua Zhao nodded. "It looks a bit older than the one I sold before." Yi Shu grinned. "That's so luxurious. Over 100,000 or 20,000 just to soak in a bottle. How could this wine be bad?" She wasn't sick or in trouble, but she still wanted to try this wine worth tens of thousands. Hua Zhao smiled. "I'll pour some out for everyone to try." No, we won't drink." Miao Longji immediately stopped her. She also thought it was too extravagant. One bottle with over 100,000 worth of ginseng. How much would a sip cost? "And besides, if you're healthy, it's a waste to drink," she said. Wine soaked with 100-year-old ginseng doesn't have any magical healing effects, but it definitely has some benefits. "Just a little, and everyone will see the effects," Hua Zhao insisted, took several people's water cups, washed them clean, and filled them with clear water. Then, like drops of fragrant oil, she added 2 drops into each cup. Everyone saw how little it was and didn't stop her. This green medicinal wine was also amazing. Even with just a few drops, the water turned a light green. Of course, this color wasn't from ginseng infusion. She secretly poured out half a bottle of white wine and then mixed in the essence of 1,000-year-old ginseng. After drinking it, she was worried they might not handle it well. Yi Shu was brave and was the first to pick up her cup to smell it. "It smells so good. There's a floral and grassy scent I can't quite describe. It smells wonderful." She took a small sip, her eyes brightening. "The taste is also nice, very fresh. Like a kind of tea I've never had before." Unable to resist the temptation, she drank the entire cup of water in one go. Suddenly, her mind cleared, her whole body felt relaxed, and she was warm and comfortable. Delicious! She couldn't even find the right words to describe it. Seeing this, others also picked up their cups to taste, and soon they couldn't stop, drinking all the water. Nowadays, people don't use traditional teacups. They drink from large cups holding 300 to 400 milliliters, usually in one sip when they're very thirsty. "Hey, my headache is gone," Miao Longji said in surprise. She hadn't slept well last night, staying up past 2 a.m. packing with Yi Shu. She had a bad habit. If she didn't sleep well, her head would hurt for days, with a stabbing pain in the back of her head and aching eyes. Now, sitting here, she was supported by Hua Zhao's stomach. But just now, after drinking the water, her headache was completely gone. Her eyes no longer hurt, and her vision was especially clear. This was definitely not an illusion. She had even thought about going home to take painkillers earlier. Yifeng also clearly felt the effects of the medicine. Recently, she had been working intensely and was exhausted physically and mentally. She was so sleepy during meals, she almost fell asleep. Now, sitting here, her eyelids felt heavy, and she barely heard what they were saying. She drank a cup of water along with everyone else and suddenly felt her fatigue vanish. She was very surprised. Yi Zhenghua and Yi Mao didn't feel as obvious effects. Their bodies were fine. But like Yi Shu, they clearly felt more relaxed. This was rare. Nothing they had ever drunk or taken before gave them this feeling. However, they weren't too surprised. Since the medicinal wine was made from 100-year-old ginseng, it should have this effect, right? Look at He Jianing. She was said to be near death, but recently she was lively and bouncing around, as if she had no illness at all. Hua Zhao asked Yi Shu about Miaolonji, who had a headache problem. She immediately took out several small bottles, about the size of a small jar, filled with a green liquid. This is what I poured from a big bottle. I found that soaking the wine for 7 days makes it effective, then I pour it out and soak again. Everyone can have 1 bottle, and there's more if needed, Hua Zhao said. She was generous. The Yi family was her in-law family and her support. She hoped the support would last forever and stay strong. It's too much trouble, Miao Lonji hesitated to accept. Hua Chong had just said he wouldn't even drink the wine because of his serious injury. Actually, Hua Zhao didn't let her grandfather drink it because it contained alcohol, which could upset his stomach. She planned to buy some drinks when she arrived in the city and mix them into the medicine for her grandfather. She noticed the green color of the essence couldn't be fully absorbed, only covered up. Luckily, by 1976, cola was available in the city. Take it, Hua Chong urged. I said you'd be reluctant, just joking. This ginseng can make many bottles. After finishing, I still have some. Hua Zhao and I dug out a lot of ginseng. Wow, Yi Shu said, envious. How much is that worth? You really have a treasure mountain there. Hua Zhao, you promised to take me to dig ginseng at your house. Let's do it next summer, she said this half-jokingly. Earlier, Hua Zhao invited her, but she wasn't interested. Did she think ginseng was like wild mushrooms? Could anyone just go into the mountains and dig it up? She might get bitten all over if she went. But now she didn't think so. Maybe anyone who entered the mountains could find ginseng, even if it wasn't 100 years old. Finding some that were 10 or 20 years old was enough money, enough for her to buy a house. Recently, she had looked at many houses and was tempted to buy one for herself, so her mother wouldn't keep pushing her to marry. She was about to go crazy. Dad, how about sending a few bottles of this medicine to Yishen? He and his comrades could use it if needed, Hua Zhao suggested. Yishen worked in a dangerous field. She was always worried and just wanted to do something to feel at ease. If he really needed it, that would be perfect. Yi Mao and Yi Zhenghua looked at each other. Yi Zhenghua nodded and Yi Mao said, All right, I'll send it to him. Hua Zhao immediately smiled and the room brightened a little. Seeing her genuinely happy, everyone in the Yi family was glad. If Yi Shun could find a wife who supported him wholeheartedly, they wouldn't be unhappy. Hua Zhao then took out 4 more bottles for Yi Shen, with a higher concentration. If he used them, they were probably for injuries, not minor headaches or colds. She thoughtfully wrote the water dilution ratio on the bottle. Without diluting, she was afraid the medicine might be too strong and cause strange reactions. The others still kept 1 bottle each as before. After much persuasion from Hua Chong, they had no choice but to accept. Yi Zhenghua and Yi Mao left, taking Yi Fong with them. She was feeling better and wanted to go back to work. Miao Lonji was no longer in a hurry to go home and take pain medicine. She stayed behind, planning to go see a house with Hua Zhao. Hua Chong liked to take naps, so he stayed home to watch over the house. Hua Zhao took her mother and younger siblings to look at the house. The alley was not far in a straight line, but after leaving her own long alley and walking to the other long alley, it felt far. Hua Zhao walked slowly, taking about 20 minutes. The first house they saw was at the second end of the alley, very convenient for shopping and going out. But being close to the main street might make it a little noisy in the future. The yard was small, a simple courtyard with 4 rooms, quite neat and charming. When the small gate opened, it faced a decorative wall. Around the wall you could see the main house and 2 side rooms, 3 rooms in total. The yard was about 50 square meters. Small trees grew under the windows of the side rooms. The yard didn't look new or old, showing some signs of age, but it was well maintained and tidy, not messy or built without care. Inside, it was empty, with slightly yellowed walls and a cement floor with a few small cracks. No other problems. If someone wasn't too particular, just repaint the walls and clean it up, it could be ready to move in. Hua Zhao was very happy. How much does it cost? She asked. When talking about the price, Yishu looked a bit unhappy. The owner wants 20,000 yuan. That's a bit expensive. Miao Lanji immediately nodded. 20,000? That's too much. When the average annual income was just over 500 yuan, a house costing 20,000 yuan was like earning 40 years worth of wages without eating or drinking, an astronomical price. I think it's okay, Hua Zhao said. This yard has about 10 rooms. If sold separately, each room costs only 2,000 yuan. Isn't that cheap? Nowadays, many families in the city only occupy one of the rooms in a courtyard. Buying one room for 2,000 yuan isn't expensive. The reason this house hadn't sold yet was because the owner refused to split it up.
Miao Lanji smiled.
You're good at calculating costs. Let's buy it, Hua Zhao decided firmly. Zhang Guilin got anxious, tugging at Hua Zhao's sleeve, but unsure what to say. Not buying? Then she would have to stay at Hua Zhao's house, which didn't seem right. Buy it, 20,000. She'll never be able to pay this money back in her lifetime. Suddenly, Zhang Guilin happily said, You buy it, and the house will be in your name. I'll pay the rent. This made her feel more secure about living there. Miao Lanji and Yi Shudan immediately looked at Zhang Guilin with more respect. When children succeed, parents naturally want to enjoy the good life with them. But Zhang Guilin refused. However, looking at the 4 children nearby, it might also be related to Zhang Guilin's special experience. Hua Zhao understood her feelings. If doing this made her feel better inside, then there was nothing wrong with it. Okay, she said happily. Hey, Yishu hurriedly said, there's still another house to see. Should we finish looking at that one before deciding? Both don't conflict. If I like both, I'll buy them. I have money and nowhere to spend it, Hua Zhao said with a smile. Yishu suddenly thought of a famous saying from later generations. Rich people really are unpredictable. But Hua Zhao was right too. 60,000, no, plus the 10,000 from her family, that's 70,000. With so much money, she couldn't think of how to spend it. It would be a waste to just eat and drink. Better to buy a house, which could be left for future generations. She knew Hua Zhao planned to have children casually, so she might have many grandchildren and great-grandchildren in the future. Without enough houses, there wouldn't be enough for everyone. All right, I'll arrange for the owner to come out later and try to finish the paperwork today, Yishu said. He's in a hurry over there. This house was returned by Yiming's colleague's father-in-law. When Yiming asked about the house, he even gave him the keys, letting them look anytime. They should buy it quickly because the family was anxious. There was another house in the same alley, but at the end of the alley, close to a public toilet, just separated by one courtyard. Hua Zhao immediately frowned. Not just now, but for decades to come, every family in the alley might not have their own toilet, and they'd share a public toilet. In spring, summer, autumn, and winter, long lines would form. And the toilets weren't modern flush toilets, they were dry toilets. In winter, walking to that spot, a cold wind would blow, and she could faintly smell the odor. Summer would be even worse. Going inside could cause poisoning. But the house still needed to be seen. It was an investment, after all, not for her to live in. This courtyard was even a bit larger than the previous one. The main house was quite big, but the side rooms, though 3 in number, were small. The back room was just a storage shed for miscellaneous items, not even a proper room. This courtyard is quite different. Although it is also a single entrance, the main house is large with 5 rooms. The side rooms are also spacious, and the main hall has 2 proper rooms. The courtyard is big, over 100 square meters. In the middle of the yard, there is a water well, next to a large water tank with 6 faucets facing each other. Under the eaves of each room, you can see simple stoves, and the walls are covered with smoke stains. It's clear that this place used to be a large, mixed courtyard. Not long ago, the yard still had various discarded trash, including a half-rotten apple core that Flower Zhao saw. How much is this house? Flower Zhao asked. The owner wants 15,000 yuan, Yishu replied. The owner probably thinks the house isn't in good condition and is a bit troublesome. What kind of trouble? Flower Zhao asked. The people living here didn't want to move. The street officials had to mediate several times, and they forced the residents to leave. Many moved to new places and settled down, but some families caused trouble and weren't happy with the new arrangements. They insisted on moving back. The owner is worried that if he doesn't sell now, someone else will buy it. Is the ownership clear? Are the procedures complete? Can it be transferred directly? Flower Zhao asked. Yes, all that is fine. Otherwise, those people wouldn't have been able to leave, Yi Shu said. Actually, there are many such large, empty courtyard houses. Large courtyards are a modern development. Before they became big courtyards, they all had single owners. Now, with the owners back, disputes start. When ownership isn't clear, the house is simply filtered out by her. That's good. I'll buy it, Flower Zhao said without even looking inside. Her money is legitimate, so she's not worried about investigations. In a few years, after the reforms and opening up, everyone will be richer. No one will care about such things. Even if you own 100 houses, no one can bother you. I'll call He Jianing first and ask him to send me money, Flower Zhao said. Flower Zhao went to a public phone booth and called He Jianing, telling him to send her as much money as possible. He Jianing shyly said he could only gather 100,000 yuan. Flower Zhao didn't doubt him. He had already given Zhou Lihua 50,000 yuan, then another 100,000, so he was quite wealthy. When they returned home, He Jianing and Xiao Zhao were already waiting outside with a big bag. Seeing Miao Longji and Yi Shu there, He Jianing felt a bit disappointed. Today's meal might not be free after all. Sure enough, after entering the house and counting the cash, Hua Zhao wrote a receipt. He Jianing was politely and courteously asked to leave by Miao Longji. Her eyes kept looking at her daughter-in-law. Is she blind? Everyone says He Jianing isn't interested in women, and maybe she isn't either, just that no one caught her eye before. Thinking this way, she didn't blame Hua Zhao. She was a very beautiful young woman in her youth, part of the art troupe. Many liked her, almost in groups. She knew well how hard it was to be a pretty woman, so she wouldn't be angry at Hua Zhao for this. Of course, she also saw clearly that Hua Zhao didn't even give him a second glance. After getting the money, it was already late. It was winter, and after some discussion, they decided to notify the landlord today and have him come over tomorrow morning to handle the formalities. That night, the two landlords received the news and were so happy they almost jumped for joy. One was happy because they had many children and everyone wanted that house. They all preferred the main house and didn't want to stay in the side room. The brothers' relationship was almost ruined over it. The old man decided to sell the house, split the money, and no one would stay there. The other was worried that if they didn't sell, the house would belong to someone else, and they wouldn't get even a penny or a tile. The next day's procedures went smoothly, but they were surprised to see that the house was registered under Hua Zhao's name. When the two landlords left, they noticed that Hua Zhao and Yi Shu looked strange. They thought that the two houses bought by the Yi family were for Yi Ming and Yi Shu. Yi Shun had a large yard all by himself nearby. They knew about it, and they also knew about the fuss earlier over treasure hunting, so everyone was aware. Yi Ming was living in a small apartment provided by his work unit. Yi Shu had divorced and returned home without a house, which was no secret. Once they inquired, they found out. As a result, the Yi family paid for 2 new houses, both given to the third daughter-in-law. But seeing Hua Zhao's belly, it was understandable. Hua Zhao was pregnant with the long-awaited grandson the Yi family had hoped for over 10 years. It was normal for the Yi family to be a bit biased. Hua Zhao didn't publicly share the story about selling ginseng and faking a miscarriage. Anyway, the two landlords didn't know about this level, so they thought all the money was from the Yi family. It wasn't surprising that the Yi family could come up with 35,000 yuan. After getting the houses, Zhang Guilan and the children were very excited. The children all understood that living at their sister's house wasn't ideal. Although it was also their sister's house, it was a bit farther away, which was better than under the same roof, just like when they lived in the village before. Zhang Guilan also decided to stay at the house at the end of the alley. It was convenient for travel, and the space was small. As a woman with 4 children, it was more than enough for her. Yi Ming found someone to do some simple repairs on the house, painting the walls, fixing the tiles, and replacing broken tiles in the yard. According to Hua Zhao's request, he also planted 2 fruit trees. The small courtyard looked completely new. Yi Shu spent 3 days arranging furniture inside. It was simple, with only a few beds, some wardrobes, a few tables, and some kitchenware and daily necessities. After 3 days, Zhang Guilin started to move in. Of course, she only came at night to sleep. During the day, she stayed at Hua Zhao's house, keeping her company and watching over her. Hua Zhao's belly was getting bigger. She looked worried but was relieved to find that her checkup results were good. The children were healthy and ultrasound showed no problems. Everyone was mostly at ease. For the housewarming celebration, Zhang Guilin invited Miao Longji and Yi Shu's family to dinner. She could tell that the Yi family genuinely liked Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao was much better off than her. Sometimes, she even laughed at herself when she thought about it. Yiming came alone, saying that when Jing's family had matters to attend to and couldn't come. It wasn't exactly a lie, when Jing's family really did have issues. They had called her back home for 3 days in a row. When Jing came back very late each day and looked at him, hesitant to speak. This time, she said nothing, and Yiming chose to ignore it. The Wen family's problems were always the same. He didn't know what they wanted this time, or what they hoped he would do. Today, Hua Zhao hosted a dinner, and he definitely wouldn't invite her. Otherwise, she might cause trouble again. He knew the last conversation had little effect. "Big brother, did you eat the pork from last time? How did it taste?" Hua Zhao asked casually. Yiming smiled and said, "I didn't have time. I've been too busy lately. I'm no longer a teacher." When he got home, when Jing wouldn't cook the meat Hua Zhao brought, and just not throwing it out was considered good. "No longer a teacher? Where did you go?" Hua Zhao asked. "I went to the Economic Development Department, working as a minor clerk," Yiming replied with a smile. Hua Zhao hadn't heard of that department. It was probably a temporary name for some office. It made sense. Soon it would be 1977, and the dawn was coming. Everything was changing quickly.
Perfect.
"I want to ask you something," Hua Zhao said.
My luggage has arrived, as you saw.
There are about a dozen sacks of sunflower seeds. I plan to roast and sell them myself. Is that okay? Without a man at home, Hua Zhao relied on Yiming to find people to help with the physical work. Seeing those dozen sacks of sunflower seeds surprised him. Yi Shu likes to eat sunflower seeds, and Hua Zhao's seeds are also tasty, but there's no need to eat so many. Even if they give them to others to eat, they can't finish them all. It turns out they plan to sell them. "How do you plan to sell them?" Yiming asked. "I plan to sell at the cinema or the train station entrance, slowly," Hua Zhao said. Selling sunflower seeds outside the cinema has been common even during the strictest years of the 1960s. Small vendors carry a bag of seeds and squat in a dark corner outside the cinema, using a glass cup that can hold about 2 ounces of wine, selling by the cup. Initially, it was 5 cents per cup, then 8 cents, now a dime, and it will be more expensive later. It's much more expensive than what the supply and marketing cooperative sells. But the cooperative doesn't open at night, and they don't always have seeds, usually only before the new year. So, selling at the cinema or train station is especially good. How did the silly sunflower seeds become popular? It was because the market was good. Of course, later they didn't just sell retail, they also built a brand and did wholesale. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made 1,000,000 yuan and they wouldn't have been caught several times. "Is Beijing's inspection strict?" Hua Zhao asked. Yiming thought about her 10 or so sacks of seeds. The amount wasn't big. "If you sell a little every day, it's not a big problem," he spoke cautiously. The environment in Beijing is actually more relaxed because the government allows farmers to sell their surplus agricultural products. But some places are afraid of trouble and have banned everything outright. Hua Zhao's seeds are from her own family's farm. With so many witnesses, she's not afraid even if she gets caught. Moreover, they have their own family. And now that he's in the Ministry of Economic Development, understanding the higher-ups' intentions, he's even less afraid. "Just do it if you want," Yiming said. "If there's a problem, come to me. I'll talk to the people at the train station and cinema. That way, it's foolproof." He doesn't know anyone at the train station or cinema, but He's sure he has friends who do. Hey, Hua Zhao happily agreed. Everyone was listening to their conversation. Miao Longji frowned slightly. It's so cold, and your period is so heavy this month. Just stop bothering. It's not like you're short of that money. I won't go. My mom will go, Hua Zhao said. Zhang Guilin was confused. She had just disagreed with Hua Zhao going out to sell seeds, but now she suddenly said she would go. She felt a bit scared. The private economy in the Northeast is very tightly controlled. Just thinking about it makes her nervous. She's not afraid to go sell things. She's done it before, but she's worried about getting caught and embarrassing Hua Zhao and the Yi family. Let's first check the market. If it's good, you can go. If not, no one should go. We'll eat these sunflower seeds ourselves, Flower Zhao said. I can also find a way for you to deliver directly to our workplace, which might be better, selling at the same price as you. Wouldn't that be easier? Flower Zhao. Of course, this idea is better. Selling once and making the same money. Why work hard for several months just to earn the same? But these sunflower seeds are for her mother to build confidence, not for making money. Let my mom try selling them herself first and find her something to do. If she can't sell, she'll definitely come to you, Flower Zhao said with a smile. Miao Longji opened her mouth, thinking they could arrange a job for Zhang Guilin. Mom, just listen to Flower Zhao. If it doesn't work, we'll talk again, Yiming said. He thought selling sunflower seeds or other small items might be a good idea. All right, my children are grown up and don't listen to me anymore. You decide, Miao Longji said playfully. Flower Zhao immediately started to comfort her, taking out a small monk's robe for children and asking if it was okay to wear. Miao Longji's eyes lit up. This way of dressing is convenient and comfortable, much better than buttoning up. How did you think of it? You're so clever. Now, looking at Flower Zhao, she found almost everything about her pleasing. She didn't have time to think about sunflower seeds anymore. Anyway, she didn't need her daughter-in-law to take the eldest grandson out to sell them. If her in-laws wanted to go, let them go.
Yiming and Yeshu exchanged glances.
They had never realized how easy it was to please their mother. In the past, if they upset her, it would take days to soothe her. Now, she was fine in an instant. They both smiled. Just before dinner, Yi Fang arrived. She also received an invitation today, but was too busy and only now managed to leave. When she entered the house, her expression was a bit excited. Without hiding anything, she took a stack of test reports from her bag and handed them to Flower Zhao. Your grandpa's test results are out. They say he has no illness at all. When Flower Zhao went to the hospital for a checkup, she brought her grandpa along and had him undergo a thorough examination at a top hospital in Beijing. The results for Hua Chong took a long time to come out, several days. But the results were very good. Really? Flower Zhao happily took the test report. Although she had some expectations about the results, she couldn't be completely sure. Even though the equipment isn't very advanced now, the tests could detect issues. Does this mean her grandpa's illness is almost completely cured? The Yi family gathered around, excitedly looking at the test report. Hua Chong is fine, and they are all happy. The medical conditions below are not good. Such a big mistake in diagnosis. Grandpa Hua might have just had a stomach problem before, Yishu said. The others nodded. They heard that the biggest hospital Hua Chong had been to was the county hospital, which was in a remote mountain area. They really shouldn't have high hopes. Hua Zhao chuckled, and Hua Chong also chuckled. He knew best whether the past pain was a misdiagnosis. It was because his granddaughter took good care of him, feeding him well every day, making him happy, giving him ginseng, and that's why he got better. Thinking of this, Hua Chong said, I think it's the medicine effect of that ginseng. You all should drink more of that medicinal wine. Enough for everyone. He also hopes the Yi family will be well and will support his little Hua. Yes, very good, very good. Miao Longji nodded repeatedly. I've been resting very well lately. I feel my complexion has improved. She just finished menopause and is a bit older, so her sleep quality isn't good, and she often sleeps poorly at night. But since drinking that ginseng medicinal wine, she feels young again. Yi Shu is still young and hasn't noticed much change, but she feels her skin has been especially good lately. She thought it was because she changed her cosmetics, but now her mother mentioned it, and she agrees it's probably due to drinking the medicinal wine these past few days. Medicinal wine? Yiming asked curiously. He wasn't there that day, and Huazhao didn't ask anyone to bring him anything, thinking he would come someday to see for himself. He had been busy these days and forgot. Later, I'll bring some home for you. If you're tired or unwell, just take a few sips, Huazhao said. A few sips? Yiming was hearing about drinking wine by the drops for the first time. Well, he wanted to see how that works. The housewarming feast became even livelier, with everyone celebrating Hua Chang's recovery. After the meal, the lively gathering ended, and Huazhao and her mother started roasting sunflower seeds. She didn't need fancy flavors like 5-spice or garlic, just the plainest flavor was enough to win everyone over. The small courtyard's kitchen was surprisingly spacious, with 3 stoves and a large 12-inch pot. Huazhao cooked a big pot, weighing dozens of jin, a Chinese weight unit. Zhang Guilin found out and realized her daughter was serious about selling sunflower seeds. She couldn't quite understand it. Huazhao was so rich, with money she could spend her whole life without running out, and now she had a man and a child, and her in-laws were happy. Why bother with such a risky thing? Mom, I think selling the sunflower seeds at 50 cents a cup is the best price, Huazhao said. Zhang Guilin was startled. That's not okay. People will smash our stall. Even if they don't, they'll blame us. 5 cents a cup, 6 or 7 cups make a pound, 3 or 4 yuan per pound. That's crazy. Huazhao didn't try to persuade her. She thought the market in Beijing must be very different from the countryside. In their mountain village's county town, sunflower seeds still sell for 1 dime a cup. When it's good, they can be more expensive. Can Beijing sell them for a dime? Besides, now people have money, but nowhere to spend it. They are very willing to spend. In the 1960s, high-priced pastries and candies costing 20 yuan per jin still sold well, even in short supply. Mom, I'll sell my sunflower seeds to you for 1 yuan per jin. If you sell all these over 1,000 jin, you could make several thousand yuan, Huazhao said. Zhang Guilin was immediately tempted. Her eyes started to water a little because she realized the girl wanted to give her money. Her plan wasn't bad. If she couldn't sell at 50 cents, maybe at 20 cents, and a jin would still be over a yuan. Her own sunflower seeds cost nothing to produce. Selling over 1,000 jin could earn her at least a few hundred yuan. And the workers had started work again. Next year, going back to her hometown to plant sunflower seeds wasn't very realistic. The yard was already promised to the team, but what if she collected sunflower seeds from her family? That wouldn't be just 1,000 jin, but 10,000 jin. How much money could she make? Zhang Guilin's breathing grew heavier. She felt she could still pay off her house. With this, she'd feel more confident facing the Yi family. She quietly shared her plan for next year's sunflower harvest with Huazhao. Huazhao was surprised. She thought Zhang Guilin was timid, too afraid to sell on her own. She didn't expect that under the push of money, she was considering reselling. That's a good idea. I think it's worth trying, Huazhao said. And maybe she wouldn't even need to go all the way back to her hometown to harvest sunflower seeds, which would add costs. There's a lot of wasteland outside Beijing now. She just needed to find a way to use it. She still needed to explore this more. But there's no rush. First, she'd sell the remaining sunflower seeds she had now. After they finished shelling the sunflower seeds, they didn't go out to sell right away. Huazhao called her younger siblings. Come on, let's go. I'll take you to see a movie. Wow, the children cheered happily. Zhang Guilin was anxious. What movie? It's crowded and cold. Stay at home. I just want to check the market at the cinema entrance. I can go by myself, Huazhao smiled. Mom, you're so clever. But I've never watched a movie in my life, not even at the cinema entrance. I want to go. Zhang Guilin suddenly felt a bit sad. Then let's go. Dress warmly. Wow. The children finally became very happy, went home to change into their nicest clothes, and went out to watch a movie. Kids are most proud of their appearance. They went to the nearest cinema, about half an hour walk away. When they arrived outside, the lively scene surprised them. They had just finished eating, snacked on sunflower seeds, and ate some leftover lunch. It was dusk outside, a perfect time to watch a movie. The area outside the cinema was crowded with people. Some bought tickets and went inside, while others waited in the square to watch an outdoor movie for free. Movie tickets are now rare. They're not easy to buy. Many are issued by workplaces, and getting one makes people happy for a long time. Hold hands tightly. Don't lose each other, Hua Zhao told the kids. Even if you get separated, you should know your home address, right?
Got it.
Hua Zhao had made them memorize their address and even showed them a map, explaining their neighborhood carefully. Xiao Qin might struggle, but De Wei probably could find his way home. Mom, look at De Qin and Xiao Qin, and you, De Wei and Xiao Wei. Don't let go, Hua Zhao said. Okay, don't let go. Zhang Guilin and the children left. Hua Zhao truly cared for them. The 6 of them held hands and walked through the crowd, watching the people around them carefully. Except for Xiao Qin, everyone knew why they were there. Big sister, look. De Wei suddenly whispered to Hua Zhao. She looked where he pointed and saw a few women holding paper bags, eating sunflower seeds. Looking in the opposite direction, she saw a man with a shoulder bag, serving sunflower seeds to others. His business was good. He moved a few steps, was stopped by people or surrounded by them. When he opened his bag, it was half empty, and after a few more steps, it was empty again. Soon, he left happily. There were several people like him in the square. Hua Zhao also stopped someone and quietly asked, mimicking others, "How much does it cost?" The street vendor was about 20 years old, slightly thin and dark-skinned. When he saw Hua Zhao, he paused. He had never seen such a beautiful pregnant woman before. Looking at the children around her, he liked this customer. 25 cents per cup, the vendor said, quickly filling a cup with sunflower seeds, folding a triangular piece of newspaper to wrap it, and handing it over. Hua Zhao watched carefully. This cup probably contained just 1 or 2 handfuls, sold for 25 cents. Zhang Guilin was already grimacing nearby. The street vendor thought this outsider woman was just worried about money. He never expected that Zhang Guilin was actually happy. Zhang Guilin and the children now dressed quite normally, neither trendy nor shabby, like typical city people. But the sharp-eyed vendor immediately saw that she and the children were from out of town, which showed in their lack of confidence. However, Hua Zhao was different. She was a visitor from outside the city, here to meet relatives, and maybe her relatives had taken her and the children out to see the sights. 6 cups, please, Hua Zhao said. The vendor smiled, thinking this is how local city folks are so generous. Hua Zhao didn't ask the vendor to use newspaper to hold the snacks. She couldn't let go of the children's hands, so she told the vendor to put the sunflower seeds directly into the children's pockets. That way, she could hold their hands without stopping them from eating the seeds. Are they tasty? Hua Zhao asked De Qin and Xiao Qin. De Qin looked at the vendor, but didn't speak, looking a bit shy. Xiao Qin said directly, "They're very bad to eat." The vendor just smiled without saying anything, maybe because he thought they had eaten something spoiled, though he couldn't be sure if one was still good. De Qin cracked open a seed and put it in Hua Zhao's mouth. Hua Zhao honestly thought the seeds tasted normal and had a nice aroma. They just found them bad because their mouths had become spoiled from too much eating. After saying goodbye to the vendor, Hua Zhao continued walking through the crowd with the children. But the vendor kept watching her closely.
Whose girl is she?
He arrived too late. She already has children. Even if he had come earlier, he wouldn't stand a chance. Just dreaming about good things. Then he saw Hua Zhao meet a street vendor and buy a cup of sunflower seeds. This time, she bought fewer, just 1 cup for each person, not 6. The vendor chuckled, probably having heard about him, knowing his roasted sunflower seeds are the best. Hua Zhao wandered around the square, meeting about 10 other vendors selling sunflower seeds, as well as some selling cigarettes, candies, and even soda. Despite the cold weather, many people were still shopping. Why wait? Just buy what you want without waiting for tickets. Hua Zhao bought a little from each stall. Finally, everyone watched a movie outdoors before heading home. Back home, Zhang Guilin couldn't hide her smile. The prices for sunflower seeds in the square were quite uniform, about 2.5 cents per jean. The flavors varied, but overall, they weren't bad. definitely better than what they had at home. And the best part was, no one was controlling the market. The vendor moved freely through the crowd. He didn't shout to sell, and buyers didn't shout back, but still, no one was stopping him. She even saw someone with a red armband, like a security officer, buying sunflower seeds from the vendor. At that moment, she was so scared her heart was pounding, but then she saw the vendor calmly collect the money, only giving an extra cup, and happily walk away. The red armband also happily left. This city is really good, Zhang Guilin sighed. Then she added, maybe we should also sell for 25 cents. No way, Hua Zhao firmly said. That would ruin their business. If you sell for 25 cents, people definitely won't buy from them anymore. Even if they do, it will be because you have no more and they will be reluctant. But if you sell for 50 cents, it's different. The conflict won't be so big. 25 cents still has a market, and other vendors won't gang up to push you out, Hua Zhao explained. We're not trying to dominate the whole market. Just sell a little each day, slowly. Zhang Guilin nodded as if she understood but also seemed to realize something. All right, then sell for 50 cents. 1 tael and 5 mao, 1 jin and 5 yuan, 1,000 jin would be 5,000. She wasn't in a rush to sell 2,500 anymore. Just sell slowly, as long as it sells. That's enough. Yiming rode home with medicinal wine, planning to put the wine at home before returning to work. Hua Zhao didn't say much when giving him the wine, just told him to take his time to experience it himself. His mother kept giving him detailed instructions, telling him how to be careful and how to dilute it, worried he might waste a drop. This made him curious. Maybe he should try a sip before heading to work? When he reached the door, he smelled a strong aroma. It was so tempting, and it seemed to be coming from his own house. Yiming opened the door and found his mother-in-law, 3 brothers-in-law, and a younger sister-in-law all eating together. It was rare to see so many people without any noise. He didn't hear a thing from outside. The soundproofing of this building. What's soundproofing? Mom and Dad, you're here. Yiming greeted everyone with a smile. Wenping and his wife looked up and smiled at him. The 3 brothers-in-law looked different. Some eager to please, some disdainful, and some hiding their disdain while pretending to be friendly. Brother-in-law, I'm right here. Didn't you see me? A girl in the corner said loudly with a carefree smile. The man next to her was busy eating, not even glancing at Yiming. Yiming smiled at her. Wenru and Li Tong are also here. The woman nudged the man eating beside her with her elbow. The man, while eating, looked up and vaguely called out brother-in-law, then continued to eat eagerly. The braised pork was so fragrant. He had never tasted such delicious meat before. Yiming also saw the reason why these people lowered their heads and hurriedly ate without speaking, several plates of braised pork and a big bowl of cabbage stewed with bones. The bones looked like leg bones. Wen Jing came out of the kitchen, carrying a pot of bone soup. Seeing Yiming, she trembled and almost spilled the soup. Yiming looked at her, noticing her guilt. Is this meat sent by Hua Zhao? He asked with a smile. Wen Jing lowered her head, quickly placing the soup bowl on the table, softly saying, My parents came to eat, and I saw there was nothing else in the fridge, so I just made this. Her tone was very guilty, as if she had made a big mistake. This made the Wen family very unhappy. Old Madame Wen's eyes immediately widened as she looked at Yiming. What? Your mother-in-law's family came, and you can't even share a piece of meat with us. Yiming smiled calmly, even trying to please. Not at all. This meat was sent by my rural sister-in-law. It's from our own pig. Xiao Jing was worried about chicken pox and didn't want to eat it, so I was planning to give it away someday. Who knew Xiao Jing would make it for you? Sorry, Mom and Dad. When Jing's eyes widened in shock, standing there stunned. The Wen family's anger suddenly turned toward Wen Jing, and she was caught between speechless and guilty. Old Madame Wen, who had no meat in her mouth, scolded loudly. You little girl. Do you want to kill us? This is your father, mother, brother, sister, nephew, and niece here. Having worms in the stomach is very painful, disgusting, and even life-threatening. If they were too poor to eat, who would eat chickenpox meat? Their Wen family was not so poor that they had to eat chickenpox meat. You little girl. Old Madame Wen grew angrier and slapped Wen Jing. Yiming quickly stepped in to stop her, even getting slapped himself. The others also reacted, desperately urging their children to spit out the meat. They kept criticizing Wenjing as well. Wenjing only looked at Yiming, silently shedding tears. Yiming looked at her with complicated eyes. She did it on purpose. The fridge was empty, and the market was just downstairs. They had money and tickets. What couldn't they buy? Maybe he had casually mentioned this morning that he wanted to cook meat tonight and asked how she wanted to eat it, which made her angry. Wenjing couldn't argue now about Hua Zhao or the meat. Seeing Yiming angry, she hurriedly defended herself. I said I wanted to go buy meat, but Mom saw it and said just eat that. I said. Old Madam Wen got even angrier, pointing at Wenjing's nose. How would I know this is chicken pox meat? Didn't you tell me when I was talking? If you told me, could I still eat? Am I craving too much or going to be too poor? Eating pimple meat. Wenjing whispered. I looked at the meat when I cut it, no pimples. It's fine, or I wouldn't have cooked it. Are your eyes a magnifying glass? Can you see pimples or not? Wenming, Wenjing's third younger brother, said. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his tone. That's just how he usually talked to Wenjing. Wenjing is the oldest girl in the Wen family, and she takes care of her younger siblings. She was quite obedient as a child and took good care of them, so the burden on her was heavier. Both Wenjing's parents needed to work, so she raised her 3 brothers and 1 sister mostly by herself. Things got easier when they went to school. But she has a good personality, no bad temper, so her siblings aren't afraid of her. Later, because Wenjing couldn't have children, she became more timid. Her younger siblings were still young and going through puberty, and they started to neglect and bully her. Now, they still haven't changed, and maybe they don't want to. Even Wenjing's parents got used to her sacrifices and started bossing her around. All right, eating a little pimple meat isn't a big problem. Just take some deworming medicine and it'll be fine, Yiming said. If you don't come, I plan to cook and eat it tonight. He picked up a pair of unused chopsticks from the table and tried a piece of braised pork. Wow, it smells so good. No wonder it's wild pig meat. Hurry, go serve me a bowl of rice. He pushed Wenjing. Since Hua Zhao knew about Miaolongji's worries, she hadn't cooked her own wild pig meat at these gatherings. Instead, she bought it fresh from the market. Yiming was eating it for the first time and suddenly regretted coming late. He spoke, and the Wen family members felt embarrassed to scold Wenjing again. Yiming was a golden son-in-law. Because of Wenjing, they didn't push too hard, just acted a little like elders. If they really angered Yiming, they wouldn't dare. Plus, they had something to ask for today. Deworming medicine might not work perfectly. If you get sick and suffer, it's better to just deal with it yourself, Sun Hui, Wenjing's sister-in-law and Wen Liang's wife, whispered. In short, they all got sick and suffered because they ate his family's meat. They would be responsible. Paying for medical bills was fine. Their workplace would reimburse it, so Yiming wouldn't have to pay. But Yiming knew he was at fault, so he just had to accept it. Her plan was working well. Yiming seemed very hungry, lowered his head to eat, and didn't speak. Wenjing also didn't want to bring up pork anymore, but she found his strange behavior odd. Didn't you go to the housewarming banquet today? Was he not properly hosted? Yiming didn't go home for dinner and always explained his whereabouts. It was a good meal, but nothing beats this braised pork, Yiming said sincerely. Even with Hua Zhao's cooking skills, the importance of ingredients can't be ignored. Can store-bought meat compare to the pork fed with energy vegetables since childhood? The difference is huge. If he hadn't eaten too much at lunch, Yiming felt he could eat a whole pot of rice now. When he mentioned the housewarming banquet, the Wen family exchanged glances, their eyes shining. I heard you've been looking at houses recently. Have you bought one? Is your sister hosting today? Old Mr. Wen asked. They came for the house. Mr. Wen works in education. He held a decent position back then. Now retired, he still lives in the Education Bureau compound not far from here. Yiming asked his colleagues about houses and naturally heard the news. Like others, he thought the Wen family was thinking of their eldest son, planning to give him a new house. Otherwise, Yishan lives in a large courtyard of over 1,000 square meters, while Yiming's small, shabby 60-square-meter house doesn't sound good for the Yi family's reputation. They asked Wen Jing about the house. At that time, Wen Jing didn't know the house was for Hua Zhao. She saw Yiming often going out with Yi Shu and thought it was for both families, so she told her parents.
She was happy then.
Although her favorite was Yi Shen's big courtyard, now that the front and backyards are back, a family of more than half is good. Plus, her grandmother only gave Yi Shen the front yard, the backyard. The backyard was bought by Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao is Yi Ming's sister-in-law. They could rent a place in the past, right? Old Hua Chang couldn't live in such a big yard. But she knew she couldn't bring up this kind of thought. She had mentioned it to Yi Ming before, and his look then made her feel embarrassed. Now, the Yi family wanted to buy a yard for them separately, which was not bad. Who knew that a few days ago, Yi Ming told him that the yard was still bought by Hua Zhao. Wen Jing almost fainted from anger at that moment. She hadn't told her parents about this. She felt shy and couldn't bring herself to say it. She, a young lady from a high-ranking official family in Beijing, was overshadowed by a rural girl from the countryside. Yiming looked at the Wen family and guessed their purpose. The Wen family's housing situation was also quite tight. Wenping held a relatively high position back in the day, but his sons turned out to be disappointing. Now, only the eldest son, who is 28 years old and married for many years, has a small 40-square-meter apartment at his workplace. The second and third sons are also married, but still live in the Wen family home. Wen Ruo married a man from an average family and also lives with her in-laws in a small room. Today isn't my sister's treat. She hasn't bought a house yet, Yiming said. Then who could it be? Brother-in-law, you don't even tell the truth to your own family, treating us like outsiders. Wen Ruo joked casually. I've heard from the Liu family that you sold the house to them, signed the papers a few days ago. And that big courtyard in Zhao's family, you also bought it. Wen Ruo's smile looked a bit stiff. Why is her sister so lucky? She married into a good family. Her husband is handsome and capable, and he treats her so well. Even if she can't have children, he stays with her, and they plan to spend their lives together. Thinking about this, she felt a twinge of jealousy. She is 23 years old, married for 3 years, and has 2 daughters. Her mother-in-law's face has already become very long. A few days ago, her mother-in-law told them that the children were too noisy at night and disturbed their rest, so they should find a place to move out. Comparing herself to others, she feels so frustrated. She looks better than her sister, but she was born a few years later. That's because you didn't ask around clearly, Yiming said. If you ask again, you'll see that I didn't buy the house. My sister-in-law did. Your sister-in-law? She's just a rural woman. Where does she get so much money? Wen Liang's wife scoffed. Isn't it your parents who paid? Honestly, your parents have really given all the benefits to your younger brother, and you can't even get a share. She glanced at Wen Jing and said oddly, but it's true. Regardless of whether they're from the countryside or not, they can have children. In the past, if she said such things, Yiming would get very angry. He was very sensitive about others mentioning whether Wen Jing could have children. But now he sat there without moving, still smiling. He realized he was wrong before. He protected her too much, which made it harder for Wen Jing to get over her mental hurdle. If people had often mentioned it in front of her 1,000 times, 10,000 times, wouldn't she have come to terms with it by now? She wouldn't be so sensitive now, reacting painfully at the slightest provocation. This has nothing to do with having children or not, Yiming said with a smile. Even rural people can have money. Their area is mountainous and they grow ginseng there. Grandpa Hua Zhao got a few plants years ago. He sold one a while back, traded it for the backyard of Yishen's house, then sold another one, earning 100,000 yuan, enough to buy 2 houses comfortably. The Wen family's understanding was limited, and they didn't know about Hua Zhao selling ginseng. Wen Jing wouldn't mention it either. The Wen family members all stared wide-eyed. Suddenly, the usually silent second brother, Wenda, frowned and said, "The ginseng picked from mountain? That belongs to the state. How can they let others take it privately? That's illegal." The Wen family's eyes lit up. Yes, that's right. How can someone just dig and claim it as theirs? The mountain is public land, and every plant and tree on it belongs to everyone. Actually, that was a reasonable point. The reeds by the Shun Mountain River are public property. If someone pulls out a handful, it's fine. But if they bundle it and carry it home, that's not allowed. It must be collected collectively by the production team each year and shared out. But resources on the mountain are special. Trees can't be cut down without permission. Wild grass and fruits can be gathered freely if you have the time and are willing to move around. There are so many wild mushrooms and fruits that the whole village can't pick them all. Everyone follows the old rules. The more you work, the more you get. Whatever you pick is your own skill. It's impossible to say only one person can pick a basket and the rest can't take what's left on the ground. Neither can they give the small amount they gather after a day's effort to the whole village. Who would want to go into the mountain then? For things like ginseng and lingji, no one has touched them in the past 10 years. When they do, they're not worth much. Wealthier families hide them well and won't let outsiders find out. Hua Xiao had been selling in Beijing and couldn't hide it anymore. Experts have already identified it. The ginseng is old, not picked after the founding of the country. It's private property, Yiming said. Actually, that was all nonsense. He had looked at it himself. The ginseng looked quite fresh. Hua Xiao also said it was just picked. But it doesn't matter. It's already been eaten by He Jianing. If they don't believe it, let them go ask He Jianing to verify. The Wen family's expressions became quite colorful. They knew Yiming. Although he liked to speak in a poetic way, he wasn't someone who lied. Since he was so sure that the house wasn't his, but belonged to his sister-in-law, then that was the truth. And once they found out more, it was clear. They didn't investigate thoroughly, only knowing that the owner sold the house. They didn't ask if Yiming bought it. They heard Ye's family bought 2 houses. They naturally thought each was for Yiming and Yishu, one each. But it turned out they were both for Yishun. What does she need so many houses for? She can't even live in all of them alone. Isn't that a waste of resources? Wenda said to Yiming, other families live with dozens of people in one courtyard, but she lives in 3? That's too extravagant. What's her style? Don't you manage her? She lives alone, her grandfather lives in one, her mother also came to Beijing and lives in one, and she has 2 children to raise. In the future, with many grandchildren, they might not all fit, Yiming replied. Actually, he also couldn't understand why Hua Xiao bought an extra house, just sitting empty and attracting envy. But if she has money, she might as well spend it. Her money, her choice. Grandma Wen suddenly looked at Wenjing and said sourly, look at her daughter. She got married and still brings her mom along. She even bought her mom a big house in Beijing. TSK, she really has talent. Unlike her daughter, who always makes things difficult. Whenever she asks her to do something, she struggles, and even when she succeeds, it makes them unhappy. The Wen family members exchanged glances again. It wasn't Yiming's house, but his brother's wife's house, so they found it harder to speak up. But the family really couldn't fit anymore. Wenda and Wenming each had 2 or 3 children, all still young. When one cried at night, the whole house would cry, and they couldn't sleep. Plus, both daughters-in-law were difficult. They kept arguing and even tried to stir up trouble between the brothers. It looked like the brothers might drift apart. This family had to be split up. They couldn't leave one family alone, or it would be unfair. If they split, they should all split apart. Does she have an empty house now? Which one? Old Mr. Wen asked. The big courtyard in the alley, Yiming said. The Wen family knew that house. They also knew there was no room left at home. They had been looking for a house before, but unfortunately, they couldn't afford to buy one outright. The family didn't have enough money, so they could only buy 1 or 2 rooms in the big courtyard. Most apartments now were built by workplaces for their employees, and residents only had the right to live there, not to sell. They had looked at houses from Lu's family and Zhao's family. Naturally, they liked the house at the front of the alley. But now, asking for it. The big courtyard wasn't impossible to accept. They could tidy it up. The yard was big enough, and they didn't need to live with so many people. You know our situation, old Mr. Wen said directly to Yiming. We have many children, and we can't fit them all. Every night, the crying gives me a headache. Your mother and I are getting old and can't handle it anymore. In a few years, when the children grow up, there won't be enough space. We might have to sleep in the living room and kitchen. As the brother-in-law, you have good conditions. If you can help, please do. I'm begging you as a father." The last sentence, Yiming had heard countless times. But every time he heard it, he felt very annoyed by old Master Wen's attitude. "Whether I ask or not, if outsiders hear this, what will they think of me?" Yiming said. He saw the old man acting as if he had every right, even a little proud. Yiming preferred that outsiders not hear it at all. He was just afraid he wouldn't be afraid. If he had a man like Wenrua, kneeling and begging wouldn't help at all. That was truly frustrating. Yiming sneered inwardly, but he smiled sincerely and said, "You're right. As a brother-in-law, I will help if I can. If my second and third brother's children have nowhere to stay, they can all come to my house. I like children and will take care of them." The Wen family was stunned, especially Wenjing, who stared blankly at Yiming. He finally spoke, finally said what was in his heart. He liked children. In the past, he didn't say this. He said he hated kids, crying was annoying, and when they grew up, they still didn't listen. He thought raising children was worse than raising pets. It turned out he had been lying to her all along. So, over the years, had he always resented her? The Wen family also thought this way. They thought more deeply. Was Yiming finally going to dislike Wenjing? Wenjing couldn't have children. Several major hospitals confirmed it was her problem. Yiming had no issues. At such times, he could even suggest divorce, and outsiders wouldn't say anything. Who doesn't want to have children? Especially a family like the Yi family. If Wenjing didn't take the initiative to ask for a divorce now, people would gossip behind their backs. Some family members exchanged glances. Some shook their heads gently, thinking, "Let's leave it at that today. Don't make Yiming angry, and kick Wenjing out immediately." Others nodded anxiously, thinking Yiming was definitely fed up with Wenjing. He might kick her out any day. Now is the time to take advantage of their relationship while it lasts. After they divorce, can they still get anything? Not a chance. Old Master Wen agreed with this view. He also wanted to test whether Wenjing was still useful. The children are still young and need to breastfeed. They can't leave their parents, Old Master Wen said. "My idea is to have Wen Liang and Wenda's families find a place to rent or buy and move out. That way, it's a win-win. Your mother and I can sleep peacefully, and they won't have to squeeze into one room." "Looking for a house? What kind of house? Rent or buy?" Yiming asked. "I've recently looked at many houses and can recommend some. We don't have any savings. How can we afford to buy a house?" Grandma Wen said sourly. She didn't say she wanted to borrow money. She knows exactly how much wealth Yiming has, and even if they all pooled their resources, they couldn't buy a house. Besides, who would empty their savings to buy a house for their little brother-in-law? That would embarrass the Wen family if it got out. The main point is they can't even buy one house, so how can two people share one? It would be great if the ginseng belonged to Yiming. Grandma Wen's eyes suddenly brightened. Before the old man could speak, she said, "Your sister-in-law still has a lot of money left, right? Since she's just sitting around, ask her if she can lend us some. We want to buy 2 houses for your 2 brothers. I heard it only costs a little over 30,000. Don't worry, we'll pay her back later." Yiming took a sip of tea. If she weren't his mother-in-law, he would have many sharp words to make her leave and never come back. But he had to call her Mom. "No, I won't lend money. I can't afford to be that kind of person," Yiming said firmly. Grandma Wen pouted. "You and Yi Shun are brothers. It doesn't matter if you lend or not. Anyway, her money isn't doing anything. What's wrong with you using some of it? You're her brother, and you're still living in such a small house. You should buy a yard too. She still has about 65,000 left, right? That's enough." Yiming's face showed obvious sarcasm. Old Mr. Wen glared at Grandma Wen. "You're not making sense. Your mother didn't mean that. She means it's not you who should borrow the money. We will go and ask, and we promise to pay her back. We're relatives, and we won't forget to settle accounts. We can even sign an IOU," he said. Yiming said he found it embarrassing, but they didn't mind. This excuse would block him, and he wouldn't know what to say next.
Yiming replied clearly, no.
Her money is in the bank, earning several thousand yuan in interest a year. I only earn a few hundred a year. I can't even pay her the interest. Would you guys pay her the interest? Bank interest rates are high now, especially for fixed deposits, nearly 10%. The Wen family looked unhappy. Wenda spoke up, "We're close relatives. Why should we pay interest? All you care about is money. Her interest alone is a few thousand a year. Over 10 years, that's tens of thousands. Can you pay her back within 10 years? Earning a few tens of thousands in 10 years is impossible for each family without eating or drinking less. Otherwise, they would have saved enough to buy a house long ago. Losing tens of thousands at once, that's too much for me," Yiming said. Old Mr. Wen looked disapproving. "We're close relatives. Talking about money can hurt feelings." Yiming almost snorted coldly. "I'm really related to you guys, but she's not. If I had a few thousand, I would lend it to you. Don't worry about her money." "Why do you speak so harshly? No one is thinking about her money. We're just borrowing," Wen Liang's wife couldn't help but say. "Your maternal brothers also have several younger siblings, right? I heard their families are doing pretty well. If everyone pitches in a little, maybe it will be enough to buy a house," Yiming said bluntly. Son Huixing got angry. "It's not my house that's buying the house, so what does it have to do with me?" And she couldn't believe her own brothers' wives would borrow money. Her younger siblings would never dare ask her for money. If she dared to ask, she would never be welcomed into her family again. Does everyone think like Wen Jing, so naive? "You're right, it's not my house either," Yiming said with a faint smile. The Wen family felt a bit embarrassed. But Yiming didn't let Wen Da and Wen Ming go. He looked at their wives and asked, "Your maternal family also has brothers and sisters, right?" Both wives replied at the same time. They are all ordinary families, no money. In the end, the Wen family got nothing and left angrily. Before leaving, Grandma Wen carried a bag of food, things that were supposedly nothing in the fridge. As soon as she entered the house, she started packing them away. The fridge was naturally empty, and she planned to eat everything left today. Her daughters and sons-in-law hadn't visited her in days, so she tolerated it and went to see them instead. Her children were filial, and whenever she visited someone, she never left empty-handed. Of course, she only met her 2 daughters. Her 2 sons lived with her. The eldest son had just started his own home, which was still bare and waiting for her support. Yiming knew her personality well and didn't mind. The Wen family left, and Jingjing sat motionless in her chair. She couldn't hear or see anything anymore. Only Yiming's earlier words, "He likes children," echoed in her mind. Yiming took her downstairs, watched them leave the courtyard, then turned to go upstairs. Seeing Jingjing still sitting motionless, his eyes darkened. He didn't try to comfort her like before, but said naturally, "It's getting late. Don't you have work this afternoon? The table is here. Whoever gets off work earlier can clean up." After saying this, he was about to leave, but suddenly remembered a bottle of precious medicinal wine in his pocket. It wasn't suitable to take to work, so he took it out. Its bright green color, full of fresh vitality, made people want to taste a sip. He couldn't help but take out his cup. Following his mother's instructions, he poured a glass of clear water and added 2 drops. The fruit in the cup turned green. He drank the water like tea and felt that there was no better tasting tea or wine in the world. Wen Jing had already come to her senses and watched his actions. For a moment, she pushed aside her fear and asked, "What are you drinking?" Yiming held the bottle and looked at her. He couldn't tell her it was given by Hua Zhao, or she might pour more for him. In the past, he would have just taken it some medicinal wine. But now, feeling warm all over, he couldn't bear to part with it. "It's nothing. Mom got a bottle of medicinal wine, and I took some," he said. Wen Jing is allergic to alcohol and doesn't drink it, so he didn't let her try. "Oh." Wen Jing looked at the bottle in his hand, but didn't believe him. Was she stupid? He just came back from Hua Zhao's house. Miao Wanji only kept good things for when they returned on weekends, and wouldn't send them to someone else's house. Yiming also thought his excuse wasn't perfect, but since he said it, Wen Jing probably understood what he meant. When she wasn't overthinking, she was smart. Yiming carefully placed the bottle in the bedroom cabinet and hurried off to work. He didn't comfort Wenjing at all. Wenjing could tell he saw her sadness and pain.
He
Was doing it on purpose. He really didn't like her anymore. He even despised her.
Why?
Just because of the child? All because of Hua Zhao. She went to the cabinet, took out the medicinal wine, and stared at the bottle, wishing she could smash it to pieces. But she knew she couldn't. Doing so would only make Yiming dislike her more. The next day, Hua Zhao went to the train station with her mother and younger sister. Their home was only about 2 kilometers from the West Station. A few bus stops or a walk would get them there. It wasn't suitable to sell at the cinema entrance, which was only busy at night. During the day, it was quiet. They had passed by the train station before, but back then, no one paid attention to the vendors nearby. Now, she saw that there were quite a few stalls. Most of them sold food, tea, eggs, baked buns, steamed bread, and so on. Many people arrived a day early to wait for their trains. They didn't want to stay in hotels, so they stayed in the waiting rooms overnight, turning the station into a lively marketplace. Hua Zhao knows that most people going out now are wealthy. Once the market opens fully, it will become even bigger. There are also some people like Zhang Guilin who don't understand everything, but it's clear they are not just wandering around waiting for buses. They often glance at someone and whisper to each other. Some people wave goodbye and leave on their own, while others follow these people to more hidden spots. Hua Zhao understands this is about doing big business. They sell all kinds of tickets and rare items, bicycles, watches, TVs, all are sold here. Most people on the train are officials on business trips, many from other places. They usually want to buy something special from their hometown to bring back. These are ideal customers. Someone wants to buy, someone wants to sell, and they trade happily. Everyone benefits. Of course, there are also many scammers, so you have to be careful and watch out. Didn't you see the sunflower seed seller? Zhang Guilin asked nervously. It's okay if there isn't one. The place isn't heavily regulated. Selling other things is fine. What's wrong with selling some sunflower seeds? Hua Zhao replied. Plus, these people usually come hours early to wait for the train. They get bored and snack on sunflower seeds, that's good. Most importantly, these people are wealthier than young moviegoers. Alright, I have nothing to do anyway. I'll come here during the day and go to the cinema at night, Zhang Guilin said. She just wanted to see if the place was well managed. If it wasn't strict, she'd feel more at ease. That night, Zhang Guilin's business started. Zhang Guilin didn't come alone. She brought Da Wei, Xiao Wei, and Qin. Hua Zhao and Xiao Qin didn't come along. Hua Zhao was worried at first and wanted to stay with her for a few days, but Zhang Guilin refused. She had been working hard these days and didn't want Hua Zhao to get tired. As for Da Wei, Xiao Wei, and Qin, they wanted to come themselves. Hua Zhao told them they could sell their own sunflower seeds at home, earning a dime per cup. The kids were almost overjoyed. They could finally earn some pocket money again. Today, they came to learn how to do business. Hua Zhao carefully told them all the tricks to avoid scams before reluctantly letting them come along. She also said they could go to the cinema, but definitely not to the train station because it's easy for children to get lost there. Zhang Guilin was also worried about losing them. On the first day, she didn't let them sell sunflower seeds and just kept them close to her to learn. Seeing these eager kids waiting to learn made her even braver. Besides, she had sold things before. Zhang Guilin made a large bag during the day that looked like those of other vendors, slung diagonally across her front, filled with sunflower seeds, with a layer of folded newspaper wrapping the outside. Anyone could tell what she was selling at a glance. Before she could start selling herself, a girl and a young man approached and asked, "How much for the sunflower seeds?" Five mao per cup, Zhang Guilin said for the first time, feeling a little nervous. Not because she was nervous about selling, but because the price was high. They were surprised. 5 mao? For such a big cup? They thought Zhang Guilin's cups might be larger than others. She took out a cup identical to those of other vendors, the most common style from the supply and marketing cooperative. The young man's eyes widened even more. 5 mao for 1 cup? Let's go, we should find someone else, his girlfriend said angrily. Miss, my sunflower seeds are different from others, very fragrant. "Want to try?" Dichin suddenly said. She also carried a small bag filled with sunflower seeds, given to them by her sister before they left. It was agreed that the seeds inside were not for sale but for tasting. Each person could have a small handful. She didn't let Zhang Guilin give the seeds for tasting. Her hands were big. Hua Zhao then taught some tips, like who could be given seeds and who couldn't, and to remember that each person should only be given once. Those who always try to get more shouldn't be bothered. A small handful of seeds was handed to the girl. Seeing Dichin's sweet smile, the girl couldn't refuse and immediately walked away. "Aren't these seeds free?" the girl asked cautiously, holding a small handful. "Yes, free for tasting," Dichin replied. That made the girl feel at ease. She picked up one seed and tasted it.
Wow.
It was really different. She chewed happily, and soon the small handful was gone. Her friend nearby finally remembered and asked, "Are they tasty?" The girl suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. She wanted to say they were delicious but thought the price was too high. She was on her first date with her boyfriend and didn't dare tell the truth. What if he thought she was wasteful? The man thought they weren't tasty and wanted to leave with her. "Brother, you should try some too," Dichin said, handing him another handful of seeds. Since it was free, he decided to try. And then he couldn't stop. 5 mao per cup was a bit expensive, but since it was their first date, he didn't want to leave a stingy impression on his girlfriend.
2 cups for me, the man said.
Zhang Guilin was a bit surprised. Without hesitation, she packed 2 bags of seeds. She was using ordinary newspaper as paper. Hua Zhao didn't do anything fancy, no drawings or fragrant melon seeds. At this time, it wasn't suitable to promote brands. A big tree attracts the wind. She didn't want to be the second fool. Anyway, she sold quality, not a brand, and her quality was unmatched. The first customer left, and Dichin started actively inviting the second customer. She was inspired and decided to introduce 1 man and 1 woman as customers, and she also offered tastings to men. She noticed yesterday that most of the paying customers seemed to be men. Some people hesitated, thinking 50 cents was too expensive. Even if the food was good, they didn't buy. Others didn't mind a few more cents. Out of 10 people, she could sell 5 portions. Those watching the movie were people who didn't mind a few cents. Zhang Guilin's sunflower seeds sold a bit slowly, but gradually, after the first movie ended, she sold half of her stock. The movie inside also ended, and a group of people came out. Many of them headed straight for Zhang Guilin. 1 package of sunflower seeds was not enough, and the more they ate, the more delicious they found it, so they wanted to keep eating. Seeing that Zhang Guilin hadn't left yet, they were very happy. 2 more cups. I wanted cups too. I want 4 cups. Several people spoke at once. Everyone looked, feeling anxious. Were these people all here for her sunflower seeds? Zhang Guilin didn't have much left in her bag. They hurried to pay and compete for the purchase. Zhang Guilin enjoyed the attention from other vendors and was surrounded. After a few rounds of people, her sunflower seeds were sold out. Some customers who had come from other places, initially hesitant to buy, now, seeing the situation, only regretted that they had moved too slowly earlier. "Will you come again tomorrow?" someone asked. Yes, I'll come at 6 o'clock, Zhang Guilin replied. "All right, bring more tomorrow." Okay. Zhang Guilin happily hurried home with her 3 children. She didn't go home first. She went straight to Hua Zhao's house to share the good news. Seeing the excited smile on Zhang Guilin's face, Hua Zhao was very happy. Her mother's life was once again filled with hope. Zhang Guilin was truly happy. Not long ago, she thought her life would be like this, working hard at Lu's family, watching her 4 children grow up and get married, and that would be the end of it. Later, her mother brought news of Hua Zhao's marriage. Then she realized Hua Zhao was different from what she had imagined. Later, she returned to the countryside, got her own house, and the 4 children who had once been distant from her also became closer. Life feels like a dream. Then the Lu family caused trouble again. So she decided to get a divorce. This year has seen more events than the past 10 years combined. Fortunately, with Hua Zhao's help, all problems were solved and life became peaceful again. But soon, everything changed dramatically. She and the children moved to the capital. Her income for a year could reach several thousand yuan. After saving for a few years, she could officially buy a house in the city, settle down, and give her children a good life. This is her biggest wish in life. Today, all the sunflower seeds have been sold. Zhang Guilin happily said when she saw Hua Zhao. Was it smooth? Did anyone cause trouble? Hua Zhao asked. Yes, very smooth. Zhang Guilin stroked Daqin's head. Thanks to Daqin today, she made many of the sales. Daqin shyly and proudly smiled. Dawei and Xiaowei felt a bit embarrassed. They didn't perform as well as their sister and found it hard to speak. In the past, they were eager to pick mushrooms in the mountains, but they had never sold mushrooms with their mother before. They felt shy about suddenly having to promote their goods to others. Daqin, being younger and braver, was quite confident. Hua Zhao also noticed this. She thought that if she nurtured Daqin well, she could become a good businesswoman. From now on, when you see money, you'll feel more confident, Hua Zhao said with a smile to Dawei and Xiaowei, then announced to everyone, let's count the money. Yes, the children cheered happily. Zhang Guilin also smiled and took off a small pouch hanging tightly in front of her chest, placing it on the table. It was all paper money, with the largest denomination being 1 yuan. Honey, you count the 1 yuan bills, you count the 50-cent coins, you count the 20-cent coins, and you count the 10-cent coins. Hua Zhao assigned tasks to the 4 children. Since everyone watching the movie was young, no one felt comfortable holding a bundle of bills to buy things. The money on the table was quickly counted, 75 yuan exactly. Zhang Guilin took away 15 jin of sunflower seeds today. That much? Daqin exclaimed in surprise. She had just started school and didn't yet understand that 5 yuan per jin meant she could sell for a lot of money. Dawei, however, silently calculated in his mind. Only now did he dare to believe there really was so much money. In the past, their mother's monthly salary was only about 20 yuan. This amount was almost 3 months' worth of her salary, and they earned it in just one night. 75 yuan a day, 750 in 10 days, and in a month. He was stunned. Hua Zhao smiled and said, no need to calculate so precisely. Our family has about 1,000 jin of sunflower seeds. Selling them forever isn't possible. Oh, the 4 children were suddenly cooled down and became alert. Zhang Guilin was still excited. Over 1,000 jin, that's more than 5,000 yuan. In the past, I would have to save for 20 years without eating or drinking. She felt very satisfied. Yes. Daqin also understood. Next year, we can keep planting sunflower seeds and keep selling them. Where will we plant sunflower seeds? Back to Kaishan village, Dai asked. The children immediately looked worried. They didn't want to go back to Kaishan village. Actually, it was a nice place, and they had a happy few months there. But now, sister wasn't going back to Beijing, and Grandpa Hua was also in Beijing. They liked Beijing too. This is Beijing. Moreover, Kaishan village has the scary Hua family. They didn't want to go back and they didn't dare either. I'll handle this, Hua Zhao said. Next spring, I promise you'll be able to plant sunflower seeds and in autumn keep selling. Hooray! Lower your voice. Lower your voice. Zhang Guilin quickly stopped the children. The neighbors are close by, and we can hear every cough. From now on, speak softly at home. And what happened today? No one can tell outsiders, understand? Keep things secret. Be careful of thieves. Yes. The children nodded repeatedly. Their mother often told them this, and they understood. The next morning, Zhang Guilin went to the train station alone. Hua Zhao and the children stayed home to study. Normally, they should have sent the children to school right away. The Yi family said they didn't need to worry because they would arrange everything. The nearby elementary school was quite good. But Hua Zhao didn't let the children go. This is Beijing. Usually 6 or 7-year-olds are in first grade. Dai, who is 10, is only in second grade. Xiaowei, who is 8, can barely manage. Daqin is just right, but Xiaoqin needs to go to kindergarten. The new year was coming soon, and they would all be a year older. Hua Zhao was worried they wouldn't keep up with their studies. She didn't want their hard-earned confidence to be crushed. So, she planned to borrow textbooks from Beijing elementary schools and find out what they were learning, then help them study at home. As for herself, with her big belly, she couldn't think about going to any school. That would ruin the school's reputation. Anyway, she was already nominally enrolled in a high school, so she just waited for the college entrance exam next year. By noon, Zhang Guilin happily returned. She had also carried 15 jean of sunflower seeds in the morning and sold them all. It took nearly twice as long as the night before. Fewer people buy sunflower seeds at the train station than at the cinema. Out of 10 people, only one buys them. Others think they are too expensive and sometimes scold her. If it weren't for the tasting samples blocking their complaints, she might not have been able to come back at all, and she could even have been scolded or worse. But she is still very happy, even happier than yesterday. I found that selling eggs and pancakes also does well. Although the profit is small, just a few cents each, small amounts add up to real money. Once she sells out of sunflower seeds, she will still have some income. Don't worry. As long as you want to sell things outside, I promise you'll always have new ideas to sell, Hua Zhao said with a smile. What kind of ideas? Zhang Guilin asked curiously. Let's wait until the sunflower seeds are all sold first. If there are too many, you won't be able to sell them all, Hua Zhao replied. That makes sense. In the afternoon, Zhang Guilin didn't go out to sell sunflower seeds. She didn't forget that her main goal was to spend time with Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao, tired from being a teacher all morning, was helping young children with their homework. It was really exhausting. She tried to hold back and keep her good sister image intact. In the afternoon, she wanted to rest. Yishu came to visit her and brought a basket of oranges that she had originally planned to give her, but never had the chance to deliver. She rode her bike, tying several bags to the front and back to carry everything. Her mother didn't keep any for herself. She knew now Hua Zhao's status is even higher than hers. Because in the past, her mother would feel sad when she ate a few extra oranges every day. Thinking of this, Yishu told Hua Zhao, a good mother should see her kindness so that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law remains harmonious and the family stays happy. Hua Zhao smiled warmly. Mom is really kind. When you go back later, bring her some good food too. I brought a lot of dried fruits from my hometown. They're good to eat plain or to brew tea. Can you brew tea with them? Yishu asked. Hua Zhao had previously sent her dried fruits, which were very tasty, but she never mentioned they could be used to brew tea. She patted her head and said, "Oh, I forgot." Fruit tea, in her memory, should be common knowledge. Who would think of eating dried fruits alone? But she forgot that nowadays many people might not have heard of it. I'll brew a cup for you to try, Hua Zhao said immediately. Actually, the types of fruits she had were limited: blueberries, strawberries, grapes, apples, and pears. There are very few fruits produced in the Northeast. If she had been born in the South, she could have made a full fruit tea blend. But the fruits she had were so flavorful that no other similar fruits could compare. Once she brewed the fruit tea, Yishu was instantly convinced. "You're so good at life," she exclaimed. "Because in my past days, I didn't need to study or work. I just thought about food every day," Hua Zhao said with a smile. Yishu chuckled. "I heard you used to weigh over 200 pounds. I forgot to ask, really?" "Yes, it's true. Less than 200, I was actually 260 pounds. "Wow," Yishu exclaimed. "How did you lose weight?" "I was pregnant, couldn't eat much, so I lost weight," Hua Zhao replied. Yishu's face immediately twisted in surprise. She hesitated, her face turning red, before finally asking the question she had wanted to ask for a long time but didn't dare. "You and Brother Shin, back then, you weighed over 200 pounds. How could he do that?" Hua Zhao covered her face and giggled, leaning closer and whispering, "For the sake of my good sister, I'll tell you the truth." "Go ahead," Yishu eagerly waited. "Actually, I was the one who started it. I was stronger and he couldn't resist," Hua Zhao said. Yishu opened her mouth wide. Hua Zhao burst into laughter. Yishu also smiled. She didn't believe it. Hua Zhao was so beautiful. Even at 260 pounds, she must have looked good, like Yang Yuhuan. As for her brother being weak, she didn't believe that either. Her brother had some hidden quirks. They laughed and joked for a while. Suddenly, Hua Zhao remembered and asked, Didn't you transfer your job here? But I see you seem to have no work now. Not going to work? I don't want to move. I've already canceled a few performances, Yishu said. I'll see how things go after the fuss dies down. You don't know, working with a bunch of women is terrifying. They only care about gossip and trivial things. She could imagine that if she went back to work, no one would dare talk to her. They would smile to her face but gossip behind her back. Fake and disgusting. Plus, I'm 30 years old, and the new year will be 31, Yishu shouted. Actually, I'm already 32 by lunar calendar. I'm an old woman. At 32, her age was considered quite old for her acting career now. She should step back from the spotlight. Her main past performances were in dance and drama, and she preferred younger actors. And she was a newcomer, while others had been in the industry for years, even young newcomers. Why should she compete with them? Relying on family background? That was unfair.
She looked down on that.
Without relying on family background, this is not the team she is familiar with, but a talented group in the capital city. The work assigned to her before was minor, and she became a supporting role. She couldn't accept this in her heart, so she didn't go. Then you should change jobs, Hua Zhao suggested. Anyway, actors nowadays earn little. She is still with the Wenbing troupe, not comparable to actresses in later generations with sky-high salaries. Of course, her current salary is much higher than average. I'm reluctant to spend money. I want to buy my own house. I don't want to live at home anymore. My mom is driving me crazy, Yishu said directly. I can lend you money, Hua Zhao offered. She originally didn't plan to lend her money when she had 100,000 yuan, worried about causing resentment, but after more contact, she realized Yishu isn't that kind of person. She will definitely be able to pay it back in the future. Moreover, she now has an income of 600,000 yuan. Not lending a couple of thousand to help Yishu buy a house would be unreasonable. Even for Yi Ming, she wants to lend money. She's just waiting for a chance to bring it up with him someday. Yishu didn't refuse immediately but was silent for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it when I really need it. For now, I haven't seen any good houses. If Hua Zhao only had 100,000 yuan, she wouldn't ask. But with 600,000 yuan, Hua Zhao also seemed unconcerned about money, so she didn't fuss. She is truly about to be driven crazy by her mom. Do you know? I don't agree with blind dates. 2 days ago, she just brought someone home directly." Yishu said in frustration. What does she want? Marriage is so scary. I finally managed to escape, and why is she pushing me into the fire again? Calm Jie shattered all her beautiful illusions about love and marriage. She doesn't want to get married ever again. You're almost 31. She's worried that if you marry late, it will be hard to have children, and you'll be lonely when you're old, Hua Zhao said. Yishu was stunned. You really understand her thoughts. She had asked her mother about this, and her mother said the same. In their generation, family and children are a safety net, support in old age. Without them, old age would be lonely and bleak. Can you have more children? Will I be able to visit your house often when I grow old? Yishu joked. But Hua Zhao saw the worry and light in her eyes. Her heart suddenly felt heavy too. She calculated that Yishu was born in the 1940s, truly part of the older generation. She definitely shares those old-fashioned ideas. She was probably also afraid of being lonely in her later years. Come over now. Hua Zhao held her hand and said, My mom just arrived. She has no job and no household registration, so she's very anxious. I found her a job selling sunflower seeds. She has to go out day and night to earn money. I feel so bored at home, staying with Grandpa and my younger siblings. Honestly, it's not as nice as being with you and talking. She spoke sincerely and earnestly, and Yi Shushin was moved. She looked out the window and saw Zhang Guilin and the children in the kitchen, cooking and discussing business. They were talking about what kind of people seemed like potential customers who just came to taste but didn't want to buy, and who had no money and wouldn't buy even if the food was good. Everyone was very engaged in the discussion. It was clear they were busy with their business. Business is good. Sunflower seeds sell for 5 yuan a jean. She won't go out this afternoon, so she could earn at least 75 yuan. Even if she doesn't say it, she must feel very worried. Hua Zhao said with a smile as she looked outside.
Wow.
That much. I want to go sell sunflower seeds too, Yi Shuxin joked. It was just a joke. She definitely wouldn't go to the square to sell seeds even if she could make 750 yuan. Come on, come on. My mom doesn't stay here at night, and Grandpa lives in the backyard. I'm alone in the front yard, and it's really scary at night. What if something happens? No one would hear me scream. Hua Zhao tugged on Yi Shuxin's arm. Yi Shuxin felt she had no reason to refuse. All right. When Yi Shuxin returned home, Miao Lonji hadn't finished work yet. She quickly grabbed a few clothes and ran to Hua Zhao's house, worried that her mother might stop her if she found out. Before leaving, she left some fruit tea given by Hua Zhao and a note. After work, Miao Lonji found it and immediately went to Hua Zhao's place. Of course, she mostly wanted to see her eldest grandson. She missed him so much after just one day. Why are you here? And you still need Hua Zhao to cook for you, Miao Lonji said with disdain. I can cook for her too. It's a good chance to practice my skills, so she won't keep saying I cook badly. Maybe I won't be able to stand in my future in-law's house, Yi Shuxin said with a smile. She didn't dare tell her mother that she had decided not to marry, because that would make her even angrier. Learn skills later. For now, use what you have to feed Hua Zhao, and don't let my grandson go hungry, Miao Lonji said even more dismissively. Ha! Yi Shuxin forced a laugh. Now I don't cook anymore. My mom does it. I don't have to worry, Hua Zhao said. Just let her stay and keep me company. I'm really scared being alone here. Miao Lonji looked at the big yard. In the past, many people lived here, and at night it was quiet and empty. Now only Hua Zhao lives here. Isn't she afraid? Let her stay here, said Miao Lonji. She also thought that her daughter shouldn't rush into another marriage right after divorce. It seemed like she couldn't wait. The people weren't really introduced to her by her, but were pushed onto her by others. Since they seemed to have good conditions and she didn't want to miss out, she asked Yi Shu to go see them. Since her daughter didn't want to, they decided to wait. Good food doesn't mind being late. Miao Lonji finished her dinner here before leaving. Zhang Guilin and the children also packed their bags and set off. This time, the children's bags weren't just for tasting, they were starting to sell. Each cup they sold earned them a dime, and a pound of seeds was $1. Each of their bags had 5 pounds of seeds, so if they sold it all, they would earn $5.
Wow.
Their monthly wages are higher than most workers. This made Da Wei and Xiao Wei, who felt shy, brave enough to start their business today. At the cinema entrance, many people were waiting for them. Today, the seed sellers looked a bit strange. Fewer people were buying seeds. When they asked around, 7 out of 10 people bought yesterday, but today only 2. After asking around, they found out they were waiting for the woman who came with her child to sell seeds yesterday. When they checked further, they learned she was selling cups for 50 cents each. Yesterday, they saw Zhang Guilin. In their line of work, rivals are common, so they could tell at a glance. Luckily, the market was big, and she couldn't take much of their business alone. But now, things seemed different. With cups costing 50 cents, so many people were waiting. What kind of magical seeds were these? Zhang Guilin arrived at the cinema entrance, right on time, at 6 o'clock. She was immediately surrounded. Why are you so late? We've been waiting for a long time. The movie is about to start. Give me a $2 cup. I want a $4 one. I want a $5 one. A cup weighing about an ounce was too little. They finished it in minutes and couldn't get enough. But buying more felt a bit extravagant. How much do they earn in a month? Luckily, they didn't go to the movies every day. Going once a month was good enough, so everyone was willing to spend. Uncle, I also sell seeds. It's the same as what my mom sells, said Daqin looking up. Immediately, Daqin was surrounded too. My brother also sells. Daqin even tried to promote to Da Wei and Xiao Wei. Da Wei and Xiao Wei didn't need to say a word. They already had customers. They just needed to pretend to sell seeds and collect money. They didn't have time to feel shy. The crowd kept coming and going. Yesterday, I didn't buy any of their sunflower seeds, so I didn't know what was happening. Seeing how busy the stall was, I also squeezed in to buy some to try. Everyone was rushing for what must be good stuff. Li Xiaojing, the first vendor who sold sunflower seeds to Hua Zhao, also squeezed in and bought a cup to taste. As soon as he tasted the seeds, he was convinced they were excellent. It turns out the beautiful pregnant woman that day wasn't spending money carelessly. She was here to check out the market. Xiaojing, what flavor is this? Let me try, another vendor said, leaning over. Although vendors are rivals, Li Xiaojing was the first to sell sunflower seeds in the square. He started selling when he was about 10, while others just followed his lead. They couldn't compete with him easily. Li Xiaojing is also good at getting along. Although he hasn't become close friends with the other vendors here, they've never had conflicts. He pinched a few seeds and offered some to the man. That's all, the man said, sounding a bit disappointed. It wasn't that he didn't know how to get along, but giving just 3 or 5 seeds was too little. That's not how Xiaojing usually is. If you want more, buy your own. It's 5 mao a cup. Way too expensive, Li Xiaojing replied. Actually, he was reluctant to sell more because grabbing this cup wasn't easy. Looking at Zhang Guilan's crowd, he wasn't sure he could squeeze in again before they sold out. He wished he had bought more earlier. He had been a vendor for over 10 years and had plenty of money. The man stopped talking. Just a few seeds had already made him understand why Xiaojing's business was so good. Where does she get her sunflower seeds? He whispered. Li Xiaojing was also curious about that. These days, he needed to find out which production team around Beijing made these seeds. I don't think they're from Beijing. They're from somewhere outside the city. They're outsiders, Li Xiaojing said. Whether true or not, he wanted his rivals to give up. Yes, they're from outside, the man said, looking at Zhang Guilan through the crowd. Zhang Guilan had also bought seeds from him that day. He was impressed by Hua Zhao's beauty and could see that these people looked a bit rough. Ask him yourself, he told Li Xiaojing. Don't be fooled by Li Xiaojing's dark and thin appearance like a monkey's face. He's good at talking and making friends with everyone. He's different. People say, he doesn't look like a good person. He was afraid that if he went over to ask, it might backfire. If you had these seeds, would you tell others? Li Xiaojing asked him. The man immediately shook his head like a rattle. As the two talked happily, other vendors also gathered around. They are rarely seen together. The bold ones asked Li Xiaojing for some sunflower seeds to try, and after tasting, they had nothing more to say. The crowd finally dispersed, revealing Zhang Guilan and a few children inside. Everyone's pockets were empty. Only the bottom remained. Li Xiaojing immediately went over and bought a jean, about half a kilogram, of seeds. He carefully packed them, making sure not to mix them with his own seeds, planning to take them home to eat. A few other vendors exchanged glances and also bought half a jean or a jean of seeds. They weren't short of money. Zhang Guilan wandered through the crowd for few more minutes, and all the sunflower seeds were sold out. The mother and her 3 children happily held hands and went home. Li Xiaojing watched their backs and decided to wait on the way back another day. Where did the seeds come from? Could he ask and find out? Hua Zhao saw they returned so quickly and knew their business was good today. Did anyone cause trouble? How did the other vendors react? Hua Zhao was most concerned about this. No, everything's fine, Zhang Guilan replied, a bit worried. Only one vendor bought a cup of seeds, then they all gathered and whispered to each other. Not sure what they said. Later, a few more vendors came and bought quite a lot of seeds from me. It's okay, they won't do anything. We didn't take much of their market, Hua Zhao said. If they come again, just tell them these seeds are from your family, and once they're sold out, that's it. Wish them good luck with their business. Those vendors probably weren't rural farmers coming to the city to make extra money, but city dwellers who were unemployed and specialized in this trade. By 1976, not all educated youths had returned to the city, but those with connections had. However, there weren't enough jobs for everyone, so they stayed at home. With relaxed policies, street vendors and small traders increased. They worked year-round, but Hua Zhao only sold for a month or 2, so conflicts were minimal. With Hua Zhao's guidance, Zhang Guilan felt more at ease and happily counted money with the children. Today, she carried 20 jin of seeds. Each of the 3 children had 5 jin, totaling 15 jin, but some were used for tasting. Some people hadn't bought before, so they needed to try first. In the end, she earned 165 yuan, plus 75 yuan from earlier in the day, making a total of 240 yuan for the day. Yishu watched and felt envious. Why is it so easy to make money? She had never known before. This was different from Hua Zhao digging ginseng to make big money. That was rare and hard to find. Not many in all of China could get rich from ginseng like her. Selling sunflower seeds is different. Anyone can sell them, even children. Although Hua Zhao's seeds are good and sold at a high price, others selling at 25 cents are doing quite well too. I heard they are earning more than Zhang Guilin, making about 100 yuan a day, which adds up to over 3,000 yuan a month. She never thought a small vendor could make so much money. Yishu was still surprised and couldn't believe it, while Zhang Guilin had already put the money in Hua Zhao's hands and was taking the children home to sleep. Her alley has only a few houses with private yards. Most are large shared courtyards with many people and onlookers. She was afraid. She felt safer leaving the money with Hua Zhao. The residents in this alley are different. Everyone knows who lives here. If a thief came, they would know the truth and would be scared to enter the yard. Such a big yard, who lives there? Usually, small thieves wouldn't dare to offend such people. Hua Zhao kept the money in a special wooden box and said, "Yes, making money now is really easy. This is a golden age, and the signs of it are already beginning to show." Decades later, street vendors would sell a handful of seeds and dream of earning in a month what others make in 7 or 8 years. That was just a dream. But now, as long as you dare to work, money is everywhere, just waiting to be picked up. However, few people dare to do it. First, they fear getting caught. Second, they fear losing face. Some people, even knowing they can make money, won't give up their jobs just to sell seeds because they can't afford to lose their dignity. Maybe it's because of the centuries-old belief that merchants are lowly, or maybe because the private economy was suppressed so harshly before, people think small traders and individual businesses are shameful jobs. Only those with no other options would do it. In the next few days, with Yishu's constant company, Zhang Guilin felt reassured. She was busy running between the train station and the cinema, earning a lot. She also started to enjoy the thrill of making money and couldn't stop. The market at the train station was still lively, but not overly busy because there were no regular customers. Most customers were new every day. But during the day, she could sell 30 jin of seeds, and at night, with her and the children working together, they could sell a total of 50 jin. In one day, they sold 80 jin. Hua Zhao saw this and thought, this won't do. The seeds at home will be sold out in just a few days. I need to start preparing new stock. Zhang Guilin had already urged her. She thought about the seeds almost running out and felt a mix of pain and happiness. She was so happy earning money every day, but now it was about to end, and she felt very sad. Hua Zhao took Yishu shopping because she was very curious about the new way Hua Zhao said to make money. Hua Zhao said it was a business just as good as selling sunflower seeds. She knew how profitable sunflower seeds could be, but her family's stock of sunflower seeds had no capital. They arrived at the overseas Chinese store. "What do you want to buy?" Yishu asked curiously. What kind of profitable business could be related to the overseas Chinese store? Could it be something Zhang Guilin could do? Not that she looked down on Zhang Guilin, but she knew clearly that with Zhang Guilin's current skills and courage, she could only sell snacks at the train station and outside the cinema. She wouldn't even have seen a TV herself if she sold TVs. Hua Zhao's family did have a color TV, but she put it in the backyard for her grandfather to watch. She didn't like watching modern TV shows. Hua Zhao went straight to the Western pastry area. The overseas Chinese store mainly served overseas Chinese and foreign guests. Ordinary people couldn't easily enter. To buy things, they had to pay in US dollars or use overseas Chinese coupons. They didn't accept plain RMB. The Western pastry area was full of bread and cakes, and everything was expensive. A small bread cost at least 1 yuan, and they all had authentic foreign flavors. Selling this stuff isn't a good idea. It's too expensive, has a short shelf life, and if it doesn't sell, it's a loss, Yishu said. I'm not buying bread. I'm buying ingredients. Hua Zhao said as she found the ingredient section in the corner. There were salad dressings, ketchup, and various baking supplies. She saw her target. Butter. A 2-jean box of butter, with a coupon, costs 10 yuan. It's not expensive, at least not for her or for overseas Chinese. Are you planning to make Western pastries at home? Can you do it? Yi Shu asked curiously. If she could make them herself, the costs would be greatly reduced. How much does it cost to make a small bread? 1 or 2 cents for flour. That's much more profitable than selling sunflower seeds. Let's buy an oven, Yi Shu said, pulling her to go upstairs. Wait. Don't buy an oven yet, Hua Zhao said. Like you said, pastries are hard to sell, easy to lose money on, and take a lot of time and effort. Do you think kneading dough is easy? It's much harder than kneading steamed buns. You need to develop gluten, and you can't make many batches in a day. You won't make much money.
What are you going to do then?
Yi Shu asked even more curiously. You'll find out when we get home, Hua Zhao said mysteriously. Back home, she went straight into the kitchen. She took a small bag of corn from the pantry. She put a lot of thought into this bag of corn. It was grown secretly in a flower pot while Yi Shu was practicing dance every day in the side room. It was a type of popcorn corn. The kernels were small, slender, tightly structured, hard, and transparent, perfect for making popcorn. Otherwise, regular corn can only pop using specialized popcorn machines. So, she can't make creamy popcorn. Yes, Hua Zhao plans to make creamy popcorn. The seeds she cultivated, combined with its creamy texture, can surely win everyone's favor. The flat-bottomed pan was prepared during house repairs and is quite large. She often uses it for making pancakes or other foods, so now it's perfect for making popcorn. If she could modify the lid to include a stirring function, it would be perfect. She'll take care of that later. For now, she wants to make a batch of creamy popcorn to impress Yi Shu. In just 10 minutes, a pot of creamy popcorn is ready. Before she even tastes it, the sweet, milky aroma already wins over Yi Shu. After trying it, she has nothing to say except to eat quickly. How are you so good at this? Of course, she has eaten popcorn before since childhood, but this flavor is incomparable. Hua Zhao smiles and says, now we need good packaging. It would be great if we had large paper cups. Of course, just thinking about it is enough. Such cups might not even exist now.